I heard the whisper of the eerie god. A pitch-black, dim room. An old wooden game table. An old tungsten filament lamp hanging from above, flickering on for 3 seconds, off for 1 second. Above the door, there is also an old-fashioned clock, ticking loudly. There are no windows, just a large closed door in the entire room. I've been chosen. In this strange atmosphere. Lin Chen stared at the tungsten filament lamp swaying above, revealing a smile. Finally, it's here. This is an eerie world, where everything is bound by rules. Any choice you make will be linked to the fate of your country. If you fail, the corresponding rules will descend upon your country, and he will descend as well. It seemed like Lin Chen had anticipated all of this. His expression remained unchanged, instead, he showed a look of joy. And when the people in the Dragon Country live stream saw this, they all started to worry. What's going on? Why is he so young, and why is this guy Lin Chen laughing like an idiot? It's over, we didn't pick a fool, did we? Let's wait and see, maybe he's just someone who loves to laugh. Who can still laugh at a time like this? Lin Chen stood up and picked up a black notebook from the game table. He opened it and saw the contents inside. At the game table, chips are everything. If you lose your chips, are you willing to gamble your life? Rule 1. The game room opens at 8 every morning. Please place your chips on your spot on time. 2. If invited to a game, you cannot refuse. 3. When the game starts, no one can open the door. The door will only open once the game ends. 4. If someone breaks the agreed rules, immediately inform the rabbit head boss. 5. If you see the snakehead person enter the game room, refuse to play with them. 6. Until you win enough chips, you can only sleep in the mahjong room. 7. If someone knocks on the mahjong room door at night, immediately open the door and throw out a chip. 8. Never cheat when the lights are off. After reading the rules, Lin Chen exhaled deeply. He had watched many people join bizarre games in live streams before. But the mahjong room bizarre game was truly rare. From this rule, Lin Chen caught a few clues. First, chips were definitely an extremely important clue in this eerie game. Second, rules 2 and 5 obviously had a conflict. Lin Chen looked at the table where he had just woken up. A chip was clearly placed on it. In the center of the chip was a smiling, open-mouthed rabbit. Looking at it, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Is there only one? If the game introduction was correct, losing this one chip would probably cost his life. It looks like the pressure is quite high. At this moment, Lin Chen looked at the clock again under the brief flicker of the tungsten filament lamp. The hour hand was clearly stuck at 8. At the same time, the minute hand was just 1 tick away from 0. The game room was about to open. Lin Chen quickly placed the chip on the spot where he had woken up. But halfway through the movement, Lin Chen withdrew his hand. At this moment, the people in the Dragon Country livestream couldn't sit still anymore. What's Lin Chen doing? Hurry up and place the chip on the table. Rule 1 is clear, it's almost 8 o'clock, why has this guy stopped? It's over, I knew it. Young people can't be trusted. Handing Dragon Country's future to a kid like this is a joke. No way, it's just starting, and bizarre things are already coming to Dragon Country. Just when everyone's heart was in their throats, cursing in the livestream, Lin Chen suddenly walked around the game table. Finally, he placed the chip on the opposite side of where he had woken up. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It was like seeing someone do a 1 + 1 problem and write the answer as 3. Is this for real? Lin Chen must be doing this on purpose. It's over. Lin Chen is out to get revenge on society, he's an undercover agent from another country. He's definitely one of those cherry blossom country people, living a good life as a little Sakura. Since the livestream was broadcast globally, and with multiple country streams shown side by side, people from all around the world were watching. When other countries saw Lin Chen's mysterious move, they all started mocking him. Wow, Lin Chen, you're doing a big, beautiful job. Looks like Dragon Country is doomed, soon we'll be the strongest in all of Asia, only our kimchi country. Except for Lin Chen, most people from other countries placed their chips according to where they had woken up. At that moment, in the live stream of the Cherry Blossom Country's chosen one, Nakamura, the second hand of the clock ticked down, completing its final rotation. The next second, the door to the card room was suddenly opened, creaking loudly because of its dilapidation. The sound was so harsh it made one feel nauseous. Then, a pig-faced man entered, grinning. Although he was smiling, it was a very strange, eerie smile, his mouth almost stretching back to his ears. His large ears swayed back and forth. Nakamura instinctively took a step back. Do you want to bet with me? The pig-faced man's expression remained unchanged. The flashing lights made Nakamura feel like running away. But then he remembered the second rule. If someone invites him to a bet, he can't refuse. Okay. How do we bet? Seeing Nakamura agree, the pig-faced man's smile grew even wider. Because the lights flashed every 3 seconds, Nakamura felt like the pig-faced man's expression changed in an instant. It scared Nakamura so much his legs started shaking. The pig-faced man moved, heading towards the card table. When he saw that Nakamura's chip was placed at the spot where Nakamura had woken up, his smile suddenly disappeared. "Aren't we betting? How do we bet?" Nakamura said, trembling. He knew clearly that only by getting enough chips could he uncover the truth behind this strange tale. "You're in my spot, you're in my spot." At that moment, the pig-faced man suddenly turned around. These words made Nakamura realize something in an instant. "I didn't take your spot. I woke up here." However, the pig-faced man ignored Nakamura completely. "My chips are mine now. One chip isn't enough, I need 2 chips." The next second, the pig-faced man suddenly opened his mouth, and a row of jagged teeth appeared. When the lights flashed again. In the live stream, only Nakamura's headless body remained, surrounded by blood. While the pig-faced man, grinning, chewed away, with brain matter flying from his mouth. Chapter 2, The Inevitable Hand. At that moment, in the Cherry Blossom Country's live stream, everyone went crazy. "Baka, what's going on? Isn't that Nakamura's spot? Quick, get ready, the strange tale is about to come to our country. Why is this happening? Why isn't that guy from Dragon Country, Lin Chen, dead?" Above the Cherry Blossom Country, dark clouds gathered, and the darkness fell. The strange tale appeared. And Lin Chen had naturally chosen the right spot. He successfully began his bet with the pig-faced man. The reason he sensed something was wrong earlier was simple. First, the strange tale would definitely try to lead him in the wrong direction. That's the most basic part. Secondly, after observing the card table, he found that on the drawers at each position on the table, there was a symbol carved. It looked very much like the rabbit head symbol on the chips. It was all quite eerie. The position where Nakamura had woken up was marked with the pig-faced man's symbol. That meant that was the pig-faced man's spot. As for Lin Chen's position, there was nothing marked. When the livestream audience realized the truth, they were all suddenly enlightened. So Lin Chen had already discovered all of this. Whoever spoke badly about Lin Chen earlier, I knew there must be a reason for his choice. I apologize, I deserve to die. Inside the world of eerie tales, Lin Chen and the pig-headed man both took their positions. From the very beginning, the expression on the pig-headed man never changed. He kept smiling at Lin Chen, a smile that made him feel deeply uncomfortable. Doesn't this pig-headed man ever get tired of looking like that? Or does he change his expression when the lights are off? What game are we playing, pig-headed man? Lin Chen spoke first, looking at the pig-headed man across the table. At least he needed to understand the rules first. Pick 3 cards, whoever has the biggest hand wins. The pig-headed man still wore his signature smile, even while talking, the smile didn't fade. Isn't this just a game of 3-card stud? Then let's begin. Jiang Sun reached out and started shuffling the cards on the table. I haven't said how many chips we're betting yet, I'm betting 2 chips. At that moment, the light suddenly brightened. Under the illumination, the pig-headed man's smile became more intense. I only have 1 chip to bet with you. Lin Chen frowned. Don't you still have a life? The pig-headed man's words echoed in Lin Chen's ears. At this moment, Lin Chen's expression froze on his face. He suddenly remembered the first sentence in the black notebook. At the card table, chips are everything. If you lose your chips, are you willing to stake your life? Life is also a chip. If the pig-headed man loses, he only has to give 2 chips. But for Lin Chen, he would have to stake his life. However, he couldn't refuse this game. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and finished shuffling the cards. Now, the game began. The door that had been opened earlier automatically closed with a slam. If he loses, there will be no place for Lin Chen to escape. Lin Chen didn't know what method the pig-headed man would use to take his life. Should I deal the cards? Lin Chen asked cautiously. Do as you like. From their conversation, it was clear that the pig-headed man wasn't worried about Lin Chen cheating. And rule number 8 clearly stated. No cheating. The lights faded, leaving the room in darkness. Lin Chen, with his stiff fingers, dealt the cards one by one. Until each player had 3 cards laid flat on the table in front of them. If you surrender, I'll consider taking just one of your arms. At this moment, the pig-headed man hadn't looked at his cards yet, still grinning at Lin Chen. When he mentioned the arm, a disgusting, sticky phlegm dripped from the corner of his mouth. Even from a meter away, Lin Chen could smell the foul stench. Lin Chen ignored the pig-headed man. Instead, he picked up his own cards. With Lin Chen's actions, everyone in Longwa's livestream held their breath. According to 3-card stud rules, the best hand is definitely a 3 of a kind. Lin Chen's technique was very smooth, like an experienced player slowly revealing the first card. A red heart king. Looking at just one card doesn't say much. Because 3-card stud is all about combinations. So Lin Chen gently rubbed the first card and slowly revealed the second. It was a round head. A queen. Lin Chen's heart felt like it was lifting. If the next card has the same suit, the chances of a big hand will be much higher. When the suit was different, and the red heart appeared, Lin Chen's heart raced at top speed. Just one more card. In this situation, if the final card is a red heart ace, that would be the best. It would also be the highest possible hand Lin Chen could make. A straight flush. Under the watchful eyes of countless people in the live stream, Lin Chen flipped over the last card. But when a 1 appeared on the card, everyone felt their hearts drop. Completely flipping the card revealed a 10. 10, queen, king. This hand was something even a dog would shake its head at. Lin Chen's face was also not looking very good. It was like when someone curses another, they would say, "Your mom plays cards and has number 7 in her hand." Now, this kind of thing had fallen onto his head. It was still a life and death gamble. Now, the only hope could only be pinned on this 10 being a heart. A flush would be the best. Though a flush is not as good as a straight flush, it's still a decent hand, especially since there's a king in it. Winning this round had a good chance. I would trade my upper bunk's 100 years of single life for a heart. Damn, this is too thrilling. It's the first time I'm gambling such a big round, but we're gambling the future of our dragon country. A quarter chance, from a probability perspective, the chance of losing is greater. I should prepare for the worst. At this moment, Lin Chen also knew that dragging it out wouldn't help. He had no choice but to reveal the final suit. At first, Lin Chen was slowly revealing it, but when he saw the black edge, he gave up immediately. His heart had completely cooled. Black meant it was no longer possible for a flush. It meant Lin Chen had a hand of scattered cards. 10, Q, K. Calling it a bad hand was an understatement. Unless Pighead had a worse hand than his. But that probability was too small. Actually, at this moment, he had another choice. That was to admit defeat and lose an arm. In the live stream room, everyone's heart sank with him. They were all advising Lin Chen to admit defeat quickly. If this hand could win, they'd consider it a miracle. Naturally, they didn't like seeing Lin Chen stubbornly continue to gamble. After all, if he lost, it would mean a disaster for the Dragon Country. At this moment, the experts from the Dragon Country's paranormal analysis group were also at a loss. It wasn't just them, people from other countries were facing the same situation. Everyone froze, not knowing how to react. Chapter 3, The Loser is You. The expert group only had 3 chances to give Lin Chen advice. But in such a short time, they couldn't think of any solutions. Even if they contacted someone, it might be futile. I checked, and Lin Chen is a responsible and dependable person at school. He should know what is important. The leader of the analysis group, He Chang, sighed lightly. Losing an arm is still better than dying and having the paranormal event happen to the Dragon Country. I heard that Lin Chen is the president of the magic club at school. Unfortunately, the rules clearly forbid cheating. A colleague beside him said helplessly. If Lin Chen could use some magic tricks to hide or switch cards, there might still be a chance. At this moment, in other countries' paranormal live rooms, most people had chosen to discard small cards. Faced with life and death, many chose to lose an arm. After all, losing an arm still had a chance of survival compared to dying directly. In the Pickled Cabbage Country's paranormal room, Genie Boss stared at the single king card on the table, his face extremely grim. On the opposite table, Pighead was drooling, staring at him, his jagged teeth showing through his grinning mouth. Are you going to reveal the cards? Pighead asked impatiently. Genie Boss's body trembled uncontrollably. Reveal the cards? With a hand like this, once revealed, it was a dead end. I choose to lose an arm. Genie Boss gritted his teeth and made the final choice with great difficulty. After speaking, he closed his eyes, unable to bear to look. In the livestream, everyone watched as Pighead grinned and walked toward Genie Boss. They saw the slimy abyssal mouth open wide and bite off Genie Boss's arm. The sound of cracking bones, blood spurting out. Genie Boss. You are the hero of the Pickled Cabbage Country. Pickled Cabbage Country is proud of you. Your sacrifice is worth it. In the comments, people from Pickled Cabbage Country respected him deeply. At this moment, Lin Chen, holding his hand of cards, was deep in thought. Across the table, Pighead was growing impatient. Have you made up your mind yet? My patience is limited. Not just Pighead. Other people still don't know what Lin Chen is hesitating about? With this hand of cards, is Lin Chen really going to take a gamble? He must not. This gamble is the fate of our dragon country. We can't afford to gamble anymore. Young people are always like this, not understanding the bigger picture. If only an older, more composed person was here. Many people from Dragon Country have started to worry. The impression they have of young people is this: they would gamble on that tiny bit of possibility. But they don't realize how much is at stake in this gamble. Looks like Dragon Country is finished. Our Kimchi Nation's chosen one has more responsibility. How could people from Dragon Country have the same awareness as our Kimchi Nation? Our Kimchi Nation is the most united. In the scene, the tungsten filament light turned on, casting a dim glow. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the pig-headed man, their eyes meeting. Have you made up your mind? Do you want your life or your arm? The pig-headed man looked at Lin Chen with a confident expression, as if he was looking at prey. Deal the cards. Lin Chen made his decision with a blank expression. It was at this moment that the pig-headed man's grin faded, and he stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. You're gambling with your life. Holy crap, Lin Chen has lost his mind, he's really betting his life. I knew it. The strange events are about to happen, stop watching the livestream and prepare for the strange events. I think we should trust Lin Chen. He's not the type to act recklessly. There must be a reason behind this. With this hand of cards, I wouldn't want to bet a single cent. How dare Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded indifferently. If you lose, not only will you lose the chips, your life will be mine. Think carefully. The pig-headed man's eyes glowed a deep red, clearly visible in the darkness, staring straight at Lin Chen. I've thought it through. Then what are you hesitating about now? Are you scared? Lin Chen directly asked. From the moment he said deal the cards, the pig-headed man's attitude started to change. And this change seemed to confirm Lin Chen's guess. At this moment, everyone in the livestream was stunned. No one expected that Lin Chen not only dared to gamble, but also dared to speak to the pig-headed man in this tone. What am I scared of? Deal the cards. The pig-headed man's expression immediately turned fierce, his eyes even more vicious as he stared at Jiang Sun. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly threw his cards onto the table. When the pig-headed man saw the 10, Q, K on the table, he suddenly burst out laughing. You lost, I have a full house. The pig-headed man flipped his cards over. 3 aces appeared in front of everyone. Not just a full house, but the highest possible full house. When everyone saw this, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. But he didn't seem overly shocked. The highest hand, it's completely over, there's no way to win now. Dragon Country is finished. Looks like Genie Buzz choice was right. Kimchi Nation's dogs, don't celebrate too early, you'll be finished soon enough. At this point, everyone in Dragon Country had fallen into despair. The pig-headed man also stood up. Your cards are smaller than mine. You lost. At this moment, the light flickered on. It illuminated the pig-headed man's vicious expression completely. The pig-headed man took slow steps toward Lin Chen, his large mouth gradually opening. Jagged teeth were still stained with bits of meat. Clearly remnants from his recent meal. It's you who lost, not me. Pig-headed man, you're breaking the rules. Lin Chen was not afraid, but instead gathered his courage to stare at the pig-headed man and shouted. It was at this moment that the pig-headed man stopped. He looked at Lin Chen with anger. What are you saying? My full house is not bigger than yours? When did I break the rules? Seeing the pig-headed man stop, Lin Chen also gained confidence. As expected, it was like this. If I remember correctly, the rule you said at the beginning was to draw 3 cards, and the one with the highest card wins, not a game of Texas Hold'em, right? Lin Chen's eyes seemed to shine as he directly saw through the pig-headed man with a single glance. It was precisely because of hearing 3 cards that everyone subconsciously thought it was Texas Hold'em. The pig-headed man used this illusion to mislead everyone. This sentence also woke up everyone. That's right, I remember the pig-headed man saying it was 3 cards, the highest wins, but he never said it was Texas Hold'em. If we go by the face value of the cards, then indeed Lin Chen won, the pig-headed man's cards are the lowest. The pig-headed man's expression immediately became panicked, but in order to avoid losing his momentum, he still raised his head and said fiercely. What else could drawing 3 cards be if not Texas Hold'em? Lin Chen sneered, don't be in such a hurry. The reason you declared yourself the winner when the light was on earlier is also because the rule says, no cheating in the dark, right? Lin Chen had long noticed the loophole in this rule. It only said that cheating in the dark was not allowed. The implication was that it was fine when the lights were on, wasn't it? The pig-headed man had used this to secretly break the rule. Chapter 4, The Rabbit-Headed Boss's Heartbeat. It was at this moment. The chat in the live stream exploded. Holy crap, I didn't realize that rule could be exploited like this. So Lin Chen never admitted defeat because he had already spotted the problem. Is this really the reasoning and observation ability of a college student? At this point, the pig-headed man was pressed into silence. Only the tungsten filament light flickered, revealing his slightly panicked expression. The pig-headed man tightly gripped the 2 chips in his hand. After a brief moment of tension, he seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he threw the chips onto the table. You win! Then the pig-headed man stood up and left the table with great reluctance. The game was over, and the door opened. The pig-headed man walked out through the door. At this moment, Lin Chen let out a small sigh of relief. As expected, he was right. He had bet correctly. The pig-headed man admitting defeat was definitely not because he had a gambling spirit, but because he was restrained by the rules from doing anything out of line. And the rule that bound the pig-headed man was definitely the 4th one. He was afraid of the rabbit-headed boss. At this moment, viewers from other countries' live streams were wide-eyed after seeing Lin Chen's move. They never expected that winning could be done like this. But the chosen ones from their countries, unable to resist the pressure, had already chosen to cut off an arm. Now they were looking for ways to stop the bleeding and survive. Only a small number of countries' expert teams, after seeing Lin Chen's actions, quickly used their one-time opportunity to notify their chosen ones, helping them get through this round. Lin Chen collected the chips from the table. Counting the one he had earlier, he now had 3 chips. Then Lin Chen stood up and walked towards the door of the game room. He wanted to figure out the purpose of the chips. Staying in the game room was definitely not an option. Outside the game room, Lin Chen immediately spotted the front desk on the right side of the hallway. And the rooms lined up on both sides of the hallway. Just as Lin Chen was about to walk toward the front desk, suddenly, a low, guttural growl came from the end of the hallway. The sound was very faint, but Lin Chen could clearly sense the despair in it. Looking ahead, at the dimly lit end of the hallway, only a flashing black door could be seen in the shadow. There was a vague outline on the door, but it was too dark to see clearly. Lin Chen quickly walked toward the front desk after noticing this. He couldn't walk around recklessly without fully understanding the rules. Otherwise, death might be waiting for him. There was a desk at the front desk, and various board game sets were placed on the shelves behind. And standing at the front desk was the rabbit-headed boss. It was at the moment he saw the rabbit-headed boss that Lin Chen suddenly froze. A dull and eerie sound suddenly came from behind Lin Chen's ear. I heard the heartbeat of the strange god. Lin Chen felt like someone was speaking right into his ear. It was so clear that he could even feel the faint breath. The rustling sensation sent a chill down Lin Chen's spine, running through his whole body. Who? Lin Chen turned sharply, but there was no one there. At that moment, he would have preferred it to be a prank. But the truth was, there was really no one. And just now, the feeling of someone whispering in his ear was so real. Lin Chen was sure it was not just his imagination. At that moment, many people in the livestream also felt confused after seeing Lin Chen's strange reaction. What's wrong with Lin Chen? There's no one behind him, but he looked so scared. Maybe it's because in this eerie environment, it's easy for people to get nervous. It's normal. If it were me, I'd be sensitive too, with pig-headed and rabbit-headed people around. It's giving me the joyful bean effect. No one could understand the feeling Lin Chen had just experienced. The faint chill, the clear sensation in his ears. Lin Chen tried his best to stay calm. In the realm of strange tales, anything abnormal was reasonable. But when he turned around and saw the rabbit-headed boss, he froze. Just a 1-second glance, and Lin Chen suddenly widened his eyes. The heartbeat. He heard the rabbit-headed boss's heartbeat. Thump thump. Each beat echoed clearly in Lin Chen's ear, so distinct and audible. Not only that, but he also seemed to feel the rabbit-headed boss's emotions based on the frequency of the heartbeat. Why? At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly recalled the words again. I heard the heartbeat of the strange god. Yes. Before hearing these words, he couldn't hear it. Just like before, when he saw the pig-headed man, there was no change. It was the words he heard in his ear just now that gave him this ability. But at this moment, he couldn't think too much. The rabbit-headed man was already walking toward him. I heard the lights in the game room are broken. Can you fix them? The first thing the rabbit-headed man said made Lin Chen freeze for a moment. What's more, the voice under the strange rabbit-headed body was surprisingly gentle. He's asking me to fix it? But thinking about how the pig-headed man was so wary of the rabbit-headed man. Without a second thought, Lin Chen directly agreed. Leave it to me. At that moment, Lin Chen clearly felt the rabbit-headed man's mood improve slightly. Then the rabbit-headed man took out a chip and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't expect that he could actually earn a chip. So he directly reached out to take it, as sometimes a chip could represent a life. But just as Lin Chen's hand was halfway out, he suddenly stopped. After a moment of thought, he retracted his hand. This is what I should do. Seeing this, the rabbit-headed man nodded and then took the chip back. You did well. Saying this, the rabbit-headed man returned to the front desk and took a game box, handing it to Lin Chen. Put this in the mahjong room. Lin Chen took it and hurriedly followed the instructions, walking toward the mahjong room. The mahjong room was directly opposite the game room. It was when Lin Chen reached the door that he noticed. There was a pig-headed man's stamp carved on the door of the game room. But the mahjong room had nothing carved above it. According to the logic before, does this mean he can't enter the game room without permission? While the mahjong room was safe for him. Lin Chen then looked towards another room at a diagonal angle. He found that it had the carving of a snake-headed person. Then, Lin Chen walked into the mahjong room, and the room was empty. The lighting was good, still the bright yellow tungsten filament lamps. Lin Chen placed the game box aside. He first checked around the mahjong table. There were no other animal person stamps carved anywhere. Did that mean that he could sit anywhere in the mahjong room? Lin Chen picked up the game box and placed it on the vacant spot on the shelf. After placing it, a note slid out from the compartment inside the game box. Lin Chen quickly picked it up. He opened it and saw the words Employee Code of Conduct. The rabbit-headed boss is very gentle, as long as you follow the employee code. Rule B. 1. Please remember that keeping the rabbit boss happy is the most important. 2. You are an employee, and all tasks in the game room are your responsibility. Please do not try to earn extra rewards. 3. The rabbit boss dislikes employees using chips to gamble. If caught, she will confiscate all your chips. 4. At the end of the corridor is the rabbit boss's room. No one is allowed to enter without her permission. 5. If you hear strange sounds from the end of the corridor, don't doubt it, it must be your illusion. 6. You are a dedicated employee. The tasks assigned by the rabbit boss must be completed within 1 day. 7. Always remember, there are only 12 employees in the game room, including the rabbit boss. 8. Except for the employee's own room, everyone can only enter another's room once per day. After reading the rules, Lin Chen folded the note and put it away. After reading Rule 2, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little scared. Luckily, he hadn't taken the chips from the rabbit-headed boss earlier. Otherwise, he would probably be dead by now. He had felt something was off when the rabbit boss asked him to fix the light. It turned out that his identity was not a player. He was an employee of the game room. Until now, Lin Chen still didn't know the true purpose of the chips. However, since he could hear the rabbit boss's heartbeat and sense her emotions, could he break through from this point? After all, the rabbit boss was the most powerful one in the game room. As long as he made the rabbit boss happy, could he find a chance to leave the game room? Thinking of this, Lin Chen slowly stood up and glanced at the clock. It was not yet noon. He should hurry up and finish the task the rabbit boss gave him. Fix the lights in the game room. The rules only gave him 1 day. But the problem was that Rule 8 said, except for his own room, everyone could only enter another's room once a day. Lin Chen had just left the game room. Thinking of this, Lin Chen cursed under his breath. Doesn't that mean he has to fix the lights, but can't even go inside? How is he supposed to fix it? If he waits until tomorrow morning, the time might be too late. If the lights aren't fixed by then, it will be a violation of the rules. He absolutely cannot let this happen. With this thought, Lin Chen walked out of the mahjong room. Since he couldn't enter the game room, he would try entering other rooms for a solution. Besides the room with the snake-headed person stamp across the diagonal, there was also a room next to the mahjong room with a dog-headed person stamp. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen knocked on the dog-headed person's door. After all, Rule A earlier said to refuse the gambling invitations from the snake-headed person. For safety, it was better to avoid that room. The dog-headed person opened the door, and Lin Chen immediately saw the dice on the table. In an instant, he froze in place, his mind rapidly searching for loopholes in the rules. Since he couldn't enter the snake-headed person's room, he believed that others should have the ability to do so. However, without any reason for others to help, they definitely wouldn't agree willingly. At that moment, the dog-headed man followed Lin Chen's gaze and landed on the dice. Do you want to come and play around? Lin Chen didn't know what excuse to use to persuade the dog-headed man to fix the light, but now he had one. Lin Chen walked through the gap between the dog-headed man and the door and sat down in front of the dice. Betting with chips every day is too boring. Why don't we try a different method? He remembered the third rule, Boss Rabbit didn't like employees using chips as bets. Even though he thought he wouldn't lose, he wouldn't take the risk of betting all his chips. Hearing that Lin Chen was unwilling to use chips as a bet, the dog-headed man casually closed the mahjong room door and curiously walked over. Oh? No chips as bets? Then what should we play? If there's no reward, he probably wouldn't want to play with Lin Chen. Lin Chen casually took the investment in his hand and shook it. If you lose, you'll go to the opposite game room and fix the broken light bulb. How about that? As employees of the mahjong parlor, everyone could fix lights. The dog-headed man thought Lin Chen had some special tough methods, but he didn't expect his method to be this simple. He sat on the opposite side of the table, his face calm. Fix the light? That's too easy. What if you lose? Lin Chen shrugged indifferently and casually pushed the dice toward him. If I lose, you tell me what I should do. At this point, he had already made up his mind. As long as the bet had nothing to do with chips, he would agree to any request. He felt that he had a 90% chance of winning this round. The dog-headed man, hearing Lin Chen wanted him to give a reward, stroked the whiskers on the corner of his mouth. Then, I'll take one of your legs. Lin Chen thought the dog-headed man wanted him to do something, but instead, he immediately asked for part of his body. Since that was the case, he couldn't afford to lose even more, pointing at the dice in his hand. Let's start then, check the dice, don't say I tampered with it. Once both agreed to the other's terms, the rules were already in effect. The viewers in the live stream thought Lin Chen would refuse this request, but to their surprise, Lin Chen agreed. That kid has lost his mind, playing this big? Losing a leg is no different than losing his life. Do you understand? I think that kid has great talent and courage. Many viewers felt he shouldn't have joined this big gamble, even thinking he should beg Boss Rabbit for mercy to delay the game for a day. Lin Chen looked at the live stream messages but remained unaffected in his mindset. The real punishment would ultimately fall on him, and the people in the live stream couldn't bear it for him. At this point, the dog-headed man threw the dice in front of Lin Chen. I've already checked, quickly check the dice. Lin Chen placed the dice in the cup, shook it, and put it on the table. Shall we start now? The dog-headed man pointed at the cup in his hand. We'll use this cup, roll the dice and give me the result. He had only casually shaken it earlier, and the dog-headed man didn't believe Lin Chen had said it. Lin Chen took a deep breath and shook the cup again. Others could tell the number inside by listening to the sound, but he couldn't figure it out, even after holding his breath for a long time. The dog-headed man looked at Lin Chen, who hadn't put down the cup for a long time, with an impatient expression. How much longer are you going to take? As his voice fell, Lin Chen slammed the cup onto the table. I'm ready to open. The rules for winning and losing were very simple, compare the total points of the two dice. Lin Chen silently prayed in his heart, hoping that one of the dice would show a 6. In probability, getting a 6 would give a significant chance of winning. The dog-headed man stood up, his face tense, staring at the numbers above. Lin Chen's speed in drawing the lottery was different from the others. He quickly lifted the lid of the shaker. When the goblin saw the dice showing a 1 and a 2, a wild joy appeared on his face. Looks like I can have an extra meal tonight. Lin Chen's face was filled with despair. He had once imagined the numbers inside the shaker would be 2 ones. But he didn't expect that he had the power to make his words come true, and the numbers really appeared like that. The goblin, seeing the despair on Lin Chen's face, walked over to his side. Even with one leg, I can live. From now on, any dice I throw will win against you. Lin Chen, as if losing all strength, leaned against his chair. Wasn't I supposed to be protected? Why are my numbers so terrible? Before entering the room, he had been 100% confident of victory. Now, having lost 3 points, he couldn't face anyone claiming that he was 100% sure to win. At this point, the live stream comments began flooding the screen, with many people speaking up for him. Gambling isn't played like this, losing 3 points, how will you end this? This kid is still too young, he was easily controlled. Learn from your mistake, but this loss is hard to accept. Almost no one in the live stream believed he could win, but Lin Chen still held on to his belief. At that moment, the goblin slammed the shaker onto the table. I only need one dice number to beat yours, you're practically just here to serve me. The goblin, with an easy expression, slightly opened the lid of the shaker, wanting to sneak a peek at the numbers inside. Lin Chen, with a serious face, stared at him, his mind racing to think of a way to escape. Suddenly, the goblin quickly closed the lid again and rubbed his eyes, as if he had seen an uncontrollable number. When Lin Chen saw this, he immediately understood that something was wrong with the goblin's shaker. He walked up to the shaker. You've already seen the numbers, they can't be changed, hurry up and open it. The goblin looked at Lin Chen guarding him, with a face full of speechlessness, and opened the lid. What is this terrible luck today, even rolling 2 ones, I'll accept my loss. At this moment, both dice inside the shaker showed 1, meaning the goblin only had 2 points. 3 points beat 2 points, and the goblin lost in the end. When he recovered from the shock, the goblin had already come out holding the broken light bulb. Lin Chen, full of wild joy, slapped the table, never imagining he would have a chance to make a comeback. In just a few minutes, the goblin came to his side with the broken light bulb. With the goblin replacing the light bulb, the task assigned by the rabbit boss had been completed. Chapter 6, Room Number 9. At night, Lin Chen stayed in his mahjong room. The door of the mahjong room was tightly closed, and he believed no one would enter his room in the middle of the night. Lin Chen looked at the live stream information in a very good mood. Almost all the viewers were advising him to accept the loss of a leg with calmness. No one believed he could win. Now, winning 3 points over 2 was like slapping them in the face. Lin Chen glanced at the live stream information for a while, his face full of joy as he closed his eyes. Surviving a crisis is often the most comforting. In just a few minutes, sleepiness surged in his heart. Just as sleepiness was about to turn into slumber, strange sounds came from the corridor. Lin Chen was woken by the noise, looking at the door in confusion. He walked to the door, about to open it, when the fifth rule popped into his mind. No matter what sound comes from the end of the corridor, it's just an illusion. Thinking of this, he quickly retracted his hand. A bit awkward, he wiped the sweat off his clothes. Since the rules clearly stated that leaving here was prohibited, he had no reason to leave the room. He lay down on the bed, tightly closing his eyes. No matter the noise coming from the hallway, he pretended he hadn't heard a thing. Unknowingly, the noise at the door became something he had grown accustomed to. It only took Lin Chen a little over 10 minutes to fall back into a deep sleep. In his dream, he found himself sitting in front of the dog-headed man once again. The dog-headed man grinned fiercely while holding a chainsaw, and Lin Chen was tied to a chair. Just as the dog-headed man was about to make his move, Lin Chen was awoken by a loud knock on the door. Lin Chen, sweating heavily, glanced at the door and saw that it was already bright outside. He thought the knocking sound was part of the dream, but then the knock came again from the door. Lin Chen quickly glanced at the side of his bed and saw that there were no extra pieces of white paper. With no other choice, he wiped the sweat off his face randomly and opened the door. The rabbit boss stood at the door with a serious face, scanning Lin Chen. In a while, you'll clean room number 9. I don't want to see a single speck of dust in there. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, hoping the rabbit boss would leave quickly. He thought room number 9 should be the 9th one in order, with a number plate on the door. The rabbit boss repeated his request, then turned and walked to the other rooms. Lin Chen closed the door and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a white piece of paper slid through the crack in the door. He hurriedly picked it up and looked at what was written on it. Rules born. 1. The task must be completed within the time required by the rabbit boss. 2. You cannot enter the wrong room, or everything you've earned will be taken away. 3. Do not touch anything in the room. 4. Do not answer any questions asked by anyone in the room. 5. When the light is on, you cannot drive anyone out of the room. 6. You cannot speak before reporting to the rabbit boss that the work is completed. After reading these 6 rules, Lin Chen closed his eyes and silently repeated them in his mind several times. Each rule was extremely harsh, and some even required him to suppress his reflexes. When a person is focusing on something, if someone calls their name, they will subconsciously respond. The viewers in the livestream were shocked by these rules. Are these rules for a human? This isn't a puppet, is it? I always thought these rules were made just for him, it's so shameless. Almost all the viewers were standing up for him, thinking each rule was a test for Lin Chen. No matter how the viewers complained, the tasks given by the rabbit boss had to be completed. Lin Chen calmed the rebellious force inside him and opened the door to step out. He looked up and glanced at the room number on the door, noticing that the number plates always showed zodiac animal patterns. The rabbit boss hadn't specified which room was number 9, so Lin Chen needed to figure it out himself. The viewers, watching Lin Chen wander down the hallway, became immediately concerned. The second rule was to never enter the wrong room, or else he would be immediately eliminated. Lin Chen didn't see it as a problem. He carefully observed the pattern of the room number plates. The 12 zodiac animals were arranged in order from a distance, so as long as he could find the 9th one, he would know it was room number 9. Lin Chen raised his hand and said, rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig, so it's the monkey's room. Lin Chen looked up at the zodiac pattern on the doorplate, nervously pushing open the door to the monkey-headed man's room. As he had expected, the room was in complete chaos. The floor was covered with not only banana peels, but also there were also some half-eaten peaches. Lin Chen looked at the broom and dustpan in the room, and immediately thought of the third rule. As long as the broom and dustpan were in the room, he couldn't use them privately. Soon, he grabbed the broom and dustpan from the public room and brought them to room number 9. As soon as he entered the room, the audience's hearts immediately lifted. Many people hadn't seen Lin Chen's reasoning and thought he might have just gotten lucky and stumbled into the room. Now, after he had walked around the room, the audience believed he had indeed found room number 9. Lin Chen glanced at the floor in the room and couldn't help but complain. This place is too dirty. Did they use the room like a primitive forest? just throwing things around carelessly. He couldn't touch anything in the room, so he could only clean the floor. In just 10 minutes, the peach pits and some banana peels on the floor were cleaned and thrown into the trash. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker. Lin Chen instinctively looked at the lights in the room, his face serious. Could it be that I accidentally touched something in the room? To him, if something was strange, there must be something wrong. He didn't believe the light bulb in the room would just flicker for no reason. Most likely, he had unknowingly broken the rule. At that moment, a voice came from the door. The cleanliness in the room is a mess. Do you need help? Lin Chen heard the voice at the door and instinctively wanted to refuse. The words almost left his mouth, but then he quickly swallowed them. If he said those words, he would be violating the 6th rule. Since the person had already entered the room, Lin Chen could only hold up the broom and stand in front of him, forcing him to leave. As the person left the room, the lights gradually returned to normal, and he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Lin Chen used the light to quickly check the cleanliness of the room, avoiding anything he could touch. In just an hour, every spot that could be cleaned was swept, making the room look like new. Chapter 7, A Struggle to Move Forward. Lin Chen looked at the furnishings in the room and stepped backward out of the room. This way, he left no footprints in the room. In a place like this, even the smallest detail could cost him his life. Suddenly, the monkey head man appeared behind Lin Chen. How's it going? Did you finish cleaning the room? Lin Chen instinctively wanted to respond, but his hands reacted first and covered his mouth. He pushed open the door and gestured for the monkey head man to take a look inside. Meanwhile, he walked up to the rabbit boss and smiled. Room number 9 is cleaned, would you like to go check it out? The rabbit boss didn't answer Lin Chen and just walked away. Lin Chen followed the rabbit boss to room number 9 and found that he had checked the room at the door and nodded in satisfaction. Since that was the case, Lin Chen could rest easy and return to his room. Without any tasks from the rabbit boss, he no longer had to worry about violating the rules. Lin Chen lay down on the bed, his mind constantly recalling the rules he had learned before. Even though some of the rules had expired, he still needed to find areas to practice from those outdated rules. Cleaning room number 9 had almost led him to violate the rules several times. Sometimes, human reflexes were uncontrollable. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Lin Chen looked at the closed door, then listened to the sounds from the corridor. He thought that there shouldn't be any new tasks for today and planned to sleep deeply. He instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was already 12 o'clock. Dong! 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 Along with the sound of the clock, a white sheet of paper slid down with the swinging pendulum and fell to the floor. Lin Chen hurried to the pendulum, bent down, and picked up the white sheet from the ground. Just as he guessed, 4 very familiar big characters were written on it. Rules released. 1. From 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, you cannot sleep. 2. If someone knocks on your door during this time, you must respond. 3. You have only one chance to refuse. 4. You cannot enter the game room. Lin Chen looked at the first rule and quickly sat up straight on the bed with his hands pressing on the mattress. Now his mind was already getting fuzzy, but he must not fall asleep. Suddenly, the sound of knocking came from the door. Lin Chen subconsciously looked at the door, and the second rule flashed through his mind. Who is it? Don't you rest in the middle of the night? The person outside heard Lin Chen's voice and laughed loudly. Sleep what sleep? Come out and play. Lin Chen opened the door casually and saw several people standing outside. He knew their destination was probably the game room. He recalled yesterday's rules and took a deep breath. I can't enter the game room, but I need to respond to them. Lin Chen saw them waving at him and kept shaking his head. I don't want to go to the game room. How about we play cards instead? The people at the door heard that Lin Chen didn't want to go to the game room and looked at each other. Soon, the 4 of them left the doorway. Lin Chen thought he had handled them, but then a man with a tiger head came up from behind. I want to play mahjong. 2 people, 2 sets of tiles. You playing or not? Lin Chen looked at the tiger-headed man wanting to play mahjong, and felt a bit uneasy inside. Bound by the rules, he could only ask, what are the rules? Tell me. Let's play 1 round. He knew he had only one chance to refuse for the whole night, so no matter what, he couldn't refuse the tiger-headed man. The tiger-headed man walked to the mahjong table and chose 2 adjacent seats. We each take 2 positions. You can play to feed yourself, but you can't play to win by yourself. The rules were quite simple. Lin Chen understood quickly and agreed. Since the tiger-headed man had already chosen his seats, Lin Chen could only take the remaining 2. With the sound of the mahjong machine, 2 sets of tiles slid to Lin Chen's front. He looked at the tiles in his hands, his mind spinning fast on how to maximize his benefit. In contrast, the tiger-headed man looked relaxed, confident, as if the victory was already his. It seemed he often played this kind of rule in mahjong. Lin Chen carefully picked several tiles, each one useless to him. He thought the first few tiles must be for clearing useless cards, and the later ones he could use for himself. But he didn't expect it. Those useless tiles in his hands became precious ones in the tiger-headed man's hands. He took them all. In just a few minutes, only 4 tiles were left in front of the tiger-headed man, clearly ready to win. I want to raise the bet. Do you dare to follow? Lin Chen knew the tiger-headed man saw his nervousness. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. He glanced at the chips in his hand and decided not to take them out. Since the mahjong rules were suggested by the tiger-headed man, Lin Chen believed his understanding of mahjong was much deeper. By comparison, Lin Chen was clearly at a disadvantage. While he was still thinking, the tiger-headed man slapped the table. Raise or not, stop being so slow. Lin Chen looked at the chips in front of the tiger-headed man and realized he planned to bet them all at once. From his words, Lin Chen could hear his full confidence in winning. Otherwise, no one would ever throw in all their chips here because chips here were their lives. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to think of something. If I reject the tiger-headed man, will it waste my only chance to refuse? The long night stretched on, and he believed the tiger-headed man might just be the first challenge. If he encountered the same situation later, he would have no reason to refuse. Lin Chen glanced at his cards. No need to rush, let me take a look at my cards first. It didn't take long, and he was back at the mahjong table, his mind calculating the possible flaws. In just a few seconds, he secretly glanced at the tiger-headed man. There's no mention of cheating in the rules we just discussed, which means I should be able to find a way to win by taking a shortcut. With that thought, he looked up at the tiger-headed man's chips. If he could take all the chips in one go, he wouldn't have to worry about losing all his chips. In an instant, Lin Chen abandoned the thought of refusing. At that moment, the only thought in his mind was to figure out how to take all the tiger-headed man's chips. Lin Chen confidently sat back in his seat, carefully observing his cards. No matter what method he used, as long as he could win by completing his hand first, he would win. The tiger-headed man, seeing Lin Chen not responding to him for a while, felt slightly annoyed. Hurry up and make a decision, don't be so wishy-washy, it's bad luck. Chapter 8, Cheating Openly. Lin Chen occasionally glanced up at the tiger-headed man, noticing his very volatile temper. Since that was the case, a perfect plan had already formed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen calmly placed his hand on the table and slowly looked at the cards on the table. I haven't finished looking at my cards yet, you only have 4 cards left, I can't throw one for you to eat. The fewer cards, the higher the chance of winning. Although Lin Chen couldn't see the tiger-headed man's hand, he was sure the tiger-headed man had already completed his hand. The tiger-headed man, his face full of ferocity, walked to the other side, intending to find another way to complete his hand. Lin Chen saw that the tiger-headed man wasn't paying attention to him and suddenly bit his finger hard. In an instant, blood began to flow down his finger. As the blood flowed down, the tiger-headed man wrinkled his nose, as if smelling something interesting. The 12 zodiac animals were ranked according to their habits, and the tiger-headed man's habit was bloodlust. Lin Chen, seeing the tiger-headed man's expression, secretly smeared the blood on the card. About a minute later, the tiger-headed man, his face flushed red, looked at Lin Chen. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and play a card, you're such a slowpoke for a big man. Lin Chen threw the blood-stained card into the mahjong pool, his eyes constantly watching the tiger-headed man's movements. Sure enough, upon seeing the blood on the card, the tiger-headed man's eyes immediately turned red, and he pounced on the card. Coincidentally, a few people happened to be passing by the door and saw the tiger-headed man's frenzied behavior, rushing in quickly. Getting this upset over mahjong? How much did you lose? Lin Chen, with an innocent look, shook his head, pretending he knew nothing. I just played a little slower, there was no need for him to pounce on me. When the others learned that the tiger-headed man had started to act out just because Lin Chen was slow, they forcefully pinned him down to the chair. Looks like he's having an episode, bring his medicine. Now, the mahjong room was full of people, and no one was paying attention to Lin Chen. Lin Chen found the opportunity, shuffled the cards in the mahjong pool, and casually placed his cards into the pool. This way, every card he drew next would be exactly what he needed. On the other hand, the tiger-headed man was the exact opposite, as Lin Chen had already figured out the cards he didn't want by watching the cards he played. The whole round left the tiger-head man with the same suit of cards, all of which he did not want. In just a few minutes, someone came in with medicine. Quickly hold him down, why did he go crazy for no reason? Lin Chen heard their confused words and instinctively looked at the blood-stained mahjong in the pool. With his back to several people, he picked up that mahjong and wiped it a few times on a white paper. At this moment, the blood on his finger had stopped, and there would be no stains left on the mahjong. Even if these people wanted to find evidence, they surely wouldn't be able to find it on him. Soon, the redness in the tiger-head man's eyes gradually faded. The tiger-head man looked at the people beside him with a face full of confusion and gave his head a hard slap. Why did you all come back? We are playing cards, don't disturb us. Hearing the tiger head man's cluelessness, their faces showed coldness. If we hadn't seen it, you would have swallowed him alive. You can still get agitated playing mahjong. When the tiger head man learned he almost lost control, his face showed disbelief. He sat down in front of his hand and looked at the familiar suit of cards on it. Let's finish this round of cards first, since you all are here, help us witness that we gambled everything. Upon learning that the tiger head man and Lin Chen had bet everything, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Chen. In their view, Lin Chen had always been a steady person who would not agree to put all his chips on the line. Lin Chen didn't explain to them, but took the chips out from the drawer and pounded them on the table. Our chips are all here, whoever wins the hand next can take the opponent's chips. The tiger head man counted his cards and glanced at Lin Chen. It's your turn, you hesitated for so long, you're not still holding a card, are you? How could Lin Chen admit he hadn't played? After all, no one could hold on to a card for several minutes. He pointed to a card on the table, signaling the tiger head man to draw quickly. At this point, he already saw the tiger head man's hand. Winning was as easy as eating and drinking. The tiger head man slapped his hands and drew a card, throwing it into the card pool. Why is my luck getting worse? I can pull back such cards. Lin Chen watched the tiger head man draw one card after another while every one of his was the best, smiling on his face. To prevent him from finding excuses, Lin Chen greeted the others. You all need to witness us, otherwise, if someone goes back on their word later, it won't be clear. They agreed and sat in front of the two, waiting for them to win. With only 2 people at the card table, it was very easy to tell if there was cheating. It didn't take long before Lin Chen pulled up the card he won and secretly glanced at the tiger head man. Although you drew your cards earlier, I can only say, I concede. He flipped his card down and signaled to the people beside him to come to him. The tiger head man stared blankly at the card in Lin Chen's hand, his face full of disbelief, and threw his cards into the card pool. Impossible, I clearly drew earlier, why can't I get a single card? You must have cheated. Lin Chen had long expected the tiger head man to accuse him of cheating and looked to the others for help. They had witnessed the latter half with their own eyes and walked up to the tiger head man. Every card he drew was seen by us, there was no cheating. Right, if he cheated in front of us, that would be too amazing. Hearing someone testify for Lin Chen, the tiger head man thought for a long time, eventually recalling the scene before going mad. He lifted his head again, his eyes filled with intense anger. No, I can't possibly go crazy for no reason. You must have cheated. The others knew nothing about what had happened earlier, so naturally, they couldn't speak up for Lin Chen. Soon, the tiger-headed man came to Lin Chen's side, wanting to pull his finger out. Lin Chen's strength was no match for the tiger-headed man, and as he felt he was about to be discovered, there came a knock at the door. Lin Chen involuntarily glanced towards the door and quickly pulled his hand back. Someone is looking for me. You have to accept defeat if you bet, if you can't afford to lose, just pretend I said nothing. Seeing Lin Chen's fearless demeanor, the tiger-headed man felt uncertain and could only temporarily concede and leave his chips behind. Chapter 9 Bloody Face. Lin Chen dared not waste time and quickly hid the cards under the bed. The tiger-headed man watched as Lin Chen hid the items, waiting for him to open the room door. The reason for hiding the cards was that Lin Chen remembered a rule: no chips were allowed to be played here. Just now, the tiger-headed man had brought out all the chips, which meant he had already broken the rules. Lin Chen shot a glance at the tiger-headed man, who felt awkward and turned his head away. The rules in the game room pressed hard on both of them, and the tiger-headed man could only swallow the loss in silence. Lin Chen adjusted his emotions and casually opened the room door, only to see Boss Rabbit standing outside. The tiger-headed man saw Boss Rabbit standing outside and felt guilty, walking out without daring to look back. The bet had been proposed by him: if anyone broke the rules, it was certainly the tiger-headed man who led the way. Boss Rabbit turned to watch the tiger-headed man leave the corridor, then turned back again. Lin Chen thought Boss Rabbit was looking for him with a task, but to his surprise, he saw Boss Rabbit's face covered in blood. Due to the earlier bet, Lin Chen felt guilty and didn't dare to say a word, trying to appear strong and calm, fearing he would give himself away. In the game room, Boss Rabbit was the one who organized them. Seeing Lin Chen standing still, Boss Rabbit curiously walked over to his side. You two were just in the room, you weren't playing for a bet, were you? Lin Chen could never admit it, so he quickly waved his hand. The tiger-headed man came to chat with me, and we both didn't want to go to the game hall. When Boss Rabbit heard Lin Chen's excuse, he walked over to the mahjong table. Really? You both should know the rules of the game room, right? The thing he hated the most was for someone to gamble in the mahjong room. Being caught meant death. Lin Chen naturally would not let anything slip, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, we both remember the rules of the game room. How could we play for a bet in front of you? Clearly, Boss Rabbit did not trust Lin Chen's words at all and began searching the room himself. There were no signs on the mahjong table, proving they hadn't been playing on it. Lin Chen knew Boss Rabbit would eventually search right in front of his bed, so he hurriedly blocked Boss Rabbit's path. Your face, do you need me to get you some bandages? When Boss Rabbit heard Lin Chen offer to help him find bandages, he carelessly pushed Lin Chen away. I just ate some strawberries in the orchard, and my face is all covered in strawberry juice. Saying this, Boss Rabbit found a spot to sit down, showing no intention of continuing the search. When Lin Chen saw he had no further intention of looking, he sighed with relief and stood honestly in front of him. As the saying goes, when nothing's wrong, there's no need to visit the temple. Since Boss Rabbit came here, he definitely had a task to assign. Boss Rabbit pointed to his face and glanced around the room. Why is there not even a faucet in your room? Hurry up and bring me a basin of water. I want to take a shower. As soon as he finished the sentence, Lin Chen received the task. Now, the rabbit boss stayed in the mahjong room without moving, and Lin Chen didn't dare to leave this place at all. Just now, the bet with the tiger head person was under the bed, and the rabbit boss could see what was under the bed if he bent down slightly. Seeing that Lin Chen hadn't moved for a long time, the rabbit boss couldn't help but waved his hand. You only have half an hour. Lin Chen instinctively looked at the time on his watch and casually picked up the bucket next to him, walking outside. When the rabbit boss saw Lin Chen leave the mahjong room, he then sat on his bed, showing no intention of looking down. In Lin Chen's memory, there was water available in the monkey head person's room. Yesterday, while cleaning the room, he happened to get quite a bit of water in the monkey head person's room. He came to the monkey head person's room and knocked hard on the door. Is anyone inside? I'm here to get some water. In his opinion, since he helped the monkey head person clean up yesterday, it was only fair that he gave him some water now. However, he did not expect that there was not a sound in the room at all. No way? Is there no one in the room? He thought that at this time everyone should be in their rooms, but no one was inside. Since this was the case, he could only search other rooms to see if there was water in the rooms of the other zodiac signs. Lin Chen stood in the corridor and extended his hand out. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig, I'll go check the dog head person's room. Yesterday, he had won once in the dog head person's room, believing that the two of them could at least say a few words. It didn't take long for Lin Chen to arrive at the dog head person's room and knock hard on the door. Like the previous room, there was not a sound inside. Only now did Lin Chen realize the terrifying aspect of the task. Originally, he only needed to fill a bucket of water in other rooms to return, but now he needed to search other places in the game room. Lin Chen carefully recalled the red juice on the rabbit boss's mouth and gasped. That red juice, could it be strawberry juice? Without getting close enough to smell, he could only trust what the rabbit boss said. At that moment, Lin Chen sensed something was wrong, and he looked around, causing goosebumps to rise all over him. I just walked such a long way, and no one understands in the corridor. Why is there no one in the game hall either? The few people controlling the tiger head person had come from the game hall, and he felt those people were very likely to have returned to the game hall. Now, with no one in the game hall, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. At this moment, many viewers in the live broadcast room began to chat. Aren't rabbits supposed to eat grass? How can a rabbit eat and have blood? What do you know? This is called gum bleeding. The person above is really talented. I think the rabbit boss has eaten the remaining 12 zodiac signs. Lin Chen looked at the comments getting bigger and couldn't help but shiver, not wanting to continue reading. Some things become more terrifying the more you know. It's better not to know so much. Lin Chen had been in the game room for so long, he only knew where the 12 zodiac signs lived and had no idea where to get water. He followed the path in his memory to the sanitation corner and found that there was only a broom here, not even a faucet. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught something on the wall, and he discovered a map hanging on the wall. Lin Chen walked up to the wall and looked at the map above. Hot water room? When did the game room get such a place? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, stepping back 2 steps and looking again at the map before him. Wait a minute, when was this map hung up on the wall? Why have I never seen this before? Chapter 10, Boss Rabbit is angry. After thinking it over, Lin Chen decided to follow the map to take a look. Something unusual must have happened. Boss Rabbit made him go out to fetch water, and then there was this map on the wall. Without asking, Boss Rabbit wanted him to follow the map to get water. Lin Chen remembered the pattern on the map and walked down the hallway. The viewers in the live stream saw Lin Chen believe the map, and many of them tried to advise him against it. Don't follow the map. From my experience, that map is a deception. You should go the other way. Nonsense. If you go the other way, you'll end up going back. Until there were results, the viewers in the live stream continued to guess. Lin Chen could only trust himself and not others. In just 2 minutes, he reached the end of the hallway and found it was completely dark ahead. Lin Chen felt in his pockets and realized he didn't have any lighting tools on him. He clearly remembered that to reach the hot water room, he just needed to pass through the darkness to see the sign. Time was running out. If he didn't get the water, it would also mean death. Lin Chen steeled himself and walked into the darkness. He thought the dark corridor would be quite long, but to his surprise, he only walked for about half a minute inside. As he came out of the darkness, he immediately saw the sign hanging above. Hot water room? What a breeze! He thought there would be a lot more distance to cover, but the hot water room was right here. Lin Chen looked at the time and found that less than half of his time was left. In an instant, he started to hurry and fill the water, fearing he would waste time. Fortunately, the faucet in the hot water room had a huge water flow, and he filled up the entire bucket in just 2 or 3 minutes. Don't be fooled by Boss Rabbit's small size, he needed a lot of water resources. Lin Chen carried the bucket and walked back into the darkness, easily finding his way back to the room. As he just entered the room, he saw Boss Rabbit's face filled with gloom. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at his bed and found that nothing under it had moved. As long as the chips were still there, he didn't have to worry about Boss Rabbit being angry. Lin Chen placed the bucket in front of Boss Rabbit, his face filled with embarrassment. I just took a little time to find the hot water room. Now I've brought back the hot water. Let me take you to the bathroom. Boss Rabbit glanced at Lin Chen indifferently, showing no intention to respond. Lin Chen's heart raced, he didn't know where he had offended him. Since Boss Rabbit's mood could control everything in the game room, he did not want Boss Rabbit to give him a death task. Lin Chen walked up to Boss Rabbit and patted him on the shoulder. You have been working so hard for us in the game room. You should take a good rest for a while. Suddenly, he thought of a brilliant idea and pointed to the nearby bucket. Usually, you always take a shower. This time, let's take a bath, I'll help you scrub your back. To save his life, he didn't care about his own pride. When Boss Rabbit heard that Lin Chen was willing to massage him, he didn't even lift his eyelids. You go fill the water, I'll be there soon. Lin Chen agreed and returned to the door to close the game room's door. The absence of people in the hallway and the Zodiac room indicated that something might have gone wrong. He couldn't afford to offend Boss Rabbit at such a time, otherwise, he might follow in others' footsteps. In just a few minutes, hot water was all poured into the bucket. Lin Chen stirred his hand inside and nodded in satisfaction. Even he felt the water temperature was just right, believing Boss Rabbit would also find it suitable. At that moment, Boss Rabbit came from the room and stood before Lin Chen. He spread his hands wide, his eyes remaining closed. The hint was already very obvious, Lin Chen could not possibly misunderstand and quickly removed all the clothes from his body. Soon, Boss Rabbit was sitting in the wooden tub, his eyes still closed. Lin Chen carefully hung his clothes aside, and out of the corner of his eye, he accidentally saw many chips in Boss Rabbit's pocket. Seeing so many chips all at once, it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at Boss Rabbit and found that his eyes remained closed, as if he were fast asleep. Just like when he cheated in front of the Tiger Head Man, if he succeeded, he could have many more chips in his hands. On the contrary, if he failed, Boss Rabbit would definitely not let him go. Lin Chen thought for a moment, pulled back his hand, and sat behind Boss Rabbit. He did not notice that as soon as he sat down, a smile crept on the corner of Boss Rabbit's mouth. It seemed Boss Rabbit was not actually asleep, the chips in his pocket could be guiding Lin Chen to make a mistake. Lin Chen placed the brush on Boss Rabbit's back and gently started to brush. You just rest, I'll help you clean off the dirt on your body. He questioned himself, he had never done anything like this outside, who would have thought he would have to do this for Boss Rabbit in the card room. Before long, a soft snoring sound came from Boss Rabbit's mouth. Lin Chen leaned over to Boss Rabbit and gently called him twice. Boss Rabbit, can you hear my voice? Boss Rabbit had no reaction at all, his eyes still closed, his body completely still. Just from his appearance, it was clear that Boss Rabbit had fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Chen could have slacked off, but he felt he had already come this far, there was no reason to be lazy on small things. Even though Boss Rabbit had already started to snore, Lin Chen still kneaded his shoulders and groomed his fur. Unknowingly, 10 minutes had passed. Boss Rabbit suddenly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Lin Chen still behind him, smiled with satisfaction. I just took the chance while you went to fetch water to have a look at your room, it's a bit messy, find some time to tidy it up. Lin Chen listened to Boss Rabbit's task, which was insignificant, and hurriedly agreed. He understood that this task could possibly be a reward for himself, after all, he had been helping to massage all this time. Soon, Boss Rabbit put on his clothes, took all the chips out of his pocket, and carefully counted them. When Lin Chen saw this scene, cold sweat instantly flowed down. Fortunately, he hadn't taken any chips from Boss Rabbit's pocket, otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to explain himself. Before long, Boss Rabbit put the chips back in his pocket. This water will be poured into your room later, I'm leaving. In front of Lin Chen, Boss Rabbit walked outside and casually closed the door for him. Lin Chen watched Boss Rabbit close the door and wiped the sweat off his face. Every step is a landmine, thankfully, I didn't covet the little chips in his pocket. Even a slight shake in mindset could lead to taking even a tiny bit of chips, after all, Boss Rabbit's chips were too many. Chapter 11: The Use of Chips. With Boss Rabbit leaving the room, the entire space returned to tranquility. Lin Chen sat at the familiar mahjong table, glancing at the bloodstains on the tiles, still feeling a lingering fear. The tiger headman actually had the courage to bring out all the chips. They must be incredibly significant. He peeked under the bed and found the chips he had hidden were still there. To be safe, Lin Chen went to the door and stuck his head out to take a look. The corridor was completely silent, not even the slightest sound of footsteps. Lin Chen quickly locked the door and pulled out all the chips hidden under the bed. He originally planned to carefully calculate how many chips the tiger headman had given him, but to his surprise, all the chips in the bag had changed form. Lin Chen looked confused and picked up one of the chips, examining it closely for a moment. Nails? I clearly won chips from him. How did they turn into nails? The two of them had originally placed their chips on the table at the same time. The tiger headman's intelligence should not be enough for him to switch the chips. Suddenly, a cold sweat trickled down Lin Chen's back, and his body involuntarily started to tremble. The only person who could have changed the chips was the rabbit boss, who was resting in his room. Thinking it over, Lin Chen felt it was unlikely that the rabbit boss had switched the chips. According to the rules, the rabbit boss hated it when others used chips in the gaming room. He couldn't be that calm. Now, with all the chips turned into nails, there was simply no way to explain this situation. After thinking deeply, Lin Chen poured all the nails out onto the table. No matter what, these are all wins I've earned. I must store them properly and can't let anyone find out. Each nail had a sharp tip, which could easily pierce a bag and expose the nails inside. Lin Chen found a suitable box, dumped all the nails inside, and placed it on the shoe rack by the door. His thinking was different from that of others. He always believed that the most dangerous place was the safest. Just as he placed the shoebox down, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the front door, noticing a piece of paper pressed under it. With a face full of surprise, Lin Chen picked up the paper and found a few big characters written on it. Rule created. There is a phone booth at the end of the corridor. You can try dialing the phone and let the chip collector come to take your chips. Take the chips? Who would dare to take chips right under the rabbit boss's nose? After spending so much time in the gaming room, he had long considered the rabbit boss to be all-powerful. Suddenly, Lin Chen searched his memory but could not find that phone booth at the end of the corridor. He had never walked to the other end of the gaming room. Just now, he had gone to get water and hadn't seen any other phone booth. Lin Chen returned to the mahjong table with the white paper in hand, sitting carefully and examining the writing again. The person who takes the chips, could this be a scheme by the rabbit boss? Now, the corridor was eerily quiet. Lin Chen thought there was no one in the zodiac room and felt uneasy that something might have happened to them. To prevent any missed information, Lin Chen read the white paper several times and finally discovered a small line of text in the upper left corner. The chip collector will provide props of equal value. Be careful not to let anyone find out. If he hadn't kept a cautious eye out, this line of small text would have completely escaped his vision. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen set the white paper aside and casually opened the room door. It can't be a trap set by the rabbit boss, right? The unknown is often the most terrifying, and his heart could never settle down. Soon, he closed the room door and returned to the bathroom to clean up the rabbit boss's bath water. Though the rabbit boss's previous words seemed casual, no one knew how credible they were. What if those offhand comments turned into tasks? If Lin Chen failed to complete the rabbit boss's task on time? With thoughts racing in his mind, his hands began to move faster unconsciously. In just half an hour, he not only finished cleaning the bathroom but also tidied up the room. After he completed everything, he rubbed his hands together. No matter what, with new rules in place, even if it's fake, I must go take a look. Lin Chen glanced at the time on his watch. It was already midnight. Usually at this time, he would be lying in bed snoring, never experiencing the late-night atmosphere of the game room. Lin Chen stood at the door, battling with his thoughts, and stepped into the corridor. The room contained all the chips of the tiger headman, so he could not leave his door wide open. For others, it was a small matter, but if Boss Rabbit saw him, his life could be at stake. He closed the door behind him, took a deep breath, and walked into the hallway. After just a few steps, he faintly heard the sounds of an argument coming from the corridor. Lin Chen intended to listen from a distance to what they were arguing about, but the speech was unclear. There was only one narrow corridor in the game room, and he had no chance to take a detour, so he could only brace himself and move forward. In just a few minutes, two dark figures appeared in the corridor. Due to the dim lighting, Lin Chen could only faintly see that one of them was more robust in build. In any case, there were only representatives of the 12 zodiac signs in the game room, so he steeled himself and approached the two men. He saw the goat head man and the tiger head man arguing in the corridor, with neither willing to back down. Lin Chen stood at a distance, watching the tiger head man's furious expression. He still remembered how the tiger head man had gone crazy during the day and dared not come close. If the tiger head man suddenly went wild, Lin Chen and the goat head man would not stand a chance. At that moment, the argument suddenly stopped. The goat-head man walked toward Lin Chen's direction, making Lin Chen feel a slight danger. He waved his hands repeatedly and kept moving toward his room. You guys continue your chat, I saw nothing, and I didn't hear what you were saying. Thinking that by showing the right attitude, the goat-head man and the tiger-head man would not follow him. But to his surprise, the goat-head man clung to him like a leech, closely following Lin Chen. No matter where he hid, the goat-head man could always find him. Lin Chen was truly out of options. He walked out from a nearby room to accept his fate. The goat-head man stepped in front of Lin Chen and spread his hands. I want something to eat. Do you have anything to eat on you? Lin Chen, hearing that he needed some food, instinctively checked his pockets and found nothing. He came off this time to find a phone booth. How could he bring food with him? Moreover, the goat-head man should be a vegetarian, so he had no specific food to offer. He could only politely refuse the goat-head man's request. Chapter 12, Trouble Directed Elsewhere. The goat-head man didn't care whether Lin Chen had anything on him and continued to follow him closely. Lin Chen could only lead him to the kitchen, unable to shake him off. In the kitchen, he searched around and finally found a bag of noodles in the cabinet. Noodles, how about these? The goat-head man nodded in agreement and quietly stood next to him. Lin Chen watched as the goat-head man kept following him, sensing something unusual. By normal procedure, he should head to the phone booth at the end of the corridor. And the goat-head man's strange behavior just now was clearly obstructing him from reaching the end of the corridor. It seemed like this was a test. Lin Chen did not draw the goat-head man's attention. He put a pot of water on the stove. The goat-head man remained beside him, not leaving an inch. At that moment, the tiger-head man walked in through the door, looking at the noodles in the pot. Lin Chen had no solution at first, but seeing the tiger-head man come in, he immediately came up with a plan. Letting the iron pot sit on the stove, Lin Chen approached the tiger-head man. You lost so many chips to me during the day, I'm sure you want to find an opportunity to win them back. The tiger-headed man felt uncomfortable when he heard Lin Chen mention the mahjong game from the day. If it weren't for Boss Rabbit coming to the mahjong room, he believed he could find evidence from Lin Chen. Now, a whole day had passed, and the evidence should have been destroyed long ago. Lin Chen saw the anxious expression on the tiger-headed man's face and approached him. If you help me with one thing, I can return some chips or play a game with you. Anyway, the tiger-headed man was the type who was brave but not clever, so getting chips from him was very easy. Sure enough, when the tiger-headed man heard Lin Chen was willing to play another game, his expression immediately changed. Lin Chen pointed at the noodles on the table and then at the sheep-headed man. He wants to eat noodles, so once the water boils, you should put the noodles in. It shouldn't be hard, right? To have a chance for a comeback, the tiger-headed man could only agree. Lin Chen wasn't sure if the sheep-headed man would follow him, so he planned to take the initiative and approached him. The tiger-headed man has lost to me before, now I want him to help cook noodles, so don't follow me. The sheep-headed man seemed to not hear anything and followed Lin Chen closely. Lin Chen took the sheep-headed man to the tiger-headed man and pointed at the boiling water in the pot. When the water boils, just put in the noodles. You stay here obediently while I go to the bathroom. He used to not dare speak to the 12 zodiac animals like this, but now, in a hurry to go to the phone booth, he had no choice. The tiger-headed man had no choice but to stand quietly in front of the pot. Lin Chen stepped back out of the kitchen and took a secret glance, discovering the sheep-headed man had not followed him. Now, the hallway was empty with no one else around. According to the path and the rules, Lin Chen walked toward the end of the corridor. At this moment, the tiger-headed man saw Lin Chen leave and signaled the sheep-headed man to leave the kitchen. He didn't want anyone watching him cook, so naturally, he didn't want the sheep-headed man standing by. In just 10 minutes, the sheep-headed man smelled a faint fragrance at the door. However, this fragrance was very unnatural, and he forcefully opened the kitchen door and stepped inside. At this time, there were no noodles in the pot, and there was blood everywhere on the cutting board. The sheep-headed man walked in front of the pot and saw mutton inside. Instantly, he got angry, and the two men began to argue in the kitchen. The tiger-headed man's temper was bad, so how could he tolerate the sheep-headed man getting angry with him? He immediately started to fight back. Lin Chen, however, heard nothing of the commotion in the kitchen. He had walked to the end of the corridor and saw the phone booth in the middle. Lin Chen looked around both sides of the corridor and saw no one else, then he walked boldly into the phone booth. When he stood in front of the phone, he suddenly remembered that the white paper didn't have that person's number on it. I've looked over that white paper carefully, and there's no number on it, indicating that no number was left on it. Since there was no number on the white paper, he believed that the only place where the number might exist was inside the phone booth. It was unreasonable for the game room to have a phone booth, so he didn't care if there was a number inside. Lin Chen began to look around, wanting to see if there were any white pieces of paper or similar things inside the phone booth. It didn't take long, he had turned the whole phone booth upside down but found no trace of any white paper. Without a number, how can I contact the person collecting the chips? Could it be that I overlooked some information? Lin Chen murmured to himself, and his eyes accidentally caught a flash on the phone buttons, causing his body to freeze immediately. He leaned closer to the phone and repeated it several times. Redial? Has anyone ever used this phone booth to contact the chip collector before? Lin Chen's hands had no clue at all, so naturally he didn't know whether he should press the redial button. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the direction of the kitchen. Lin Chen glanced towards the kitchen and saw that many rooms in the 12 animals were lit up. There was a rule that no one could discover that he was trading chips. He didn't dare to hesitate in the phone booth and quickly stepped out. He had originally planned to check out the kitchen, but he felt a sense of regret. After much effort, he had managed to scare off the goat-head man, and now leaving the phone booth felt like a waste. Lin Chen steeled himself, feeling that without chips in his pocket, it was fine if they discovered he was making a call. With this thought, Lin Chen pushed open the phone booth door and walked back inside. This time, without any hesitation, he pressed the redial button above. He thought he could smoothly reach the chip collector's phone, but as soon as he dialed, an eerie feeling washed over him. Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver, turned his head to look, and hurriedly hung up the phone. When things seem strange, something is off, he believed that shiver was a warning. If he didn't leave the phone booth quickly, something would likely go wrong. Just as he stepped out of the booth, many doors in the 12 animals swung open. The noise from the kitchen had disturbed their rest, and many people planned to head over to see what was happening. Lin Chen was heading in the opposite direction from the kitchen. He knew that if he didn't make too much noise, no one should notice him. He quietly took off his shoes and tiptoed into the bathroom. Fortunately, everyone in the 12 animals was focused on the kitchen, and even the dog-head man didn't notice that there was someone else behind. Lin Chen found a spot, closed the door, and slowly sat down on the toilet. The tiger-head man isn't going crazy again, is he? I just knew he couldn't be trusted. Up until now, he hadn't realized that the tiger-head man had cooked a pot of lamb soup for the goat-head man. Chapter 13 Time Limit. Unknowingly, he had spent an entire hour in the bathroom. There was continuous noise outside the bathroom, and Lin Chen didn't dare to leave, so he lay there. Fortunately, the hygiene of the game room was maintained daily. The bathroom was nearly indistinguishable from outside. Lin Chen had his back to the door and dozed off. When he opened his eyes again, sunlight was streaming through the bathroom window. Lin Chen stood up in shock, pushing the bathroom door to step outside. Did I stay in the bathroom all night? His plan was to wait for the conflict between the tiger-head man and the goat-head man to resolve, and then look for an opportunity to return to the phone booth. Who would have thought he would fall asleep in the bathroom, missing the best timing? Lin Chen's face was filled with frustration as he slapped himself hard. How could I fall asleep at such a crucial time? Even though Lin Chen deeply regretted it, what happened had happened, and he had to accept reality. Since it was already the next day, Lin Chen approached the kitchen door and peeked inside. At that moment, the kitchen was neat and tidy, as if no one had been there. It seemed the rabbit boss had arranged for someone to clean the corridor and kitchen yesterday, clearing all the clues. Lin Chen carefully looked at the doors of the 12 animals and noticed that each one was locked. No need to ask, they must be resting inside. He didn't run into the rabbit boss, he must have returned to his room to rest for a while. In his memory, everyone had tasks, he could only plan for the long term and set aside the phone booth issue for now. It didn't take long before he returned to his room. As soon as he closed his room door, a piece of white paper fluttered down from the door. It just happened to land at his feet. Lin Chen looked around the room but found no one inside, so he casually picked up the white paper from the ground. Rules created. Today, you must make a phone call in exchange for corresponding props, without being discovered by anyone. You cannot lose the chips you currently hold, nor can you refuse others' invitations. Lin Chen looked at the rules on the white paper, his face full of bitterness. Every rule has an explanation afterward to prevent someone from exploiting loopholes. Lin Chen stuffed the white paper into the shoebox and opened the room door to look outside. He had just returned from the bathroom and had not seen anyone, indicating they had partied late into the night. If he used this time to make a call, it should count as him taking advantage of the situation. Lin Chen fortified his courage and walked out of the room, heading towards the phone booth. Although the lighting at night was poor, there were people in the corridor watching him closely. Since that was the case, daytime could also be a time for him to make the call. In just 10 minutes, Lin Chen arrived at the phone booth, looking back at the Zodiac room. If the Zodiac room had its lights on at night, it meant someone inside was awake. However, during the day, there was no way to tell, as lights were not needed in daylight. Lin Chen reached out his hand, planning to step inside to make the call to collect his chips. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. What are you doing here? We didn't see you come back all night yesterday. Lin Chen recognized the voice belonged to the tiger-headed man and discreetly withdrew his hand. At the same time, he began to pray in his heart, hoping the tiger-headed man wouldn't question him about his purpose here. He turned back and saw the tiger-headed man and the dog-headed man walking towards him. The dog-headed man looked curiously at the phone booth behind him. Were you in there yesterday? You missed out on a good show. The tiger-headed man, hearing the dog-headed man talking about his cooking, showed indifference and didn't take it seriously. Lin Chen hoped they wouldn't focus on the phone booth and stepped in front of them. What happened in the kitchen yesterday? Can you tell me? If cooking noodles could cause an argument, he really couldn't imagine what had happened between the two. The dog-headed man, with a gossiping expression, approached Lin Chen, unaware of what had happened yesterday. You don't know? He made a huge pot of lamb soup for the sheep-headed man, and the two went crazy. Lin Chen originally thought the noodles cooked by the tiger-headed man were not tasty, causing the sheep-headed man's displeasure. No one expected the tiger-headed man to have the audacity to cook lamb for the sheep-headed man. The tiger-headed man, noticing the gazes of the two on him, raised his hands with an innocent expression. The plain noodles you spoke of are too terrible, the lamb soup is incredibly delicious, isn't it better than noodles? Even now, the tiger-headed man still did not realize his mistake. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at the sheep-headed man's room and found he had not come out, feeling relieved. If the sheep-headed man had heard the tiger-headed man's nonsense, they might have fought again. Lin Chen observed that the two had no intention of moving aside and quietly looked back at the phone booth. He couldn't allow them to know about his phone call, so he nodded towards the front. Why don't you come to my room and sit for a while, since you have nothing to do? From their idleness, it was clear that Boss Rabbit had not arranged anything for the two of them. The tiger-headed man, seeing Lin Chen intended to take them back to his room, immediately agreed. In just a few minutes, the three returned to the room. The dog-headed man rubbed his hands excitedly. His eyes were fixed on Lin Chen's limbs. Shall we play yesterday's betting game? The reason for choosing this game was simply because the snake-head man's room needed a new light bulb. Now, since Boss Rabbit didn't assign a task, there was naturally no need for him to get involved. Just as Lin Chen was about to shake his head, he thought of the reminder in the rules that he could not refuse any invitation. Now that the dog-head man had taken the initiative to speak, he could not refuse the betting game. But Lin Chen could change the stakes, after all, he had plenty of chips and no reason to wager his own life. He placed the chips on the bed, a smile appearing on his face. I'm not playing a life or death game anymore, if you want to play, I can join you in something else. In the game room, all words needed to be simple, so they could not find any loopholes. The tiger-head man looked at the chips on Lin Chen's bed and walked up to him. You can't back out of the chips you promised to give me yesterday. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at the tiger-head man asking for chips. If he could honestly cook a bowl of plain noodles, Lin Chen would naturally willing give the chips to the tiger-head man. But who knew he had cooked a huge pot of mutton soup, which had become a stumbling block for his phone call. Seeing Lin Chen unwilling to give him chips, the tiger-head man's eyes gradually turned red, clearly on the edge of going crazy. To ensure his own safety, he could only hand over part of the chips to the tiger-head man. Chapter 14: Changing the Stakes. The tiger-head man took the chips from Lin Chen, and his expression improved slightly. Are we playing or not? This time I want to win all your chips. With the chips, the tiger-head man immediately started to act arrogantly. Lin Chen recalled how the chips turned into nails yesterday, and a knot remained in his heart. Boss Rabbit had been in the room for so long, and no one knew if he saw those chips. To ensure safety, Lin Chen pretended to think and pondered for a moment. Always playing with chips is too boring, shall we play something new? Are you daring enough? The dog-head man couldn't wait for Lin Chen to play other bets and immediately agreed. In contrast, the tiger-head man hesitated. It was hard to regain his chips, and all he could think about was winning them back. At that moment, the dog-head man walked up to the tiger-head man and whispered a few words to him. Instantly, the tiger-head man's expression changed a little. He walked up to Lin Chen and sneered. I have a bet, but I fear you may not dare to play. He felt that if he could sacrifice his own limbs, he was already quite bold, how could he not dare to play? Lin Chen took a step forward and patted his chest. As long as you dare to say it, I dare to play. The tiger-head man glanced back at the room where the goat-head man was and returned to Lin Chen. If you lose, you have to saw off the goat-head man's horn, do you dare to take this bet? Everyone in the game room knew that the goat-head man and tiger-head man had quarreled yesterday, so it was not surprising for the tiger-head man to use the goat-head man as a bet. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and didn't answer immediately, he looked at the dog-head man. What's your bet? The dog-head man licked his lips, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen's legs. Lin Chen understood what the dog-head man wanted from his gaze and quickly reached his hand out. Then our bet will be the same as that day, I accept the bet you just proposed, tiger-head man. When they heard that Lin Chen was willing to accept their bet, smiles of triumph appeared on their faces. No one could guarantee they would win in gambling, the tiger-head man and dog-head man were no exception. Lin Chen thought for a few minutes and sat down at the mahjong table. My bet is that you help me block others' invitations, I want to rest well for a day. The rule said one cannot refuse others, but it didn't say one cannot let others fight in their place. If the dog-headed man and the tiger-headed man are willing to take his place, the other 12 Zodiac members won't come to ask. Originally, they thought Lin Chen's bet was equally fierce, but who knew he only had such a small condition and immediately agreed. Looking at their expressions, they feared Lin Chen might have a change of heart. He glanced at the tiger-headed man and the dog-headed man, pointing at the other 2 spots at the mahjong table. There are only 3 of us, so we'll play 3-player mahjong, just right for our number. 2 sets of tiles for mahjong are only suitable for 2 players, obviously not fitting for their current number. Hearing Lin Chen wanted to play mahjong, the dog-headed man wore a troubled expression. Mahjong? I hate playing mahjong the most, let's find another way to decide the winner. Lin Chen didn't respond to the dog-headed man but chose to focus on the tiger-headed man. Their conditions must be the same. Lin Chen didn't want to play separate games with them. Luck comes only once, and no one can say their luck will shine all the way. The tiger-headed man thought mahjong was the most suitable condition and went to discuss with the dog-headed man. Lin Chen secretly took a step back, sat on the bed, and put all the remaining chips into his pocket. Although he wouldn't need to take the chips out later, Lin Chen never forgot that he needed to make a phone call. If an opportunity arose, he could sneak off to the phone booth while the others weren't paying attention. In just 5 minutes, the dog-headed man persuaded the tiger-headed man to approach Lin Chen. We just discussed, considering you might have cheated last time playing mahjong, we will play a game where cheating is impossible. Lin Chen certainly couldn't admit to cheating. He looked at the 2 of them with a confused face, waiting for them to explain the game. The dog-headed man fished around in his pocket and took out a coin, placing it on the table. We'll use the simplest method, flipping a coin. Are you daring enough to play? Lin Chen stared at the coin on the table, his mind racing to think of how to cheat. The coin was provided by the dog-headed man, and it was impossible to add conditions to it. The tiger-headed man knew Lin Chen was good at cheating and urged him from the side. Hurry, do you want to play or not? Give us a straight answer, don't try anything sneaky, or we'll assume you're cheating. Lin Chen looked at the expressions of both men and understood he couldn't show too much indication. He agreed. The dog-headed man tossed the coin high, slapping it hard on the table. We'll guess the heads or tails of the coin. Which side is facing us? Lin Chen carefully watched the dog-headed man's hand, having no way to see the face from the gaps between his fingers. The tiger-headed man was particularly attentive to Lin Chen and urged him again. Don't look too much, it's all luck, a 50-50 chance, hurry up and say. Lin Chen knew he could not escape, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. The flower pattern is up. The dog-headed man lifted his hand, showing the coin's portrait side facing them. The tiger-headed man came to Lin Chen with a big smile, rubbing his elbow, as if he wanted to hit him. Lin Chen hurriedly took a few steps back and pointed at the coin on the table. We didn't clarify earlier. Playing this coin definitely can't be a one-win game, at least 10 rounds with 6 wins. The tiger-headed man listened to Lin Chen explain the rules and turned to look at the dog-headed man. The dog-headed man wanted to play a bit longer and took the coin again, placing it in front of Lin Chen, as if wanting him to see the face clearly. Lin Chen leaned closer to the dog-headed man, concentrating his eyes on the face of the coin. In just a few seconds, the coin was slapped down on the table again. Lin Chen carefully recalled the direction the coin fell, taking a deep breath. I guess the flower suit is up, this time it must be right. The dog-headed man heard Lin Chen say the flower suit was up again, and he lifted his hand hard, revealing a coin with a human head up. After losing 2 rounds in a row, sweat was dripping from his forehead, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. If he continued to play like this, Lin Chen felt that he would definitely lose today. Lin Chen glanced at them, pondered for a moment, and immediately thought of a method. This game is purely luck, it doesn't involve any skill, I suggest we change to a different game. They needed Lin Chen to lose convincingly and all agreed, waiting for him to say his game. Chapter 15, 1 win, 1 loss. Lin Chen took a coin from his pocket and placed it in front of the 2. If we are going to play, let's play something with some skill. That coin toss game was completely random and had no fun at all. The dog-headed man loved to play, nodded with his chin at the coin in Lin Chen's hand. Then introduce us to the game rules. If we think it's fun, we'll play with you. In front of both of them, Lin Chen stood the coin upright on the mahjong table and glanced at them. As long as the coin is tossed and falls upright, then we score a point. First to 5 points wins. The dog-headed man and the tiger-headed man listened curiously as Lin Chen explained the new game rules and tried tossing the coin. After several tosses, the coin couldn't stand up properly, making the game somewhat entertaining. After discussing, since Lin Chen lost 2 rounds to them earlier, they counted it as 1 point for each of them. Lin Chen did not object, walked to one side of the mahjong table, and tossed the coin into the air. Given that Lin Chen had a history of cheating at the mahjong table, the tiger-headed man kept a close eye on him, waiting for him to make a mistake. On the other hand, the dog-headed man started tossing the coin wildly, one after another. Lin Chen dared not cheat openly and could only discreetly place a magnet beside the coin. He had secretly placed magnets under the mahjong table, so his coin had just enough magnetism to stand on the table. In a short 2 minutes, Lin Chen's coin had stood upright 5 times. The dog-headed man watched Lin Chen masterfully handling the coin, his face filled with anger. Unfortunately, he had no way to respond and walked sadly to the side. I lost. If someone wants to challenge you later, I will help you. Lin Chen heard the dog-headed man admit defeat and glanced at the tiger-headed man. Are you willing to accept your loss? When the tiger-headed man felt Lin Chen's gaze on him, his face showed defiance. I didn't toss the coin just now, I demand a rematch, using the same coin. After his careful observation, he noticed some metal shavings under Lin Chen's coin. Though the tiger-headed man didn't know what those things were for, he believed they were the key to victory. Lin Chen's trick had been seen through by the tiger-headed man, naturally falling short against him. In just 5 minutes, Lin Chen lost to the tiger-headed man. When the tiger-headed man looked at his victorious self, he excitedly approached the dog-headed man. The match between the dog-headed man and Lin Chen had ended, he had no objection to make now. Lin Chen walked up to the tiger-headed man, with a serious expression on his face. I lost to you, I agree to your bet, and I will find a chance to pay you. Fortunately, the tiger-headed man didn't claim Lin Chen's leg, or else he would be in a wheelchair in the future. The tiger-headed man looked at Lin Chen's generosity, felt he could be friends with him, and laughed as he patted his shoulder. I, along with the goblin, am here to help you refuse others. You can rest easy in your room, and no one will come in to disturb your peace. Lin Chen initially thought that only the goblin would be willing to stay here. He did not expect them to do a buy-one-get-one free deal, giving him hope to complete his task. Lin Chen glanced at the two of them and pondered for a moment. Have you seen Rabbit Boss? I need to find him for something. The goblin, already uncomfortable from losing the match, immediately became alert upon hearing Lin Chen inquire about Rabbit Boss's whereabouts. Rabbit Boss? That's not information you should be asking about. Having finally gotten the chance to inquire about Rabbit Boss, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. Where does Rabbit Boss usually like to hang out? You should know, right? Upon hearing Lin Chen continuously ask about Rabbit Boss's whereabouts, the goblin stepped up to Lin Chen and punched him hard in the stomach. Lin Chen felt a storm raging in his belly, and blood spurted from his mouth, pain etched all over his face. Rabbit Boss is not someone you can inquire about, this is just a warning to you. After that punch, he was completely awake and quickly defended himself. I was just resting in the mahjong room during the day, I was worried that no one would send Rabbit Boss to me. Originally, the goblin and the tiger-headed man looked warily at Lin Chen, thinking he had ulterior motives. After Lin Chen's reasonable explanation, the goblin finally calmed down. You don't need to worry, if Rabbit Boss needs anything from you, we will call you. Right, I'm still waiting for you to saw off the sheep-headed man's horns. Lin Chen secretly glanced at their faces, let out a sigh of relief, and lay down on the floor. Even though the goblin's body was not very strong, this punch nearly cost him his life. Lin Chen had already made his plan to inquire about Rabbit Boss's location and then leave the room under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. Now that he had been targeted by them, he definitely could not leave the room. Lin Chen waved goodbye to the two and, dragging his aching body, returned to the bed, curling up. If the goblin had such strength, Lin Chen couldn't even imagine how powerful the tiger-headed man might be. About 10 minutes passed, and Lin Chen turned to a different position, holding his belly. He quickly noticed the goblin and the tiger-headed man sitting at his mahjong table. The two had started playing mahjong. Since they found something to do, that was his best chance. Lin Chen stood up from the bed and walked over to the two. Could you please help me refuse all invitations? I need to go to the restroom. The goblin and the tiger-headed man casually waved their hands, allowing Lin Chen to leave the room. Lin Chen narrowly escaped a disaster and cautiously made his way to the hallway. Now it was nap time, and the area of the 12 zodiac rooms was quiet. Lin Chen checked each room door to make sure the people inside were resting, then stealthily approached the familiar phone booth. At this point, the only person who could possibly discover him making a call was Rabbit Boss. The 12 zodiac had not mentioned anything about Rabbit Boss, no one knew exactly where he was. The saying goes that one must take risks for wealth. Lin Chen could not wait for nightfall. As soon as midnight passed, it would exceed the task's time frame. Lin Chen arrived at the phone booth, took the chips out of his pocket, and took a deep breath. No matter what, if I die, I die. He pulled open the phone booth door, stood in front of the phone, and pressed the redial button. Last night had not been entirely fruitless, he had learned that redialing could connect him to the chip collector. Lin Chen originally thought there would definitely be someone on the other end to communicate. Who knows that terrifying sounds gradually came from the phone. When he heard the hair-raising voice from the phone, he instinctively shut his mouth, afraid to respond. Chapter 16, Chips for Props. The horrifying voice continued, and Lin Chen understood that this voice might be a clue. With no other choice, he listened carefully to the sounds coming from the phone, his brow slightly furrowing. For some reason, he felt that the voice inside was becoming more and more familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. To ensure his safety, he didn't say a word from start to finish, afraid that the person on the other end could recognize his voice. The person on the other side didn't hear him for a long time and finally spoke in a fake voice. "Do you have any chips in your hand?" "I am someone who specifically collects chips." Lin Chen felt that the person on the other side was trying to lure him into speaking, so he pressed a button on the phone as his answer. Once the person on the other side learned that Lin Chen had a lot of chips, they asked again. "How many chips do you have? If your chips are too few, I don't want them." At this point, the person on the other end actually sneered. Lin Chen looked at the goosebumps standing up on his arm and swallowed hard. Without having a certain level of resilience, he dared not do such things. Now, he not only had to be careful about whether the person on the other end was trying to trick him. At the same time, he also had to be wary of the 12 zodiac signs and the rabbit boss inexplicably appearing outside the phone booth. If he violated any rule, he would die here. Lin Chen pressed a few numbers on the phone, indicating that he had about this many chips. To cover his tracks, he didn't press the specific amount of chips he had. He felt that the voice on the other side was very familiar, as if he had heard that person's voice somewhere before. Because the other party used a fake voice, he couldn't quickly make a judgment. What if the person on the other end was the rabbit boss, and the whole thing was a trap? Then he would be walking into his own snare. Time was tight. Lin Chen had a limited time to make the call. He quickly pressed a few numbers on the phone, hoping the other party would respond to him quickly. The person on the other side understood that it was inconvenient for Lin Chen to call, and listed the props he could exchange. "With your chips, you can only exchange for those items I just mentioned, just press the numbers on the phone." Lin Chen liked dealing with smart people like this. He repeatedly recalled the props mentioned by the person on the other side. He definitely wouldn't choose worthless props, and those delicious dishes would have to be put off for now. His most important concern was his own life. In just 1 minute, he pressed a few numbers on the phone, selecting the props he desired. "You have chosen the best value outdoor assistance and a bottle of emotional stabilizer. Please place your chips on the phone." Lin Chen followed his instructions and placed the chips from his pocket on top. As soon as the chips fell into the entrance on the phone, he noticed 2 items appearing inside the phone booth. Reward items, 1 outdoor assistance. Reward items, 1 bottle of emotional stabilizer. Lin Chen quickly tucked these 2 items into his clothes, afraid someone would know he was trading chips with others. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, a sigh came from the phone. When he heard that sigh, he immediately understood that the person on the other end had something to say. He held the phone to his ear, listening carefully to the voice on the other side. "The chips you just gave me are too few. The things I gave you include real assistance and also things that could kill you. You judge for yourself." After the words fell, a strange laugh came from the phone again. Lin Chen heard the strange laughter and hurriedly hung up the phone, his body involuntarily trembling. He wondered to himself that he had never heard such a terrifying laugh outside before, not understanding if there were any fake rescue props on him. The phone booth was definitely not the best place to distinguish things, so he sneakily returned to the corridor. This time, he had already given his chips to someone else, walking boldly in the corridor without worrying about being seen. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen returned to the room. When the dog headman saw Lin Chen come in through the door, his face was full of disbelief. "Did you take too long in the bathroom this time? Just now, the snakehead man wanted to play with you, but we sent him away." Upon learning that the other invitations were stopped, Lin Chen immediately relaxed. When Rabbit Boss initially assigned him tasks, he knew that the 12 Zodiac would definitely come to play with him. But Rabbit Boss didn't expect that he would use his clever brain to find loopholes in the rules, making the Tiger Headman and Dog Headman his substitutes. Just as Lin Chen was feeling lucky, the Tiger Headman came up to him. "We can help you block the others, but we cannot help you block Rabbit Boss." As the boss of the card room, they didn't have the power to intercept the boss. Hearing what they said, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable ominous premonition surge in his heart. Bang! The room door was kicked open, and a familiar shadow walked in through the door. The 3 of them turned to the door at the same time and saw Rabbit Boss storming in. The Dog Headman and Tiger Headman dared not stop Rabbit Boss and casually found an excuse to leave the room. Lin Chen had just exchanged for some props, with both items on him, feeling inexplicably guilty as he stood in front of Rabbit Boss. He saw Rabbit Boss sizing him up, with a fierce expression on his face. "You've spent almost the entire morning. Where have you been? Why does no one know where you are?" From his words, it was clear that he must have come to his own room. Recalling what Tiger Headman had just said about Rabbit Boss, he believed that Rabbit Boss must have criticized the 2 of them. Rabbit Boss stared at Lin Chen for a long time without speaking, and his expression grew darker. It looked like he was about to explode. Lin Chen was anxious and quickly made up a lie. "I went to help you research new tea this morning. I'm making you a pot right now, you can try it." Upon hearing Lin Chen pick new tea for him, Rabbit Boss sat down beside the mahjong table. As long as the two could communicate normally, nothing would happen to them. Now, Rabbit Boss was no longer communicating and was obviously on the edge of exploding. Lin Chen returned to the room, found the kettle and cup, and took out the emotional stability potion he had just received. I just got this thing, and now I have to use it. I hope this potion isn't a fake item, otherwise, I won't escape this time. With the sound of boiling water, Lin Chen poured half of the emotional stability potion into the cup. When he poured the hot water into the cup, the emotional stability potion dissolved immediately into the water, and no one could tell that anything had been added. Rabbit Boss watched as Lin Chen brought a cup of tea to him, sniffed it, and his expression brightened a bit before he gulped down the water in the cup. Chapter 17, Elevator Rules. Lin Chen stood beside Rabbit Boss, his face full of caution, not daring to breathe. Rabbit Boss smacked his lips a couple of times and placed the teacup on the table. The new tea you picked is good, with a lingering aftertaste. When Lin Chen heard Rabbit Boss's tone was calm, he understood that he had lost his temper. However, he still cautiously placed the cup aside and sat across from him. If you like, I can get you some to take away. The Rabbit Boss shook his head repeatedly and stood up. It's good that you have such a heart, I don't need you to give me anything. Lin Chen had just taken a big gamble, he knew the Rabbit Boss wouldn't want him to take out new tea. The Rabbit Boss walked up to him and carefully sized him up. You weren't in the room in the morning, I won't hold you responsible, but I have something to assign to you later, and you can't mess it up. Now that the phone call was over and the chips had been exchanged for props, he had no reason to leave the room. Lin Chen patted his chest hard, his face full of determination. I will definitely help you do a good job, I won't leave the room for a step. The Rabbit Boss only needed Lin Chen's attitude, placing an electronic card on the table and pushing it in front of Lin Chen. Later, when guests come to our game room, make sure to receive them well, they shouldn't feel neglected. Originally, he thought there were only the 12 zodiac signs and himself in the game room and never expected others would come. Now, since the Rabbit Boss arranged for him to receive outsiders, he naturally agreed wholeheartedly. The Rabbit Boss looked at Lin Chen agreeing to his request and gestured for him to take the electronic card from the table. Lin Chen picked up the electronic card with both hands and glanced at the words on it. Elevator card? The Rabbit Boss had originally planned to introduce the purpose of the electronic card, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to see the words on it already. Since it was like this, the Rabbit Boss followed his lead and explained. The elevator needs an elevator card to start, pay attention to the rules of the elevator operation, and don't break my elevator. Lin Chen saw that the Rabbit Boss seemed to be leaving and nodded repeatedly, personally escorting him to the door. As the Rabbit Boss left, the dog-headed man and the tiger-headed man cautiously walked out from the room, returning to their own room. When Lin Chen saw the two of them come back, he looked at them in surprise. Why are you back again? Our bet is over. The dog-headed man breathed a sigh of relief upon learning their bet was over and left the room. In contrast, the tiger-headed man came before Lin Chen, extending his hand. Your bet has nothing to do with me, where's the ram-headed man's horn? Lin Chen looked at the tiger-headed man now wanting the ram-headed man's horn with a face full of speechlessness. The Rabbit Boss just left my room, I'll find a chance to give you the ram-headed man's horn later. The tiger-headed man understood that the Rabbit Boss had assigned a task to Lin Chen, he couldn't be the one to obstruct the task, so he could only leave silently. As the two of them left, Lin Chen hurriedly closed the room door. If someone from the outside really comes in, does that mean I can take the elevator to leave the game room? Lin Chen was very curious about the outside world, not knowing whether it would change. But the Rabbit Boss had specifically reminded him of the rules inside the elevator, and Lin Chen needed to be prepared first. He took the elevator card and prepared to check the rules inside the elevator. However, just as he picked up the elevator card, he accidentally caught sight of the back of the card, discovering it was filled with dense writing. Lin Chen hurriedly brought the back of the elevator card in front of him and found a lot of usage rules written on it. Elevator usage rules. 1. You cannot press the first floor, and you cannot press two different floors at the same time. 2. You cannot speak in the elevator. 3. Two people cannot exit the elevator at the same time. 4. There cannot be an odd number of people in the elevator. 5. The card can only be used 5 times. Lin Chen looked at the rules on the elevator card, his face filled with confusion. Every rule inside was inhumane, and he asked himself whether he would normally pay attention to such issues. Meeting acquaintances in the elevator has become a norm, but in this particular elevator, it cannot be done. As for the fact that two people cannot enter or exit the elevator at the same time, he found it even more incomprehensible. If a guest enters alone, he cannot leave the guest behind and take the elevator to other floors by himself. It wasn't until now that he realized the job that Rabbit Boss arranged for him was not the pleasant one he had heard about. Among the 5 rules, 4 of them were easily overlooked issues. Lin Chen rubbed his aching temples and subconsciously glanced at the door. Rabbit Boss asked me to properly entertain the incoming guests, so I need to prepare a tea room for them. Now, the chess and card room doesn't even have a place to receive guests. Even if he brought people to the chess and card room, he believed there wouldn't even be a place to sit. As Lin Chen walked out of the room, he saw Tiger Head Man standing at the door of Goat Head Man's room. The task assigned by Rabbit Boss was of utmost importance, other tasks could be temporarily set aside. In just a few minutes, he arrived at the hot water room, looked around, and found many disposable cups. Now, he didn't know how many people would come here later, and he couldn't prepare in advance. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. "What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to go receive the new guests?" When Lin Chen heard Rabbit Boss's voice, it felt like he had found a savior, and he hurried over to Rabbit Boss. "Is there a dedicated space to receive guests in our chess and card room? I need to borrow that room." When Rabbit Boss learned that Lin Chen needed to use that room, he stepped back several paces. In just a few minutes, Rabbit Boss pointed to one of the rooms. "The room between Goat Head Man and Tiger Head Man is the break room, you can arrange it a bit." Originally, Lin Chen thought he had no break room to use and was even contemplating moving the mahjong table to the hot water room. Now that Rabbit Boss mentioned the location of the break room, Lin Chen was naturally willing to go and tidy it up. In just 10 minutes, the break room was completely cleaned. When he returned to the hot water room, he found that the cabinet there was filled with tea snacks. Lin Chen had no idea who the new guests were, so he could only take everything he could carry to avoid leaving the break room later. Before long, the table in the break room was filled with tea and fruit. The tea was placed on the table, and as soon as the guests arrived, he could immediately brew tea for them, ensuring he wouldn't neglect the guests. Chapter 18, Taking Goat Head Man's Horns. The preparations for receiving guests were ready, and Lin Chen took the elevator card out of his pocket. Now I can go to the elevator to prepare to receive people. Lin Chen stood at the elevator door, waiting for the guests to arrive. At that moment, Goat Head Man happened to arrive at the door of Lin Chen's room and peeked inside. Lin Chen understood that Goat Head Man might be looking for him to ask for something, so he greeted Goat Head Man. "I'm here." When he heard Lin Chen's voice, he came in front of him, looking rather unhappy. "Yesterday you asked me to eat noodles, but you ended up cooking a bowl of mutton soup. That's very irresponsible." After much trouble convincing Lin Chen to help cook noodles, no one expected Tiger Head Man to pull such a stunt. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling awkward, and didn't respond to what happened last night. Logically, he had no stand to say anything he said would just put him at a disadvantage. Lin Chen's gaze fell on Goat Head Man's horns, his mind racing, thinking about how to saw off his horns. At that moment, Goat Head Man approached him with a serious expression. "Do you have time? Shall we play a game? I want you to pay a price." After what happened last night, the goat-headed man hated Lin Chen and naturally wanted to win back some stakes. Upon hearing that the goat-headed man wanted to challenge him, Lin Chen deliberately emptied his pockets. "Look, I have no chips on me at all. How about we play something else?" The goat-headed man saw that Lin Chen had no chips at all, and his face turned very ugly. He had never played a game without stakes and naturally didn't know what Lin Chen wanted to play. Lin Chen pointed at his horns, a victorious smile appearing on his face. "If I win, you give me your horns." The goat-headed man shook his horns violently, nonchalantly agreeing. Since he hadn't stated what he wanted, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't say what game they would play. In just a minute, the goat-headed man hesitated as he looked at Lin Chen's body. "If I win, you have to cook me a bowl of noodles every night." Cooking noodles wasn't difficult for Lin Chen, so he naturally agreed. The goat-headed man had never played a game without stakes and didn't know what Lin Chen's gamble was. He pointed at the elevator, pretending to be unaware, and thought for a moment. "When someone comes here, we will bet on how many people are in the elevator, odd or even. Do you want to play?" Upon hearing that Lin Chen wanted to play this game, the goat-headed man shook his head vigorously. "Boss Rabbit will definitely tell you the number. I can't win this game." No matter how Lin Chen explained, the goat-headed man was unwilling to believe that Lin Chen knew nothing at all. Lin Chen pretended to think for a while and then made room for him. "Then I'll let you guess first whether the number of people inside is even or odd, the remaining option will be my answer." That way, even if Boss Rabbit told Lin Chen the answer, he wouldn't be able to cheat. The goat-headed man thought for a moment, feeling it was feasible, and stood in the corner of the elevator. "Then I choose even. I'm the 8th in the zodiac, and even numbers are my lucky numbers." Lin Chen looked at the goat-headed man as he chose even, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He had memorized all 5 rules and understood that the elevator could only possibly be even. Though cooking noodles every day was not a difficult task, obtaining the goat's horns would not be that easy. Lin Chen pretended to hold back a laugh as he walked opposite the goat-headed man and deliberately glanced at him. "Then we'll finalize it like this: if there are even numbers in the elevator, you win; if odd, I win." The goat-headed man felt uneasy as he looked at Lin Chen's expression, suspecting that the number of people in the elevator was odd. Otherwise, Lin Chen wouldn't have such an expression and wouldn't keep confirming it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt there was a possibility, and the goat-headed man looked at the elevator. The button above had not been pressed, prompting him to retract his words. I choose odd. This time I'm sure, I won't change it again. Lin Chen looked at the goat-headed man modifying his answer and pretended to be anxious, confirming it once again. Are you sure? This time we can't regret the change, there are already people in the elevator. At this point, the light above the elevator was already on, proving that people had entered the elevator. The goat-headed man looked at Lin Chen's panicked face and nodded. I'm set, I choose odd and won't change. At that moment, many people from the 12 zodiac signs came out of the room, and they immediately saw Lin Chen and the goat-headed man standing at the elevator door. Lin Chen looked at them approaching, worried that the people inside the elevator would be scared by them. At the same time, he also needed to worry about the people inside the elevator being affected, so he waved to them. Our guests are about to arrive, the room is too messy, hurry up and go clean it. Having done this task for so long, he knew that no one in the 12 zodiac was willing to clean, all the rooms were in a complete mess. However, they were curious about the bet between the goat-head man and Lin Chen, so no one left, hiding at their room doors watching. In just half a minute, the elevator doors slowly opened, and 6 people appeared inside. Lin Chen looked at the people in the elevator and hurriedly blocked their way, not allowing them to enter the elevator. We are here specifically to pick you up, please wait in the elevator for a moment. The people in the elevator were actually here to be guests, so they naturally agreed and stood obediently inside the elevator. The goat-head man counted the number of people inside, looked up at the horns on his head, and used a sharp knife to cut them off. Blood flowed down the goat-head man's head, and many elevator guests were frightened by this scene. Lin Chen knew they were scared, and quickly walked up to them. You don't need to be afraid, this is just a way we usually play, it's not harmful to him. No matter if the guests inside believed it or not, this was the only explanation he could give right now. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the goat-head man placed the bloody horns into Lin Chen's hands. I lose the bet, the horns are yours, take them. From afar, the tiger-head man saw the goat-head man cutting off the horns in front of so many people, a look of satisfaction on his face. What happened yesterday was vivid in his mind, and now he felt avenged. Lin Chen placed the horns inside his clothes, waiting for the right moment to hand them over to the tiger-head man. He originally planned to greet the people coming out of the elevator, but unexpectedly the goat-head man began to change slowly. Lin Chen took a step back in surprise, leaning against the elevator wall, noticing the goat-head man's skin visibly turning pale. Chapter 19, Welcoming Guests. In just 2 minutes, the goat-head man completely transformed into a woman's appearance. Lin Chen looked at the goat-head man's face, shocked, not understanding how she could change her appearance. Any strange occurrences in the game room needed to be remembered, as no one knew if they would be useful in the future. The guests in the elevator saw the goat-head man's transformation and began to discuss among themselves. Is this the performance you prepared for us? Quite spectacular. Yes, this is what you meant by magic transformation, right? Originally, the goat-head man was a rough-skinned big man, and no one expected her to turn into a stunning woman. Lin Chen gazed at the goat-head man's figure, full of admiration. He had stayed in the game room for so long and never expected the goat-head man would have such a figure. The goat-head man noticed everyone's gaze on her, picked up a coat that had fallen to the ground, and covered her face with it. Before Lin Chen could call out to her, the goat-head man dashed towards the room as if fleeing for her life. Lin Chen watched the goat-head man leave and did not focus his attention on her any longer. If he neglected the people in the elevator, he could find himself in the biggest trouble. Just as he was about to invite the people inside to come out, the horns on his body mysteriously fell off. The scene from before had already been etched in the minds of these people, and Lin Chen knew the horns might scare them. To dispel their fear, he could only explain. What just happened was a performance specifically for you, you don't need to be scared, let me put this away. He undid his belt and with a special technique, tied the goat-head man's horns to his pants. Now, he let his clothes fall down. No one can naturally see the horned sheep. If it weren't for the fact that the man with the tiger head couldn't come over now, he might have delivered the things to the tiger head person and ended the trouble forever. Now, with the sheep-headed man gone, Lin Chen finally had time to examine the people inside the elevator. As he had guessed, the rules stated that there could only be an even number inside, and naturally, there were now an even number of people inside. Next, getting out of the elevator was an art, a small mistake could cost him his life. Lin Chen opened a path, could you introduce yourselves? I'll greet you one by one. The people inside the elevator naturally agreed to Lin Chen's request and started stepping out one by one. A woman glanced at Lin Chen and stepped out of the elevator. My name is Zhang Xin, and I am the leader of the support team. Lin Chen only heard her name and planted his foot back inside the elevator, making it an even number again. This way, the rules of the elevator were not broken. Lin Chen pointed at the second person, signaling him to step out. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out, his expression indifferent. My name is Lu Di, I came here to win money. Can you hurry up? This is too slow. Lin Chen listened to Lu Da's complaints and casually responded. It wasn't that he didn't want to speed up, it was just that the elevator could only let one person out at a time. If another person stepped out with him, he would face punishment from the rabbit boss. It didn't take long for the other 4 people to step out in order and stand behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen understood that there couldn't be an odd number in the elevator, so he let the elevator stay here. Zhang Xian looked at everyone who had come out of the elevator and stood openly in front of him. You must be the one responsible for receiving us, right? I wonder, where are we going next? Before Lin Chen had a chance to answer, the others curiously peeked around the entrances of several mahjong rooms, wanting to see the people inside. Zhang Xian followed Lin Chen's gaze towards her teammates, and her face immediately darkened. What are you doing? Without others' consent, looking around here is stealing from others, come back quickly. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's reprimanding tone, the 4 returned helplessly and stood next to her. Zhang Xian bent slightly, her face filled with apology, wanting Lin Chen to forgive their rudeness. From their actions, it was clear that they should be a small team led by Zhang Xian, with Lu Di as the deputy. As the saying goes, one shouldn't hit a smiling face. Besides, Zhang Xian was very polite upon arriving, so how could Lin Chen be rude? Lin Chen bent slightly to them, revealing a smile on his face. You've never been here and haven't seen these rooms, it's normal. Would you like me to give you a tour? Out of politeness, some questions had to be asked, that was the true way of receiving them. Sure enough, Lu Di waved his hand with impatience. What formalities are these? We came here to make money. First, let us rest well and get some water, I'm dying of thirst. No one knew where they came from, nor how much time they had spent on the road. Lin Chen looked at them wanting to eat something and drink some water, quickly walking in front of them. I know you've traveled a long way to get here, so we've prepared hot water and snacks for you in advance, feel free to eat. Since the 12 zodiac animals had just left their rooms, Lin Chen had no confidence at all. If even one person stepped into the lounge, the things he had arranged inside could be destroyed. Especially for gluttons like the monkey-headed man, if there are half-eaten snacks left, the rabbit boss will definitely not forgive him. With a heart full of apprehension, Lin Chen opened the door to the lounge, made a space, and gestured for them to wait inside first. Zhang Xian led the way, and the others followed closely behind her. 6 people in total entered the room. When Lin Chen arrived at the lounge, he found that nothing on the table had changed, and he let out a sigh of relief as he went to pour water for them. At this moment, the tea leaves were already in the cups, all he needed to do was pour the water in to brew the tea. Zhang Xian saw Lin Chen busy preparing for them and quickly came over to him. We will be living together for a few more days, so you don't need to be too polite to them, let them help themselves. Lin Chen always kept the task given by the rabbit boss in mind and personally delivered the tea to these people. Seeing the tea in front of them, Zhang Xian felt a bit embarrassed and looked at the people beside her. Let me introduce them to you first. We are all new here and don't really know what to say. Although this was a game room, no one came here and started chatting about mahjong right away. Lin Chen was filled with joy as he listened to them willing to introduce themselves. He had just been thinking of ways to prompt them to do so. Chapter 20, Coercion and Temptation. With the hot tea placed before everyone, Zhang Xian pulled Lin Chen to sit on the sofa. Lu Di glanced around the lounge and noticed that there wasn't even a mahjong table, and his expression instantly changed. His purpose for coming here was very clear, to earn enough money by playing cards. As the team leader, Zhang Xian immediately noticed Lu Da's dissatisfaction. This is a lounge, don't keep looking around, it's very impolite. Lin Chen worried that Zhang Xian and Lu Da would start arguing in front of him and smiled slightly. It's okay, you are new here, and it's normal to be curious about this place. Zhang Xian shot a reproachful glance at Lu Da and leaned a bit closer to Lin Chen on the sofa. Let me introduce him to you first. Lin Chen was equally curious about Lu Da, thinking that someone with his personality wouldn't last long in a game room. Although Lu Da's attitude was not good, Zhang Xian still began the introduction. Lu Da, he came here hoping to earn some money for his son's medical treatment, he's a bit hot-tempered, so don't take it to heart. Lin Chen nodded slightly, committing Lu Da's past to memory. The gambling games in the game room are not limited to mahjong and card games, other methods can be even more lethal. After introducing Lu Da, Zhang Xian pointed to herself, smiling. I'm Zhang Xian, I brought them here, if you need anything in the future, you can also find me. Others might not know these people's personalities, but she was very familiar with her own group. Due to Lin Chen's age, Lu Da might not even glance at him for more than a moment. In a short span of 10 minutes, the group made self-introductions. Lin Chen stood up with a smile, walked over to Zhang Xian. Then I wish you all to earn more money here. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me, I'm happy to help. Since the rabbit boss had entrusted him with the hosting duties, he believed the responsibility for what came next also lay with him. Of course, he didn't dare to say too much. The more people came, the harder it became to manage. No one knew if someone inside had set their sights on his chips. Ever since Lu De arrived in the lounge, his eyes had not left Lin Chen's pocket, as if he wanted to take all his money. Lin Chen shook hands with each of them and returned to the side of the sofa. He glanced at them. Since you are here, there are some rules that must be mentioned. Upon hearing that the game room had special rules, everyone turned their gaze to him. There are our exclusive rules at the entrance of the game room. You must follow them, or you may be kicked out. As soon as he said this, Lu De slammed his hand onto the table harshly. Who are you threatening? We didn't come here to be threatened. Lin Chen showed no intention of backing down, casually slapping the ram's horn on the table. Since the ram's horn had just been cut off, blood was still dripping onto the table. This bloody scene shocked everyone present. Zhang Xian noticed the relationship between Lin Chen and Lu De becoming increasingly tense, hurriedly standing up to push both of them onto the sofa. What are you doing? We are all here to make money, there's no need for this. Lu De pointed angrily at Lin Chen's direction. Ask him, why is he threatening us? Just as the two were about to fight, there was a knock at the door of the lounge. Upon hearing the knock, he felt an ominous feeling. Lin Chen had promised Boss Rabbit to host them well, but now the two were almost ready to fight, obviously not hosting well. With a nervous heart, Lin Chen approached the door and opened the lounge door. Zhang Xian knew Lin Chen was not the owner of the game room. She shot a glare at the others to quiet them down. They had just arrived at the game room, there was no reason to stir up trouble now. Lin Chen saw Boss Rabbit standing at the door, his face full of an awkward smile. Boss Rabbit, what brings you here? Boss Rabbit hesitated, looking inside and asking the most critical question. Have you properly hosted them? We can't let them think our game room is bad. Lin Chen understood he couldn't deny it, otherwise, his own life would surely be in danger. With a stiff neck, he nodded and stepped aside. Boss Rabbit brought a lot of chips inside, and Lin Chen anxiously followed behind him. After just arguing with Lu De, he worried whether Lu De would spill everything that had just happened. Luckily, Zhang Xian gave Lin Chen a reassuring glance, otherwise, Lin Chen would have probably been exposed. Boss Rabbit sat in the position Lin Chen had just vacated and scanned these people. The rules should have been explained to you. I am here to distribute chips, one for each person, no fighting. Zhang Xian watched as Boss Rabbit placed the chips on the table, placing her hands in front of him. You don't need to distribute for us, we will divide them equally ourselves. Boss Rabbit, who was not there to host them, didn't know their identities, glanced back at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took 2 steps forward, leaning beside Boss Rabbit. This person is the captain of the team, it's most reasonable for her to distribute. Moreover, they had spent so long inside, the only one who could suppress Lu De was Zhang Xian. Boss Rabbit learned from Lin Chen that Zhang Xian could be trusted and casually placed the chips in her hands. The table is a mess, clean it up, we can't let others think our game room is so chaotic. Hearing Boss Rabbit's reminder, Lin Chen quickly tied the ram's horn to his pants and wiped the table with a cloth dipped in hot water. When Boss Rabbit saw the lounge restored to cleanliness, he nodded in satisfaction. If you have time, take them to the game room to play, don't let them sit at the table right away. Having walked for so long, they surely have no energy to play cards. Lin Chen knew Boss Rabbit was worried that the 12 animals might take the chance to win money. He agreed to it. Even without Rabbit Boss's reminder, Lin Chen wouldn't allow them to join the battle as soon as they arrived. The 12 Zodiac members in the game room were all strong, and if they slightly changed their gambling method, these people would definitely lose. Lin Chen took a step forward, about to lead them out, but Rabbit Boss grabbed Lin Chen tightly, his eyes fixed on his waistband. In an instant, Lin Chen's cold sweat started dripping. He understood that the horns of the sheep-headed man were tied to his waistband, and if Rabbit Boss wanted to cause trouble for him, this would be the evidence. Sure enough, Rabbit Boss pointed at the sheep's horn. Where did this sheep horn come from? As far as I know, only the sheep-headed man has such horns. You didn't just play a game with the sheep-headed man, did you? Chapter 21, Disobedient to Discipline. Silence, not a sound could be heard in the lounge. Lu De looked at Lin Chen, who had been silent for a long time, and understood that they were not allowed to gamble with such stakes here. At this moment, Lin Chen hesitated and started to explain. This sheep horn was accidentally broken by the sheep-headed man. I was afraid it would scare them, so I temporarily kept it on me. After hearing that Lin Chen had kept the sheep horn inside his clothes, Rabbit Boss thought his explanation was very reasonable and did not ask further. Suddenly, Lu De stepped out from the group, pointing at the sheep horn on Lin Chen's waist. He's lying. I saw with my own eyes your sheep-headed man cut off the horn and give it to him. Zhang Xian heard Lu De expose Lin Chen's lie and quickly pulled him back, signaling him with her eyes. They were newcomers after all. If they accidentally offended the experienced players in the game room, they wouldn't last long with their chips. However, Lu De was already enraged by Lin Chen, constantly mentioning the bloody scene just now. Lin Chen felt a cold sweat all over his head, not knowing what to say. Then, Rabbit Boss walked out of the door with a cold expression, without even looking back. From Rabbit Boss's actions, it was clear that he was unwilling to believe Lu Da's words. As Rabbit Boss left, Lin Chen glanced back at Lu Da with ill intentions. I'm willing to help you avoid some traps in the rules, but if you don't need my help, don't blame me. Zhang Xian, seeing Lin Chen smiling, felt a chill in her heart and quickly came to Lin Chen's side. Zhang Xian tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, her face full of anxiety. He's just a little impatient, he really means no harm to you, don't take it to heart. By now, Lin Chen had a very clear understanding of Lu Di, and pointed toward the door. Rabbit Boss asked me to take you to the game room, come with me. Zhang Xian noticed that Lin Chen was unwilling to answer her and glared at Lu Di. At this point, there was no room left for reconciliation. Soon, the six of them walked out of the lounge behind Lin Chen. Just then, the door to the 12 Zodiac room opened, and several people stood at the door, cracking their knuckles, waiting for them to approach their rooms. Lin Chen knew they were waiting for these people to enter the room and couldn't help but remind Zhang Xian. Keep an eye on your people. If they follow me, I can guarantee their safety. Otherwise, I can't do anything. He had already stated the limits of what he could do, whether Zhang Xian would believe him was up to her. Soon, voices of discussion came from behind. What's with all the rules in such a tiny game room, just win and leave? Exactly, he's just supposed to guide us, why is he talking so much? Lin Chen originally thought that only Lu Da was dissatisfied, but it turned out that everyone present was unwilling to listen to him. In that case, he only needed to ensure Zhang Xian's safety. Among these 6 people, the only person Lin Chen cared about was Zhang Xian. Lin Chen glanced at the door of the Zodiac room, a smile on his face. Boss Rabbit wants me to take them to the game room, so don't try to intercept them midway and take them to your rooms. Don't be fooled by the Zodiac standing quietly at the door, once they lose chips, their other side shows up. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen led them to the door of the game room and pointed inside. You can have fun in there, but don't speak carelessly, especially not behind Boss Rabbit's back. These rules were things Lin Chen had learned personally while being here, truly helping them out. Zhang Xian led the other 5 into the game room and found that the games inside were just simple amusement games, her face filled with displeasure. But as the captain of the team, she couldn't clearly voice her discontent. At that moment, Lu Da slapped Lin Chen hard on the back. Lin Chen never expected anyone would dare to attack him here, and he involuntarily stepped back several steps, crashing into a table. The table couldn't hold his weight and was overturned on the spot. Seeing Lin Chen's awkward state, Lu Da couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is your punishment. You clearly knew why we came here. How dare you bring us to play arcade games? Listening to Lu Da's hint of revenge, Lin Chen found a spot to sit down. I'll say it once, you better not speak carelessly here or touch anything. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. The rules in the game room were the strictest, a moment's carelessness could lead to death here. Zhang Xian saw Lin Chen's serious expression and understood he wasn't joking. At that moment, someone behind pulled out chips and weighed them in his hand. If you want to play arcade games here, then I won't join you. I'm going to make big money instead. Zhang Xian watched the man leave the game room with the chips and quickly yelled at him. Wang Dong, can't you just obey and listen to the others? The man called Wang Dong waved his hand dismissively, not even turning his head back, clearly wanting to play with the Zodiac instead. Lu Di and the other 3 quietly observed Wang Dong's movements, as if waiting for him to get into trouble. Every situation has a beginning, if nothing happens to Wang Dong outside, then Lin Chen's rules become meaningless. At this moment, Lin Chen saw Wang Dong leave and looked at Zhang Xian with a helpless expression. Look at the team you brought, they can't even be stopped from sending themselves to their doom. Zhang Xian didn't expect things could get so complicated, blocking the other 4 people in front of her. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was worried that Wang Dong would cause trouble outside and approached Zhang Xian. Keep an eye on these people, make sure they don't go out, or I can't guarantee your lives. To intimidate them, Lin Chen deliberately placed a sharp horn in front of them, making them realize he wasn't joking. Lin Chen walked out of the game room, glanced at the corridor, and saw Wang Dong standing in front of the snake-head man. The powers of the Zodiac were all about the same, any Zodiac could bring life-threatening danger to Wang Dong. Within just a minute, Lin Chen arrived at the snake-head man's door, just in time to see the snake-head man biting Wang Dong's neck. At that moment, Wang Dong finally realized that losing a game didn't just mean losing chips, it could cost him his life. When the snake-head man saw Lin Chen standing at his door, he licked his lips, a triumphant smile on his face. He came to play with me, thank you for the light bulb you changed for me last time. This person is now in my care. With the words of the snakehead man trailing off, the room of the snakehead closed with a thud, and only the smell of blood spread through the corridor. Chapter 22, Be honest, please let us go. All the doors of the 12 zodiac signs closed, and rescuing Wang Dong was just a lifeless body. Lin Chen sighed helplessly and turned to look at the game room. Since Wang Dong was already dead, he could only ensure the safety of the other 5 people. In just a minute or two, Lin Chen arrived at the door of the game room, intending to open it, but he thought of Lu Da's face. Lin Chen knocked hard on the door, trying to quicken his tone a little. Can anyone inside hear my voice? Zhang Xian was standing at the door, and she happened to hear Lin Chen's voice, so she hurriedly came to the door. Come in and talk, we are all inside, listening to you, we haven't left. Zhang Xian knew Lin Chen was very angry just now, and she was afraid to provoke his displeasure. Lin Chen pressed the doorknob hard, only to find the door was locked, realizing that all this was a consequence of breaking the rules. Fortunately, he didn't return to his own room, or the information might not have been able to get out. He put his mouth against the door gap, amplifying his voice a bit. The person just now has already died in the snakehead's room, I saw him being bitten to death with my own eyes. You must not come out from inside. Upon hearing that Wang Dong was dead in the 12 Zodiac room, the others immediately panicked. What kind of place have we come to? Playing a game can actually cost someone their life? I don't want to play anymore, I want to leave this place. Lin Chen listened carefully to the voices inside, faintly hearing curses coming from within. It seemed that Zhang Xian played the role of a leader, not allowing these people to leave the room at will. In just 5 minutes, Zhang Xian returned to the place right next to Lin Chen. What should we do? We can't stay in the game room forever. There were only game machines inside the game room, and it was definitely unrealistic to keep them there indefinitely. Lin Chen knew they wanted to come out again and pressed the doorknob hard, but the door didn't budge. No need to ask, the snakehead hadn't finished eating Wang Dong. Only after Wang Dong's matter was completely settled could they possibly come out from inside. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and lowered his tone a little. Don't worry, the rabbit boss asked me to bring you here, which means you are safe here for now. You can play freely. After all, the game machines in the game room were not for gambling, so it wouldn't affect their chips. Now, the people in the game room no longer had any objections, it seemed they were all willing to believe Lin Chen's words. At that moment, Zhang Xian's voice came out from inside again. Can you give us a rough estimate of the time? I feel so powerless inside. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's voice, the others also shouted loudly. Yes, if you don't give us a time, we have no confidence, we can't concentrate on playing. They had come here to earn money, and no one expected that their lives would be threatened. Lin Chen felt more confident this time, standing at the door and pointing at the door. You didn't listen to me just now that something has happened, you know to be afraid, right? When Lu De heard Lin Chen's tone, he immediately leaned closer to the door. It was our fault before, tell us how long we need to stay stuck in this broken place. Originally, they just wanted to come here to earn some money, who would have thought such things would happen? Lin Chen listened to Lu Da's words softening, and there was no blame in his tone. He pondered for a moment, recalling the rabbit boss's message. When the rabbit boss sends me a letter, I will take you out, as long as you are inside, you are safe. Since the rabbit boss personally sent word for them to stay inside. So they couldn't possibly run into any trouble inside. When they learned that the game room was safe, they felt much more at ease. Since all the doors of the rooms were locked, Lin Chen had no intention of returning to his own room and obediently stood at the door. Not knowing how much time had passed, the sound of the door unlocking came from the room. Lin Chen quickly opened the door and found the 5 of them sitting together, all looking troubled. Why aren't you playing games? There are plenty of fun games in the game room. He had been to the game room before and naturally knew whether there were fun games inside. Lu De stood up looking helpless, brushing dust off his clothes. We know something happened to Wang Dong, how can we think about playing games? Hurry up and take us away. Lin Chen looked at Lu De, who was eager to go back to the room, and glanced at the others. Are you going to stay here and continue playing games or follow me back to the room to rest? Before the others could respond, Lu De immediately made a choice for them. Of course, we should go back to rest. We've traveled a long way to get here, we can't waste time outside. Zhang Xian noticed that Lu De had no intention of contradicting him and understood that he was already scared. Since that was the case, Zhang Xian walked to the middle of the two and tried to mediate. Please take us back to the room to take a look. We are new here, and there are some things we need you to be more understanding about. As the boss, they felt embarrassed to ask too many questions of Boss Tuesday. But Lin Chen was completely different, they knew there were too many unreasonable things in the game room and could only bother Lin Chen with their inquiries. Lin Chen led them out of the game room and immediately saw the door of the Zodiac room open again. This time, no matter what tricks the Zodiac used to persuade them, they did not glance inside. Wang Dong had died at their hands, no one could be sure whether they would die at their hands too. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen brought them to the entrance of the lounge and pointed inside. You arrange the rooms yourselves, I won't help you with that, there are no rules. Zhang Xian learned that the rooms were self-arranged and looked back at the number plate on the door. Can I ask which room you are staying in? In case we need to ask you something in the future, you see. Although Zhang Xian did not say it outright, Lin Chen understood her meaning and pointed to his own room. That one is my room. Try not to go out at night, understand? Zhang Xian readily agreed, and the others did not dare to disagree, only silently accepting this rule. At that moment, Boss Tu's voice came from afar. They are new here, let them sit in the lounge for a while. No need to rush back to the room, take them to eat something. Lu De heard that Boss Tu wanted them to go to the lounge, initially planning to refuse his kindness. However, just as the words were about to come out, he subconsciously looked at Lin Chen. He saw Lin Chen agree and point to the other side. Come with me, I'll take you to the lounge, there are many good dishes inside, consider yourselves lucky. Chapter 23, The Reception Manual. Ever since Wang Dong lost his life, everyone had quieted him down a lot. Lin Chen led them to the familiar lounge, pushed the door open, and stood by the side. You can sit inside for a while, this is our game room's lounge. Zhang Xian saw that Lin Chen did not enter, naturally stopping her footsteps. This place was their territory, without absolute certainty, they were unwilling to rashly step in. Among these people, Lu De was more straightforward, he pointed in Lin Chen's direction. You go in first, we're afraid to walk in front of you. The reason Lin Chen stayed at the door was simply that he planned to be polite. Who knows, they were afraid of following Wang Dong's footsteps, letting out a bitter laugh. Then come in with me. Since Lin Chen already knew they were afraid, he pushed open the door and entered the lounge. The lounge was specially cleaned, not a single nutshell or piece of trash in sight. Lin Chen threw the cushion from the sofa aside and pointed to the sofa. Are you hungry? If not, sit on the sofa for now. Let me see where the menu is. New here, Boss Rabbit had already reminded them to order, and Lin Chen had no reason to refuse. Zhang Xian saw the warm expression on Lin Chen's face and subtly felt that the lounge wasn't dangerous, so she sat on the sofa. Lu De and the other three saw Zhang Xian was fine, so they sat beside her. At this moment, Lin Chen was looking for the lounge's menu in the drawer. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught the faces of the group, and he happened to see them all sitting on one set of sofas. Under normal circumstances, a sofa set could only seat 3 people. Now, 5 people were crowded onto one set of sofas. Lin Chen walked up to them with a speechless expression, scanning the group. Don't you feel cramped sitting here? There are other sofas you can sit on. To ease their worries, Lin Chen sat on the other 2 sofas. Lu De saw Lin Chen sitting without any issue, so he leisurely sat on a separate sofa. If it weren't for the situation, who would want to inexplicably squeeze onto one sofa? There was no tea prepared in the lounge, so Lin Chen had to quickly find the menu here. Otherwise, when Boss Rabbit came in, he would definitely judge Lin Chen for not properly hosting the guests. Suddenly, Zhang Xian picked up a guest register from the coffee table and placed it in front of Lin Chen. Are you looking for this? Lin Chen instinctively turned his head and took the register with both hands. He had thought it was the menu, but to his surprise, the guest register turned out to be a hosting manual. Having spent so much time in the game room, his expression management had reached perfection. Now, he had just received the hosting manual, unsure whether they could actually look at it. Lin Chen scanned them briefly and smiled. This isn't the menu. I'll put it aside. Since you've come from far away, you might as well sit on the sofa and rest a bit. Zhang Xian understood she had offended Lin Chen earlier, so now she tried to make up for it and agreed eagerly. Soon, he took the hosting manual to the cabinet by the door. When no one was paying attention, he quickly opened the manual. Hosting manual. 1. Mealtime, no one can leave the lounge. 2. The dishes must be a balance of meat and vegetables. 3. During meals, no loud noises are allowed. 4. If you encounter something strange, ignore it and eat it. Wasting food will result in punishment. After reading through the entire hosting manual, Lin Chen felt the rules should be shared with everyone present. Lin Chen walked up to them, placing the hosting manual on the table. Take a look at the contents. Don't violate any of these rules later. Lu De, being impatient, grabbed the manual and looked at the dense rules. What kind of place is this, with so many weird and strange rules? Zhang Xian heard Lu De complain again and felt a little embarrassed, glancing at Lin Chen. That's just his nature. Don't mind it, we'll follow the rules properly. Even though Zhang Xian had agreed, Lin Chen's mind couldn't settle. He glanced at the people in front of him and snorted. I just hope you don't forget how Wang Dong died. If you break the rules, I cannot save you. Without saying much to them, Lin Chen turned back to the side of the cabinet. Until now, he had not found the location of the menu. Without a menu, he couldn't take their orders, and he certainly didn't want to neglect these guests. At that moment, there was a knocking sound coming from the door of the lounge. Lu De heard the knocking at the door and hurriedly checked the contents of the hostess manual. Meanwhile, Lin Chen boldly approached the door and opened it wide. At this moment, a horse-headed person was standing at the door, holding a freshly printed menu in hand. When the horse-headed person saw Lin Chen open the door, he quickly handed the menu to Lin Chen. "Boss Rabbit asked me to give you the menu, here, take it." Lin Chen took the menu from the horse-headed person's hand, and before he could thank him, the horse-headed person had already left. It seemed that Boss Rabbit had assigned tasks to several people, creating a chain reaction. If any link in this chain had a flaw, the other links would surely also have problems. With the lounge door closed, Zhang Xian looked at Lin Chen with a tense face. Lin Chen walked over to them with the menu, pointing to the dining table beside them. "After resting for such a long time, I believe you should have rested enough, let's go to the dining table." As guests from afar, Lin Chen deliberately gave them the inside positions while he obediently sat by the door. This way, even if Boss Rabbit came to find them, Lin Chen would be able to respond quickly. Zhang Xian watched as Lin Chen handed them the menu and quickly shoved the menu back to him. "What do you want to eat?" "We will order whatever, we're not picky." The rules in the hostess manual were too many, and Zhang Xian worried that they might accidentally violate a rule while ordering. Lin Chen saw them send the menu back to him and quickly handed it back to Zhang Xian. "You are guests from afar, I wouldn't dare to choose for you." Boss Rabbit asked him to treat them well, not to make choices on their behalf. Since they were worried about violating rules, Lin Chen secretly reminded Zhang Xian. "You should arrange for someone familiar with the rules to order, this way, there won't be any duplicate orders." At this point, Lin Chen could only share the rules he knew. As for how much they could comprehend, it depended on their own fates. Zhang Xian originally intended to take control of the ordering power herself, but who knew Lu De snatched the menu away and skillfully began to order from it. Zhang Xian looked at Lu De putting the menu aside and reached out to take the menu back. However, Lu De slammed his hand down on Zhang Xian's hand, signaling her not to look at the menu. "I'll order dishes that I guarantee you will all love." Lin Chen originally thought he could escape this, but Lu De pulled out a chair beside him. "Lin Chen, you have taken care of us for so long, let's sit down and eat together." Before he could refuse, Zhang Xian cast him a glance. "Right, we will need your help in the future." Lin Chen thought about how Boss Rabbit asked him to treat them well and sat down with a bitter expression in front of them. As soon as he sat down, there was a knock at the door. Lin Chen originally wanted to use the opening of the door as an excuse, but unexpectedly, someone pushed the room door open from the outside. The pig-headed person pushed a small cart in front of them, placing the dishes on the cart before them. Lin Chen glanced at Lu De, feeling uncertain in his heart. "You didn't violate any rules, right?" Lu De quickly denied it, reaching out to take the plate. "I assure you, there was no rule violation, as long as we don't waste the food on the plate." Soon, the pig-headed person lifted the lid off the dishes for them. Although the grains on the plate looked very normal, but the liquid flowing beneath the plate was red. Lin Chen stared at the liquid in the plate, his face filled with confusion. "This kind of liquid, you wouldn't have ordered something like strawberry juice for us, right?" Before Lu De could respond, a woman beside them flipped her rice, immediately spotting the internal organs underneath. In an instant, the woman sprang up from her plate, letting out a sharp scream. As soon as her scream echoed, Lin Chen immediately thought of the rules and sighed in regret. Sure enough, the pig-headed man came to the woman's side. "No loud noise in the lounge. Eat your food quietly, or we have the right to take you away." The woman looked at the pig-headed man's fierce appearance and could only obediently sit back down, swallowing her saliva. Lin Chen lowered his head and poked the rice with his chopsticks, finding quite a few fresh internal organs and slices of meat underneath. No need to ask, this must be Lu Da's doing. Now, when Zhang Xian saw the internal organs and meat slices in Lin Chen's plate, she glared at Lu De. Though they would need to sit at the same table in the future, there was no need for Lu De to harm others this way. At this moment, Lu De finally came back to his senses and slowly raised his head to glance at the others. I didn't mean to harm you. I didn't know they didn't even cook it." He had originally thought the dishes in the lounge were prepared, but he didn't realize the meat slices and internal organs were all raw. Lu De secretly glanced at the pig-headed man but didn't dare to resist. Zhang Xian knew Lu De had made a mistake and secretly turned her head to look at Lin Chen. "What can we do to avoid eating these things? How could we eat raw meat?" Lin Chen looked at Zhang Xian, now realizing the mistake, and shook his head helplessly. "The rules of the lounge have already been shown to you. The content on them is absolute law, no one can change it. Don't even talk about eating raw meat and internal organs. If they were told to eat raw rats or bugs, they would still have to eat them quietly." Lin Chen picked up a piece of raw meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth, chewing it while forcing himself to swallow the disgust. Seeing that even Lin Chen, someone like him, was eating raw meat, Zhang Xian had no choice but to take a big bite. Originally, Lu De thought that someone would help him fix his mistake, but he didn't expect both Lin Chen and Zhang Xian to start eating. Since this was the case, he could only force himself to eat the food in the plate, each bite more disgusting than the last. Zhang Xian took a big bite of the meat, glaring at Lu De with intense anger. This time, you've gotten us all into this mess. If you act on your own next time, don't blame us for not being reasonable. Lu De knew the extent of his mistake this time and could only lower his head in silence. At that moment, a man beside Lin Chen, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, began to twitch and collapse on the plate due to his body's inability to handle it. Everyone turned their attention to him, not understanding what he had done wrong. The pig-headed man looked at the others with a cold expression, his voice icy. Eat your food, don't worry about him, someone will take him away soon. Lin Chen could hear the pig-headed man's words were filled with impartiality, and he secretly glanced at the ground. In an instant, he understood that the man had been hiding raw meat and internal organs in his plate. Originally, he thought hiding it would ensure safety, but he didn't escape the pig-headed man's eyes. Within minutes, the dog-headed man walked in from the door, threw the man to the ground, and dragged him by his legs out of the room. Zhang Xian saw that they were about to lose another person and hurriedly elbowed Lin Chen. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at her, noticing the pleading look on her face. Without a doubt, she must want him to save the man. Just as he was about to stand up, his peripheral vision met the gaze of the pig-headed man. He saw Lin Chen looking at the dishes on the plate, taking a deep breath. I haven't finished the food on the plate yet. As long as I stand up now, the next person to take me away will be them. Although the food on the plate was disgusting, Lin Chen understood that whether he ate now or later, he had to finish it, so he decided to force himself to eat everything on the plate. Others watched as Lin Chen ate the food on the plate at such speed, with faces full of grimaces. I never expected someone could actually swallow the entrails and raw meat inside. From the person's words, Lin Chen could sense a hint of schadenfreude, so he put down his chopsticks and glanced at them. You better not leave anything behind, otherwise, you've already seen the ending. The dog-headed man had already dragged the man away, and it was clear that the man would soon follow in Wang Dong's footsteps. Lin Chen left the lounge and blocked the dog-headed man in front of him. Wait a minute, what rule did he break that makes you want to take him away? The dog-headed man had never won a bet with Lin Chen and had long been displeased with him. Now, seeing Lin Chen standing in front of him with a face full of grim smiles, he sneered. What are you doing? I'm just following the rules to catch people. Don't block me. Lin Chen understood that the man had violated the rules, but since he had promised Boss Rabbit to treat these people well, he had no choice. If Boss Rabbit saw that the number of these people was decreasing, Lin Chen knew he couldn't escape blame either. Lin Chen pointed at the man on the ground, his face full of determination. This man is my guest. If you take him away, how should I explain it to Boss Rabbit? The dog-headed man looked back at the man he was dragging and walked up to him, reaching into his pocket to pull out some raw meat. Now I can take him away, right? He actually wasted food in this way. Chapter 25, The Heart to Harm Others. Lin Chen reached out and took the raw meat from the dog-headed man's hand, placing it in his own. This meat is for him. We were going to use raw meat as a bet. Upon hearing Lin Chen say that the raw meat was for the man, the excuse the dog-headed man had found was enough to use, but he hesitated, not sure whether to take the person away. At this moment, the pig-headed man walked out of the lounge and pointed at Lin Chen. Your dish has arrived. Please return to your seat quickly. When Lin Chen realized he still had other dishes, he looked surprised and followed the pig-headed man back to the lounge. At this point, his plate suddenly had an extra meat dish. Lin Chen subconsciously glanced at Lu De, only to find Lu De lowering his head in guilt. Here, only Lu De had the opportunity to order the food, no one else had this ability. At this moment, Zhang Xian had finished the food on his plate and was sitting on the stool, starting to recover. When Zhang Xian saw Lin Chen return with the dog-headed man, she couldn't help but give him a look. Lin Chen took the raw meat from his pocket, and Zhang Xian immediately understood. There was a rule that forbade wasting food. Since the man had put the meat in his pocket, it naturally counted as waste. Now, Lin Chen had returned to his seat and glared at Lu De fiercely. He had no intention of forgiving Lu De, as what Lu De had done was simply too disgusting. Zhang Xian looked at Lin Chen, who had started eating the food on his plate again, and couldn't help but approach him. Is there anything I can do to help? As long as you can save him. Lin Chen placed the meat in Zhang Xian's hand, took a deep breath. All you have to do is admit that you put the meat in the man's plate, and then the dog-headed man won't have the right to take him. According to the rules, as long as they hadn't wasted food, no one could take them away. Zhang Xian learned that she needed to acknowledge the source of the meat and looked at the raw meat in Lin Chen's hands with disgust. However, seeing the man in danger, she had no choice but to take the raw meat and made a gesture to the dog-headed man. The dog-headed man dragged the man to Zhang Xian, a puzzled look on his face. What do you want with me? I advise you not to talk nonsense, we can find evidence. Zhang Xian had only been there for a few hours and naturally did not understand if they could find evidence. She secretly looked down at Lin Chen and found him continuously nodding at her. Instantly, Zhang Xian felt reassured and spoke again to the dog-headed man. That's right, I plan to make a bet with him about who this piece of meat should go to. The pig-headed man stood by with an indifferent expression, showing no intention of coming forward. The dog-headed man walked up to the pig-headed man, pointing at the man he had dragged. If the meat isn't his, then I can't take him away, right? The pig-headed man strictly followed the rules, pointing at the man's seat. Yes, if he finishes the food on his plate, I won't allow you to take him away. Before the dog-headed man could say anything, the pig-headed man pointed toward Zhang Xian. Next, you need to eat this piece of meat, otherwise, you'll be wasting food. Lin Chen watched as Zhang Xian obediently sat beside him, a smile appearing on his face. We are clearly the fastest eaters, who knew we had an extra dish? Zhang Xian suppressed the nausea in her stomach and took big bites of the raw meat in her hands. At that moment, the dog-headed man came to Lin Chen's side, carefully examining the man's plate. It seemed he was searching for evidence of the man wasting food. Lin Chen looked at the dog-headed man and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You might as well stop looking, there can't be any evidence here. The dog-headed man, hearing Lin Chen's triumphant voice, looked at Lin Chen with anger. The pig-headed man noticed the conflict between the dog-headed man and Lin Chen in the lounge and warned both of them. There's no one for you to take away here, leave as soon as possible, I don't want to see you. Taking the pig-headed man's warning, the dog-headed man, filled with rage, flicked his hand and walked outside. Just as he reached the door, he couldn't help but turn around and take one last look inside. You'd better not eat too much of the raw meat and organs in the food, otherwise, you'll get sick. Lin Chen heard the dog-headed man's words and instinctively looked at Zhang Xian sitting next to him. Sure enough, Zhang Xian stood frozen, unsure if she should put down the raw meat. It was clear that the dog-headed man desperately needed them to break the rules, so he could take the man away legitimately. Lin Chen lowered his voice and looked at Zhang Xian beside him. You don't have to listen to the dog-headed man, if we don't finish the food on our plates, he can drag you away. This was very easy to understand, everyone present quickly realized the situation and believed Lin Chen. At that moment, the man woke up, looking very uncomfortable. Lin Chen kept his focus on the man, wanting to see if he would make any strange movements. In just a minute, the man started to dry cough on the ground. At that moment, the pig-headed man quietly approached the man from behind, his eyes fixed intently on what was on the ground. Lin Chen understood the pig-headed man's intention and quickly reminded the man. You must hold it back, if you throw up what you just ate, you will break the rules, and the dog-headed man can come in. When the man heard Lin Chen's reminder, he tightly shut his mouth, allowing the sour taste to spread inside. Suddenly, Lu Da's voice came from across the way. Just look at him, you can tell he hasn't held it back for long. Once a person feels nauseous, it's a physical condition. Lin Chen looked at the man's flushed face and couldn't help but move closer to him. How are you? Can you hold on? Zhang Xian heard Lin Chen's continuous concern for the man and also leaned in beside him. You must hold on, Wang Dong is already dead, and we really hope you don't die in front of us. The man looked at everyone in the group who cared about him, pointing at his mouth, indicating that he couldn't speak. Lin Chen understood how uncomfortable nausea could be and sought an additional assurance. He turned back and glanced at the pig-headed man, pointing in the direction of the man. Can you help him? We ordinary people do feel a bit nauseous eating this kind of meat, it's a physiological reaction, doesn't count as wasting food, right? Originally, Lin Chen planned to reason with the pig-headed man, but he didn't want to discuss at all. The pig-headed man gazed at Lin Chen seriously, thinking for a long time. If you want me to help him, that's not impossible, but you must bet with me. If you win, I will agree to help him, otherwise. He deliberately didn't state the bet, clearly wanting Lin Chen to put up his own stakes. Chapter 26, Card Game. Zhang Xian and Lu Da both looked at Lin Chen, as if they wanted to know what their stakes were. Since using chips to exchange for items, he no longer had enough chips in hand. Lin Chen took out the remaining chips and slapped them on the table. If you win against me, these chips are all yours. The pig-headed man looked at the chips on the table, his face filled with displeasure. If you win, I need to let the person go, and we definitely won't play for chips. Lin Chen realized the pig-headed man didn't want the chips and quickly put them in his pocket. Even though the pig-headed man didn't want the chips, his eyes never left the chips on the table. At that moment, the man's dry heaving grew louder, as if he was about to throw up in the next second. Zhang Xian, with an anxious face, came beside Lin Chen and looked at the pig-headed man. I'm willing to give my chips to him, do you think his chips are too few? Before the pig-headed man could say anything, Lin Chen urgently pulled Zhang Xian back and shook his head. In the game room, any stakes are equal. He did not take the chips from the pig-headed man, and it was normal for the pig-headed man to refuse his chips. Lin Chen looked at the man next to him, gritted his teeth, and stood up. If I win, you let him go, otherwise I'll give you my life. Lu Da was shocked to hear Lin Chen willing to stake his life, his eyes widened in surprise and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The pig-headed man got the answer he wanted in his heart, his face full of smiles, nodding in satisfaction. Then it's as you said, I will decide what to bet on. With the initiative in his hands, Lin Chen naturally had no ability to choose and could only agree. The pig-headed man went back to the drawer at the door and brought back a deck of cards. We'll play a guessing card game, the outcome is decided in one round. Lin Chen glanced at the cards in the pig-headed man's hand, noticing the packaging hadn't been opened, understanding he couldn't cheat. There would definitely be wins and losses in this bet. Zhang Xian had never seen such high stakes and hurriedly stood in front of Lin Chen. You don't have to go this far for us, if not, let's temporarily give up on him. After all, Wang Dong was already dead in the snakehead's room, and Zhang Xian thought the team would at most lose one more person. Lin Chen saw Zhang Xian's worried eyes and couldn't help but smile, shaking his head. My bet with him has already taken effect. If I don't play, it means I automatically lose. Let me play this round. Lu De realized Lin Chen was about to start the guessing card game with the pig-headed man, and he changed his position and sat in the front. As newcomers, they knew nothing about the betting game, and it was just the right time to gather some information. In just a few seconds, the pig-headed man drew a king and 2 numbered cards from the deck and placed them in front of everyone. Do you want to check carefully? I haven't marked anything on the cards. In the game room, anyone might play tricks. Lin Chen reached out and took the cards, carefully inspecting the details on them. The guessing game was about figuring out where the card was, so he had to use details to outsmart the pig-headed man. Before long, the pig-headed man took back the king and shuffled it into the other 2 cards. Next, I'll mix these 3 cards in front of you. If you can pick the king from them, you win. Lin Chen stared at the cards on the table, took a deep breath, and said seriously, go ahead and shuffle. No matter how foolish the pig-headed man was, he wouldn't just start with the cards laid out on the table. At that moment, Zhang Xian walked over to Lin Chen, her eyes fixed on the cards in front of them. I can help you have a look, you can take my choice as a reference later. Hearing someone diverting Lin Chen's attention, the pig-headed man placed his hands on the 3 cards and began to shuffle them continuously. In just a few minutes, the pig-headed man separated the 3 cards and pushed them in front of Lin Chen. You only have one chance. If you don't pick the right one, don't blame me. Knowing they only had one chance, Zhang Xian couldn't help but complain. You just deliberately obstructed our view with your hand, so we couldn't see where the king was last. Originally, Zhang Xian thought she could persuade the pig-headed man with reason, but she found out he didn't care about her at all. The pig-headed man focused on Lin Chen, purposely using his hand to block the table, preventing Zhang Xian and Lu De from helping him cheat. Lin Chen lowered his gaze to the level of the table, his eyes closely watching the patterns on the back of the cards. He had just taken the cards, and there was a slight impression in his mind, trying to determine if the king was among them. At that moment, the man couldn't hold back anymore and roared at the ground again. Zhang Xian quickly went behind the man, trying to calm his breath, afraid he might explode. Lin Chen realized he was out of time, his face serious as he pointed to one of the cards. I'll pick the middle one. The pig-headed man followed Lin Chen's finger to the middle card, grinning maliciously. We always buy and don't return, so I'll flip the card now. Other people learned that the pig-headed man was about to reveal the card, and they all gathered by Lin Chen's side. As their guide in the game room, they naturally hoped Lin Chen could pass this test. The pig-headed man turned over the card, revealing a number, grinning widely. Look carefully, it's a 4 of hearts. As the card was revealed, everyone gasped, their eyes turning to Lin Chen. The stakes had been placed in front of them, so they all knew what Lin Chen would lose if he failed. Seeing Lin Chen beside him, Zhang Xian looked worried. What should we do? Why did this happen? At that moment, the audience in the live stream started to comment. This kid is still too young, playing with such a high-stakes bet, throwing away his life. Losing his life for these unimportant people, I really don't know what he is thinking. What a pity, I originally thought this kid could hold on for a long time. Lin Chen looked at the comments in the live stream, took a deep breath. I feel like my doomsday is just around the corner. Indeed, the pig-head man slapped one hand on the cards, his face full of smiles. Then hand over your life to me. At first, Lin Chen didn't notice anything unusual, but as soon as he saw the pig-head man's hand on the cards, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Lin Chen took deep breaths, trying to keep his emotions calm. Could you please remove your hand? I need to see the other 2 cards, so I can lose with an open heart. Chapter 27, Caught in the Act. Hearing that Lin Chen wanted to see the other 2 cards, the pig-head man hurriedly tried to pull all 3 cards back. The more he did this, the more Lin Chen felt there was a problem, and he grabbed the pig-head man's arm. Please reveal the other 2 cards, otherwise I won't believe that I lost. Zhang Xian saw the pig-head man looking a bit guilty, and stood up. Yes, we need to know where the ace is. The pig-head man could use his strength to suppress Lin Chen's power, but he was no match for 4 hands. At this moment, Lu De had already come to the pig-head man's side and forcefully flipped over the card beneath his hand. When Lin Chen saw the suits on the other 2 cards, his face was filled with surprise. 5 of spades and 7 of diamonds? Didn't you place an ace below? Where did that ace go? The pig-head man did not expect to be caught on the spot, stammering without being able to provide an explanation. Coincidentally, at that moment, the dog-head man walked in from the door and found Lin Chen and the pig-head man playing. When the dog-head man learned that the pig-head man had just cheated to win against Lin Chen, he approached with an angry face. Where did you hide the cards? Yesterday I played this guessing game with you, you didn't use the same trick, did you? The strength of the pig-head man and the dog-head man was about the same, and they began to pull at each other. Lin Chen pulled Zhang Xian and Lu De back several steps, hiding behind to watch the show. Now that he knew the pig-head man cheated, the bet just made didn't count anymore. Suddenly, the dog-head man touched a card inside the pig-head man's sleeve and immediately grabbed his arm. Soon, a card fell out from the sleeve. Everyone looked as the ace appeared again, focusing their gazes on the pig-head man. You hid the ace in your sleeve. How were we supposed to find this card? How shameless. Exactly, if you want to play, then play fair, if you can't handle it, don't play. Hearing their taunts, the pig-head man's face turned red, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. The dog-head man picked up the ace and placed it in front of the pig-head man. You won like this yesterday? Return my chips. Lin Chen originally planned to watch the show from the side, but no one expected the two to look like they were about to fight. Neither of them had received a task from Boss Rabbit, so fighting here wouldn't lead to any punishment. Lin Chen, however, was completely different. If Boss Rabbit found out there was a fight in the lounge, he would definitely be the first to break the rules. He stepped in front of the dog-head man and the pig-head man, standing between the two. This is a place for welcoming guests. If you two want to fight, please leave here. The pig-head man instinctively glanced at the man's direction, as if waiting for the man to vomit. At this time, there was only one best solution, which was for the man to vomit, allowing the dog-head man to smoothly pull him away. This way, the dog-head man could eat the man, believing he wouldn't pursue the pig-head man's responsibility again. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had seen through the pig-head man's little thoughts and pulled his gaze back. The guessing game we just played is invalid because you cheated. I have one in the end. If you are not convinced, we can find Rabbit Boss. In the chess room, if caught cheating on the spot, one must admit it. On the contrary, if not caught on the spot, the bet still stands. Pighead looked at Lin Chen, who unilaterally declared his victory, with a face that was frighteningly grim. As it stands, even if the man vomited out his things, he couldn't let Doghead drag him away. Lin Chen glanced back at the man and saw his face growing redder, clearly unable to hold on for much longer. Let's talk outside, don't disturb them while they're eating. Pighead knew he was in the wrong and followed Lin Chen into the hallway. Doghead wanted to get back his chips, so he followed Lin Chen and Pighead into the hallway. As the three just stepped out, Lin Chen turned back and gave a gesture to Zhang Xian inside, letting her know the lounge was currently safe. Suddenly, Doghead grabbed Pighead, his face filled with anger. Give me back my chips, you actually cheated. Of course, Pighead couldn't admit to cheating, as he wasn't caught on the scene, and shook off Doghead's hand. I didn't cheat when I played with you yesterday, unless you can provide evidence of my cheating. If Doghead could provide evidence, he wouldn't need to cause trouble here. Lin Chen watched the two about to fight again, shaking his head with a bitter expression. Are you two forgetting? We can't play with chips privately, if Rabbit Boss finds out. At this point, he intentionally didn't say any further, leaving the two to imagine. Doghead and Pighead exchanged glances, both looking down on each other, standing in the hallway. At that moment, the door of the next room opened. Tigerhead stumbled out, looking at the three of them standing in the hallway. Lin Chen had been pondering how to give the sheep horn to Tigerhead, but he didn't expect him to come out himself. Now was the best opportunity. Lin Chen hurriedly took the sheep horn and came before Tigerhead. Here's the wager I promised to give you, take a look. Tigerhead took the sheep horn, inspecting the notch on it carefully, nodding in satisfaction. Now, he won't say my lamb soup isn't good. Don't be fooled by their belonging to the 12 zodiac, they were all uncomfortable looking at each other. At this time, Doghead and Pighead had been standing at the door, both unwilling to return to the lounge. Pighead had finally made a hefty profit from the chips, and refused to give them back to Doghead. On the contrary, Doghead did not want to lose to a cheating person. If they kept causing a scene like this, sooner or later, Rabbit Boss would find out something happened in the lounge. Suddenly, Lin Chen caught a glimpse of Tigerhead and walked up to him. Could I trouble you with something? At this moment, Tigerhead was in a good mood, casually placing the sheep horn on the table. Go ahead, my mood is very good now, if I can do it, I definitely won't refuse you. Lin Chen pointed at Doghead and Pighead, looking helpless. Look at those two, I would like you to take them to Rabbit Boss's office, so they won't disturb the people in the lounge. Tigerhead followed Lin Chen's pointing finger to look at Pighead and Doghead, bursting into laughter. I thought it was going to be something difficult, turns out you just want me to help, then I'll take them away. Don't think that the 12 zodiac are all strong, they also have different levels of classification. Tiger Head ranks higher among the 12 zodiac, so he can naturally suppress those behind him. Tiger Head walked up to Dog Head and Pig Head, and they both immediately cowered. Since they couldn't explain themselves, they could only call Rabbit Boss out to seek justice. Lin Chen saw them leave from afar, breathed a sigh of relief, and returned to the lounge. As he just arrived in the lounge, the man who was about to vomit hurried to Lin Chen's front and knelt down on the ground. "Thank you for saving my life, I thought I was definitely going to die." He had just held it in to the limit. If Pighead hadn't left the lounge, he would definitely have seen him vomit. Lin Chen quickly helped the man up, a smile appearing on his face. "I am the one specially responsible for attending to you, I definitely cannot let you get into trouble." The man shook his head repeatedly, clearly not believing Lin Chen's words. "In the future, I will follow your orders without question, whatever you ask me to do, I will do it heart and soul." Now the man had placed his life in Lin Chen's hands, believing that he would not be in danger in the card room. Lin Chen saw the man's grateful expression and didn't give him an answer for a long time. Suddenly, an untimely voice came out. "He must have a mission to protect us, I don't believe he will treat us so well, he must be eyeing our chips." Everyone looked towards the sound and found that Lu De was sneering, completely not believing that Lin Chen would treat them well. Zhang Xian was worried that the two would start arguing, so she couldn't help but glare at Lu De. "Can't you just say less? If it weren't for Lin Chen, and you had given us such food, we would definitely be doomed." Lu De thought that the people in the team would support him, but, unexpectedly, everyone was standing by Lin Chen. Lin Chen walked to the dining table and saw that all the plates were empty, letting out a sigh of relief. "You have finished the food in the lounge, so let me take you to see the mahjong room." Their main purpose for coming here was to play mahjong, and Lu De suddenly became interested. Suddenly, Zhang Xian came to Lin Chen's side, lowering her voice intentionally. "The people playing mahjong in the mahjong room shouldn't cheat, right? Just now, I witnessed his skill firsthand. If Lin Chen hadn't actively turned over the other two cards, the matter of Pighead cheating would have sunk without a trace." Lin Chen looked at the curious faces of the few people and naturally knew what they were worried about. He shrugged his shoulders, showing a nonchalant expression, and remained silent. Don't mention the other 12 zodiac signs, even he himself had a cheating record. In the card room, it was common to stake one's leg. He could not guarantee that he would win every single match. In the world of adults, not answering was already the best answer. Zhang Xian understood Lin Chen's meaning and gasped. "It seems that we not only have to guard against our bad luck but also against your cheating." Lu De scoffed at Zhang Xian's words, his face full of disdain. "Daring to cheat in front of me, I will break one of his hands." Lin Chen saw the serious look on Lu De's face and understood that nothing he said would change anything. Sometimes teaching someone might not work, but experience can make a person understand in a single instance. Originally, Lin Chen didn't want to bother with Lu De, but Lu De happened to see Lin Chen's disdainful expression. He came to Lin Chen and pushed him hard. "I advise you, in the future, it's best not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise, if something happens to us, you will bear all the responsibility." Zhang Xian and the other team members looked at Lu De with disbelief on their faces. This time, the only person Lin Chen saved was that man, but no one could guarantee there wouldn't be others next time. Without waiting for Zhang Xian to refute, Lin Chen walked up to Lu De and grabbed his collar. "Why are you so heartless? We are all human, flesh and blood." Zhang Xian looked at Lu De's cold expression and felt disappointed in him. It seemed that no matter what happened to Lu De in the future, they wouldn't bother to help. Lin Chen didn't want to cause any more trouble in the corridor and pointed to the rooms on both sides. "These are mahjong rooms, the separate mahjong rooms of the 12 zodiac animals." After learning that the rooms on both sides belonged to the zodiac, Zhang Xian thought for a moment. "Is there anyone among the zodiac who is easier to talk to? We want to try finding one." When Lin Chen heard they wanted to find a zodiac to play with, he chuckled softly and shook his head. "You should first get familiar with the environment and the way to play. You all saw what my wager was with the pig-headed man." Although Lin Chen knew the rules, he wouldn't just spell them out for no reason. Moreover, Lu De had already clearly stated not to help, so why should he? After a short while, Lin Chen led them to the door of the public mahjong room and pointed inside. "This is the mahjong room, come inside with me and take a look." Lu De peeked his head in and saw that there was nobody inside the room. The large game room was surprisingly empty, and both Zhang Xian and Lu De felt something was off. At that moment, they heard some commotion from behind. Lin Chen instinctively turned around to see a number of people retreating in terror, staring at the man in the center. This was the man who had just vomited in the lounge, and Lin Chen couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Zhang Xian, as the leader, stepped up to the man. "What's going on? Is it because you ate raw meat?" Their bodies were not suited to eating raw meat. It was not surprising that something like this happened. Lu De watched the man's transformation and couldn't hold back. "I already said not to save people for no reason. Look, now we've got an extra burden. What should we do? Zhang Xian's face darkened when she heard Luda still had the mind to talk nonsense. At that moment, someone pointed at the man's back. Look, something seems to be growing on his back. Is that hair? Everyone shifted their focus to the man's back after the reminder. They saw black, tentacle-like hairs spreading from the pores of the man's back, turning him into a monster. Lin Chen asked himself if he had ever seen anything like this, instinctively pulling Zhang Xian beside him. Of these people, he only thought Zhang Xian was worth saving. As for the others, they didn't have much to do with him. What's going on? Aren't you our guide? Explain to us, what is happening? As Luda's question rang out, Lin Chen was momentarily speechless, completely stumped. Chapter 29, The Monkey Mask. Lin Chen stayed in the game room for several weeks, asking himself if he had ever seen anything like this. That said, apart from the 12 zodiac animals, he was the only real human there. As time passed, the man's screams grew louder. Zhang Xian glanced back at Lin Chen and took a deep breath. You should come up with a solution. What should we do? Ludi and the other team members had never encountered such a situation and all looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew he was in the wrong and sighed helplessly. Let's just watch for now, I have never seen anything like this. In his view, the man had likely violated the rules to end up like this. And the meat in the lounge had already been eaten, so it shouldn't be considered wasteful. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to think of something and looked sharply at Zhang Xian and Ludi. If you both have finished the meat on his plate, then as for the organs, he probably hasn't eaten them. As soon as he said this, Zhang Xian turned to the man with shock. Now, the man was lying on the ground in pain, howling, with no intention of answering. At that moment, a few people wearing monkey masks jumped down from the beam. Zhang Xian and Ludi hid behind Lin Chen, their eyes alertly watching these monkeys. These monkeys were thin and weak, clearly looking like they had no strength. Ludi thought fierce zodiac animals would come, but who knew the visitors were just like this? Just as he was about to show off, Lin Chen pulled Ludi back. Don't judge people by their looks, you'd better not analyze their strength based on their size, otherwise. Having lived here for so long, he already knew not to judge by common sense. Pig-headed and dog-headed people were beings that they could eat in reality, while here, any one of them could kill them. Suddenly, the monkey let out a roar at them. Lin Chen quickly covered his ears, not letting the call attract him. Others shifted their gazes to Lin Chen, following his example to cover their ears. They approached the man, with two pulling his arms and two pulling his legs, forcibly hoisting him over their shoulders. When Zhang Xian saw the scene, she panicked and rushed to Lin Chen. You have to go save him. I'm afraid he's going to die here. Lin Chen already had his ears covered, only able to see Zhang Xian gesturing in front of him. But in his mind, he didn't stop, constantly pondering the relationship between the monkey people and them. He had once stayed in the monkey people's room for a day, cleaning all the garbage inside. In his memory, the monkey people's room had only peach pits and some banana peels, without any blood or flesh. Just then, he noticed Zhang Xian's pushing and shoving movement. Lin Chen followed Zhang Xian's pointing finger and saw the monkeys had hoisted the man on their shoulders, running out like crazy. Lin Chen was shocked at this scene and chased after them. Zhang Xian originally planned to run after them, but unexpectedly, Luda pulled her back. Let him go see, we don't belong here, it's safer for him to go. Zhang Xian nodded anxiously, only able to stomp her feet in place. Counting it all up, they had only been here for half a day. However, they never expected that in just half a day, they would encounter so many events. Wang Dong's departure, a teammate suddenly being captured, each one could cause them to break down mentally. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen stopped the monkeys wearing masks. Where do you want to take him? Are you all brought here by the monkey people? The first person wearing a monkey mask stepped forward, glancing back at Lin Chen. A scream came from his mouth, forcing Lin Chen to cover his ears helplessly. Though he pressed hard with his palms, the sound still pierced through his hands. Lin Chen could only grit his teeth, holding on, not daring to make any movement. The rabbit boss had arranged for him to host these guests, he couldn't let their numbers dwindle, or he would share the responsibility. Moreover, these people each carried different stakes, no one knew whose hands those stakes fell into. In just 1 minute, the masked monkeys let out a cold laugh and hoisted the man up again. This time, the man had already turned into a black-haired monster. From a distance, Lin Chen could not see the man's original appearance at all. At this moment, Zhang Xian chased up from behind. Can we use our stakes to trade him back? I'm willing to use my stakes to get him back. As the captain of the team, she had already been considered qualified. In the game room, without chips, other stakes could only be played. Knowing what the other stakes were, Zhang Xian was still willing to exchange her own chips, showing great righteousness. Unfortunately, those wearing monkey masks were stubborn and had almost nothing they needed. Just then, Lin Chen grabbed Zhang Xian, his face serious. Don't get close. I don't know if they are targeting you, it's best for you to stay here. At that moment, Lu De and other teammates arrived, hiding at the back of the group. Don't be fooled by his position at the back. When something good happened, he would definitely stand at the front. When Zhang Xian heard that Lin Chen couldn't save the person, she glared fiercely at Lu De. If it weren't for him secretly ordering raw meat and entrails, how could they have triggered the conditions? Lu De avoided Zhang Xian's glare, turning his head to the other side. While they were chatting, the monkey-masked men lifted the person again and headed towards the game room. Lin Chen realized they wanted to take the person away and ran in front of them. Now that he knew their direction, he could naturally intercept them. The monkey-masked men frowned at Lin Chen blocking their way. This time, Lin Chen didn't hold back, he pointed at the man. Put him down. What are your conditions? The monkey-masked men exchanged glances and, at the same time, released the man. Lin Chen initially thought everything in the game room could be negotiated, but he soon realized there was no room for negotiation in this matter. One of the masked monkeys stepped forward, standing right in front of Lin Chen. Before they could react, the masked monkey struck down with a fierce claw. Zhang Xian saw the masked monkey act from a distance and shouted loudly. Be careful, he's going to grab you. Having spent so much time in the game room, Lin Chen's reflexes were not something ordinary people could compare to. He lifted his arm high, allowing the monkey-masked man to grab his arm. A line of blood appeared out of nowhere, blood slowly trickling down his arm. Seeing this, Zhang Xian hurried over to Lin Chen. Chapter 30, Witnessing Death Without Saving. The pain swept through his body, and Lin Chen stood still, unmoving. The monkey-masked man didn't strike again and instead placed the man back on his shoulder. By the time Lin Chen came to his senses, the man had already been taken away, and it was too late to chase. At that moment, Zhang Xian arrived beside Lin Chen, carefully looking at the wound on his arm. Are you okay? Does anyone have red ointment and a band-aid? The teammates exchanged glances, and not a single one had such things. Lin Chen saw Zhang Xian's embarrassed expression and patted her shoulder. It's okay, getting hurt in the game room should be common. But Lin Chen did not tell them that he had never been injured in the game room despite being there for so long. He followed the monkey-masked men with his eyes and noticed they changed direction, heading toward the elevator. When he saw this, his eyes widened suddenly. They're not going inside, the elevator ahead should lead out of the game room, right? Zhang Xian happened to be standing next to Lin Chen, looking at the elevator in confusion. Are you saying he will be taken away by those people? Lin Chen shook his head, he couldn't believe the people in the game room were so kind as to take everyone out. He took a look at the wound on his arm and gasped. You all come with me to the mahjong room, we can't stay in the hallway. He just clearly stated he would take these people to visit the mahjong room, and I believe Boss Rabbit is already concerned. If he delays bringing them into the mahjong room, it might provoke Boss Rabbit's displeasure. When Lu De heard they were heading to the mahjong room, he wore a relaxed expression. You should have brought us to gather in the mahjong room, I want to see how you play mahjong here. The room of the 12 zodiac signs is definitely off limits, if they catch the scent of blood, their true nature will be exposed. In just a minute or two, he led them back to the public mahjong room. Zhang Xian and Lu De had no intention of opening the door and going in, both of them looked at Lin Chen. From their expression, they clearly did not believe the mahjong room had a safe place. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and forcefully opened the mahjong room, stepping inside first. When the others saw Lin Chen safely entering the mahjong room, they followed him inside. He casually chose a table and sat down beside it, letting the blood from his arm drip onto the floor. Lu De and the other team members were observing everything in the mahjong room, with only Zhang Xian coming beside Lin Chen. How is it? Does your arm still hurt? Lin Chen looked at the blood flowing from his arm and gave a bitter smile. Why isn't the wound on my arm scabbing? If the blood keeps flowing, I might faint. In just a minute, a small pool of blood had already gathered on the floor. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian couldn't help but remind Lin Chen. You just sit here, I can't believe they don't have any antiseptic or band-aids on them. The reason no one was taking out supplies was simply that they had brought too little antiseptic and band-aids. Lin Chen watched Zhang Xian return to their group, his face full of bitterness as he leaned over the table. Who are those people wearing monkey masks? They don't seem like the monkey head people. If he had never seen the monkey head people, he might think they were just like that. However, he had once almost fallen for the trick of the monkey head people, so he was very familiar with them. At that moment, Lin Chen accidentally glanced at the ground and noticed the blood gradually separating. He never expected that his blood, as if it had a life of its own, could actually separate by itself. Lin Chen studied the movement of the blood and vaguely saw a few words appearing in it. Not knowing if these words were meant to warn him, Lin Chen could only sneak a glance at the others in the mahjong room. As Zhang Xian was asking them for gauze and antiseptic, nearly everyone was instinctively moving away from Lin Chen. In this way, he was actually the safest here. Lin Chen tilted his head, looking at the words on the ground, with a face full of surprise. To see someone die and not save them, can you still call yourself a human? As Lin Chen spoke this sentence aloud, the blood squirmed and returned to a lump. Lin Chen firmly memorized this sentence in his heart, believing that it was a guide for him. He then looked again at those wearing monkey masks, feeling that he should save the man. At that moment, the tiger head man poked his head in through the door. Lin Chen was about to get up when he noticed the redness filling his eyes, revealing his true nature. Instantly, he focused his attention back on the blood. The scent of blood actually wafted into the room of the 12 zodiac signs? It seems I need to find a chance to clean it up quickly. The 12 zodiac signs are usually very gentle, but their true nature is extremely brutal. While thinking, the tiger head man had already entered the mahjong room and sniffed the air inside vigorously. Lin Chen quickly lowered his sleeves. He walked in front of the tiger-headed man. Why are you here? I brought them to see the mahjong room, and I already informed Boss Rabbit. When the tiger-headed man learned that Boss Rabbit had sent Lin Chen here, he was momentarily uncertain whether to stay or leave. The struggle between instinct and fear was evident, with instinct prevailing as the tiger-headed man decided to take a look inside. Although Lin Chen had never seen the tiger-headed man act against these people, he knew how formidable he was. He took a deep breath and pointed at the door. You should leave quickly, I need to explain the rules of the game room to them. Before the tiger-headed man could retort, Lin Chen brought up Boss Rabbit again. This time, the tiger-headed man found no reason to argue and left the room. As he left, Lin Chen turned to Zhang Xian and Lu De. Do you smell the blood in here? Lu De scoffed at Lin Chen's question. Blood? Isn't that the smell of your own blood that just dripped? Do you even have the face to ask us? Lu De, if you don't respect our benefactor, I have the ability to ask you to leave. Zhang Xian watched Lu De make mistake after mistake and had long wished for him to leave their group. At this moment, Lin Chen already knew the answer from their words. The mahjong room had special mops, and Lin Chen hurried to clean up the blood inside. With that, the 12 zodiac signs wouldn't be able to smell the blood and come here. He had ways to find excuses to blend in, but the people present wouldn't have that ability. Lu De watched Lin Chen clean up the blood and had a faint feeling he wanted to go save someone. He approached Lin Chen, his face serious, pointing a finger at him. I warn you not to meddle, he has already been taken away, and he's dead. Chapter 31, The World Above. Lin Chen looked at Lu De, who forbade him from saving anyone, and didn't take it to heart. He was very clear about what kind of person Lu De was. Selfish people can't survive long in the game room, the saying that those who lose their way lack support reflects this. Of course, with Lu De's words, Lin Chen understood he couldn't leave here openly. Otherwise, if Lu De followed him, his identity would likely be exposed to those monkeys. That would be intolerable. Lin Chen waved to Zhang Xian, pointing outside. I'm going to the medical room to see if there are red medicine and bandages, you stay here and watch. Zhang Xian quickly agreed upon learning there was a medical room in the game room. In reality, Lin Chen had never seen the medical room in all this time. Lu De cast a doubtful glance at Lin Chen, sensing he was going to rescue someone. However, before he could warn him, Zhang Xian had already come to his side. As the captain, Lu De certainly could not confront her openly. At this moment, Lin Chen had already walked out of the mahjong room, following the black hair that had fallen from the man to the elevator entrance. The masked person was waiting for the elevator, and Lin Chen realized this was his last chance. If he didn't save the person now, there would be no opportunity left later. Lin Chen squinted at the number above the elevator, seeing it was about to reach their floor. In his mind, directly standing in front of them would be of no use at all. Instead, it was better to create some noise to spark their curiosity and lure them away from the group. Lin Chen looked around, approached the zodiac sign's door, and knocked hard on it. Soon, the 12 zodiac signs opened the door, looking confused. At such a time, the only reason someone would knock was to fulfill a gambling agreement. Lin Chen hid at the door of his room, observing the zodiac signs room. He found that all of them were inside the room. This led him to conclude that the person wearing the monkey mask was not one of the 12 zodiac animals. As long as they had nothing to do with them, Lin Chen was confident he could keep the monkey. In just a few seconds, he placed a kettle at the door. The sound of boiling water echoed in the hallway, drawing the attention of the 12 zodiac animals. When they saw Lin Chen lingering in the hallway, they mistakenly thought he was fulfilling some bet. It wasn't long before the doors of the rooms closed one by one. Lin Chen peeked out to look at the elevator and found the monkeys all staring inside. He saw the leading monkey leave 2 monkeys to come check, while the others stayed in front of the elevator. From their appearance, they still weren't willing to let the man go. Since Lin Chen had already noticed them approaching, how could he stay here? He placed the kettle in the room, stealthily opened the room door a crack, watching the monkey's movements. Soon, one monkey passed by the door, wandering around the 12 zodiacs room. At this moment, the other monkeys had arrived at the elevator and began to enter it one by one. Because the number in the elevator needed to be even, they deliberately left 2 monkeys behind. Lin Chen watched the world outside the door crack and was surprised to find that the monkey across from him had not returned. Meanwhile, the monkey on his side was returning from its patrol, and he pulled it into the room in one swift motion. Before the monkey could react, Lin Chen slammed a stool against its head. In an instant, the monkey fainted inside the room. Just then, footsteps echoed from the other side of the hallway. Without asking, the monkeys on that side had also returned. Lin Chen looked at the monkey on the floor, and a plan quietly formed. He took the clothes and mask off the monkey and put them all on himself. To avoid leaving any flaws, he tidied himself up in front of the mirror and casually tied up the monkey, tossing it into the bathroom. He knew that once he left, he might not find a way back, but the hint of blood was definitely not fake. As soon as he stepped out of the room, another monkey immediately approached him. Originally, Lin Chen was worried about his response. After all, these creatures must have communication. Who knew this monkey pointed towards the elevator, stepping boldly to the doorway. Since he had no intention of communicating, Lin Chen also had no desire to say anything, standing quietly by the side. He questioned himself, having never been to other floors of the elevator, and felt filled with anticipation. At that moment, Zhang Xian and Luda peeked their heads out from the mahjong room. The monkey wearing the mask saw the two of them, its face showing no sign of concern. It seemed they were there for a specific mission. Lin Chen worried they would upset these monkeys and quickly gestured for them to return to the mahjong room. Zhang Xian and Luda saw Lin Chen's gesture, their faces filled with surprise as they retreated. Strange? I actually saw a monkey gesturing at me. Did you just see that? Luda nodded repeatedly upon hearing Zhang Xian talk about a monkey gesturing. Yes, I just saw it. Could the monkey be our friend? In their memories, these monkeys didn't negotiate or show any conditions. They didn't seem like the kind of beings that would help them. Suddenly, Zhang Xian seemed to think of something and took a mirror out from her clothes. Since she couldn't peek to see the elevator, she could only use the reflection of the mirror to see the direction of the elevator. Lin Chen originally thought they could be more honest, but who knew Zhang Xian would pull out a mirror? Fortunately, the monkey next to them showed no reaction, otherwise, Zhang Xian's mirror could have brought disaster. Zhang Xian saw 2 monkeys standing at the elevator door, and it took a long time for them to calm down. These 2 monkeys are about as tall as us. I can't tell whether they are humans or gorillas. Although Luda was a bit selfish, his mind was very sharp. Soon, he came up to Zhang Xian. Do you think Lin Chen is one of those 2 monkeys? You're afraid to say it out loud for fear of causing a stir. Anyway, Lin Chen was their guide. If Lin Chen was indeed one of the monkeys, their mindset would surely change. When Zhang Xian heard Luda's accusation, he had no intention of answering him. In Zhang Xian's eyes, even if Lin Chen was that monkey, he probably blended in to save people. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to gamble so heavily in the lounge. After all, their lives had nothing to do with Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen and another monkey entered the elevator. Since they had already swiped the elevator card upstairs, they just needed to stay inside, and the elevator would take them to the corresponding floor. Under the mask, Lin Chen's face was full of anticipation, eager to know what level of game room was above. Soon, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing the decorations upstairs. Lin Chen glanced quickly and widened his eyes. A hospital? Chapter 32, Rules of the Operating Room. As soon as the Talon stepped out of the elevator, a scream immediately came from inside. Lin Chen looked into the depths of the hospital in disbelief, taking a deep breath. Is there really such a place upstairs? This is absolutely outrageous. He questioned himself. He hadn't heard a single sound downstairs and had no idea there was such a place above. At that moment, the monkey leaned in front of Lin Chen. What are you standing there for? Come on out with me. As soon as the monkey said this, he strode confidently out. Lin Chen remembered that the number of people in the elevator couldn't be odd, so he hurriedly followed behind. At this time, wearing a monkey mask, the people here didn't know he was mixed in. He saw the monkey leading the way, and with a fluttering heart, Lin Chen followed, not knowing where the man was taking him. In such a place, the screams must be very abnormal. Within a few minutes, the monkey took Lin Chen to a nearby room. Damn it, they took my clothes again, just pick a set. Lin Chen looked toward the monkey's voice and found several white coats in the wardrobe. Since the monkey had already started changing clothes, he needed to change too. Fortunately, their figures were similar to his own, otherwise, Lin Chen might not have fitted into their clothes. In just 5 minutes, Lin Chen stood in front of the mirror wearing a white coat. Originally, a white coat should symbolize a sacred profession. Who would have thought that now, wearing one would make him look like a devil? At that moment, a voice came from the door. Why are you 2 still inside? Hurry up and come out, don't waste time. Hearing the reminder from the people at the door, the monkey turned to look at Lin Chen. Let's go, we're already late. Lin Chen nodded slightly, following behind him, daring not to make a sound. The monkey might not be able to see who was beneath the mask, but these monkeys could distinguish his voice. If they discovered his identity here, he might not be able to leave safely. Lin Chen followed the monkey into the corridor and found several monkeys pushing a patient stopped in front of them. The monkey who had just given orders glanced at the two and clearly looked displeased. "I told you two to hurry and get checked, I didn't tell you to waste so much time." The two dared not rebut and were afraid the monkey would continue to pin the blame on them. "Help us push the bed to the operating room door, I'll go make preparations." Lin Chen watched the monkey walk to the other side of the bed and quickly found his position, pushing the bed with all his might. At this moment, the patient on the bed had stopped struggling, and no one knew whether the patient was dead or alive. He originally intended to lift the white cloth on the bed to see who was underneath. However, before his hand could reach up, the monkey's warning came out. "You better not be curious about what that person looks like under there, or you might find yourself lying on it." When Lin Chen heard the warning, he trembled and put his hand down. In just a few minutes, the bed arrived at the operating room. Lin Chen had just seen a huge sign at the door, covered in dense text. Although he didn't have time to carefully read the words on it, he understood that the sign likely contained the rules. At this moment, there was no light at all inside the operating room. The monkey already wore a mask, and they couldn't see each other's faces. Lin Chen pretended to look for tools, slowly retreating to the doorway of the operating room, standing in front of the sign. Sure enough, the sign recorded the rules of the operating room. Those who frequently entered and exited the operating room must have memorized the rules above, and Lin Chen needed to be cautious. He looked around, ensuring no monkey was paying attention to him. Since this was the case, he focused his gaze on the sign. Operating room rules. 1. The surgery time cannot exceed 1 hour. 2. Patients cannot eat during the surgery. 3. The operating room cannot be lit. 4. Do not tear off the labels on the medicine. Lin Chen carefully read the rules, silently repeating them in his heart several times. The first 2 rules should be monitored by other monkeys, the last 2 were what he needed to remember. It was the first time he encountered a rule stating that the room could not be lit. After all, surgeries were high risk, and no one could operate without seeing clearly. As for the other one, Lin Chen had the habit of tearing off labels and sticking them aside. He needed to overcome this habit. Now, the rules of the operating room were firmly lodged in his mind. He originally planned to push the door and enter the operating room while thinking of his excuse. If he went back empty-handed, the monkeys inside would surely be suspicious of him. Everyone wore masks, and they hadn't seen each other's faces. A slight hint of something amiss, and those monkeys would not let him off. Once his mask was removed, the face beneath would definitely be recognized by them. Lin Chen returned to the changing room and found several insignificant surgical tools. In any case, the tools wouldn't be used on himself, so the waste didn't matter much. In just 10 short minutes, Lin Chen hurried back to the operating room. He did not want to be the center of attention, that way, he was very likely to die inside. When he just arrived at the operating room, all the monkeys turned to glance at him without caring too much. According to the rules in the operating room, as long as they arrived, the time had already begun. Lin Chen looked at the time on his watch and took a deep breath. Fortunately, that monkey hasn't returned yet, otherwise, I wouldn't even have the chance to explain. At this moment, the commanding monkey walked in wearing a white coat. Lin Chen's eyes remained fixed on the patient on the bed, as if waiting for them to pull the white sheet down. Until now, he still did not know whether the person on the bed was someone they had just captured. The elevator could reach the hospital, and he believed that other floors likely had different business districts. When the monkey approached the sickbed, it glanced around at the other monkeys. "Next, I will personally examine him, you all stand by and do not move." The monkeys all took a step back, crossing their hands behind their backs. Lin Chen watched their behavior and mimicked them, standing beside them. They looked the same, wearing sunglasses, and no one knew Lin Chen was not one of them. He stepped in front of the white cloth, pulled it back, and placed his hands on the patient. Using this opportunity, Lin Chen glanced at the person under the white cloth and realized it was not the man he was looking for. But since he was already here, he could help this person a bit. Chapter 33, The Living Hua Tuo. In just 5 minutes, the monkey walked around the patient several times. "Oh, he can't be treated, you should push him to the morgue." Lin Chen looked at the monkey in disbelief. He had never heard that an examination was just walking around someone. Moreover, the patient clearly had a strong desire to survive and showed no signs of untreatability. At this moment, several monkeys approached the stretcher as if they wanted to push it away. Before they could exert any effort, Lin Chen stepped in front of the stretcher. "This patient is obviously still salvageable, how can you take him away? Isn't that too unfair to him?" The monkey looked at Lin Chen, saying the patient wasn't dead, and sized him up. Lin Chen felt guilty under their gazes, swallowing hard. A group of monkeys surrounding one person seemed odd, especially since the operating room had no lights at all. It didn't take long for the monkey to point at the patient. "You give it a try, we will step back." Upon hearing that they would step back, the other monkeys quickly placed their hands behind their backs and obediently stood beside the bed. Lin Chen stood next to the bed, steeling himself as he lifted the white cloth slightly. At that moment, the patient looked at him with pleading eyes, as if wanting Lin Chen to let him go. Lin Chen gave the patient a reassuring glance and pretended to begin the examination. Even though these monkeys were wearing masks, Lin Chen could still clearly read their expressions. Almost every monkey's gaze was unfriendly, as if viewing Lin Chen as a rival. It was hard to see the patient's condition through Lin Chen's mask. But from the patient's eyes, he could tell that there wasn't much wrong with him. As for why he had been brought here, that was not Lin Chen's concern. Just then, a monkey approached Lin Chen. "We can cooperate with you now." Lin Chen nodded slightly, not responding to the monkey, his eyes still fixed on the patient's. All bodily functions appeared normal, but the patient could not wake up. He wasn't a professional doctor, his mind held no knowledge of pharmacology, and he didn't know how to prescribe medication. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed a strange label with peculiar symbols stuck to the patient's body. In front of the monkeys, he picked up the label and examined it closely. Outside, no clothing brand used such letters. He thought this label might be the breakthrough. At that moment, the monkey who had just checked the patient leaned in closer. "We asked you to examine the patient's body, not to check his clothes. No matter what brand of clothes the patient wore, it had nothing to do with us." Lin Chen felt embarrassed upon hearing the monkey's reminder and scratched his head awkwardly. "Could you please help me get the medicine? I can cure his illness now." The stretcher had been pushed in by them, so naturally, Lin Chen saw a lot of medicine on it. Suddenly, a monkey came over to the clothes, carefully examining the pattern on the label. Looking at him, it seemed he wanted to pull down the tag. Before he could take action, Lin Chen arrived in front of the monkey. "He is a patient, you shouldn't take advantage of this situation, right?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's reminder, the monkey looked embarrassed and took a step back, standing obediently to the side. Lin Chen rubbed the tag with his fingers and noticed that the patient's face had regained some color. Just as he suspected, the tag could be the thing that was restraining him. As long as he wiped everything off the tag, he believed the patient would fully recover. In just 2 short minutes, a monkey came over with medicine in hand, tilting its head and standing beside Lin Chen. It seemed they wanted to see how Lin Chen treated the patient. Treating and saving lives was supposed to be focused on the patient. Lin Chen didn't want them to see him cleaning the tag. "Please step aside, we need ventilation here, or the patient won't be able to breathe." Upon hearing Lin Chen's continuous requests, the monkey had no choice but to step back several paces, leaving him with a little space. Lin Chen leaned next to the patient and deliberately glanced at the monkeys nearby, discovering none could get too close. "I will use water to wash off the symbols on the tag. If you can move, please do so. I want them to send you back." The patient couldn't move his body, but his eyes were desperately blinking. Seeing this, Lin Chen understood he had agreed to his request. He poured the medicine onto the tag and used his fingers to wash off all the symbols on it. The monkeys watched Lin Chen waste the medicine in this way, and they were furious. "Our medicine is very precious, how can you waste it like this? This is intolerable." Lin Chen quickly pointed at the patient as the monkeys approached him. "Don't watch how I use the medicine, you should look at whether the patient improves." The monkeys turned their eyes towards the patient and found that his hands and feet were slowly moving. This person had originally been sent to the morgue, but now he had inexplicably come back to life. Lin Chen sighed in relief as he saw that they realized the patient was alive again. "Now we don't need to send this person to the morgue, right?" The monkeys did not respond to Lin Chen but approached the patient, walking around the bed several times. From his appearance, it seemed he was checking the patient. Lin Chen stood obediently to the side and did not disturb him. In just 5 minutes, the monkey looked at Lin Chen in shock. A miraculous doctor, truly amazing. They had already given up on treating this patient. Who would have known that Lin Chen could pull him back from the gates of death? Lin Chen didn't respond to them, he was still worried about the patient being sent to the morgue. The monkey pondered for a long time and then pointed at the patient. "Then this patient is in your hands, do we need to perform surgery next?" Lin Chen knew everything was brought about by the tag. Now that he cleaned the tag, the patient naturally had no pain. Now, the patient was in his hands. Lin Chen pointed towards the patient and deliberately made his voice sound more serious. "Please help me get him to the ward." The monkeys exchanged glances, and not one of them moved. Just by looking at them, it was clear they were not convinced by Lin Chen and even thought he was a half-baked doctor. When Lin Chen saw that they had not moved after a long time, he felt a bit uneasy and pointed at 2 of them. "Could you 2 please put in the effort to move him to the ward? If something happens to the patient, I will take responsibility." No one initially wanted to help move the patient, but when they heard someone would take responsibility, they immediately lifted the bed and left the operating room. Lin Chen did not dare to reveal his identity and left the operating room with a feeling of guilt. Chapter 34, Danger Approaches. As the patient was brought into the ward, Lin Chen found himself without a single companion. As a first-time visitor here, this posed a lethal problem for him. At that moment, a voice came from the elevator entrance. Lin Chen slowly walked towards the elevator, wanting to see if the monkey had brought someone from another floor. Before he reached the elevator entrance, the voice had already traveled over. "Let me go. I'm not sick. What right do you have to bring me to the hospital?" When Lin Chen heard the unfamiliar voice, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the person coming now was not from Zhang Xian's group, he would not violate the rabbit boss's rules. It didn't take long for the sounds to gradually fade away. Lin Chen watched them walk inside, realizing that the patient room might be at the very back. Initially, he planned to follow those people inside to take a look, but before he could act, another sound came from the elevator. At this moment, he inexplicably felt a little panic in his heart, as if the people coming were very troublesome. He peeked out to check the number on the elevator, his eyes wide open. Is this not the floor where the rabbit boss's gaming room is? Why is it stopping on that floor? He had never seen the monkey leave the hospital and didn't believe the monkey would go down to catch someone. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to think of something. Could it be the monkey I knocked out has woken up? Because of his kindness, he hadn't killed the monkey, believing that as long as he captured it, the monkey wouldn't be able to come up. Besides, his gaming room had already been closed, and he didn't believe the monkey could come here so smoothly. At that moment, the elevator slowly ascended. Lin Chen felt as if his heart had risen to his throat, unable to utter a single word for a long time. As the elevator reached the hospital floor, the doors slowly opened. He saw a monkey dressed in a white lab coat walking out, which made Lin Chen breathe a sigh of relief. He remembered that he had taken off that monkey's clothes, and it was impossible for it to wear a white lab coat. Just as he was about to leave, another familiar figure walked out of the elevator. When Lin Chen saw the monkey's appearance, his heart sank to the bottom, and his eyes widened in shock. Wasn't it knocked out in my gaming room? Why is it here? Did someone let it out? At this moment, a mysterious image of Lu Di appeared in Lin Chen's mind. In Zhang Xian's group, there was only one person who could not be controlled, and that person was Lu Di. Lu Di believed Lin Chen's act of saving others was meddling, and it was very likely to bring trouble upon himself. Now, having found an opportunity to deal with Lin Chen, he had to intervene no matter what. Originally, he was absolutely safe in the hospital, after all, he had just saved someone. But by appearing on this floor, he could no longer hide his identity. At that moment, the monkey walked toward him, followed by the monkey in the white coat. From their expressions, they seemed to want to clarify something with the hospital's management. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen looked left and right, quickly focusing his attention on the changing room. There was nowhere else to hide, the only place to escape was inside the changing room. Lin Chen walked into the changing room in front of the other monkeys, took off all his clothes, and threw them into the trash bin. Taking advantage of the time when no one was around, he successfully hid inside and clamped his mouth shut. Just as he settled inside, the monkey entered the changing room with ease, finding its own white lab coat. Lin Chen didn't dare to say a word, nor did he dare to make a move in such a place. The hospital was originally their territory, and just a little bit of carelessness could lead to being discovered by them. If it weren't for the rule that the elevator must operate in even numbers, he would have had a chance to ride the elevator back to the game room while they changed clothes. Unfortunately, he was all alone, and being in the elevator alone was not allowed. It wasn't long before the monkey in a white coat left the changing room, casually closing the door behind him. Lin Chen sat inside the closet waiting for a long time, making sure there were no more sounds at the door, before slowly stepping out of the closet. He carefully surveyed the changing room and let out a sigh of relief. It seems that no one will come here for a short time. Time was very tight, now he had a chance to hide here, but such opportunities would not come again in the future. At this moment, the monkey, now dressed in a white coat, arrived at the office door and knocked on it. A familiar voice came from inside, causing the monkey to open the door solemnly and walk in. If Lin Chen were here, he would have immediately recognized that the person inside was the monkey head from the 12 zodiac signs. The monkey head looked them over with a serious expression. What are you doing here now? The patient situation doesn't seem to be resolved yet. The monkey heard the insinuation of blame in the monkey head's voice and hurriedly reported what happened in the game room. Sure enough, upon hearing that the monkey was knocked out, the monkey head slammed the table hard. What on earth are you doing? I asked you to catch someone in the game room, and you actually got knocked out? The monkey silently lowered his head, not daring to say a word. When the monkey head calmed down a bit, the monkey continued to look at him. They took my clothes, I think he must have mixed in with our group. The monkey head originally thought being knocked out was already very serious, little did he know the monkey had even more serious news to report. What did you say? Your clothes were taken? Such an important matter is only being mentioned now? The monkey head picked up the intercom on the table and reported the situation to the people outside. Everyone in the hospital wore masks, and they had never met each other. Even if the person stood right in front of them, they might not be able to recognize them. While the monkey head was investigating, Lin Chen walked several laps in the changing room, coming up with many plans in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the closet in the changing room. He understood that wearing his own clothes would never allow him to leave. The only way to potentially escape was to wear their clothes. Furthermore, the set of clothes he had just worn was no longer usable since it was borrowed from someone. As soon as someone saw a person wearing that set of clothes, they would immediately notice him. Quickly, Lin Chen chose an inconspicuous outfit from the closet and put it on himself. With no way to leave via the elevator, he could only think of returning to the ward. In just a few seconds, he thought of the man he saved and felt that the man would definitely help him. Chapter 35, Human Skin Mask. Lin Chen pressed his head against the door of the changing room, carefully listening for any signs of the monkey outside. When the footsteps gradually faded away, he cautiously opened the door. Fortunately, the hospital had detailed directional signs, otherwise, he wouldn't even know where the ward was. Along the way, many monkeys saw Lin Chen. However, he had changed out of the white coat, and no one knew he was the person who had just tried to escape. In just 2 minutes, Lin Chen found the man who had just undergone surgery. The entire ward only had him inside. Hiding there was the best choice. When the man saw someone wearing a mask enter the ward, his face was filled with fear, and his body kept retreating. Lin Chen hurriedly took off the mask on his face and waved his hand to him. "Don't be afraid, I just saved you. I'm not a doctor in the hospital." Once the man saw Lin Chen's face clearly, he immediately rushed over and clung tightly to his arm. Lin Chen believed he saved his life, but he didn't expect to be looked at with such eyes. Suddenly, he thought about the mask on his face and led the man to the bedside. "Could it be that you are the person they brought up from downstairs? Do you recognize me?" The man nodded repeatedly, his face full of excitement. Just from his expression, it was clear he was the person Lin Chen referred to. Lin Chen placed his hand on the man's face and quickly found a clue, forcefully tearing off the skin mask on top. Without the constraint of the skin mask, the man felt much lighter, almost kneeling down to Lin Chen in gratitude. Lin Chen was worried the man's voice was too loud and instinctively covered his mouth. "Can you be a little quieter? You know I came in to help you." The man nodded awkwardly, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen, afraid this was all just a dream. Soon, he returned to the doorway and listened to the sounds outside. "There are a lot of footsteps outside, it seems they are here to check the ward. You should put the skin mask back on." The man agreed eagerly. Just as he picked up the skin mask, the door to the room was suddenly flung open. Lin Chen and the man both turned their gaze to the door, their hearts instantly hanging in suspense. He didn't know the head of the hospital was the monkey head, otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid. The simplest solution in a card room is to gamble, and he believed he had never lost in bets before. Lin Chen glanced back at the person at the door, his eyes suddenly widening. "Monkey head? This hospital is yours?" The monkey head stared at Lin Chen, bewildered to see him here, and was equally stunned. "I didn't expect the one who snuck in would be you, I thought we had a traitor." Lin Chen pointed at the man beside him, a smile appearing on his face. "Boss Rabbit told me to take good care of them. You unexpectedly brought someone here, how can you disrespect Boss Rabbit?" He knew his own power wasn't enough, so he could only bring up Boss Rabbit's name. The monkey head casually locked the room door and approached Lin Chen. "What are you two doing? I heard you have cured his illness?" Lin Chen nodded slightly, not denying the monkey head's words. The illness was something he had indeed cured, otherwise, the man would have ended up in the morgue. Lin Chen walked to the man's side and pretended to place his hand on his wrist. "Ordinary people haven't seen such a situation, I'm calming him down, otherwise, I'm worried he might have an accident." Now, the monkey head already knew Lin Chen's medical skills were exceptional and pondered for a moment. "Can you tell me how you figured out his condition?" Just from his expression, it was clear the monkey head wanted to know everything. There are specific rules in the operating room, and he surely wouldn't carelessly share those rules. Lin Chen shook his head, looking troubled, and pulled the monkey head aside. "About medical matters, we can't speak carelessly, after all, some things cannot be passed on." When the monkey head learned Lin Chen had many secrets, he felt restless and eagerly wanted to obtain the information. At this moment, the ward fell into silence, and neither side spoke. Lin Chen was worried the monkey head would bring other monkeys over. He took a deep breath. "If there's nothing else, I want to take him downstairs to recover. This place isn't suitable for him to heal. Don't be fooled by the fact that this is a hospital, the nurses and doctors inside are monkeys. Any normal person would have fainted long ago if they saw a monkey treating them." The monkey-headed man shook his head repeatedly upon hearing Lin Chen wanted to take the person away. "You not only sneaked into my hospital, but now you also want to take someone away. That's a bit too much." Lin Chen noticed the monkey-headed man focusing on him and quickly found an excuse. "This person is someone I saved. I know how to completely bring him back, I hope you can understand me. At that moment, there was a knock at the door of the ward. The monkey-headed man turned to glance at the ward door and shouted. I'm in here. Go check other wards, don't bother me. The monkeys outside didn't dare offend the monkey-headed man and hurried to other wards. After thinking for just a minute, the monkey-headed man came to the patient and carefully examined him. I should hold you accountable for sneaking into my hospital. As soon as he said this, the man clearly started to get nervous. They came to the chess room just to make some money, nobody expected something like this to happen. Lin Chen, worried that the man would blurt out something foolish, quickly sat next to him and patted his shoulder, signaling him not to speak carelessly. Soon, a smile appeared on the monkey-headed man's face. Then I won't pursue you for pretending to be a doctor, but I have a condition. Lin Chen initially thought the monkey-headed man was righteous, but little did he know he had a condition for him. Seeing this, he nodded at the monkey-headed man, understanding that he probably wanted to settle the matter with a wager. Sure enough, the monkey-headed man pointed at the man. We'll bet on treatment, as long as you can help treat the person I designate, I'll let you take him away. The man, learning that Lin Chen needed to complete a wager to take him away, looked at him pleadingly, scared that Lin Chen wouldn't help. This time, he came here to save someone, how could he easily give up? Lin Chen nodded slightly and scanned the ward. As long as it's not a hopeless patient, I believe I can treat him. If I lose, what is my punishment? Since the monkey-headed man didn't set a punishment for failure, he believed the monkey-headed man already had a plan in mind. Sure enough, the monkey-headed man revealed a cunning smile. If you lose, you will stay in the hospital as my test subject. Lin Chen looked at the man's expectant eyes and understood that if he refused, it would surely hurt his feelings. Moreover, he was the only one capable of taking him away, no one else had that ability. After some contemplation, he bit his teeth hard. Then I agree. I don't know which patient you need me to help with. The monkey-headed man turned around and pointed at the door, opening it ahead of time. When the man saw Lin Chen needing to leave, he quickly approached him, tightly gripping his arm. From his look, it seemed he wouldn't let go of his hand no matter what. Lin Chen knew there were many monkeys in the corridor, if he brought him along, it would surely be a bit troublesome. He patted the back of the man's hand and smiled. Don't be afraid, I will always be here, unless I can't cure that person's illness. The monkey-headed man looked at Lin Chen being held by the man and couldn't help but come to the man's side. Our wager has already begun, you holding him back will only cause him trouble. With both of them continuously persuading him, the man had no choice but to let go of his hand. In just 10 minutes, Lin Chen and the monkey-headed man arrived at the neighboring ward. The monkey-headed man walked around inside. Just like that, he stepped outside, unable to find the patient he desired. Lin Chen took this opportunity to glance at the clothing of these people, noticing their tags were all visible. At this moment, he put on his mask again, and the monkeys in the corridor all believed Lin Chen was the doctor saving lives. Unknowingly, 10 minutes had already passed. Lin Chen watched as the monkey-headed man hesitated to choose a patient, unable to hold back anymore and blocking his way. You're not deliberately stalling, are you? If a patient dies because of you, it has nothing to do with me. Up until now, he hadn't seen where the patient was. In his view, the monkey-headed man was quite clever and might be playing some tricks. However, the monkey-headed man shook his head repeatedly, denying Lin Chen's words. Until I choose a patient, I won't say our bet has started. Though he wanted to win, he wouldn't use such a method to do so. Suddenly, two monkeys walked over from the front. The monkey-headed man blocked their path and whispered several words to them, understanding where the patient he was looking for was located. This time, with a specific target, the monkey-headed man led Lin Chen inside. As soon as Lin Chen arrived at the ward, he immediately noticed there was only one person inside. The monkey-headed man casually locked the door, wearing a smile, pointing at the person on the bed. Check her condition first, this is our betting patient. Looking at the monkey-headed man's smirk, Lin Chen felt that there was something he was hiding. Following the path indicated by the monkey-headed man, he approached the patient and lifted the white cloth from her head. As soon as Lin Chen saw the person's appearance, his brow furrowed slightly. This person looks a bit familiar, it feels like I've seen her somewhere. The monkey-headed man heard Lin Chen's voice and walked beside him. Of course, you've seen her. If I hadn't helped bring her here, she would already be dead. Brought her here? Lin Chen repeated the monkey-headed man's words, and his mind started to think. In just a few seconds, a figure appeared in his memory. This wouldn't be the ram-headed man whose horns I lost, would it? In his memory, the only person he had ever laid hands on was the ram-headed man. The monkey-headed man initially thought Lin Chen had forgotten about the ram-headed man, but was surprised he remembered. Now, the ram-headed man had lost his former vitality and lay on the bed, utterly weak. At that moment, the monkey-headed man brought a monkey to Lin Chen at the door. This is the doctor treating her, you can communicate about her condition, which counts as my help to you. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at the monkey, unwilling to learn information from its mouth. The man wasn't sick, yet the doctor wanted to send him to the morgue. Just from this, it was clear their medical skills were incredibly poor. Though he said that, he still approached the monkey. Tell me about her current situation, there's no need to tell me anything else. The monkey walked to the bedside table, took out the medical record, and placed it in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the contents of the medical record, only one piece of information seemed truly useful. At that moment, he felt as if the ram-headed man had returned to the room after having his horn sawed off. The subsequent matters were beyond his memory, and he had no idea why she had lost so much blood. The monkey-headed man watched Lin Chen's troubled face, thinking he wouldn't be able to save the person. The monkey-headed man chuckled softly and patted the monkey beside him. How could he not know that he didn't believe in himself at all? Soon, he arrived beside the goat-headed person and lowered his head to look at the label on her body. Indeed, the label had many patterns, and these patterns were highly likely the key to controlling the goat-headed person. Lin Chen reached out his hand in front of the monkey-headed person, his face serious. The kind of potion in the operating room, your hospital should have plenty, please bring me a bottle. The monkey-headed person didn't know why he wanted those potions, but still greeted the monkey and had someone bring it up. He didn't want anyone to see his treatment and pointed to the other bed. Please all sit over there, I don't want anyone to see my treatment. The monkey-headed person looked at Lin Chen in surprise, not knowing what game he was playing. But the two had a betting agreement, so the monkey-headed person could only obediently sit on the other bed. In just 2 or 3 minutes, a bottle of potion was brought up by the monkey and placed in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen imitated the operating room style and poured all the potion onto the label. In an instant, all the patterns on the label disappeared. As the patterns vanished, the goat-headed person's eyes slowly opened. Lin Chen noticed that the goat-headed person seemed about to speak and quickly gave the monkey-headed person a glance, signaling him to leave the room. The monkey-headed person didn't want Lin Chen to find an excuse later, so he pulled the monkey in the room and left. Just as they left, Lin Chen leaned closer to the goat-headed person. You lost your horn and this illness occurred? Why didn't you tell me at that time? The goat-headed person shook her head at Lin Chen's guilt-ridden voice. In a gamble, one must accept the outcome. If you need my horn, I will naturally give it to you. Suddenly, she remembered that Lin Chen had saved her and hurriedly pulled out half of the chips from her pocket. Chapter 37, Derived Rules. The goat-headed person respectfully placed the rules in front of Lin Chen, her face full of hope as she looked at him. Just from her expression, it was obvious that the goat-headed person hoped Lin Chen could take all the chips. Before Lin Chen could refuse, the goat-headed person forcefully shoved the chips into his pocket again. You saved my life, if I don't express anything, that would be my problem. Lin Chen looked at the goat-headed person's expression and realized that whatever he said was useless, so he could only agree. Suddenly, Lin Chen sat beside her. When did you come up? Why didn't I see you come up with my own eyes? The goat-headed person pondered for a moment and shook her head. I just felt that I gave you my horn and fainted when I returned to the room, I don't even know how I came up. At that time, Lin Chen should have been in the lounge eating with others, having no time to care about the goat-headed person's business. Now, the goat-headed person's chips were already in Lin Chen's pocket. Lin Chen arrived at the door of the room, pointed inside, signaling him to go in and take a look. The monkey-headed person looked at him in surprise, not believing that the goat-headed person had recovered. The monkey-headed person brought the monkey to the bedside and found that the goat-headed person had indeed recovered. Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe, a faint smile on his face. How is it? In a gamble, one must accept the outcome, now can I take my people away? The only bet between the two was leaving this place, and Lin Chen believed the monkey-headed person had no reason to violate the rules. The monkey-headed person bit his teeth hard, his face full of unwillingness. I will have someone come to take care of her, you come with me to the office. Lin Chen nodded slightly, thinking that leaving the hospital required some paperwork. At this moment, the monkey-headed person had already walked out of the room and was heading towards the office. Inside the hospital room, there were 2 monkeys left behind, believing that they would take good care of the monkey-headed man. Lin Chen watched as the monkey-headed man moved faster and faster on the ground, involuntarily quickening his own pace, afraid that he might accidentally fall behind. In his territory, if he lost track of the monkey-headed man, it was very likely he would find other weaknesses against him. It didn't take long before the monkey-headed man arrived at the office and found a place to sit down. Lin Chen stood at the door, his face full of surprise as he looked at the sign on the wall. Originally, he thought in such a large hospital there would only be one rule, but he didn't expect there were special rules at the office door. Fortunately, he had casually looked up just now, otherwise, he might have walked into the office in confusion. Just then, the voice of the monkey-headed man came from inside. You can come in if you open the door, I haven't locked it. Hearing the monkey-headed man say this, Lin Chen immediately agreed. Now, there wasn't much time left. Lin Chen carefully looked at the sign at the door, committing all the rules written on it to memory. Derived rules. 1. The hospital is not bound by the rules of the game room. 2. The monkey-headed man is the boss of the hospital, but he needs to listen to Rabbit Boss. 3. Rabbit Boss won't come to the hospital if there's nothing going on. 4. The monkey-headed man hates carnivorous animals and the smell of blood. Lin Chen looked at the rules on the wall and couldn't help but admire Rabbit Boss's power. The hospital was clearly the monkey-headed man's territory, yet no one had thought that Rabbit Boss could also come out to manage it. Moreover, one of the rules specifically stated that Rabbit Boss wouldn't come to the hospital unless there was a reason. Just then, a voice came again from inside the office. What are you still doing at the door? Come in quickly, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Chen glanced at the rules on the wall, replied, and entered the office. When the monkey-headed man saw Lin Chen come in, he pointed to the sofa beside him. I called you here for a reason, your medical skills are just amazing. Our hospital doesn't have talent like you. Before Lin Chen arrived, the most common phrase they had heard was sending people to the morgue. But this time, with Lin Chen at their hospital, the most heard phrase in his mind was that medicine cures illness. As Lin Chen listened to the monkey-headed man sing his praises, he felt a bit embarrassed. He had never seen the 12 Zodiac use such a method to praise him, there must be a reason behind it. Seeing him, Lin Chen took a look and couldn't help but laugh. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't want to beat around the bush. He didn't believe that the monkey-headed man called him over for no reason, otherwise, he could have simply let him go. When the monkey-headed man heard Lin Chen ask him to speak plainly, he took a deep breath. It's simple, I hope you can leave the game room. I can arrange a better room for you in the hospital, you can come here as a doctor. He didn't dare to arrange for anyone else from the 12 Zodiac to come to the hospital, but he had the ability to arrange Lin Chen to come here. When Lin Chen learned that the monkey-headed man wanted him to stay in the hospital, his head shook like a rattle. I can't agree to that, Rabbit Boss wants me to host them, and they haven't left yet. He dared not directly reveal his secret, otherwise, the monkey-headed man might tell Rabbit Boss about it. Neither the game room nor the hospital was a place Lin Chen wanted to stay. The only reason he stayed in the game room was that he occasionally encountered Rabbit Boss there. This way, he could refresh Rabbit Boss's goodwill and find an opportunity to leave from the game room. The monkey-headed man, upon realizing that Rabbit Boss had assigned a task to Lin Chen, thought for a moment. The person lying in the hospital room can be taken away. As long as you are willing to work at the hospital, you can knock on my door anytime. Until now, Lin Chen only realized that the monkey-head man usually wasn't in his own room. He originally thought that the monkey-head man just loved to play, no one expected that the hospital upstairs was actually run by him. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to think of something and glanced at the door. I wonder how long it will take for the goat-head man to return to the chess room in this condition. One of the 12 Zodiac signs was missing, and he didn't know how to explain it to the Rabbit Boss. Originally, the Rabbit Boss didn't know who was responsible for the goat-head man's fate, but now with goat horns on him, he could definitely guess something. When the monkey-head man heard Lin Chen asking about the goat-head man, he pondered for a moment. The goat-head man has already woken up, I believe it won't be long before he can recover. He had initially given up on treating the goat-head man, just leaving him in the hospital room to wait for death. No one expected that Lin Chen would actually save the goat-head man, it was simply too ridiculous. At this moment, the monkey-head man came out from behind the desk and placed a white coat on the table in front of Lin Chen. From now on, whenever you want to come to the hospital, this white coat will be yours, so don't steal someone else's coat. Lin Chen awkwardly accepted the white coat he was given. As the head of the hospital, he would surely notice if one white coat was missing. Now, with the monkey-head man having said everything, he waved his hand. I'll give them a heads up shortly, and you can take the person away. If he didn't give a heads up, the two of them could at most only reach the elevator. Seeing the monkey-head man's willingness to take responsibility, Lin Chen felt that sometimes the 12 Zodiac signs could be quite reliable. Just as he was about to leave, the monkey-head man suddenly seemed to think of something and hurriedly called him back. Wait, I have one more thing to tell you. At this moment, there was a slight distance between Lin Chen and the monkey-head man. In order to hear what the monkey-head man was saying clearly, Lin Chen had no choice but to step closer to him. You saved someone from our hospital, I don't want to owe you any favors, but you can always come to the hospital for refuge. The people in the chess room were all good at gambling, and no one knew if Lin Chen could maintain a 100% win rate. Now, the hospital could offer him a chance for refuge, which was like giving him a new life. Lin Chen nodded with a grateful face, wishing he could become brothers with the monkey-head man. The monkey-head man saw that there was nothing else to discuss and casually waved his hand. I'll let the people at the elevator know now, you can leave anytime. Lin Chen agreed and stepped back to the door, only to see the monkey-head man stretching out his hand to take out the files from the drawer. His gaze landed on the monkey-head man's arm, discovering that his zodiac sign was different from the other 12 zodiac signs. The other 12 zodiac signs all retained some features they should have, but the monkey headman didn't have such features at all. While he was lost in thought, the monkey headman noticed Lin Chen standing dumbfounded. Do you have something else? Next time you wear the white coat, you can walk around the hospital, the nurses and doctors won't care. He mistakenly thought Lin Chen was worried about the monkey stopping him, so he specially explained it. Lin Chen didn't reveal his discovery, greeted him, and returned to the corridor. This time, with his own white coat, he naturally didn't have to worry about being found out by the monkey. At this moment, the comment section in the livestream was continuously filling up. We originally evolved from monkeys. Do you guys think the monkey head man is a hidden helper? I think so. His hospital is exactly the same as the one run by humans. In my opinion, you should talk to him more, maybe he can help you leave the game room. Lin Chen looked at the words on the bullet screen and felt they were right. Unfortunately, he had no more pointed evidence in his hands, so he could only bury this matter in his heart for now. At that moment, he arrived at the familiar hospital room door. Lin Chen confidently walked inside, still wearing that familiar mask on his face. When the man inside saw someone entering the ward, he curled up in the corner, worry written all over his face. Lin Chen, is that you? In the hospital, only Lin Chen was trustworthy, everyone else was there to take lives. Lin Chen had originally planned to tease him a bit, but considering his small courage, he gave up the idea of playing tricks on him. He walked up to the man and casually took off the mask from his face. The monkey doctor has promised to take you away, I hope next time you can discuss matters with us. Since he could be caught here, it was enough to show that he had concealed quite a few things in the lounge. Listening to Lin Chen's complaint, the man silently lowered his head. Although the raw meat had been eaten by them, the organs were still in his pocket, which was a waste. At the elevator entrance of the game room, there were surveillance cameras. Lin Chen took off his human skin mask, and the two of them arrived at the hospital's elevator door. The monkey doctor saw the two of them at the elevator entrance and couldn't help but approach Lin Chen. The man was frightened and hid behind Lin Chen, not daring to take a breath, fearing he would die there. Lin Chen patted the man's arm firmly, a smile on his face. The monkey doctor was the real boss here, since he was willing to let himself go, what others said was useless. Sure enough, the monkey doctor came over merely out of curiosity and gave Lin Chen a glance. I heard you saved someone in our hospital, next time you come to the hospital, you must find me. Lin Chen casually agreed, sticking the elevator card to the elevator. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the elevator traveled from the first floor to their designated floor. When the man saw the elevator slowly open, he quickly tugged on Lin Chen's arm. He had stayed on this floor long enough and did not want to remain there any longer. Lin Chen greeted the monkey doctor, and the two entered the elevator. As the elevator door closed, the man was about to speak, but Lin Chen immediately waved his hand at him. He had the rules of the elevator in his mind and understood that speaking loudly inside was against the rules. The man looked at Lin Chen's gesture and tightly covered his mouth, not daring to say a word. In just half a minute, the elevator stopped at the floor of the game room. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a familiar face. Lin Chen looked at the person at the elevator door with surprise, unsure of what to say for a moment. The man was so frightened by the rabbit boss that his legs went weak, nearly sitting on the ground. With a face full of anger, the rabbit boss took 2 steps forward and scrutinized him. Where did you come from? Lin Chen looked down at his clothes and realized he had already taken off the hospital gown, and thoughts about the office rules crossed his mind. The rabbit boss wouldn't go to the hospital unless it was necessary, and he believed the rabbit boss had an aversion to hospitals. With that in mind, he definitely couldn't mention bringing someone to the hospital. Lin Chen pointed toward the hallway and pulled the man out of the elevator. Otherwise, if they talked loudly in the elevator, they risked violating the elevator rules. As the elevator door slowly closed, the rabbit boss's eyes turned blood red, making anyone who looked at them feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Chen firmly grabbed the man's arm, signaling him to stop talking nonsense and let him speak. He ate meat and organs in the lounge, his body is a little uncomfortable, so I took him upstairs to find a dormitory to rest. In the elevator, they couldn't speak, so Lin Chen took a careful look at the buttons inside, noticing that they were categorized differently. Just 2 floors up was the dormitory where the guests stayed, unlike them who could live in their own mahjong rooms. Hearing Lin Chen take the man upstairs to rest, Boss Rabbit's expression clearly became much better, and he seemed to have the intention to leave. However, he did not expect that the man would actually repay kindness with harm. Chapter 39, Repaying Kindness with Harm. The man hid behind and listened for a long time but did not hear Lin Chen speak the truth, forcefully bumping Lin Chen aside. I didn't go to the dormitory, I was in the hospital upstairs. They took me away. These few sentences were more explosive than the last, and Boss Rabbit's face darkened instantly, his red eyes staring intensely at Lin Chen. The reason Lin Chen had just been reluctant to speak the truth was that he sensed Boss Rabbit's taboo. Now, the man not only revealed that Lin Chen was lying but also broke his taboo. At that moment, Boss Rabbit's cold voice emerged. Is the truth really like this? Before Lin Chen had a chance to respond, several familiar figures rushed out from the lounge. Just from their appearance, it was clear they had been eavesdropping at the door of the lounge. They initially thought they could hide inside, but no one expected the man would break the taboo. Luda approached Boss Rabbit, looking quite embarrassed. Please don't take it to heart, he's been having bad luck lately, losing all the time, and his mind has been disturbed, spouting nonsense. Upon hearing Luda's explanation, Boss Rabbit clearly was unwilling to believe it and turned his gaze to the others. Those who were scanned lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Fortunately, Zhang Xin was not intimidated by Boss Rabbit and hurried to stand before him. Yes, I can vouch for him, he's been especially unwell lately, often saying he needs to go to the hospital to buy medicine. With their two explanations, Boss Rabbit's mood noticeably improved, and the cold air in the hallway gradually dissipated. Boss Rabbit walked up to Lin Chen, a smile breaking out on his face. I shouldn't have said you deceived me without investigation, this was indeed my mistake, you may stand up. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Boss Rabbit turned to the shocked man. If he really is sick, you all need to manage him well, don't let him wander around the hallway alone. Zhang Xin slightly nodded, just about to bring the man back, but found that Boss Rabbit had already grabbed the man's arm. Seeing this, she quickly shifted her gaze to Lin Chen. From her expression, it seemed she wanted Lin Chen to say something nice so that they could possibly take the man away. However, after what had just happened, Lin Chen had long lost hope and turned his head aside. Seeing that no one at the scene disagreed, Boss Rabbit pulled the man forward a few steps. Since you all think you can't manage him, then I'll take him away, to avoid scaring my other guests. When the man heard that Boss Rabbit wanted to take him away, he immediately started explaining. Unfortunately, Luda and Zhang Xin had already painted him as a mental patient, and Boss Rabbit was not willing to believe what he said at all. In just a few minutes, Boss Rabbit and the man disappeared down the hallway. Luda watched them leave and hurried over to Lin Chen. We won't blame you, you've done what you ought to do, it's all his own doing. He clearly risked his life to bring others down, but no one expected he would give up his own life. If that's the case, even the gods can't save him. Lin Chen looked at the people present, seeing no blame in their eyes, with a face full of guilt he glanced at them. I have done my utmost, the hospital above is very dangerous, and you all should not take the elevator upstairs. Zhang Xin and Lu Di exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. Though the rabbit boss was not here, they still worried that the rabbit boss would hear their conversation, pointing to Lin Chen's mahjong room. How about we sit in your mahjong room for a while, and when we have a dormitory, we will leave. In their view, not having a place to rest gave other zodiac signs the opportunity to take advantage of them. Lin Chen looked at their eager faces, and remembering how they had just risked their lives for him, agreed. It didn't take long for him to personally lead the remaining team members into the mahjong room. My mahjong room only has one bed, so just make do. The few of them exchanged glances and burst into laughter. We came here to make money, where we stay doesn't matter at all. Zhang Xin worried that Lu Da's words might be unpleasant, so she stepped in front of Lin Chen. Don't misunderstand, we aren't those kinds of people. We were willing to save you because we knew we needed you. Seeing so many dangerous bets in the game room, they understood that without Lin Chen, they were not far from death. Lin Chen looked into their eyes, slightly nodded, and locked his door. After several rounds of comforting, Lin Chen's confidence slowly returned. At that moment, Lu Di approached Lin Chen. I have a question, why did he turn into that kind of monster? Didn't you eat raw meat? Isn't that considered a violation? For them, the most important thing to know was about violations. Lin Chen listened to Lu Di wanting to clarify the rules of the game room and pondered for a while. Although I have no evidence, I think you overlooked the entrails on his plate. Raw meat was just one point, eating that raw meat was helping the man out of a tight spot. However, because the man cared about his face, he didn't mention hiding the entrails, leading to his capture. If one were to pursue responsibility, it was likely that Lu Di would also be implicated. Not asking Lin Chen what dishes they could order, but just ordering whatever they wanted wouldn't work out well. Upon learning that the man had hidden the entrails, Zhang Xion's face turned red with anger. As the team leader, she felt ashamed for not understanding such a small matter. The others looked at Zhang Xion's silence and understood what she was pondering. They all approached Zhang Xion with faces full of flattery. We will definitely tell you everything in detail in the future, without hiding any important information. Lin Chen found their loyalty declarations somewhat amusing. Hiding information can only create trouble for yourselves, it doesn't cause me any trouble. At most, they would feel a bit of mental anguish, after all, these were people they interacted with daily. Lin Chen looked at them wanting to continue entangling in this matter and pointed to a nearby empty space. You can find a place to rest yourselves, I won't arrange a spot for you, my bed is only for me. There were many chips hidden in the bed, and he couldn't let them lie on it. If Lu Di found out there were chips inside, who would know whether he would rob them all? He couldn't bet on the goodness of human nature. He did not go to the hospital without gain this time. At least he saw the attitude of the monkey-headed man and understood that he still had a chance to leave here. Chapter 40, Arranging the Dormitory. In the deep of night, several people were fast asleep in the mahjong room. Suddenly, someone at the door started to complain. What the heck, why is there someone stuffing little notes in the mahjong room? Lin Chen originally did not plan to pay attention to them. After all, these people were all newcomers. But when he learned that someone was stuffing a note through the door crack, he hurried over to that person. Where's the note? The person, with a surprised look on his face, took out the note and placed it in Lin Chen's hand. Since they had just been resting, they only thought the note was garbage that someone had mischievously stuffed at the door. Lin Chen took the note back to the bed, glanced at the information on it, and his expression became much more serious. Luda and Zhang Xian were very sensitive to the dangers in the game room, and like a fish leaping out of the water, they sprang up from the ground. What's going on? Something must have happened in the game room, right? Lin Chen glanced at the two of them and pointed to the others who were still fast asleep. Wake them all up, now I will take you to the dormitory. I can't sleep with so many people here. Although there was no signature on the white paper, he could immediately see whose handwriting was on it. Lu De originally intended to ask further, but Zhang Xian shot him a glare, making him give up the questioning. After all, it didn't make much difference where they rested. If he had a room of his own, he could do other things. In less than a minute, everyone stood in front of him. Lin Chen instructed them to bring their luggage and follow him as they walked to the elevator. At first, he thought the elevator could only be opened with an elevator card, but to his surprise, the elevator door was still open. Lin Chen looked at this scene and immediately realized that the rabbit boss had already swiped the card for him. The elevator card could only be used 2 to 3 times, he didn't have that many chances. Lu De and the others complained as they entered, seemingly saying that the game room lacked humanity. Lin Chen recalled the rules in the elevator, counted their numbers, and reminded them. No talking in the elevator, if I take you to the dormitory, you talk. They exchanged glances and agreed. In just half a minute, the elevator reached the floor where the dormitory was located. Since all the dormitories were unoccupied, Lin Chen pointed to the rooms in front of him. You choose your own rooms, 1 person per room, we aren't that stingy, so don't stay together. He couldn't clearly state the rules, otherwise, these people would only rely on themselves for the rules in the future. Zhang Xian looked at Lin Chen's eyes, understanding that there must be some kind of rules, and arranged for his own people to stay inside. It didn't take long for everyone to have their own room. Lin Chen looked at the time on the wall and rubbed his aching temples. I need to go back to my room to rest. You all arrange a time to come find me tomorrow, and I will take you to the mahjong room to take a good look. After getting familiar with the game room for a day, it was natural to arrange for them to understand the betting rules. Soon, Lin Chen returned to his room. This time, the hallway was silent, he could lie in his room and rest in peace. After a day of trouble, Lin Chen was physically and mentally exhausted and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Unknowingly, a whole night passed. Lin Chen got up early, went to the elevator entrance, and waited for those people to come down. In his view, those people must have had trouble sleeping after they saw their companion die by those people's hands. However, he did not expect that the elevator would have no reaction at all. Could it be, they also need an elevator card to come down? You won't need me to go upstairs to meet them, right? At this moment, he felt completely unsure inside his heart. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. Lin Chen worried they were waiting for him upstairs, so he used the elevator card to swipe open the elevator and arrived at their floor. He originally thought he would see those people as soon as the elevator doors opened, but no one expected the hallway to be eerily quiet. No way? Their hearts shouldn't be this big, right? Are they still not awake? When he discovered the stakes were very high in the game room, he had already sat up in bed early, fearing he would waste time. No one expected these people to be so confident. Just then, Zhang Xian's room opened. Zhang Xian walked out with a tired face and stretched lazily. When she saw Lin Chen had arrived at the elevator, she froze in place. How did you get up here? I haven't had a chance to freshen up yet. Lin Chen learned that Zhang Xian hadn't started her morning routine yet and felt speechless. You should hurry and wake them up. I admire how you all can sleep here, I don't have that kind of courage. Zhang Xian nodded awkwardly and hurriedly walked over to the other rooms, wanting to wake them all up. Lin Chen stayed at the elevator door without anything to do, so he used this opportunity to walk around, hoping to find something useful. His elevator card had only one chance left. If he didn't quickly find the secret of the elevator, he believed he would miss the chance to come up again. Lin Chen circled around the elevator, carefully observing the buttons above, trying to see if there was any kind of mechanism. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught many people standing still, looking uneasy. From their expressions, it was clear they possibly encountered some trouble last night. Unfortunately, Zhang Xian didn't explain the situation to him, and he had no reason to say anything to her. Suddenly, Lin Chen's peripheral vision swept over the buttons above the elevator. As long as he blocked the elevator from going down, they would be able to ride the elevator for free back to the original floor. Since Lin Chen had discovered this loophole, he naturally wouldn't let the elevator leave, so he propped it in the middle. In this way, he didn't break any elevator rules while keeping the elevator in place. At this moment, they were washing their faces. No one paid attention to Lin Chen standing at the elevator door. After about 15 minutes, Zhang Xian and Lu De finally brought people to stand in front of Lin Chen, looking quite embarrassed. "We didn't rest well last night, so we got up too late this time, please don't blame us." Lin Chen saw that several of them had dark circles under their eyes and understood they hadn't rested well, giving a slight nod. "Hurry into the elevator and don't talk inside, remember what I said." Zhang Xian and Lu De looked at the others, gave them a warning glance, and then entered the elevator. When everyone got inside, Lin Chen finally withdrew his foot that was blocking the elevator and let it slowly descend. In just half a minute, Lin Chen led them out from inside. Zhang Xian thought for a long time, gritted her teeth, and walked up to Lin Chen. "Yesterday, something terrifying happened in our dorm." Chapter 41, Dormitory Strange Events. Lin Chen learned that something had happened in the dorm and instinctively glanced at the others. Sure enough, everyone had dark circles under their eyes, clearly showing they hadn't rested well all night. Zhang Xian thought Lin Chen would care about their matters, but to her surprise, he showed no intention of asking. Just then, Lu De stepped in front of the two, sneering. "What's the use of telling him? He and we are not on the same level, how could he care about our lives?" Lin Chen looked at Lu Da's face full of dissatisfaction, pointing to his mahjong room. "You all come back to the mahjong room with me, don't talk nonsense in the corridor." In the corridor, not only Boss Rabbit might hear, but the other 12 zodiac signs could also hear. If Lin Chen openly stood in their camp, surely someone from the 12 zodiac would come to him for a gamble every day. Zhang Xian watched Lin Chen walk into his mahjong room and hurriedly called for the people behind to follow. In just 1 minute, the last person arrived at the mahjong room, and Zhang Xian quickly locked the door. Lin Chen sat on the bed and glanced at them. "You all tell me what happened last night, I was completely unaware downstairs." From dusk until dawn, he didn't notice any trouble at all. Zhang Xian instinctively glanced at one of the people and walked to Lin Chen's side. "One person among us went crazy, singing and dancing in the corridor, and several people couldn't hold him down." When Lin Chen learned that they had lost one person, he instinctively counted their numbers and found that they hadn't decreased. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw Lin Chen's confusion and quickly began to explain. After dawn, he returned to normal and went back to the room, then we finally had an hour to rest. It was precisely because that person caused trouble all night that Zhang Xian and a few others didn't get a good rest. If Lin Chen hadn't come upstairs to find them, they would likely still be resting in the room. When Lin Chen learned about the unusual behavior of one person, he thought for a moment. "Did any of you violate the rules? I believe each of your rooms should have rules, right?" Upon hearing Lin Chen mention the rules, several people exchanged glances, their faces filled with surprise. "We shouldn't have violated any rules, right?" Lu Da's voice was full of uncertainty, making Lin Chen instantly sense something was wrong. Among their group, Lu De was the most unstable factor. Lin Chen knew Lu De wouldn't tell him the truth, pointing at Zhang Xian. "You tell me, what exactly happened last night, I need to hear the details from you." At this time, he had already sensed that something was not right, these people likely violated the dormitory rules. Zhang Xian looked awkwardly at Lu De, then approached Lin Chen. Before she could say anything, Lu Da's impatient voice came from the side. "What's there to ask? I suspected there are a few fake rules in the dormitory, so I wanted them to help me test it out, is there a problem?" Lin Chen's eyes suddenly widened at Lu Da's words. "What a fool, even we wouldn't dare to easily violate the rules, yet you have the guts to do such a thing. No matter whether there are fake rules in the dormitory or not, they had no reason to try them. Life is precious, once wasted, it cannot be regained." But to be fair, Lu De was somewhat clever. He knew very well that violating the rules could cost him his life, yet he specifically arranged for his teammates to try it out. Zhang Xian noticed Lin Chen's hidden anger and sat beside him. "We won't question the authenticity of the rules in the future, let's take this as a lesson." Lin Chen ignored Zhang Xian and looked at the other few people, finding their faces full of astonishment. Just from their expressions, it was clear they had no idea whether the person who went mad yesterday was one of them. Otherwise, that person would definitely have caused trouble for Lu De, there was no reason to remain safely in the group. Just as a few people were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Lin Chen hurried to the door and signaled to them with his eyes not to speak nonsense. The rules in the game room are very strict, and even a tiny bit of inattention could cost them their lives. Zhang Xian and Lu De blocked others in front of them, ensuring that there would be no nonsense. Lin Chen confirmed their safety and casually opened the room door, immediately spotting Boss Rabbit standing at the entrance. Lin Chen put on a smile, lowering his head to look at Boss Rabbit. "Boss Rabbit, you're up so early? I wonder if you have anything to tell me. Boss Rabbit seemed to already know these people were in the mahjong room, glancing at them. They are new here and still don't understand our gambling methods, so take them to play in the game room, but don't let them play mahjong. When Lu De heard that Boss Rabbit did not allow him to play mahjong, he was eager to break free. Fortunately, Zhang Xian was right next to Lu De and quickly pulled him back, preventing a disaster. As Boss Rabbit left, Lin Chen finally closed the door to the mahjong room. If you don't behave in the future, I will have to hand you over to other zodiac signs to deal with you. The 12 zodiac signs were all about gambling, and no one present could outplay them. Even the lower-ranked pig head could cheat, and they hadn't even noticed. Zhang Xian had already sensed Lin Chen's anger, quickly coming to his side. We didn't bring you trouble, right? So don't be angry, let's just continue playing our game. The others nodded in agreement, coming over to Lin Chen. Yeah, let's just keep playing. Why bother? Lin Chen looked at their apologetic expressions, pointing towards the game room. Follow me. This time, if you resist at all, I will leave and ignore you. He held 2 props in his hand, getting rid of these people would be no trouble at all. Lin Chen led them into the hallway, walking towards the game room. Lu De muttered behind them, feeling that Lin Chen and Boss Rabbit looked down on them, not even allowing them at the mahjong table. Hearing their complaints, Lin Chen deliberately slowed down and glanced back at them. If you think I'm unqualified to bring you, then I have no choice but to send you back to the dormitory level. Zhang Xian, caught in the middle, promptly waved her hand. He just complained a bit, we're all willing to listen to you, just ignore him. The other team members nodded in agreement, glaring at Lu De. Right, let's not pay attention to Lu De. Who does he think he is, ordering us around? At that moment, they arrived at the game room door, noticing there were several new rules on the wall. Lin Chen approached the rules, taking a deep breath. These rules are actually written in blood. Zhang Xian immediately thought of the rules seen in the dormitory, her face serious. We saw the rules in the dorm yesterday, also written in blood. Lu De, hearing Zhang Xian speak the truth, hurried over to Lin Chen. Yes, I suspect the rules written in blood are fake. Otherwise, why would they be written in blood? Lin Chen looked at the expressions of Lu De and Zhang Xian, moving in front of the rules wall to glance at the last rule. Additional rule, do not break the game machines in the game room. When playing games, it's inevitable to feel like smashing the machines at the peak of excitement. Now, this additional rule specifically addressed that point, hoping to make them control their muscle reactions. Lu De initially thought they would at least give him some feedback, who would have guessed that everyone present didn't even want to acknowledge him. In an instant, Lu Da's temper flared up. They arrived at the wall of rules. Look, the rules above are all written in bold letters, but only this part is written in blood. Isn't that strange? The team members exchanged glances and quickly began to discuss. Not only Lu De found it strange, all the members present shared the same feeling. Lin Chen noticed their odd behavior but felt no urge to remind them. Having experienced the cost of breaking the rules last night, Lin Chen didn't believe they would still entertain such thoughts. Lu De looked around, seeing no one pay attention to him, and patted the rules on the wall. Don't you want to know if this rule is real or not? If this rule is fake, we might find a way to make money. Lin Chen heard Lu De constantly urging the people in the team and instinctively exchanged a glance with Zhang Xian. He was unfamiliar with the members of the team, making it inconvenient for him to greet them. But Zhang Xian was different, these people were brought by her, and he believed they would willingly listen to her. However, before she could step forward, the man who had gone mad yesterday slowly walked out. I know you just said the madman is me, but I refuse to believe these rules are true. I want to try. In his view, he had already broken the rules once and didn't mind breaking them a second time. Lin Chen watched him trying to break the rules and rubbed his aching temples. He had been in the game room for so long and had never encountered someone so stubborn. Zhang Xian knew she couldn't control them and shot an angry glare at Lu De. From now on, if anyone wants to know if the rules are real, I suggest that person take action themselves and not involve others. Lu De understood Zhang Xian was hinting at him and let out a cold laugh. I'm just looking out for them, if the rule is false, we could use it to make a lot of money. At that moment, the man had already approached the game machine. Lin Chen watched the man's actions and quickly stepped in front of him. Think carefully, if you break the rules, Lu De won't have any punishment for you, and none of us can save you. Breaking the rules was entirely different from the gamble of the 12 zodiac signs. Lin Chen had no ability to bring back a rule breaker. The man, hearing Lin Chen's disbelief in him, let out a cold laugh. Lu De is not wrong, you belong in this game room. I believe you all have created a terrifying atmosphere, in reality, you are just paper tigers. As his voice fell, he slapped the game machine hard in front of several people. When Lin Chen saw the man hit the game machine, he helplessly stepped back 2 steps and found a spot to sit down. Zhang Xian noticed Lin Chen's movements and hurried to his side. You have to find a way to save him, we've already lost 2 people, and we cannot afford to lose anyone else. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Xian's worried expression and helplessly shrugged. This is beyond my control, breaking the rules should count as a random punishment. Just as his voice fell, the box holding the chips on the game machine fell, hitting him perfectly. In an instant, the man's head caved in a large section, and he fell to the ground. A painful howl echoed throughout the game room, and Zhang Xian and Lu Di, shocked, hid behind Lin Chen. To them, only Lin Chen had the ability to save this man. However, Lin Chen helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His head is crushed, no matter how capable I am, I cannot bring him back. Lu Di hid behind Lin Chen, his face filled with disbelief. I didn't expect the rule written in blood to actually be real. Zhang Xian heard Lu Da's voice. A face filled with anger violently grabbed him up. Do you know? Those people died because of your encouragement. Next time you try the rules, I hope you go yourself. Now, the team of 6 was left with 3 people. Luda and Zhang Xian, as the decision-makers in the team, had nothing to worry about. The other person was more honest, not having so many twists and turns in his heart, so he was still intact. Luda and the other person exchanged glances, both looking at the corpse on the ground with very terrifying expressions. Lin Chen came to Zhang Xian's side and couldn't help but smile at her. As expected of the captain, you are the most calm one. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly, helplessly pointing at the body on the ground. I can only stay calm, otherwise, if I panic, those 2 will surely panic even more than me. At that moment, the game room's door was kicked open. The dog-headed man walked in through the door and immediately saw a person lying on the ground. The dog-headed man came before Lin Chen, his face filled with anticipation. Do you want to save him? I'm willing to play a game with you. If you win, this person will belong to you. Lin Chen looked at the man lying on the ground and shook his head. His head is squished like this, obviously, he can't survive. Just take him away. The few people here were all safe and sound, with no reason to risk themselves for a dying man. Hearing that everyone had given up on him, the man on the ground could only die with anger. This time, Lin Chen did not stop it, making the dog-headed man feel a bit uncomfortable. Originally, the dog-headed man thought he finally had a bargaining chip to make a big profit from Lin Chen. Suddenly, Luda, standing in the back, instinctively glanced at the wall, his eyes widening suddenly. You all look at the rules on the wall, did someone just write something in front of us? Lin Chen and Zhang Xian exchanged glances and shook their heads. No one just appeared mysteriously here, and who knew new rules had appeared on the wall. Chapter 43, Cleaning Up Bloodstains. The 4 of them came back to the wall, carefully looking at the new rules that had just appeared. Derived rules. The game room must not leave bloodstains, all bloodstains must be cleaned before leaving. Lin Chen instinctively looked at the blood on the ground, taking a deep breath. If I guess correctly, those bloodstains are what we need to clean up. Hurry and get 'em up. Luda and Zhang Xian exchanged glances but showed no intention of going to the cleaning corner. They already knew the rest area was very dangerous, no one knew if something would happen when they left. Lin Chen looked at their indifferent faces and couldn't help but remind them. The team is down to just the 3 of you, if you keep putting on airs, you may be next. The other surviving girl heard Lin Chen needed cleaning tools from the cleaning corner and immediately turned around to leave. Lin Chen was speechless at Zhang Xian and Luda, not expecting them to have gotten used to it. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the girl returned with several cleaning tools. Lin Chen casually took a rag and started wiping the window. Even though the man's vitality was fading so quickly, his blood splattered at a not-so-slow pace. Zhang Xian watched Lin Chen choose the simplest task and quickly took the broom inside. Originally, they thought Luda would somewhat consider their feelings and take something, but no one expected Luda didn't want to bother with them at all. He was just a selfish person, how could he collectively clean the floor here? Fortunately, the girl's work efficiency was excellent, and she cleaned up all the bloodstains on the ground. Lin Chen took a deep breath and sniffed the air, pointing at the window nearby. Let's open all the windows, otherwise, Boss Rabbit will smell the blood inside and come to investigate. Although Lin Chen had seen with his own eyes that they cleaned up all the blood, no one knew if there was any blood left behind. If there was even a tiny spot of blood left, they could all die here for breaking the rules. Just then, the door to the game room was opened by someone. Lin Chen instinctively turned back and saw Boss Rabbit standing at the door. In that instant, Lin Chen felt every hair on his body stand on end and exchanged a glance with Zhang Xian. They could continue opening windows in the game room while he walked up to Boss Rabbit. Boss Rabbit looked serious as he glanced inside, frowned, and his eyes filled with displeasure. Come with me to the office, let them play in the game room. Lin Chen heard Boss Rabbit asking him to follow and turned back to give Zhang Xian a signal. Next, they had to face the increasingly strict rules on their own. Lin Chen followed Boss Rabbit into the corridor, casually closing the door behind him to prevent the smell of blood from getting out. In the game room, not only was Boss Rabbit sensitive to the smell of blood, but the 12 Zodiac members were also sensitive to it. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Unlock skill, deduction. characteristic, can only be used 3 times a day? Lin Chen listened to the voice in his head with a confused expression, completely unaware of what deduction was for. Suddenly, he focused his gaze on Boss Rabbit and smiled. He had been considering how to use deduction, and now that Boss Rabbit was taking him to the office, it was a perfect opportunity to use it. Since Lin Chen didn't know how long deduction would take, he deliberately slowed his steps. However, he had just acquired the ability to deduce and had not managed to activate it for a while. Seeing the office getting closer, Lin Chen had to find another excuse. They are all new here, I'm worried they can't clean up the mess inside. I should go back and let them know. Boss Rabbit's expression stiffened when he heard Lin Chen wanted to return to the game room. The two held their ground for a moment before Boss Rabbit finally agreed. Come back quickly, I will wait for you in the office. Lin Chen watched Boss Rabbit head back to the office and hurried to the game room door, pushing it open and stepping inside. As he guessed, after staying in the corridor for some time, he could smell a strong odor of blood as soon as he opened the door. Fortunately, all the windows were opened, and it wouldn't take long to clear out the smell of blood inside. Zhang Xian and Lu De rushed over to Lin Chen as he returned. What happened? Why did you come back? What did Boss Rabbit want from you? Lin Chen, seeing their curiosity about Boss Rabbit's arrangements, shook his head helplessly. You don't need to ask me so much, I just found an excuse to come back and tell you a few things. I'll be going to his office soon. Lu De, hearing that Lin Chen hadn't left with Boss Rabbit, looked confused. Aren't you all on the same side? There are 6 of us here, and now only 3 are left. Something is off. The other person, who was different from Zhang Xian, viewed Lin Chen completely differently, feeling that he had saved them countless times. Every time, it was their own actions that caused problems, they couldn't blame him at all. Zhang Xian shot an angry glare at Lu De, wishing she could kill him on the spot. If it weren't for you constantly urging those around you to break the rules, how could they have died here inexplicably? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Xian, willing to believe in him, feeling a warmth in his heart. He had done many good things for these people, believing that their attitudes towards him would surely improve. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at the rules on the wall and noticed that the rules had not changed. Seeing this, he finally felt relieved. You all can play in the game room, as long as you don't break the rules, you can play here for as long as you want. They came here under Boss Rabbit's arrangement, he believed the 12 Zodiac wouldn't come here to trouble them. Of course, Lin Chen still reminded Zhang Xian and the remaining person. If he tries to get you to break the rules, think carefully for yourselves, there have already been 3 examples before. It's hard to persuade a dead ghost, he felt that he only needed to do what he should do. As for whether they would listen, that was their own business. Now, everything he needed to say had been said. Lin Chen found a spot to sit down and immediately used his deduction skill. He felt as if his soul had left his body, slowly walking out of the room. Lin Chen understood this was the ability of deduction, he could use this method to predict the traps Boss Rabbit had prepared for him, allowing him to prepare in advance. Chapter 44, Death Under Deduction. Lin Chen walked through the corridor and arrived at Boss Rabbit's office. Boss Rabbit was waiting for him in the office. Lin Chen composed himself and knocked on the door. Come in, the door's not locked. Lin Chen heard Boss Rabbit's voice and hurriedly opened the door and entered the office. As soon as he stepped in, he saw a bloody piece of clothing lying on the floor. Lin Chen looked at Boss Rabbit in surprise, not understanding if the clothing on the ground was a hint. He thought Boss Rabbit would give him a task, but to his surprise, Boss Rabbit didn't even lift his head. He didn't spare Lin Chen a single glance. After pondering for a while, Lin Chen picked up the clothing and hung it on the coat rack behind the door. As soon as he hung the clothing up, a sound of wind breaking came from behind him. Lin Chen only had time to glance back when Boss Rabbit pounced on him, throwing him to the ground. Next, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and he lost consciousness. At that moment, Lin Chen in the game room shook violently and gasped for breath. Zhang Xian saw Lin Chen's movements and approached him with a face full of surprise. What happened? Lin Chen waved his hands repeatedly, forcing the fear inside him down. I just accidentally fell asleep and had a nightmare. When Lu De learned that Lin Chen could sleep here, he approached him with a mocking expression. Did you all hear that? He can sleep here, not caring about us at all. Zhang Xian could not help but reprimand Lu De as she saw him mock again. Do you have the face to say that? If it weren't for you constantly urging our people to break the rules, would so many have died? Lu De opened his mouth, obviously wanting to say something. But he couldn't find an excuse and turned his head aside. Lin Chen saw Zhang Xian standing beside him and understood he couldn't enter the deduction state. You all continue playing your game, I'll take a little nap here. If someone comes looking for you, wake me up. As long as he was there, Zhang Xian felt they had an additional protective charm, and naturally agreed. With Zhang Xian and Lu De leaving, Lin Chen took a deep breath. It seems that piece of clothing on the ground cannot be picked up. That piece of clothing seems to be the same as the one the man is wearing. Fortunately, he has the skill of deduction, otherwise, he could have easily ended up dead in Boss Rabbit's mouth. Having 3 chances for deduction every day is like having 3 chances to make a mistake. Lin Chen took a deep breath, hiding the fear deep within his heart, and activated the deduction again. He felt his soul come out again, standing at the door of Boss Rabbit's office. This time, Lin Chen struggled with himself for a long time in his heart before pushing the door and entering the office. Boss Rabbit, just like last time, kept his head down, focused on the documents on the desk, showing no intention of acknowledging him. Lin Chen glanced down at the clothes on the floor, pretending he saw nothing, and sat down opposite Boss Rabbit. Then Boss Rabbit put the documents aside, looked up, and glanced at Lin Chen. "How are those new people doing? Are they enjoying the game machine?" Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, trying to answer. They have never played with such game machines before, and now everyone is very happy. It's just, I hope I can go over and accompany them soon. While speaking, Lin Chen noticed Boss Rabbit's expression and found him very calm. At that moment, Boss Rabbit picked up the teacup next to him and tapped it in front of his mouth. "There's no water left. After a busy day, I can't even get a sip." When Lin Chen heard Boss Rabbit wanted water, he turned to look at the thermos at the door. "I still have the tea leaves I brought you last time, right? I'll brew some tea for you." Boss Rabbit looked at Lin Chen wanting to brew tea and pointed to the tea leaves in the cabinet. "You brew the tea from the cabinet, and you also make a cup for yourself. I have something to ask you." Lin Chen understood from Boss Rabbit's brief words that he was looking for him for a reason and immediately thought of the hospital upstairs. At this moment, he still had not thought of a way to deal with it, and his mind was constantly pondering the direction of his answers. According to the rules in the hospital, he absolutely could not say he had ever been to the hospital. Otherwise, there was a high chance that Boss Rabbit would pounce on him and kill him, and he did not want to endure that again. While he was thinking, Boss Rabbit's urging voice came from not far away. "Can you be any faster? Do you want me to die of thirst?" Hearing Boss Rabbit's voice, Lin Chen hurriedly poured the hot water into the cup and placed it in front of Boss Rabbit. "I just finished making the tea, wasted a bit of time." Boss Rabbit pointed at the seat opposite and gulped the scalding tea into his mouth. Lin Chen already knew Boss Rabbit's strength. How could this hot water possibly burn him? He saw Boss Rabbit sizing him up, his expression very indifferent. "According to those new people, you have been to the hospital upstairs. I wonder if this matter is true?" Lin Chen slowly raised his head to look at Boss Rabbit, his mind racing. As time went on, Boss Rabbit's expression became increasingly grim. In a forced situation, Lin Chen could only grit his teeth and say the words against his heart. "I have never been to the hospital, don't listen to that person. He is just someone with mental issues." When Boss Rabbit heard Lin Chen deny going to the hospital, a smile appeared on his face. "Oh? Is that so? Our game room doesn't need honest people." With those words, Boss Rabbit lunged fiercely at Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen reacted but was no match for Boss Rabbit's speed, and he was still forcefully pinned to the ground. In just a few seconds, Lin Chen felt darkness swirl before his eyes and found himself back in the game room. The scene of his death was very vivid in his mind. Lin Chen felt his back completely drenched with sweat. Breathing heavily. Zhang Xian saw Lin Chen's actions and felt something was wrong, so she walked in front of him. "You aren't asleep again, are you? Come join us for a while, we're a bit short on players." They originally had 6 people, but now there were only 3 left. Lin Chen needed to go to Boss Rabbit's office soon. He had no time to play games with them. Lin Chen simply waved his hand at them, showing a smile more painful than crying. "You need to clean up the blood on the floor quickly, and get rid of that box that killed him. It has a lot of blood on it, it mustn't be found." Zhang Xian realized there was blood on the box as well and immediately reacted. "Right, we'll start cleaning that blood right away, making sure Boss Rabbit doesn't see it." Chapter 45, The Last Chance. In the empty game room, Lin Chen stared blankly at them cleaning up the mess. He had only one chance left to simulate. If he couldn't find a way out, he might die in Boss Rabbit's office. Lu Di observed Lin Chen's expression as if sensing something. "Do you think he is hiding something from us? I always feel like he's going to die." Zhang Xian sensed Lu Di's curse towards Lin Chen and shot him a glare. "You focus on cleaning here, you don't need to meddle in other matters." Lu Di had wanted to find some presents with another person, but that person also ignored him. Thinking about how his situation had turned out, Lu Di looked at Lin Chen with hate. "Die here quickly, we came to make money, and you bring us to the game room every day." Until now, he had never reflected on his mistakes, but instead placed all the blame on Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen had just stepped out from the shadow of death, instinctively glancing towards Lu Di and Zhang Xian. The 3 worked together to put the box fragments into a black bag, ensuring no one could see the blood on them. Zhang Xian saw that their task was done and walked in front of Lin Chen. "Didn't you just say you were going to Boss Rabbit's office? Are you ready?" Lin Chen sighed helplessly and stood up. I no longer have excuses to delay, I can only go and try my luck. Suddenly, Zhang Xian gritted her teeth and walked to Lin Chen's side. Is there any way I can help? You've done so much for us, we can't repay you with hatred. Although Lin Chen said nothing, she could feel from his emotions that going to Boss Rabbit's office was likely very dangerous. Before he could speak, Lu De shoved Lin Chen aside. Boss Rabbit didn't ask us to go to his office, don't think you can take us with you. Lin Chen saw the two about to argue and pointed to the game console. He's right, Boss Rabbit is only looking for me. If you follow me, it'll only cause trouble, you stay here. He walked out of the game room and casually closed the door behind him. At this moment, he was calculating what actions he should take in his mind. Now, he had already tested the questions Boss Rabbit would ask. That question was a guaranteed deadly one, any answer would be wrong. He had one simulation chance left, but he was reluctant to use them all up this early in the morning. At that moment, a sound came from behind. Lin Chen instinctively turned around and saw a familiar figure walking from the elevator. Yarnhead? Weren't you upstairs being treated? Yarnhead heard Lin Chen's voice and approached him with a grateful look. If it weren't for you healing me, I should be in the morgue now. Don't be fooled by the number of doctors in the Monkey Head People's Hospital, they actually have no real medical skills. Since the goat head person arrived at the hospital, not a single monkey doctor has prescribed her medicine, leaving her to fend for herself. The doctors in there only possess basic medical knowledge and are utterly incapable of treating their injuries. Lin Chen stood still, waiting for the goat head person to come over. The goat head person looked around and found no one from the 12 Zodiac coming out of their rooms. Could you come to my room? I have something I want to discuss with you. Lin Chen looked at the goat head person in surprise and nodded slightly, following her to the room's door. Boss Rabbit instructed me to go to his office, I can't stay out for too long. Please be quick. When the goat head person learned that Boss Rabbit wanted to see Lin Chen, her face filled with astonishment. Boss Rabbit wants someone in his office? That's quite rare. The 12 Zodiac had been living here for so long and had never visited Boss Rabbit's office. Upon hearing they hadn't been there, Lin Chen felt a sense of despair. The goathead person looked at Lin Chen's expression and glanced back at the 12 Zodiac's direction, confirming no one else had come out. I already know about your cover. With just that short sentence, Lin Chen broke into a cold sweat. This information could easily become his only weakness, the goathead person could use it as leverage to force him into action. Seeing Lin Chen look so terrified, the goathead person smiled. You are my savior, and I will not repay kindness with harm. She took out some hidden tokens from her clothes and placed them in Lin Chen's hands. This is the collection of tokens I've gathered over this time. I only ask one thing of you, and I hope you can agree. Lin Chen initially thought the goathead person wanted help against the tiger head person since her horn was knocked off by him. However, he didn't expect the goathead person didn't have any murderous intentions at all. If I get hurt and end up in the hospital again, I hope you can help me with treatment. I don't want those monkeys treating me. She understood that monkey treatment was a guaranteed death sentence and wouldn't allow those monkeys anywhere near her. Lin Chen didn't have the chance to answer before the goathead person, regardless of whether he would agree, opened the door and went back inside her room. Bang! With the sound of the door slamming shut, Lin Chen found himself left outside, words stuck in his mouth. Isn't it just treatment? As long as Boss Rabbit doesn't find out, I will definitely save you. Though he didn't know the 12 Zodiac's true purpose here, he knew they were alive for a reason. Lin Chen glanced down at the tokens in his hand, carefully placing them inside his clothes. Lin Chen's face was full of embarrassment as he glanced at the telephone booth, knowing he had lost the chance to walk inside it. Chapter 46 Opposite Answer. The office door was left ajar, and Lin Chen gently pushed it open. Just as he had imagined, there was a blood-stained garment on the floor. Boss Rabbit had just sat down, smiling at Lin Chen. After 2 rounds of deduction, he knew the clothes on the ground should never be touched. Otherwise, Boss Rabbit would immediately turn into a bloodthirsty killer and bite him to death. Lin Chen walked up to Boss Rabbit and sat down across from him. Boss Rabbit, they have cleaned up the game room, should we go take a look? When Boss Rabbit heard about the game room, he shrugged indifferently. He reached for his cup, only to find it empty. Just as Boss Rabbit was about to rise, Lin Chen quickly took the cup out of his hand. Let me do it. I'm not sure why you called me. I still need to talk to them about the mahjong rules. Boss Rabbit heard Lin Chen's question but took a long time to respond. Lin Chen was filled with rage, wanting nothing more than to splash hot water in his face. But he held back his anger and presented the cup to him. Boss Rabbit drank the water in one gulp and set the cup aside. Lin Chen sneaked a glance at the rim of the cup and noticed it was stained with sticky blood. It seemed that the man brought back by Boss Rabbit was in serious trouble. The bloody shirt lay by the door, and blood on Boss Rabbit's teeth completely explained the man's fate. Boss Rabbit watched Lin Chen anxiously leave and pointed to the chair across from him. Don't rush. There are so many game machines in the game room, I don't believe they can finish playing all at once. Lin Chen nodded helplessly, feeling increasingly anxious inside. Then Boss Rabbit changed his expression and stood up. I heard you once went to the hospital upstairs, is this true? Hearing Boss Rabbit mention the hospital again, Lin Chen knew that the man in the office had mentioned his name several times. At that moment, he deeply regretted bringing the man down. Not only did he not save anyone, but he also put himself in a desperate situation. Since there was already an answer last time, this time he needed to answer oppositely. No matter if the result was correct or not, at the very least, he knew that saying he hadn't been there was wrong. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his eyes firmly fixed on Boss Rabbit. Yes, I've been to the hospital upstairs. Boss Rabbit fell silent upon hearing Lin Chen's answer. At this moment, Lin Chen discreetly moved the chair slightly back. As long as Boss Rabbit showed the slightest abnormality, he could escape at the fastest speed. However, Boss Rabbit showed no reaction, leaving Lin Chen utterly puzzled about what Boss Rabbit really meant. Unbeknownst to him, 10 minutes had already passed. Boss Rabbit lifted his head and carefully examined Lin Chen. What were you doing at the hospital? The people from the chess room had never been to the hospital, they hadn't even left their floor. Lin Chen answered Boss Rabbit's question straightforwardly. One of the newcomers was taken away, and I was worried about his safety, so I followed them up to take a look. Upon hearing that someone had been taken away, Boss Rabbit instinctively glanced at the blood-stained garment on the floor. Anyone could see that the dead man was the one taken out from the hospital. Did you see anyone inside? Or did you save anyone? Lin Chen had chosen to tell the truth and naturally recounted all his deeds in the hospital in one go. At this moment, the anxiety in his heart was known only to him, others could not understand his feelings. As long as he answered one question wrong, Boss Rabbit would turn into a demon and mercilessly bite him to death, without giving him any chance to argue. The silence from Boss Rabbit once again made Lin Chen feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. It was also the first time he felt regret. Unknowingly, another 10 minutes had passed. Boss Rabbit glanced at Lin Chen again and casually picked up the documents next to him. I have finished all the questions I wanted to ask you, you can leave here now. Upon learning that Boss Rabbit allowed him to leave, Lin Chen did not dare to relax and hurriedly stood up. In order to avoid giving Boss Rabbit a chance, he even put the chair back in its original position. Soon, he reached the door and secretly looked back at Boss Rabbit, finding that he was still in place, without even lifting his head. Could it be that I really passed the test? Until now, Lin Chen felt a sense of lack of confidence. Since Boss Rabbit had promised to let him leave, Lin Chen naturally would not stay here, desperately pushing the door open and stepping outside. As soon as he reached the door, he saw that the corridor outside had completely changed color. The originally bright corridor had turned dark purple, with blood everywhere on the ceiling. At this moment, a bloody smell rushed toward him, making Lin Chen nearly vomit. What is happening? Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to realize something and looked back into the office, finding that Boss Rabbit's body had grown several sizes. At this moment, Boss Rabbit opened his blood-filled mouth, revealing undigested flesh inside. From his expression, it seemed as if he regarded Lin Chen as his next meal. Lin Chen turned to run but found the blood on the floor was extremely slippery, even a slight effort could lead to a fall. In a place like this, falling meant death. At that moment, Boss Rabbit moved. Lin Chen did not even dare to breathe, fearing that any movement would attract his attention. He saw Boss Rabbit bite down hard on the desk, and the sound of wood cracking echoed in the office. Before Lin Chen could react, the sound of wood cracking also came from the corridor. Only now did Lin Chen realize. If he stayed still, he was very likely to die here, without any chance of survival. He glanced at the corridor and found that the telephone booth was very close to him. I remember there is an item in the props that can rewind time, only that item can help me now. Taking advantage of Boss Rabbit gnawing on the desk, Lin Chen backed away from the office and quickly ran toward the telephone booth. Fortunately, the telephone booth was not far from the office, otherwise, with his speed, he would not have been able to reach his destination. At this point, the chewing sounds in the corridor were getting closer, as if right next to him. Now, he did not care whether anyone noticed him exchanging props, his life was the most important thing. Moreover, the prop he exchanged this time was a time-reversing item. As long as he used it, all the actions he took now could be nullified. Chapter 47, Time Reversal. Lin Chen reached the telephone booth, not daring to look back, tossing the chips given to him by the sheep-headed man inside. Instantly, an item exchange panel appeared in the telephone booth. He had a goal in mind and naturally knew how to choose. In just a few seconds, the time reversal potion fell into his hands. At that moment, the demon that Boss Rabbit had transformed into had walked out of the office, his crimson eyes fixed on him. It seemed that he might not even be able to escape the telephone booth. Lin Chen took a glance at the time-rewinding potion in his hand and clenched his teeth tightly. If I die, then so be it. I can't believe it could be worse than this. As the time-rewinding potion poured down his throat, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, rolling on the ground continuously. After about half a minute, all his pain dissipated. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes and found himself inexplicably in a hallway, with the rabbit boss's office in front of him. Having just experienced danger, he involuntarily looked around, realizing there wasn't even a trace of blood in the hallway. Could it be I've been reborn? In his view, the smell of blood in the hallway could not be cleaned up so quickly. At that moment, the complaining voice of the rabbit boss came from inside the office. Why are you so slow? Hurry up and come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time. All signs indicated that he had come back to life. Lin Chen took out the tokens that the goat-headed man had given him from his pocket and found that he had lost 2/3 of them. Those mysteriously vanished tokens were probably exchanged for the time-rewinding potion. Even now, he felt a lingering fear and looked anxiously at the rabbit boss's office, lacking the courage to open the door. He had encountered a fatal question during the questioning process in the office, understanding he was doomed. Although he had been reborn at the door of the rabbit boss's office, he still couldn't escape the reality of entering it. Lin Chen placed his hand on the office door of the rabbit boss and took a deep breath. How should I answer that question? This is troublesome. In his eyes, the answer seemed to have only two options, and both were wrong, which was ridiculous. Now, he had one more chance to deduce his answer. If he wasted this chance now, he could very well lose his life, and the saved opportunity might never be used again. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and closed his eyes. I must use my last chance to deduce. He sensed another shadow within him open the office door and sat opposite the rabbit boss. The rabbit boss acted exactly the same as before, sitting honestly inside. Taking advantage of the time it took to brew tea, Lin Chen secretly observed the rabbit boss's actions and noticed the documents in the rabbit boss's hands were from the hospital. Based on the hospital rules, he deduced that the rabbit boss didn't hate the hospital, but rather the doctors inside it. Now, if he could heal the patients in the hospital, he believed the rabbit boss wouldn't want to kill him immediately. After all, this was a deduction. Lin Chen boldly approached the table and placed a cup of hot water in front of the rabbit boss. The rabbit boss casually set down the documents in his hand and glanced at Lin Chen. As far as I know, you've been to the hospital upstairs, is that true? As soon as he asked this question, the rabbit boss's eyes stared intently at Lin Chen. Once he responded, the rabbit boss could immediately give feedback. Lin Chen understood that denying he had been there was absolutely the wrong answer, otherwise, the rabbit boss would have no reason not to pounce and bite him. Lin Chen took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the fear deep within him. There was someone in our game room who felt unwell and was taken to the hospital. I went up to treat him and brought him down. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, the rabbit boss fell into silence just like before. At this moment, Lin Chen felt extremely anxious, not knowing if he had answered incorrectly. After about 10 minutes, the rabbit boss threw the documents in front of Lin Chen. The documents inside are the information about the people you saved up there. I am very glad you did not join the monkey head man. Lin Chen originally thought the monkey head man was the head of the hospital up there. No one expected Boss Rabbit to be the real behind-the-scenes boss. As long as he agreed to stay in the hospital upstairs, every response would be wrong now. In an instant, Lin Chen felt a surge of wild joy rise from his heart, expressing his loyalty to Boss Rabbit. I would be very grateful if you could give me a place to live. How could I possibly work in the monkey head man's hospital? Boss Rabbit was very satisfied with Lin Chen's answer and stood up. Now you can leave. In the future, that new man will follow me, you don't need to care about him. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at the bloody clothes on the ground. How could he not know where the man was? In this kind of environment, staying alive was the top priority. He walked to the door, flung it open, and found the corridor outside unchanged. No need to ask, this time the simulation should be normal. In an instant, Lin Chen woke up from the simulation state, and repeated what he had done inside according to the simulation method. Following the exact same rhythm as before, Boss Rabbit chose to let Lin Chen go, allowing him to leave. When Lin Chen stepped out of Boss Rabbit's office, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally safe. I thought I was going to die in there. This time, Boss Rabbit clearly brought him to the office for a feast of the hounds. The chance of survival was almost zero. Lin Chen glanced at the direction of the phone booth, marveling a bit. No wonder the phone booth is put there. It turns out there is such a saying. If the phone booth hadn't helped just now, Boss Rabbit would have surely devoured him, with no other possibility. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and took all the chips out of his pocket. The goat-head man had given Lin Chen 2/3 of the chips he held, who knew he had used up a large portion for one task. Until now, he still did not know where the chips in the phone booth had gone. Now, he had no other chips and could only find ways to raise more. In the card room, having no chips was tantamount to being unable to move a step. Thus, Lin Chen returned to the game room's entrance like a wandering soul, hearing the sounds of games being played inside. It seemed that Lu Du and the others had set aside their grievances and were playing games peacefully inside. As the door to the game room opened, Zhang Xian came up to Lin Chen with a nervous look on her face. How is it? Are you okay? Did Boss Rabbit make things difficult for you? 3 pairs of anxious eyes were tightly fixed on Lin Chen, afraid something might happen to him. He managed to squeeze out a smile and shook his head. There's nothing at the moment, but you all need to strictly follow the rules, otherwise I can't protect you either. This time, he did not leave Boss Rabbit's office empty-handed. At the very least, he now knew that the man had died in the office. Zhang Xian and Lu Du noticed a slight change in Lin Chen's tone. How could they not know what he had experienced in Boss Rabbit's office? At that moment, someone came to Lin Chen with a nervous look. The person taken away by Boss Rabbit, were they inside? Before Lin Chen could respond, Lu Da's voice immediately answered. That person deserved to die. We originally saved him with good intentions, and he almost buried us all. Due to Lu Da's temper, the person didn't continue asking. Suddenly, the pig-head man appeared at the door, glancing at them. You all tidy up a bit, prepare to go to the lounge for dinner. Lin Chen looked at the pig-head man wanting them to leave the game room. After thinking for a long time, he did not respond to him. They stayed in the game room as arranged by Boss Rabbit, which meant they were safe there. Without Boss Rabbit's order, following Pighead could easily turn them into Pighead's food. However, regardless of their reaction, Pighead turned around and left. Zhang Xian watched Pighead leave, her face full of tension as she approached Lin Chen. Are we making a mistake? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Xian, who was focused on him, and frowned. From my experience in the game room, since Boss Rabbit allowed us to go eat, he should come to find us. As soon as his voice fell, Boss Rabbit suddenly appeared at the door. Boss Rabbit looked at the 4 of them still in the game room, his face filled with surprise as he scanned them. Why are you still here? I told Pighead to ask you to go and order food. Lu Du originally planned to refute Boss Rabbit, but unexpectedly Lin Chen stepped up and agreed to him. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen led the remaining 3 to the lounge. Zhang Xian stared blankly at the 2 empty seats, letting out a sigh. Sigh, the seats here were just right for the 6 of us. Why did 2 people have to die? Lin Chen heard Zhang Xian's complaining voice and helplessly shrugged his shoulders. They originally thought they had come here just to spend chips, but nobody expected their lives would be left here forever. At that moment, Pighead placed the menu in front of them. What do you want to eat? Draw circles on it, I'll wait for you here. Zhang Xian saw Lu Du trying to take the menu away, so she quickly pulled it out and placed it in front of Lin Chen. This time, you order for us. Your experience is greater, and we are all willing to trust you. Although Lu Du was reluctant, he understood that Lin Chen had the most experience. Lin Chen picked all the meat dishes off the menu and chose some vegetarian options that they could eat directly. When Pighead saw the dishes they had chosen, he glanced at them. Don't you 4 want to eat meat dishes? Should I help you order a meat dish? Lin Chen shook his head rapidly when he saw Pighead wanting to order for them. We have been busy all day and just want to eat some vegetarian dishes, thank you. Pighead knew he couldn't do anything about them with the dishes, so he obediently placed the vegetarian dishes in front of them. This time, the dishes Lin Chen ordered were all things they could eat. Zhang Xian rummaged through the dishes on the plate, her face relaxing. Cucumbers and lotus root slices can be eaten raw, this is much easier than raw meat and entrails. Lu Du felt a bit of anger at Zhang Xian's words, but he couldn't express it since her words were the truth. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Chen placed the plates in front of Pighead. I'll go rest first, you all should return to the dormitory as soon as possible and try not to come out of the room at night. Having experienced what happened last night, Lu Du and Zhang Xian understood Lin Chen's meaning and quickly agreed. Just a few minutes later, Lin Chen returned to his mahjong room, closed the door behind him, and lay down on the bed. For an entire day, Boss Rabbit did not cause them any trouble, as if he was letting them move freely. Lying on the bed, Lin Chen felt increasingly uneasy, piecing together all the clues in his hand. He originally thought he should be on the main path, but unexpectedly he had already deviated from the main task. Moreover, being in the game room, he only had the chips left over from the goat-head man, clearly straying from the planned track. Lin Chen took out the rule from the phone booth and placed it on the table. This rule teaches me how to use chips, so this rule must be abnormal. If he wanted to return to his wealthy days, he definitely couldn't go back to the phone booth. Otherwise, no matter how many chips he had in his hands, it wouldn't be enough, and he could even become a target of the 12 zodiac animals. Without chips, the 12 zodiac animals would have to play other bets with him. Now, the monkey-headed man and the sheep-headed man no longer held hatred against him, but the other 10 zodiac animals might not feel the same. Lin Chen lay on the bed, thinking more and more that the phone booth was problematic, and his urge to go to the phone booth was already extinguished. Unknowingly, he fell into a deep sleep on the bed. He hadn't rested well all night, the mental effort of the deductions had taken a lot from him, and he had long wanted to lie down and rest properly for a while. This time, no one called him to get up. Lin Chen slept for a full 10 hours in his room. When he finally opened his eyes again, the sun outside the room had already risen into the sky. In an instant, Lin Chen sat up with a start, instinctively glancing at the door. When he saw that there was nothing at the door, he relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. It seems the boss rabbit didn't come to me for anything, otherwise, there would definitely be something left at the door. Lin Chen went to the washroom to tidy up his personal hygiene a bit, intending to check on the dormitory upstairs. Who would have thought that as soon as he opened the door, he immediately noticed that the decor in the hallway had completely changed. He thought to himself that he hadn't heard anything in the room, the decor at the door definitely hadn't changed overnight. Strange, when did they change the decor to this? Could it be, the rules changed? Now, with the scene changed, the rules naturally changed as well. After a round of observation, Lin Chen confirmed that the 12 doors were still in the same position, just transformed into an ancient-style building. Ancient-style building? The 12 zodiac inside shouldn't have changed, right? Lin Chen felt a bit displeased. He had worked hard to build a good relationship with the sheep-headed man and the monkey-headed man. Now, out of the blue, the environment changed, making him feel like a pig he had painstakingly raised was suddenly killed by someone else. He walked around the hallway and found that each door of the 12 zodiac animals was different. The only similarity among the 12 doors was that they were all made of red wood. From a distance, it looked a bit like a morning hall, which sent chills down the spine. Lin Chen pondered for a long time and instinctively looked towards the direction of the elevator. No matter, let's first see if they came down. Now that such a big change had occurred on his floor, he believed the upper floors should have changed too. In less than a minute, Lin Chen arrived at the elevator door and noticed that the number above was still on the first floor. Still not down? Could something have happened upstairs? To him, the only option was that something happened upstairs, which was why no one came down. After waiting at the elevator for a full half hour, he had lost the will to continue waiting and glanced back at the lounge. Since the rooms of the 12 zodiac animals had changed, he believed the lounge and game room must have changed as well. He couldn't enter the rooms of the 12 zodiac animals, but he could enter the game room and other rooms. Lin Chen entered the lounge and immediately saw the pavilions and towers inside. Originally, the lounge only had a few sofas and a simple dining table, which was their place to eat. But this time, the lounge had a corridor made of blue stone slabs. Lin Chen walked along the blue stone corridor deeper inside. He arrived at a pavilion. Zhang Xian and Luda did not come here, and the pig-head man similarly had no interest in being here. As someone from the same floor, the pig-head man understood he could not play tricks. Lin Chen sat inside and watched for a long time, his face filled with surprise. I didn't expect that in just one night, not only had the hallway's decor changed, but everything inside had changed too. He initially thought there was nothing inside, yet no one expected there to be so much. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the hallway. Lin Chen hurried back to the hallway, worried that Zhang Xian and Luda might not recognize whether they were safe. However, as soon as he returned to the hallway, he found it completely dark, not even a shadow to be seen. The doors to the 12 zodiac rooms remained closed, and Lin Chen, unwilling to linger at the entrance, simply returned to the room. Just as he stepped back inside, he saw a white note placed on the table. Lin Chen quickly approached the note and let out a sigh. I knew that changing the environment means changing the rules, it seems. I need to get familiar with the new rules. Derived rules. 1. After 9 in the evening, children will not appear in the game room. If you see a child, please stop playing immediately. 2. Those who change cards will not make a sound. If you hear them talking, please scold them. 3. The game room has been newly decorated and is equipped with a generator, so there will be no power outages. If the power goes out, please do not use white candles to light your face. Lin Chen looked at the 3 rules on the white paper, firmly committing them all to memory. The new rules are certainly important, but the old rules must not be forgotten either. Any little detail could lead to his demise. Lin Chen would not allow himself to die inexplicably in the game room. At this moment, the bullet chat was chaotic. No one could explain what exactly was happening in the game room. The game room shouldn't create parallel spaces, right? Why can they change the decor so quickly? The rabbit boss is too powerful, he must have done this. I think the gambling skills will become more advanced, otherwise, there's no reason for the decor to be so luxurious. Lin Chen saw no valuable information inside, his mind guessing whether the Zodiac's betting would have an escalation. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and hurried back to his bed. Since he only had the chips given by the goat head man, he had carefully stored all the chips in a box last night. Now, with such drastic changes outside, no one knew if the chips had disappeared. He remembered that the goat head man had thoroughly instructed him not to spend all the chips. Lin Chen picked up the box from his bed and took a careful look at the chips inside, letting out a sigh of relief. Now, with all the chips in the box, it indicated that the chips should not have changed. Since that's the case, he placed all the chips into his clothes, fearing they might be discovered by others left here. Until now, the hallway remained silent, no one knew if the 12 zodiacs were still in their rooms. Lin Chen walked around the mahjong room a few times, pondering. No, they have no reason not to come down, I must go and take a look. He had the ability to adapt, but those few people no longer had that ability. Lin Chen opened the door again and stepped into the hallway. This time, when he opened the door, he found that the decor in the hallway had changed once again. Just moments ago, there was not a single change in the hallway's decor, but now the entire hallway's decor had undergone a tremendous transformation. In an instant, Lin Chen's attention was captured by the changes in the hallway. He slowly walked over. As long as the rabbit boss didn't appear in front of him, it meant the rabbit boss allowed him to look around. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something and quickly turned his gaze towards the elevator. It's all ancient-style buildings. There can't be no elevator, right? He had never seen an elevator installed in ancient-style buildings and felt completely uncertain. Without his help, Zhang Xian and Luda would die, it would just be a matter of time. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen reached the original spot of the elevator and discovered that the elevator had disappeared. In its place was an open space. What's going on? Even the elevator is gone? I wake up from sleep and there's such a big change? This shouldn't be the case? Yesterday, he realized he had deviated from the main task, but he never expected such a big change outside. Suddenly, an ominous premonition inexplicably arose in Lin Chen's heart. Yesterday, he was the first to leave the resting room, no one knew if the others had made mistakes. If Zhang Xian and Lu De made a mistake, it was very possible that this floor would turn out like this. At that time, if he hadn't had the time reversal potion in his hand, he believed he would have turned the hallway into a corridor of blood. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt he needed to check if there was something wrong here. Chapter 50, The People Under the Floor. With not a single obstruction, Lin Chen quickly scanned the situation here. Strange, where did the elevator go? In just one night, an elevator surprisingly vanished without a trace. Lin Chen looked again at the room with the 12 zodiac signs, his mind racing with thoughts. After his contemplation, he didn't believe he had broken the rules. Now, the only explanation was that Zhang Xian and Lu Di had broken the rules, triggering certain mechanisms. Of course, there was another possibility, the entire instance had been reset. Just as Lin Chen was deep in thought, he heard a sound under his feet, causing him to quickly lift his foot. Did I hear wrong? How can I hear sounds from underground? The game room was not on the first floor, there were other rooms below, so there was no reason to hide someone down there. Lin Chen listened carefully, but the sound beneath him had already disappeared. It seems I didn't rest well last night, I'm hearing things. Just as he was about to leave, a knocking sound came again from below. This time, the sound was very loud, and Lin Chen involuntarily stepped back a few paces, lying down on the ground. Is there someone down there? If you hear my voice, knock on the cover above a few times. When the person below heard Lin Chen's voice, they knocked rhythmically on the cover above. In an instant, Lin Chen understood that there were others beneath him. He stood up and glanced around, not noticing the location of any mechanism. Since he couldn't find a switch, he had to use the most primitive method, finding the person's location. Lin Chen lowered his body and knocked on the ground forcefully. You all try to make some noise so I know where you are. I'll come find you. Originally, that person had fallen silent, but now hearing Lin Chen's reminder, they knocked hard on the lid below. Even though the place he was in was an open area, it had no echo at all. Lin Chen discerned a bit and quickly located the person's position. He pushed aside the weeds beneath his feet and knocked on the ground with force. Are you right beneath this? Can you tell me who you are? Up to now, he still didn't know who the people below were. What if he accidentally provoked someone he couldn't handle? His little life was hanging in the balance here. Originally, Lin Chen thought he could communicate with the people below, but nobody expected that there was no reaction at all from them. Since that was the case, Lin Chen had no choice but to harden his resolve and push aside all the hay above. I'm going to let you out now, and I'll be your savior. You better not try to hurt me, okay? With great effort, Lin Chen opened the cover above and discovered there was an iron cage below. Inside were two familiar figures with tape over their mouths. At that moment, Zhang Xian was struggling to remove the tape from her mouth. When Lu De saw Lin Chen open the cover above, he quickly twisted his body to the edge of the cage. Lin Chen looked at the two of them in shock that they hadn't returned to the dormitory. Why are the two of you here? Could it be, you two? Hearing Lin Chen was still guessing, Lu De desperately wiggled his mouth, as if trying to free the tape from the corner of his mouth. In such a suffocating environment, Lu De really had no mood to stay there any longer. Lin Chen looked at their miserable state, just about to pull them down. Suddenly, a recent rule flashed in his mind, and his eyes became serious. Wait, I need to check for any new rules, otherwise, if you two don't come up, I'll end up getting caught. Just then, Zhang Xian managed to peel the tape off her mouth. I thought someone was watching us from above, I didn't expect it was you. Lin Chen originally thought they wouldn't be able to talk, but who knew they actually had the chance to speak. Lin Chen lowered his body, taking a look at Zhang Xian inside. Why are you two inside there? Didn't I tell you to head back to the dorm as soon as possible yesterday? Zhang Xian heard Lin Chen sounded a bit angry. How could they not know he was really mad? Having already explained everything, no one expected such a blunder would still happen. Lin Chen stood above, calming himself down a bit, and then leaned down again. Do you know what happened yesterday? Zhang Xian and Lu Di exchanged confused glances, both looking bewildered. They only remembered eating in the lounge, and then everything went dark, and they passed out. As for what happened next, they had no idea. At that moment, Lin Chen heard the sound of children playing and laughing from nearby. There was a rule about children, and instinctively, Lin Chen looked toward the house ahead. The sound of children playing? There shouldn't be any kids in the game room, right? In his memory, there shouldn't be any children in the game room, so it was impossible to hear their laughter and playfulness. In an instant, he became nervous and stayed still on the ground for a long time. Zhang Xian saw that Lin Chen hadn't moved for a while and tentatively called out. Lin Chen? You're not really leaving us, are you? Just then, Lu Di finally got the tape off his mouth and took a deep breath. He wouldn't really abandon us and run away, would he? There are just the two of us left from the 6. Not only was Lu Di uncertain, but Zhang Xian felt the same way. Lin Chen originally didn't want to respond to them, after all, he had to consider his own safety. He pressed his entire body to the ground, peeking into the room in front, and didn't see any children coming out. Shouting from inside the cage continued, and Lin Chen had to keep them calm. Lin Chen peeked inside, his face displaying disbelief. Can you two please stop shouting? What if you call in all the 12 Zodiac? I only have one way left to escape. Lu Di and Zhang Xian exchanged a glance, their faces full of helplessness as they nodded. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed a watch on Lu Di's arm. Lu Di, what time is it now? When Lu Di heard Lin Chen ask for the time, he quickly glanced at his watch. It's 6 in the evening. We've been locked up here for a full 24 hours? I'm not even hungry. Lin Chen learned that it was only 6 o'clock, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In his memory, the rule stated that 9 o'clock was the cutoff for interactions with children. There were still a full 3 hours left. Lin Chen looked around and immediately focused his gaze on a bamboo pole. You all wait for me down here, I'll come to save you right away. The length of the bamboo pole was enough to lift the grass on top of the cage. Lin Chen just needed to pull the two of them up from above. When Lu Di saw the cover of the cage open, he hurriedly climbed onto the cage with both hands. Lin Chen watched as Lu Di left Zhang Xian inside the cage, pointing at Zhang Xian. Pull Zhang Xian out from inside, otherwise, I won't pull you up. Given Zhang Xian's thin arms and legs, there was no way for her to get out of the cage. When Lu Di heard Lin Chen asking him to pull someone out, he turned back with a reluctant face and pulled Zhang Xian out. In just 2 minutes, both Zhang Xian and Lu Di were pulled outside by Lin Chen. Zhang Xian looked at Lu Di, who was lying next to her, gasping for breath, his face already turning black. If it weren't for Lin Chen's insistence, she believed she would have already been given up on. At that moment, the door to the Zodiac room opened, and an elderly woman came out, scolding and complaining. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the direction of the sound, surprised. Rooster Head? He had seen many people from the Zodiac, but this was the first time he encountered the Rooster Head. The Rooster Head, hearing Lin Chen's voice, instinctively glanced in his direction and slowly walked over. Lin Chen initially thought the Rooster Head was going to cause trouble for him, but no one expected her to come over and pick up the pole on the ground. Why did you take my clothes-drying pole? Why learn to steal from others? Lu Di saw the Rooster Head subtly blaming them and quickly pointed at Lin Chen. You can't blame us, I didn't take your drying pole. It was him who brought it here. Lin Chen looked at Lu Di in shock, never expecting him to betray him. Sure enough, when the Rooster Head learned that Lin Chen had taken her drying pole, she approached him with a dark expression. Why did you take my drying pole? Luckily, it didn't break, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Chen looked at the Rooster Head, who appeared to be an old woman, and felt this was a hint directed at him, smiling as he approached her. Sister, they accidentally fell just now, I borrowed your drying pole to pull them up. When the Rooster Head heard Lin Chen call her sister, she didn't pay attention to anything else he said. At that moment, Lu Di's eyes widened. Sister? What kind of skin is this, to be called sister? The Rooster Head's face was already wrinkled, and now that she was older, there were even more wrinkles. Zhang Xian heard Lu Di's complaint and quickly shot him a warning glance. After working hard to soothe the Rooster Head's emotions, no one knew if Lu Di would provoke her again. Although Zhang Xian reacted quickly enough, the Rooster Head still heard Lu Di's voice, and her expression gradually grew dark. Lin Chen saw the change in the Rooster Head's expression and hurriedly came to her side. Sister, you don't have to pay attention to him. His head has never been clear, we don't listen to him. Zhang Xian looked at Lin Chen helping to explain and hurriedly went to stand in front of the rooster man. Right, I apologize for him. He has never been able to speak and has some issues up here. Lu De listened to both of them saying he had problems, feeling some anger bubbling inside. But he understood he couldn't speak, otherwise, he would likely become the target of ridicule. Lin Chen saw the rooster man holding a pole and quickly took it over. How can I let the beautiful sister carry this pole? I'll take it for you. Just tell me where to put it. The rooster man watched Lin Chen walk toward his room with the pole and quickly called out to him. You don't have to take my pole away. I like to hang clothes here, so just leave it here. Lin Chen learned that the rooster man usually liked to keep the clothes rod here and looked confused. It was a rare chance to meet someone from the 12 zodiac signs, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Lin Chen leaned in close to the rooster man with a big smile on his face. I remember there used to be an elevator here. Why has it disappeared? Only now did Zhang Xian and Lu De realize something was off, even the elevator was gone. They both turned their gaze to the rooster man, wanting to hear his explanation. When the rooster man heard there was once an elevator, he looked puzzled. What elevator? This has always been my clothes hanging spot. Are you still asleep? Just then, Zhang Xian came to Lin Chen's side, tugging at his arm, and the two moved aside. What's going on? Where's our elevator? Why does it look like this? Lin Chen glanced at the two of them, seeing their astonished expressions. You two don't know either? Do you think I know what happened? Waking up here and finding it had turned into this was simply outrageous. The rooster man watched Lin Chen chatting with the other two and strode over to them. You, young man, speak very pleasantly. If you need anything in the future, come find me. I'm the boss here. Lin Chen was about to casually agree, but he was startled by her words. Sister, you just said, you're the boss here? The rooster man saw Lin Chen's gaze on her and nodded repeatedly. That's right, I am the boss here. If you have anything, just let me know. Lu De, hearing the rooster man announce her identity, froze for a moment. Isn't the boss of the game room rabbit boss? When did it change to rooster man? Lin Chen shot Lu De a fierce glare for directly mentioning rabbit boss. Some things shouldn't be said in front of others, otherwise, the parties involved wouldn't be happy. Sure enough, the rooster man's face showed displeasure when she heard Lu Da's voice. What rabbit boss? The game rooms only ever had me as the boss. You must be tired, better go rest. Lin Chen noticed the rooster man's face darkening and couldn't help but step in front of Lu De. If you can't speak properly, then just follow us and keep your mouth shut. Lu De felt Lin Chen's tone was quite impolite and his face looked equally grim. However, before he could say anything, Zhang Xian moved closer to him. You better not speak nonsense, or I have the right to kick you out of here. As the leader of the 6 people, Zhang Xian needed to show some authority. She couldn't let a selfish person like Lu De run wild. At this moment, the rooster man, filled with anger, walked back to her room, unwilling to engage with them. Lin Chen hurriedly came to the rooster man's side. Continuously apologizing. Have you seen the rabbit boss? We are worried that we have been deceived. Chapter 52, Staying One Night. The chicken head person listened to the two people continuously emphasizing rabbit boss, with a face full of impatience, glanced at them. You two come in with me. She opened her room door, revealing pavilions and towers inside. Zhang Xian saw the pavilions, flowing water, and was shocked. It has actually turned into this? What on earth is going on? Lin Chen listened to Zhang Xian's voice, shook his head helplessly. Don't ask me, I don't know what happened, it was like this when I woke up in the morning. For a whole night, there was no reason to turn the game room into this. Zhang Xian originally wanted to ask something further, but Lin Chen stretched out his hand, stopping her in front of him. Now, with the chicken head person still in front, it was useless for the two of them to say anything. The chicken head person led 3 people to the backyard, pointing at the cages inside. The rabbit boss you mentioned shouldn't be these things, right? Lin Chen followed her finger and looked over, discovering many rabbits were locked inside the cages. And these rabbits were of different colors, having no consciousness at all. At that moment, Lu De leaned toward the two of them. Could she be testing us? I remember the rabbit boss is very powerful. Hearing Lu Da's reminder, Lin Chen swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. In case all of this was a trap set by the rabbit boss, they might fall into it. The chicken head person looked at Lin Chen and others, seeing they hadn't responded for a long time, scanned them with her eyes. What exactly are you thinking? Isn't this the rabbit boss? Lin Chen sensed the tension of the chicken head person and had no intention of pursuing further questions. But the chicken head person had already taken this question to heart and stepped forward to them. I think these are what you have in mind as the rabbit boss, you shouldn't. Before the chicken head person could finish speaking, Lin Chen hurriedly interrupted her words. In case she asked more troublesome questions, they would have no chance to explain. Lin Chen patted his head, pretending to be a bit confused, shaking his head. Look, all three of us are a bit confused. It's possible that we got it wrong, so we won't disturb you. Zhang Xian saw Lin Chen trying to find a chance to leave, and quickly went to his side. Right, it's all our fault. We shouldn't be asking questions in this state. The chicken head person watched them wanting to leave and immediately walked in front of them. You'd better not wander randomly in this state, just stay here for a day. Lin Chen and Zhang Xian exchanged a glance, both felt they couldn't stay here. Lin Chen leaned towards the chicken head person with a smile on his face. We won't stay here, we have other things to do, don't you think? When Lu De heard Lin Chen vaguely asking him, he just slightly zoned out and instinctively responded. I have no other matters, doesn't it just mean sleeping next? The chicken head person saw Lu De answer the question and pointed to a room nearby. Come with me, I will take you to the private room to sit and eat something first, then you can rest later. This time, even if Lin Chen and Zhang Xian had great abilities, they had no way to leave. Zhang Xian walked up to Lu De and pushed him hard. What do you mean? Does it benefit you for us to die here? Why would you want to harm us? Lu De looked at Zhang Xian and Lin Chen's furious faces, just realizing he had made a mistake. But Lu De was unwilling to admit his fault. He gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Our dormitory is no longer accessible, he has a place to stay, we have nowhere to go, why don't we ask him to stay here? As soon as this was said, Zhang Xian secretly glanced at Lin Chen and noticed a change in his expression. Zhang Xian originally thought this matter was a harmless mistake, no one expected there were so many twists and turns involved. Lu De looked at the two of them, filled with opinions, and his temper flared up, waving his hand vigorously. It's no big deal if we don't stay here. If I leave now, can she stop me? Just as he intended to leave, numerous red lights around began to flash. Lin Chen was the one who reacted the fastest, he pulled Lu De back and brought him to his side. If we didn't pull you back, you would have died here. Lu De heard Lin Chen's voice, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and fell silent for a long time. Zhang Xian looked around at the flashing red lights with a shocked face, questioning herself, as she had never seen such a thing before. What on earth is going on? Why are there such lights here? Lin Chen glanced at their surprised faces, looking them over. We just agreed to stay here, now that we are going back on our word, naturally they won't let us leave. At that moment, the rooster-headed man walked out from a room inside and looked at them. Why are you still in the yard? Are you still tangled up in Rabbit Boss's business? Hurry up and come here. Lin Chen noticed the rooster-headed man continuously waving them over and understood they had no chance to leave. I've grasped the rules here, you both follow me later, and absolutely don't do anything I didn't tell you to do. Zhang Xian learned that Lin Chen had the rules in his hands and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, her gaze landed on Lu De. Among the three of them, Lu De was the biggest variable. If it weren't for Lu Da's earlier words, they probably wouldn't have needed to stay here. When Lu De saw their gazes, he had a bitter smile on his face. Okay, I'll listen to you. I also don't want to die here. Lin Chen got Lu Da's affirmative answer and brought the two of them to the rooster-headed man. He originally thought the front room would be a place to rest, but no one expected there were a lot of tables inside. Lin Chen walked up to those tables, his face filled with astonishment. Isn't this just a private room of a game hall? The rooster-headed man nodded as he heard Lin Chen describe the nature of the room. Yes, this is a game hall. Do you want to play a couple of rounds? I'll join you. When Lin Chen heard the rooster-headed man wanted to play with them, he quickly shook his head. We didn't rest well yesterday, so we won't play, okay? Otherwise, we will definitely lose. The rooster-headed man saw they were unwilling to play and didn't force them, sitting down in a spot by himself. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to take a good look at the private room, discovering it was antique in style, yet the utensils inside were all modern. Zhang Xian saw that the bowls and chopsticks in the private room were all modern, and her expression appeared very unnatural. It was clearly a traditional pavilion, who would have thought there would be such dining utensils inside, as if they were dining in a high-end restaurant. At this moment, Lu De was examining the dishes on the table. Lin Chen, worried that there might be traps in the private room, couldn't help but remind Lu De. It's best not to mess with things here, we can't guarantee there aren't any traps. When Zhang Xian heard Lu De messing with the items again, her face immediately darkened. In the past, she might have given Lu De some face, but now she had no intention of giving Lu De any face. Yes, we must listen to him here, you behave yourself. At that moment, the chicken-headed man walked in from the door and glanced at the few of them. You don't have to be shy, find a seat and sit down, the food is being heated. Lin Chen listened to the chicken-headed man preparing things for them, worry written all over his face. In his view, the food the 12 zodiac signs ate should be the same as what they ate in reality. If the chicken-headed man brought some rice made from boiled grains, they could still manage to eat some. But if she brought those incomprehensible bugs, no one would have the ability to say they could definitely eat them. Now, the chicken-headed man arranged for them to sit by the table. Lin Chen sat at the position facing the door, where he could see every move of the chicken-headed man. The other two, worried about their safety, sat beside Lin Chen. Suddenly, Zhang Xian nudged Lin Chen's arm with her elbow. "Look, isn't there something written on the wall in front? I can't see it very clearly." Lin Chen followed Zhang Xian's finger to the wall by the door and discovered a few characters painted in bright red. At that moment, they were a bit far from the door, so it was normal not to see clearly. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and signaled to the two. "You guys don't follow me anymore, I'll go check it out, I think that should be the rules." Just when he was about to get up, Lu De grabbed Lin Chen's arm. "Wait, don't you think it's a bit strange? We searched here and didn't see these characters back then. When they just arrived, they had walked around the private room and hadn't seen these characters at all. If these characters were gray, it might have been possible they didn't see them. But coincidentally, these characters were bright red with no reason to miss them." Now, Lin Chen didn't know if the entrance was safe. He couldn't take Lu De and Zhang Xian over there with him. If there were traps at the door, all three of them going over together could end badly. Since that was the case, Lin Chen needed to leave a way out for himself, letting them stay by the table. When Lu De looked at Lin Chen planning to head to the door, he wore a mocking expression and spoke sarcastically. "Who knows if you'll use this opportunity to run away, you're one of them after all." Even now, Lu De still thought Lin Chen was in cahoots with them. Zhang Xian listened to Lu Da's harsh words, her brows knitted slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Just as the two were about to argue, Lin Chen waved his hand at them. "A heartless person sees everything as dark, we don't need to say anything to him." In just a few seconds, Lin Chen slowly moved to the wall. The rules on the wall were very noticeable, he could see them clearly from below. Lin Chen turned back to glance at Zhang Xian and Lu De, making a gesture to them. "I'll read the rules here for you, listen carefully." At this moment, all three were there. As long as one person violated the rules, the other two would also face consequences. Zhang Xian and Lu De exchanged glances and nodded, sitting back down in their seats. Lin Chen did not hear a response from Lu De for a long time, realizing he was waiting for him to read the rules. He once again focused his gaze on the wall, reading word by word. Cafeteria rules. 1. Do not waste food, do not leave your seat early. 2. Do not talk while eating, must rinse your mouth after eating. Lin Chen looked at these two rules, his brow slightly furrowed. On the surface, the existence of these two rules seemed no strange at all. But after careful thought, recalling yesterday's cafeteria, they immediately understood that these two rules were specifically aimed at cheating. Not being able to speak meant they couldn't remind each other, which was equivalent to three people having to fight their own battles. And not wasting food was very likely to bring in food that the leader could not finish eating. Before the three could discuss a strategy, the leader seemed to know their situation and walked in with a smile. Lin Chen turned his head to take a glance at the plate in the leader's hand, discovering a large platter of meat. Surprisingly, the slices of meat the leader brought were delicious and fragrant, definitely not comparable to the raw meat from yesterday. When Lu De saw the platter of meat placed on the table, his face was filled with shock, unsure whether he should pick up his chopsticks. The two of them fixed their gaze on Lin Chen, as if waiting for Lin Chen to give them a cue. If they could talk, they would have already asked questions. It was impossible to communicate only through their eyes. Just then, the leader glanced at them. "What's wrong? Is this dish not to your taste? This is my specialty." Lin Chen quickly walked in front of the leader, wearing a faint smile. "We're just too tired and have no appetite right now. Can you let us rest here for a few minutes?" The leader, hearing that Lin Chen found a reasonable excuse, silently walked back outside. As Lin Chen sat down in his seat, his gaze was locked on the meat on the table. Ever since he arrived at the game room, he had never seen a normal dish. The meat in front of him was the first normal food he had encountered. Lu De watched as Lin Chen didn't move for a long time, picking up his chopsticks as if wanting to grab a piece for Lin Chen. When Zhang Xian saw what Lu De was doing, she immediately used her eyes to stop him, preventing him from making a mistake. Now, the leader had already left the private room. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks and stirred through the platter of meat, finding none of those strange things inside. Zhang Xian observed Lin Chen's actions and quickly understood that Lin Chen was worried about the leader's motives. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen picked up a piece and placed it on his plate, always feeling something was off. At that moment, Zhang Xian's voice came from the front. "It shouldn't be. What kind of meat is this? The leader shouldn't be eating chicken, right? Every animal in the 12 zodiac has its characteristics, so it was impossible for them to eat their corresponding livestock." Zhang Xian grabbed a piece of meat and put it on her plate, sniffing it vigorously, her eyes suddenly widening in shock. "This is actually rabbit meat?" Zhang Xian's amazed voice was very loud, and footsteps could be heard approaching from outside the door. Lude, hearing the footsteps at the door, pointed repeatedly at the rules on the wall, signaling with his hands to indicate they couldn't speak. Now, since the dishes were already on their table, they had to follow the rules. When Zhang Xian saw the gestures from the two, cold sweat broke out on her back. Although she had been in the game room for a few days, she had seen many people die under the rules. Lin Chen observed Zhang Xian's sweating appearance, worried she might lose her composure, and quickly shot her a look. When Zhang Xian caught Lin Chen's gaze, she took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. At that moment, the leader returned to them, noticing the dishes on the table had not been touched. "Why aren't you eating? Is my cooking not to your liking?" At this point, the leader exuded a tremendous amount of pressure. As long as they were slightly careless, they could very well die at the hands of the leader. Zhang Xian looked at Lin Chen with a face full of help, as if hoping he could save her life. Luda has always been the kind of person who sells out his friends for personal gain. He's completely unreliable. On the other hand, Lin Chen is a person with responsibility. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then went to the chicken-headed person's side. "Sister, we've never eaten such a delicious, fragrant, and beautifully presented meal before. We want to take a few photos here." The chicken-headed person heard Lin Chen's continuous chatter and nodded with a smile on her face. "I've already given you enough time. I don't want you to keep making excuses." This time, she stood to the side, showing no intention of leaving. Zhang Xian and Luda had never experienced something like this before and had no idea what to do. At this moment, Lin Chen had already decided that this dish was absolutely inedible. If what Zhang Xian said was true, and the meat in the plate was all rabbit meat, then once they took a bite, the rabbit boss would definitely not let them go. Even though the space they were in might be another dimension, no one could be sure they would make it back. Lin Chen had kept the memory of how the rabbit boss turned into a demon in his mind, never daring to forget. At this moment, the bullet comments in the livestream began to roll by at high speed. "Wow, this is what you call a certain death situation. Yeah, if they don't eat the rabbit meat, the chicken-headed person won't let them off. Then they're definitely going to lose members." Almost no one believed they could make it through, and everyone thought Lin Chen and his group would die here. Some people who didn't want to watch a bloody scene had already left. The chicken-headed person looked at them, their gaze fixed on her, pointing at the things on the table. "If you have any objections to me, you can bring them up, but you mustn't waste food." Lin Chen listened as the chicken-headed person stated the rules, taking a deep breath. In just a few seconds, a plan immediately formed in his mind, and he secretly glanced up at Zhang Xian. When Zhang Xian saw Lin Chen continuously signaling her, she immediately understood his meaning. Among the three, only Luda was complaining, while the other two had already made all their preparations. Zhang Xian nudged Luda's shoulder with her elbow and gave him a look. In an instant, Luda also understood, picking up his chopsticks. The chicken-headed person saw them getting ready to eat and stood next to them. Lin Chen demonstrated by putting a piece of meat into his mouth. At first, he thought all the meat on the plate was cooked, but no one expected that the seasoning was real, and the meat was raw. As soon as Lin Chen placed the meat in his mouth, a disgusting feeling surged from the soles of his feet. Fortunately, his self-control was strong enough to prevent him from losing control. The chicken-headed person saw Lin Chen and the others starting to eat the meat on the plate, her face filled with a satisfied expression. She walked over to Lin Chen's side, looking at him expectantly. "How is it? The taste shouldn't be bad, right? This is my specialty." Lin Chen forced himself to hold back the disgust in his heart, casually pulling out a tissue and holding it outside his mouth. "As expected of your specialty, we will definitely finish this dish. We won't waste any food." The chicken-headed person, hearing Lin Chen's affirmation, happily retreated and left the room. As soon as the chicken-headed person had just left, Luda pointed at his mouth, his face full of pain. From the look on his face, it seemed as if he wanted to spit out what was in his mouth. Lin Chen and Zhang Xian exchanged a glance, both afraid to break the rules and speak openly. Lin Chen pointed at the meat on the plate and then at his own mouth, stuffing a large piece of meat in. The two of them, seeing how Lin Chen ate the meat in this way, followed suit and stuffed the meat into their mouths. At this moment, the chicken-headed person's voice gradually faded outside. The chicken-headed person reassured them. When the footsteps faded away, Lin Chen hurriedly spat the rabbit meat from his mouth into the plate. Luda and Zhang Xian saw that Lin Chen had vomited it out, and they quickly followed suit, spitting all the rabbit meat out. To them, it was clear that Lin Chen would never do something to harm them, and spitting it out was definitely the right thing to do. Zhang Xian made a gesture towards Lin Chen, as if wanting to ask whether the two of them could speak. Lin Chen saw the meaning of Zhang Xian's gesture and shook his head repeatedly, indicating that it was better for her not to open her mouth. Just moments ago, she had only said one sentence, and the chicken-headed person at the door could hear them. If the three of them were chatting inside the private room, the chicken-headed person would definitely come to trouble them. At that moment, Ludi kept signaling Lin Chen, pointing at the meat in his bowl. Without asking, it was clear they were unwilling to eat what was in the plate again. Lin Chen carefully glanced around the private room and dumped all the rabbit meat into his pocket. Seeing Lin Chen put the meat into his pocket, Zhang Xian and Luda followed his example and also put the meat into their pockets. At this point, the plate was empty, and they were free to leave. Lin Chen took the rabbit meat to the bathroom and quickly rinsed his mouth to get rid of the raw meat taste. Zhang Xian looked in the direction of the table and sighed in relief. What should we do about the rabbit meat in our pockets? I'm afraid we'll be found out. At this moment, they remembered the man who was taken away by the rabbit boss. He was discovered for hiding meat in his pocket. If the chicken-headed person found out they were hiding meat in their pockets, no one knew if they would meet the same fate. Lin Chen looked at the anxious expressions on their faces and calmly went to the flower pot by the bathroom door. In front of the two, he buried all the rabbit meat from his pocket inside the pot, believing no one would know they hid the rabbit meat. Chapter 55, Stopping the Card Game. In just 2 minutes, the three returned to the table. Lin Chen pulled out a piece of paper and wiped his mouth, nodding in satisfaction. Luda and Zhang Xian numbly stared at the door, feeling very nervous. If it weren't for their inability to speak, they would have been clinging to Lin Chen continuously. At that moment, footsteps were heard at the door. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at the door, sitting properly at the table. In just a few seconds, the chicken-headed person walked into the room and immediately saw that the plates on the table were empty. Upon seeing this scene, her face showed a satisfied expression. It seems you all really enjoyed the meal I prepared. Lin Chen was momentarily unsure of what trick the chicken-headed person was up to and did not answer her question. In his view, this question was an unsolvable one as well. If he said he liked rabbit meat, the chicken-headed person might bring out another plate of meat. On the other hand, if he said he didn't like it, the chicken-headed person could very likely turn hostile. Sure enough, noticing they hadn't answered, the chicken-headed person walked to the door of the room. Get a few people to help carry away all the garbage from the table. Zhang Xian discovered that there were others at the door and looked shocked. There are other people at the door? Why didn't we see them when we arrived? Lin Chen also found it a bit strange and shook his head. Let's not rush, we should fend for ourselves and not panic. As long as they firmly believed that they had finished everything on their plates, they would not run into trouble. At that moment, a few people dressed in waitstaff uniforms entered the room. Lin Chen glanced at them and noticed they were all young rabbits. Could it be, these waitstaff are the rabbits we saw in the yard? The rooster head man once led them around inside, and they found nothing there at all. Now, these rabbit waiters had appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Xian and Lu Di heard Lin Chen's analysis and exchanged a glance, both too afraid to respond. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the rabbit waiters took away all the plates and even wiped the table clean. The rooster head man looked at the table that had no oil or water left and nodded with satisfaction. Now that you are full and satisfied, come with me to the lounge to sleep, I will take you there. Lin Chen had his own room here, but Zhang Xian and Luda did not have a fixed room. Now, when the rooster head man wanted to take them to the lounge, Lin Chen naturally needed to follow. However, Luda's mocking voice came out again. Some people shouldn't be leaving us, right? You're the one who has a house here. Zhang Xian heard Luda's cold sarcasm and glared at him with anger on her face. We will all be one team from now on, can't you stop fighting among ourselves every day? In Zhang Xian's eyes, Lin Chen had just saved their lives. If Lin Chen hadn't been here, they would never have thought of hiding rabbit meat in the flower pot. Luda saw Zhang Xian speaking up for Lin Chen and shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. You two are in cahoots, I can't argue with you both, I'll listen to you. From his words, it seemed he was the victim. It didn't take long for the rooster head man to bring them to the lounge door. You'll have to make do and stay here, the next room is a game room, so it might be a bit noisy. Lin Chen learned that the game room was next door and immediately thought of the rules, quietly paying attention to the noise next door. In his memory, there were no children's noises allowed after 9 o'clock. After arranging the lounge, the rooster head man turned and left. Lin Chen watched the rooster head man leave and sat next to Ludi and Zhang Xian. You two pay attention to the noise next door, it's already past 9 o'clock, and there shouldn't be any children's voices. They had already thrown away the specific rules and only had Lin Chen on their minds. Just as he sat down, loud sounds came from the game room next door. You cheat, I'll kill you. Which I saw me cheat. Can't you take a loss? With two voices arguing, there were huge noises coming from the game room. Zhang Xian, looking nervous, came in front of Lin Chen and pointed with her chin at the next door. Should we go take a look? This shouldn't be against the rules, right? Lin Chen looked at their anxious faces and gestured for them to sit quietly. Right now, the place they were in seemed very strange, and there was no reason to cause a commotion outside. If they ended up in trouble by watching a show, he believed none of them could handle it. At that moment, a child's scream came from next door. Lin Chen stood up, shocked, and looked at the few people beside him. Can you hear the child's voice? At this moment, he worried he might be hearing things. If so, rushing over would get him into trouble. When Zhang Xian and Lu De heard Lin Chen's question, they exchanged a glance and swallowed hard. It seems you're not mistaken, we both heard the sound of children playing. Should we go take a look? Lin Chen glanced at the time in the room, confirming that it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. According to the rules, there shouldn't be any children's voices after 9 o'clock, he had to find a way to see what was happening next door. Lin Chen walked a few circles in the lounge, then steeled himself to go to the door. Let's go take a look next door. Do you want to follow me? In his eyes, staying in the lounge was definitely safe, and there was no reason for these two to take risks by following him. When Zhang Xian saw Lin Chen planning to go out, she quickly came to stand behind him, her face serious. I want to go out and take a look with you. Without you here, we won't survive for long. She was very self-aware and knew she couldn't survive on her own. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Xian, who was willing to follow him, nodding his chin at Lu De beside them. Do you want to follow us? He originally thought Lu De would definitely come along, since he was the only one left behind. However, Lin Chen did not expect Lu De to turn his head away. Why do you care if I follow you? That's my freedom. If you want to leave, just go. Zhang Xian couldn't believe these words were coming from Lu De as she silently walked towards Lin Chen. Before long, Lin Chen brought Zhang Xian to the door of the next room. Sure enough, the people inside were arguing. Lin Chen hurried over to them and pulled them apart. Do you see what time it is? Aren't you going to take a break? Stop playing cards. When they heard Lin Chen's voice, they all turned to look at him. What do you want? Who are you to meddle in our business? One person stepped up to Lin Chen and shoved him hard. Zhang Xian watched them get physical and quickly stepped forward. Let's just talk it out, we don't need to fight. At that moment, a person by the card table slammed their hands down on the table. I'm asking, are you guys going to play or not? If not, we're leaving. When this person heard that someone was attempting to cheat and wanted to leave, they immediately went back to argue with them. Zhang Xian saw Lin Chen wanting to intervene in their card game and grabbed his arm firmly. Look at them, I don't think we have a chance to stop them. You shouldn't go over there to get hit. Just from their tone, it was clear they were on the edge of exploding. With even a slight trigger, Lin Chen could easily become their enemy. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Xian, who was stopping him from getting closer, and a smile appeared on his face. It's not so bad, don't forget our rule, we must stop them from playing cards. In his eyes, the children belonged to these people. If they weren't stopped, the children's voices would continue to echo out. He stepped back to the card table and immediately noticed that some of the cards had special marks on them. Lin Chen had a bit of knowledge about cheating methods and couldn't help but focus on the marks, pondering for a moment. Can we step aside to talk? I live next door, and your noise is really disturbing our rest. When the cheater heard Lin Chen wanted to speak to him alone, he followed Lin Chen to the side. As long as they didn't get close to the entrance, the others had no objections. Lin Chen glanced at him and sneered. Don't think I didn't see the grains of rice left on your cards. What would happen if I revealed it? He was initially filled with rage, but hearing Lin Chen's implicit threat darkened his expression. Before he could explode, Lin Chen soothed his emotions. I don't mean to threaten you, I just hope you all can stop arguing. We need some rest. At this moment, the man had already been intimidated by Lin Chen and believed he would not stand against him. Soon, Lin Chen approached the others and slapped the table. If you think he cheated, then bring out the evidence. If there's no evidence, then you just can't lose. I can bring someone over. When they heard Lin Chen wanted to call the owner of the card room over, they exchanged a glance and sat honestly on the bench. Zhang Xian did not expect Lin Chen to persuade them with just a few words, so she slowly moved closer to him. How do you know they have no evidence? What if they bring out the evidence, what will you do? As the captain, Zhang Xian's thoughts were indeed too complicated. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Xian, who was standing beside him like a curious child, and couldn't help but pat her shoulder. If they had solid evidence, do you think they wouldn't take action? Although they had just caused quite a scene, in reality, they didn't dare to make a move, afraid of bringing the owner of the card room over. It was precisely because they had someone to fear that Lin Chen could calm their anger. At that moment, a few people walked in through the door, holding several decks of cards. Lin Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the cards in their hands. So boldly switching out the cards they used to cheat? They really looked down on us. Once the cards on the table were switched, the cheater would immediately turn against Lin Chen and ignore his threats. Lin Chen stood in front of them with a mysterious smile on his face. It's not up to you to change the cards, I will have the owner come over to change them for you. They originally wanted to stop Lin Chen, but who knew he would directly bring out the owner? With that, they all had no objections and sat honestly on the bench. In just a minute, the rabbit server walked in from the door and took the people who wanted to change the cards outside. At the same time, the rabbit server thought the child was too noisy here and signaled for the child to leave with them. When Lin Chen saw the rabbit server take the child away, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The reason they came here to mediate was that there were children's voices. Now that all the children had left, their task was completely accomplished. At this point, a new deck of cards had been placed on the table. Initially, Lin Chen thought they would continue playing, but who knew, seeing the child taken away, they all followed after the child. In just half a minute, everyone in the card room had left. Zhang Xian watched as Lin Chen swiftly cleared out the card room and gave him a thumbs up with admiration on her face. Can we go back to rest now? There's no one else here. Lin Chen nodded slightly and turned around. Suddenly, his steps froze, stuttering for a long time. The owner? No, wait sister, why are you here? He never expected the owner had been watching at the door, and his heart sank. One of the rules was to keep noise down, and since he had been mediating here, it was inevitable that his voice had gone just a little high. Now, with the owner appearing out of nowhere, he naturally felt a bit nervous. Zhang Xian watched Lin Chen start to get tense, silently lowering her head, not daring to say a word, afraid of saying something wrong. Until now, Lu De had not come to them, as if afraid of being hurt. The owner waved at Lin Chen, as if wanting him to come over. Lin Chen swallowed hard and obediently walked up to the owner with an embarrassed look on his face. Sister, is there something you need from me? The owner looked at the empty card room, her face darkening in anger. Didn't I arrange a rest room for you? Why did you come here and disturb my business? She was originally running the card room, and it certainly needed people to play, otherwise, she would have no income at all. Lin Chen watched the owner's furious expression, took a deep breath, and calmed the anger inside. I just heard some noise here, and we were worried something might be happening, so the two of us came to take a look. When the chicken-headed person heard there was an argument inside the card room, they instinctively glanced inside. Do you know what they were arguing about in there? Has it been resolved yet? Just then, the rabbit waitress brought the cards over, and Lin Chen quickly picked up the cards from the plate and placed them in front of the chicken-headed person. Someone put rice grains on the cards, cheating. As the person who ran the card room, the chicken-headed person couldn't believe someone would cheat right in front of her, so she reached out and took the cards. Chapter 57, Participating in the Card Game. The chicken-headed person rubbed the rice grains on the card with her hand and confirmed that there were unusual markings on it. She placed the cards back on the plate and looked at the waitress. Who owns this deck of cards? Have them come to my office. At this point, the chicken-headed person's tone was very serious. Zhang Xian had thought Lin Chen would hide this matter, but no one expected that Lin Chen would actually speak out. Zhang Xian took 2 steps forward and quietly reminded him. They've already left, we don't need to get them into more trouble, do we? In Zhang Xian's view, now that Lin Chen had exposed the card issue, it was like getting that person into trouble. Lin Chen didn't respond to Zhang Xian, scratching his head awkwardly. We were just worried they might ruin your card room, the noise was really too much. We'll go rest now. When the chicken-headed person saw the special markings on the cards, she had almost concluded that the two were here to help. Since that was the case, the chicken-headed person had no reason to hold the two accountable. She secretly glanced at the two of them and made room. You two go rest in the lounge. If anything happens outside, you don't need to help. Lin Chen quickly agreed and gave Zhang Xian a glance. The two of them walked out of the card room. In just a few seconds, the two had returned to the lounge. It was only then that Lin Chen realized his clothes were drenched in sweat. If it weren't for his quick thinking, he believed neither of them would have come back. At that moment, Zhang Xian, with a face full of anger, came to Lin Chen and shoved him hard. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. If that person dies, it's because of you. Lu De, sitting nearby, had listened for a long time but couldn't understand anything they were saying. Lin Chen had been very nervous earlier, but now, after Zhang Xian pushed him, his anger flared up. He rushed in front of Zhang Xian, trying to keep his voice as low as possible. If I hadn't said anything about that person, do you think the two of us would have walked away? A dead pauper is still a pauper. In the card room, one's safety was the most important thing. Moreover, those few people were very likely not human, because Lin Chen had never seen any other people in the card room before. Zhang Xian had wanted to say something, but she found that Lin Chen had already laid down on the bed. If you think what I did was wrong, you can go to the chicken-headed person and report me now, then we can all die in her hands together. Not saying anything more to her, Lin Chen turned his back and closed his eyes. In just a minute or two, Lin Chen had fallen asleep. He usually didn't dream, but after this life and death decision, he actually started to dream. In the dream, he was back in the card room, standing in front of the chicken-headed person. The chicken-headed person obediently stood behind the rabbit boss, almost like a secretary, always with her head lowered. And the rabbit boss was constantly scolding him, putting all the blame on him. Suddenly, the rabbit boss opened their mouth and bit him hard on the body. Lin Chen had never experienced something like this before. His whole body jolted with fright, and he quickly sat up straight, unable to react for a while. Originally, Lin Chen thought he had only rested for a few minutes, but no one expected that it was already bright outside. It's bright? How long did I sleep? He picked up the watch next to him, took a look at the time, and found that he had actually rested for 8 hours. It seemed that he had been quite scared by those people yesterday, and his mind had reached its breaking point. Now, after resting an entire night, he finally felt completely recovered. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at the other 2 beds, wanting to call them up. To his surprise, there was nobody in the other 2 beds, leaving Lin Chen frozen in place. Zhang Xin? Lu Da? Are you 2 washing up? He thought the 2 of them would have woken up long ago, but there were no sounds from them in the room. Since that was the case, Lin Chen lay back down on the bed and peacefully fell asleep again. In his eyes, as long as Zhang Xin and Lu Da did not break the rules, nothing would happen to them. Zhang Xin had been following him for such a long time, it was impossible for her to ignore the rules. Unknowingly, another hour passed. Lin Chen felt a pair of furry hands resting on his arm, which startled him into sitting up straight. At that moment, a group of rabbits stood in the lounge, all of their eyes fixed on him. What is happening? When the rabbits saw that Lin Chen had awakened, they all rushed outside, leaving him in the room feeling confused. Lin Chen looked at the watch, realizing that an hour had passed, and Zhang Xin and Lu Da had no reason not to return. Instantly, Lin Chen understood that something might have happened to them, and he could not continue lying in bed. He got off the bed and glanced at the door, noticing that the lounge's door had already been opened. Without needing to ask, it was likely that Zhang Xin and Lu Da had already gone out. Lin Chen thought for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. Damn it, could it be that Lu Da had another wild idea, causing something to happen to both of them? Zhang Xin had followed him for so long and had never disappeared for no reason. Now that Zhang Xin had only been with Lu Da for a night, and they had inexplicably vanished. Lin Chen stepped out of the lounge and heard faint sounds of cards being played next door. He clearly remembered that those people had already been driven away yesterday. He wondered who would come to the card room so early in the morning. Full of curiosity, Lin Chen approached the card room and peeked inside, only to find 2 familiar shadows. Zhang Xin? Lu Da? Why are you 2 here playing cards instead of resting at night? He could never have guessed that the 2 of them would be here, especially since they had seen firsthand what their bets were. Lin Chen walked into the card room and stood behind Zhang Xin. You 2 have good taste, playing cards in the middle of the night instead of resting? Have you won anything? Zhang Xin caught the tone of Lin Chen's sarcasm and showed a bitter expression. Lu Da glanced at his card partner beside him and waved at Lin Chen. Lin Chen understood that Zhang Xin might not be able to speak freely, so he hurried to Lu Da's side to hear his explanation. Now, Lin Chen had noticed that the expressions of the 2 of them were somewhat unnatural, as if they hadn't willingly come here. Lu Da looked at Lin Chen next to him and quietly pleaded for help. Do you have a way to get us out of here? These people have really good luck, and we're running low on chips. Lin Chen took a glance at Lu Da, pondering for a moment. You weren't forced to come here, were you? Chapter 58, Turned into a Rabbit. Zhang Xin and Lu Da heard Lin Chen speak the key points and both nodded in unison. If it weren't for the people around, they probably would have burst into tears. Lin Chen looked at their expressions and glanced at the cards in their hands. They were simply terrible. He originally thought there was suspicion of cheating from their opponents, but he found nothing suspicious on the cards. When Zhang Xin saw all her chips had been put in, she looked to Lin Chen for help. Lin Chen had no reason to take out his chips since they were given to him by the rooster head. At that moment, Lu Da hugged his stomach tightly. You guys play a hand first, I need to go to the bathroom. The other 2 heard Lu Da wanted to leave and checked the time on their watches. Then we'll take a 2-minute break, giving you 2 minutes. Lu Da quickly agreed and pulled Lin Chen towards the door. Hurry up and find a chance to save us, Zhang Xin has lost all her chips, I can't even play a single round with my chips. Lin Chen heard Lu Da wanting his help and sized him up. First tell me how you both ended up here? Why do I know nothing about it? Although he dreamt about it yesterday, he didn't believe he could sleep so soundly that he would miss them leaving. Lu Da saw Lin Chen's curiosity about the situation and took a deep breath. We don't know either. We opened our eyes confused and found ourselves lying on the floor of the game room, and the rooster head was right in front of us. Just then, Zhang Xin approached them and happened to hear Lu Da's complaint. Yeah, we mysteriously appeared in the game room, what should we do? If we lose the next round, my life is over. Lin Chen looked at their faces and took a deep breath. Calm down first. Why can't you 2 win a single round? Don't you know how to play cards? People who come here usually know how to play cards very well. Lu De and Zhang Xian heard Lin Chen's confusion, exchanged glances, and both hung their heads low. They also didn't expect to lose every round, feeling helpless inside. At that moment, Lin Chen had no better way. Since the rooster head already knew they were playing cards here, Lin Chen couldn't substitute for both of them. Moreover, Lin Chen was only one person, he could only replace one, not both. He had no reason to become the target, so he could only choose not to help either side. When Lu De heard Lin Chen was unwilling to help, his face immediately darkened. Why can't you help? You've been in the game room for so long, how could you have no chips at all? Just then, a voice came from inside the game room. Have you been in the bathroom that long? Hurry up, we can't wait anymore. Lin Chen heard their voices and shrugged with a helpless look on his face. This isn't my territory. It's not like I can just change players, you need their consent. Besides, if Lin Chen replaced Lu De, Zhang Xian would have no one to help her. Of course, the most critical point was that Lin Chen didn't want to attract trouble. At that moment, people from the game room came out and glanced at them. What are you talking about here? Hurry up and finish this round, don't cheat. Lu De and Zhang Xian initially wanted Lin Chen to go inside, but they were pulled back into the game room instead. Lin Chen followed them to the table and discovered that the cards of the people opposite them were ridiculously good. In less than a minute, they won the last bit of chips Lu De had in front of him. Zhang Xian looked awkwardly at the empty drawer, her face filled with embarrassment. She had nothing to offer that belonged to her. Can I owe you a little? As soon as I have money, I will pay you back immediately. When they heard Zhang Xian say this, they all shook their heads. At that moment, a number of rabbit waiters walked in and stood behind Zhang Xian. From their appearance, it seemed they were waiting for Zhang Xian to bring out her chips. The chicken head glanced at them as they hesitated to reveal their chips and nodded to the rabbit waiters. Since they have no money, take them to the backyard. Lu De looked at the rabbit waiters tugging at his arms, panic filling his face. You can't just pull me like this, I have money. Unfortunately, what Lu De said was too late, the rabbit waiters' hands were like tongs, pulling them to the backyard. Lin Chen followed behind them and noted the chicken head stepped in front of them. Zhang Xian intended to discuss conditions, even suggesting that she was willing to offer some interest. However, the chicken head completely ignored them and shot them a glare. Now, with the chicken head blocking Lu De and Zhang Xian, Lin Chen couldn't see where they were. When the chicken head moved away, Lin Chen suddenly realized Lu De and Zhang Xian had vanished mysteriously. And in the place where Lu De and Zhang Xian had just been, two rabbits that closely matched their clothing color appeared. They can't have turned into rabbits, right? The rabbits on the ground looked at Lin Chen and jumped in front of him. Since the two had become rabbits and lost their speaking ability, there was nothing they could do. Lin Chen, filled with anger, looked at the two and deliberately took them to another cage. You two must not run around, otherwise, I won't recognize you. You just stay here, I'll think of a way to save you. They couldn't communicate with Lin Chen and could only stay obediently in front of the cage. Lin Chen turned back to look in the direction of the game room, pondering for a while. It seems that there is only one way for them to return, that is to win all their chips back, or... At this point, he glanced at the chicken head's office and took a deep breath. Or finding a way to win against the chicken head once, but the stakes of playing against the chicken head are too high. If he accidentally lost the game, it was highly likely that the chicken head would manipulate him. At that moment, when Lin Chen was deep in thought, Zhang Xian and Lu De hopped in front of him repeatedly. Now, their hope rested on him alone. Lin Chen understood what they were thinking and gave them a trusting look. I'm going to declare war in the game room now, you two must not wander off, or I won't recognize you, and I might save the wrong person. When the two heard Lin Chen say this, they returned to the cage, lying on top, waiting for Lin Chen to turn them back to their original selves. Chapter 59, The Chicken Head Enters. Lin Chen arrived at the door of the game room, where many comments urged him to give up. You need to consider the big picture, just give them up. I believe they can understand you, you're no match for their opponents. Not a single person in the comments believed in Lin Chen, they all thought he might fail at their hands. However, Lin Chen ignored it all and pushed the door open to enter. When the people inside saw Lin Chen enter the game room, they looked at him with a face full of resentment. Only one person? How can we play with just one missing? Lin Chen did not heed their complaints and boldly sat down opposite them. Cards, do you want to play? To catch their attention, Lin Chen took out all the chips given to him by the sheephead man and slammed them on the table. At first, the two showed no interest in him, but when they saw the chips on the table, their interest piqued immediately. Zhang Xian and Lu De had very few chips on them, earning those chips meant nothing to them. On the contrary, Lin Chen's chips appeared quite substantial. In just a few seconds, the two sat down in front of Lin Chen. Come on, let's play a game, how are we playing? Lin Chen thought to himself that he had never played in such a game room before and pondered for a moment. Let's go by your betting rules, otherwise, you'll say I'm ruining your game. When the two heard that Lin Chen was going to follow their rules, they exchanged glances and quickly agreed. As someone who had been in game rooms for a long time, he immediately noticed something was off about the two. Although Lin Chen hadn't seen Lu Di and Zhang Xian's gambling skills, the fact that they made it here indicated their confidence. Even if their luck was bad, they shouldn't be unable to win even one round. Without a doubt, these two were very likely to team up against him. Now, with him being the only one here, the two would definitely give Lin Chen a hard time. Soon, they slapped a deck of cards on the table. Then we'll use this deck, we'll follow your lead in everything. Lin Chen looked at the deck that the two had prepared in advance and quietly picked up the cards on the table for a careful inspection. As soon as he held the cards, he immediately sensed something unusual and raised his head to look at them. How long have you been playing with these cards? They feel sticky, let's change to a new deck. In front of the two, Lin Chen went to the door and called over the bunny waitress to bring a new deck. The cards given by the chicken head man were tamper-proof. Lin Chen believed these two couldn't cheat. The bunny waitress placed the cards on the table and intended to leave, but Lin Chen stopped her with his words. Since these two could win so many chips, it was hard for Lin Chen to believe they had no skill at all. Now, with the bunny waitress sitting next to them, they surely had no tricks left to play. The bunny waitress personally dealt the cards, and the two began to sweat beads on their foreheads. They never imagined Lin Chen would treat them in this way, leaving them with no chance to cheat. Ironically, Lin Chen had great luck today, almost every round he had bombs in hand. Unknowingly, 5 rounds had already ended. Lin Chen looked at the chips in front of him and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, it seems you used up all your luck this morning, now you have no luck left. When the two heard Lin Chen joking about them, they exchanged glances, and their faces darkened. After working hard to earn so many chips, no one expected Lin Chen to win them all back. If they continued playing, they had to worry about whether the chips in front of them would be enough. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Everyone turned their gaze to the door and immediately saw the chicken head old lady walking in. When the chicken head woman saw the chips in front of Lin Chen, her face was filled with shock. I didn't expect you to have so many chips in front of you. Lin Chen waved his hand repeatedly, a smile on his face. This round has been really lucky, I believe all the chips in front of them will be mine soon. The two heard Lin Chen wanting to take all their chips, and their faces became even uglier. But they couldn't find an excuse to leave, they could only stifle their anger and sit here. At that moment, the chicken head lady patted the shoulders of the two. You two, get up. I am a little interested in him. Let me play a few rounds with him. When the two heard the voice of the cock leader, they quickly stood up, fearing that the cock leader would regret it. They did not have strong gambling skills, relying entirely on excellent cheating techniques. Now that Lin Chen had cut off their cheating path, they naturally had no way to win. Lin Chen did not expect the cock leader to take the initiative to sit opposite him, slightly frowning, and began to calculate in his heart. As the owner of the chess and card room, if he accidentally won against her, would he face very serious consequences? At this moment, the comments were flying rapidly on the screen. Wake up! Whatever you do, don't play with her, otherwise, your chips here won't be enough. Right now, you are the hope of all humanity, there's no need to take risks for those two. Almost everyone was persuading him, urging him not to do anything foolish. However, Lin Chen did not believe them at all and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to agree to the cock leader, his gaze inadvertently caught the cock leader's eyes, only to find them filled with cold light. It seemed that the cock leader had her own conspiracy, likely aiming to turn them all into rabbits locked in the backyard. And the rabbit meat they had eaten at the restaurant yesterday was very likely what those previous people had turned into. Fortunately, Lin Chen and the others did not eat the rabbit meat yesterday, or he would have been unable to bear such a shock. At this moment, the cock leader saw Lin Chen had not responded for a long time and greeted the rabbit waitress standing by. Since there were only 2 of them, the cock leader wanted to complete the bet by comparing cards. Lin Chen watched as the rabbit waitress seriously placed the cards in front of him, holding her stomach and standing up. I didn't agree to play with you. I haven't been feeling well lately, I need to use the restroom. Just leave the cards here, and I'll come back to reveal them. The rabbit waitress heard Lin Chen wanted to leave and instinctively glanced at the cock leader. The cock leader slightly nodded, allowing Lin Chen to leave. He walked out of the chess and card room in front of a few people and secretly took a look inside at the door. Originally, he thought the cock leader and the rabbit waitress would surely cheat openly. To his surprise, they sat obediently on their chairs, showing no intention of revealing their cards. It seemed that they took the betting matter very seriously and had no intention of cheating at all. With this, Lin Chen finally had the opportunity to make a little move to ensure his 100% chance of winning. Chapter 60, A Turnaround in Desperation. In just 5 minutes, Lin Chen followed the corridor to find the main power switch of the chess and card room. At this moment, all the switches inside the power switch were turned on. Lin Chen got close to the power switch and found many stickers on it, indicating which switch controlled which room. Where's the main switch? I can't just turn off the power to the chess and card room, or it will be too obvious. He knew how much trouble it would cause to cheat in front of the cock leader. He certainly wouldn't be discovered for no reason by the cock leader. Lin Chen searched for a long time inside the power switch and finally found the most important main switch, wrapping a white wire around it. Cutting the power right now won't help. I need to find a way to set a delayed power cut. Now, he was the only one not in the chess and card room, so if the entire room lost power, it would definitely cause trouble for him. Moreover, with Lin Chen not in the chess and card room, he would have no way to change cards, so cutting off the power had no effect at all. Within just a few seconds, Lin Chen thought of a good idea, wrapping one end of the white wire around the switch and the other end around the base of a candle. When the wax drips down onto the white wire, the weight of the wax will naturally pull the white wire down. Successfully pulled the switch down. Even if the weight of the wax is not enough, and the candle burns to the bottom, it can still burn the white line, cutting off the power from the main switch. The double guarantee allowed him to return to the chess room without worry. All he had to do next was wait for the power outage. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Chen returned to the chess room with an apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, I've had a bad stomach, keep running to the bathroom. The head chicken waved his hand when he heard Lin Chen was running to the bathroom. Let's deal the cards quickly, I've already dealt mine. Lin Chen noticed that the head chicken had a pair of 8s and frowned slightly. Your hand is that big? You guys shouldn't be swapping cards, right? Without seeing it with his own eyes, his suspicion was reasonable. When the head chicken heard Lin Chen doubting whether he swapped the cards, he gave a glance to the rabbit waitress beside him. In an instant, the rabbit waitress approached the head chicken. We didn't cheat, don't slander us, we've been watching right here. The rabbit waitress stepped forward to testify for the head chicken, and the people in the bullet comments became anxious. The left hand testifying for the right hand, only they could do that. They have 2 8s, what do you have to play with them? I told you not to play with her. Lin Chen's expression showed no change as he picked up one of the cards in front of him. When he saw that the revealed card was a 9, he simply slapped it down on the table. Looks like I'm in luck, the first card is a 9, it must be good. The head chicken frowned slightly upon seeing that Lin Chen's first card was a 9, feeling a bit uncomfortable. You should flip over the other card, I have 2 8s, at least you need an 8 to win. This time, they were playing a high card game, the total of the 2 cards must be greater than the opponent's to win. Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly, pretended to pick up the other card. In reality, his gaze was fixed on his watch. According to his calculations, the candle would burn for no more than 5 minutes. As long as he could hold out through these 5 minutes, he had a chance to find the card he needed from the deck. The head chicken felt a bit uneasy seeing that Lin Chen held the card for so long without putting it down. Hurry up and put it down, there's no need to hide it, the cards won't change. The rabbit waitress also became impatient and took a step closer to him. Looking at her, it seemed she wanted to see what number was on Lin Chen's card. At this moment, only Lin Chen saw that his card was a 1, how could he flip it over to the table? Just when they became impatient, the chess room suddenly went dark. The rabbit waitress and the head chicken instinctively closed their eyes, as if adapting to this moment of darkness. Lin Chen, drawing on years of experience, skillfully found another 9 in the deck and swapped it for his own. In just 10 seconds, the head chicken adapted to the darkness and pointed at Lin Chen's card. Hurry up and flip it, otherwise, I'll have to consider you lost. Lin Chen stood up, casually flipping the card onto the table in front of them. You all see this. The head chicken saw that Lin Chen had 2 9s in front of him, and his face darkened immediately. Looks like I'm really lucky today. The head chicken, full of disbelief, pointed at Lin Chen's cards. Did you cheat just now? I didn't see you flip the cards. At first, Lin Chen thought the head chicken was being unreasonable, but to his surprise, the rabbit waitress seemed to help him. We've been watching him from the side, he didn't have time to swap cards, both cards are 9s, he wins. When the head chicken heard the rabbit waitress announce the result, he leaned back in despair against the chair. Lin Chen pretended to be unaware of the situation, waiting for what would come next. He placed his hand in front of her. Then you can give me the chips I won, right? The rooster leader, hearing that Lin Chen needed chips, looked even uglier, screaming in agony. I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe you can win against me, we are playing another round. Before Lin Chen could say anything, the rabbit waitress walked up to the rooster leader. You need to give him the chips from the last round before we can start the next round, otherwise, we can't begin. Lin Chen squinted at the rooster leader's expression, vaguely sensing something, and let out a cold laugh. If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't have any chips left, right? The rabbit waitress heard Lin Chen's reminder and approached the rooster leader, placing her hand in front of her. The rooster leader looked angrily at the rabbit waitress, pointing at her nose. You all should listen to me, I need to play again, that last round doesn't count. Hearing that the rooster leader wanted to resist, the rabbit waitress forcibly dragged her out of the game room. Lin Chen never expected the rabbit waitress to have such strength and hurriedly followed them. Not long later, the rooster leader was brought in front of a cage by the rabbit waitress. Originally wanting to resist, the rooster leader was unexpectedly shoved into the cage with greater strength from the rabbit waitress. At that moment, two rabbits of different colors jumped out from the side. When they saw the rooster leader locked inside the cage by Lin Chen, they jumped around madly. From their appearance, it seemed they were reminding Lin Chen not to forget about the two of them. At this point, many rabbit waitresses were in the yard, and Lin Chen couldn't dare reveal their identities, so he just gave them a look. Soon, the rabbit waitress came to Lin Chen's side. "From now on, you are the boss of the game room. You can contact us if you need anything." Chapter 61, The Fire Disaster Arrives. Lin Chen, looking bewildered, pointed at himself. He never thought the change of ownership in the game room would be so simple. He had just won against the rooster leader at the gambling table, and now the game room was his kingdom. At this moment, the rabbit waitresses gathered around Lin Chen. "Congratulations! From now on, you will lead us to make the game room bigger and stronger." Lin Chen looked at the faces of the rabbit waitresses, glancing back at the game room. "You take these two rabbits to the game room. I will wait for you there." The rabbit waitress looked down at the two rabbits on the ground and quickly agreed. By now, Zhang Xian and Lu De had already turned into rabbits, and restoring them was not going to be easy. Lin Chen returned to the game room, looking at the pitch-black room, contemplating how to restore the power. Now that the rooster leader was no longer a threat, his next step was to investigate the situation inside the game room. In just a few minutes, the rabbit waitresses brought the two rabbits in and placed them in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the rabbits on the table, full of confusion. "What method should I use to turn you back to your original selves?" One of the rabbits heard Lin Chen's voice and jumped up wildly on the table. Without a doubt, this rabbit was very likely Lu De. Only Lu De has such a bad temper, he must be cursing himself for being ineffective right now. Suddenly, a flickering shadow of candlelight on the opposite side caught fire. When Lin Chen saw the candlelight, his face was filled with shock. "How many game rooms are there in total?" The rabbit waitress, hearing Lin Chen's question, immediately sent a person to Lin Chen's side. "There are a total of 14 game rooms here, 13 private game rooms, and 1 public game room." The place they were in was the public game room, where anyone could come to play. Now, Lin Chen won against the chicken head man in the public chess room, and he believed that no one would come to play in the public chess room for a while. He saw Lin Chen walk out of the chess room, looking towards the candlelight and discovering a few people holding white candles. Not to mention that white candles are inauspicious, it seems the rules do not allow them to light such colored candles. Soon, Lin Chen approached them. "Extinguish all the candles in your hands, I will arrange for someone to check the electrical switch." When these people heard Lin Chen asking them to extinguish the candles, they showed a cold expression. "It's hard to get such a good hand, and now you want me to extinguish the candles? What are you up to? Let's ignore him, whose turn is it to play? Hurry up." Seeing that they ignored him completely, Lin Chen felt very anxious. Now, the chess room was already his territory, and he would not allow these people to continue playing cards with white candles. Lin Chen walked up to their table, intending to blow out their candles. Unexpectedly, the person sitting there casually moved the candle next to him, staring at Lin Chen with a wary face. "You aren't someone they sent to cause trouble, are you? If someone changes the cards later, I will trouble you." Lin Chen didn't care about that, he moved again to snatch the candle away. In the struggle between the two, he accidentally knocked the candle onto the card table, igniting the tablecloth. Before the two even realized, the flames began to spread immediately. The person saw the tablecloth was on fire and shouted loudly, "Run! It's on fire!" Lin Chen saw them all rushing out, and casually turned to look back, discovering the flames had already spread to the curtains. This time, not only was there fire in the chess room, but sparks were also appearing in their chess room. Lin Chen watched many people running towards the yard, and in his mind, he immediately thought of Lu De and Zhang Xian in the chess room. If he didn't go back to get the two of them, he believed they would turn into roasted rabbits here. In just a few seconds, Lin Chen returned to the original chess room and saw Zhang Xian and Lu De lying on the table. When the two saw Lin Chen come in, they jumped up frantically, wanting Lin Chen to take them away quickly. At this moment, the rabbit waitresses had already taken the others away, and there was no trace of them left in the entire corridor. Lin Chen kicked the two into his arms, wanting to leave through the front door. Unfortunately, he had wasted too much time. As soon as he reached the door, he was immediately pushed back by the flames, standing properly inside. Lu De saw there was no way out at the door, becoming anxious to the point of kicking her legs. Lin Chen noticed Lu Da's movements and looked seriously at the rabbit in his hands. "If you all want to leave by yourselves, I'll let you go now, otherwise, you will immediately stay with me." Hearing Lin Chen's roar, Lu De did not struggle anymore and lay quietly in Lin Chen's arms. He glanced around the chess room and found that there was only one place without fire in the room, which was the restroom. Since there were no other people guarding the entrance, Lin Chen quickly dove into the restroom. When he entered the restroom and shut the door, the flames outside were completely isolated. At this moment, he felt a movement in his arms again, and he placed the two rabbits on the ground. At this time, there were no sparks in the restroom, so he let them move around inside. One of the rabbits jumped next to the flower pot as if wanting Lin Chen to look inside. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen slightly frowned. Zhang Xin? He didn't believe Lu De had such a heart, following Zhang Xin to the flower pot in the form of a rabbit. Until now, he discovered that the flower pot had actually grown quite a few fruits. Lin Chen stared blankly at the fruits inside, momentarily stunned. What kind of fruit is this? Why have I never seen it before? When the rabbit heard Lin Chen hesitating about what the fruit was, it began to jump wildly in excitement. Lin Chen understood that this rabbit had turned into Zhang Xin, and he followed her hint to take a look inside. He saw several words written on the fruit, "Eat me." As Lin Chen looked at the words on the fruit, he furrowed his brows slightly. There can't be anything wrong, can there? At that moment, a lot of white smoke started to spread from the crack of the bathroom door. It seemed that the bathroom could not hold up much longer. With no other choice, Lin Chen pulled down the fruit and placed two of them on the ground. Right now, I have no way to take you out of here. I will eat one fruit, and whether you want to eat is up to you. Lin Chen paid no attention to whether they would eat or not and swallowed the fruit in one bite. Zhang Xin and Lu De looked at the fruits on the ground and could only choose to follow Lin Chen and swallow the fruit. In just a few seconds, Lin Chen felt dizzy, his vision darkened, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 62, Back to the Hospital. He did not know how much time had passed when Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. White walls, neat bedsheets, he found himself lying in the hospital again. Lin Chen looked around in surprise, realizing that he was the only one in the ward. Didn't I become the owner of the game room? How did I come back here? Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open. Lin Chen glanced at the door and saw a monkey peeking its head in. When the monkey saw Lin Chen lying on the bed, it shouted and ran towards the office. He helplessly looked at the corridor and pushed himself to sit up. I'm not a ghost, is it necessary to be so afraid of me? In just a minute or two, the monkey man followed by a monkey came to Lin Chen's side. The monkey man looked at the data on the machine, his face full of worry. How is it? Your body should be okay, right? Lin Chen looked at the monkey man's expression and patted his chest hard. What could possibly be wrong with me? How did I get back here? Even now, he was puzzled about how he returned. He originally thought the monkey man would give him an answer, but to his surprise, the monkey man said nothing. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to think of something and looked outside. Have you seen Lu De and Zhang Xin? The monkey man scratched his head with a complicated expression, indicating he had no answer. He had helped treat patients here before, and the monkey man always felt respect for Lin Chen. When Lin Chen saw the monkey man not replying for a long time, he glared at him. Whether they are alive or dead, at least tell me something. The monkey man pointed towards the door and patted the monkey beside him. They are both in the intensive care unit, with a dedicated doctor watching them. Lin Chen was surprised to learn that both of them had entered the intensive care unit. What happened to them? Can you tell me? At that moment, the monkey brought a thermometer to Lin Chen and inserted it under his arm. Lin Chen did not know how he had returned or what illness he had. The monkey man watched Lin Chen, who didn't know anything, and pulled a chair to sit beside him. Your condition has been serious these past few days, you've been in a coma. I thought you wouldn't make it. The best doctor in the entire hospital was him, and even the monkey could not treat it. Fortunately, Lin Chen managed to hold on. The monkey-headed man could only take Lin Chen to the morgue. Where did you find me? Who brought me to the hospital? In his memory, he woke up early in the morning to find the corridor changed, and even the elevator at the door had mysteriously disappeared. Hearing Lin Chen's rapid-fire questions, the monkey-headed man thought carefully for a moment. A few mornings ago, Boss Rabbit went to your room to assign a task to you. He found you with a high fever, unconscious, and brought you to the hospital. From the monkey-headed man's words, Lin Chen understood that he hadn't woken up that day at all. He looked at the monkey-headed man with a face full of surprise, his brows slightly furrowed. Could it be that everything I saw with the chicken-headed man was just a dream? As soon as this thought appeared, he quickly dismissed it. Even if he were dreaming, Lu De and Zhang Xin couldn't possibly be the same. Suddenly, Lin Chen looked at the monkey-headed man. Lu De and Zhang Xin shouldn't be in danger, right? Do you need my help? Hearing Lin Chen's concern for those two, the monkey-headed man shrugged indifferently. No need for your help, you just take care of yourself. Lin Chen sighed in relief upon learning the monkey-headed man didn't need his assistance. At that moment, as if he had thought of something, the monkey-headed man took out a thermometer. Your temperature has returned to normal, no wonder you could wake up. You've truly come back to life. Lin Chen watched the monkey-headed man take all the credit for his recovery in the hospital and couldn't help but roll his eyes. From his earlier words, he could tell they hadn't even used regular medicine. The monkey-headed man understood what Lin Chen was thinking and pulled the chair a bit closer. Boss Rabbit came looking for you the other day. He must have asked quite a bit about the hospital, right? This matter was known only to Lin Chen and Boss Rabbit. He couldn't understand how the monkey-headed man knew. Lin Chen looked at the monkey-headed man with a face full of surprise, feeling a bit hesitant inside. How do you know what I discussed with Boss Rabbit? Did Boss Rabbit find you separately afterward? He initially thought Boss Rabbit was only targeting those in the game room, but he didn't expect Boss Rabbit was also after the 12 Zodiac. The monkey-headed man slightly nodded, acknowledging it. I've already helped you cover that up. You don't need to worry about Boss Rabbit asking you those nonsense questions. When Lin Chen heard that the monkey-headed man had cleared up this trouble for him, he looked deeply grateful. If you can help me cover this up, you've really done me a huge favor. In his eyes, the questions from Boss Rabbit were mostly ambiguous. As long as he answered wrongly once, he could end up dead by Boss Rabbit's mouth. At that moment, the monkey-headed man stood up and shook the thermometer. Your temperature is already normal. Next, I'll arrange for someone to stay with you for 3 days. If everything is fine, you can leave. Lin Chen learned that his body had healed, understanding that he would not return to that pavilion. He smacked his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. I finally became the boss of the game room. I didn't expect to only hold that position for a few minutes. Lin Chen thought he could reign supreme in the game room, but everything was just his fantasy. At that moment, the monkey-headed man left the ward with something in hand. Lin Chen lay back down, taking a deep breath. Luda and Zhang Xian are not in danger. I believe they should have no sickness. Lin Chen knew very well how powerful the medical skills in this hospital were. That man was merely suffering from a cold, and the monkey-headed man wanted to push him to the morgue. Now, the monkey-headed man clearly stated that the two of them had no illness. They had nothing at all to do with each other. Originally, Lin Chen planned to lie in bed and rest for a while, but he ended up sleeping for too long, and now he felt no sleepiness while lying there. He forced himself to sit up again, glancing around the hospital room, only to find there wasn't even a television. These 3 days are going to be difficult, without even a TV. What am I supposed to do here? The monkey and the monkey-head person had things to do inside, while Lin Chen was lying there feeling extremely bored. At that moment, the hospital room door was opened by a monkey, who peeked inside, holding a manual in its hand. Chapter 63 Hospital Rules. The monkey came up to Lin Chen and placed the manual on the bedside table. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at the manual on the bedside table, a faint smile appearing on his face. This should be something you gave me to relieve my boredom, right? He had thought the monkey would at least respond a little, but to his surprise, the monkey had no reaction at all. He merely tidied up the room and slowly exited without saying a word. Lin Chen looked at the manual on the bedside table with a face full of surprise and casually picked it up. How strange, what exactly is this? He opened the manual to find 4 big characters, hospital rules. As soon as Lin Chen saw these characters, he immediately straightened his back, his expression serious. He understood that the manual was very important and that he had to remember all its contents. Lin Chen began to read through it carefully, fearing he might miss anything. Hospital rules. 1. There may be screams coming from the operating room, don't mind them, and don't go to see. 2. Don't leave the hospital room unless necessary, there is a nurse call button by the bed. 3. There are strange footsteps in the hallway at midnight, they are the busy footsteps of doctors, don't sneak a look. Lin Chen looked at the densely packed text in the manual and patted his temple. I just got out of there, and now I'm being given so many rules. This is a bit much. Suddenly, he thought of many terms describing the hospital environment in the manual. If there were any unreasonable things in the hospital room, they might very well become weapons to kill him. Lin Chen stood up from the bed, his legs felt weak, and he almost sank to the floor. I can't really just lie in bed during this time, can I? He had trouble believing he lay in bed the whole time. After all, what he experienced in that game room felt incredibly real. Plus, both Lu Di and Zhang Xian were in the hospital room, and no one knew how they had been injured. After just a few minutes, Lin Chen felt the sensation returning to his legs and slowly stood up. The monkey that had just entered put the manual down and took away all the cleaning tools from the hospital room. According to the rules, such things were not allowed in the hospital room. Cleaning supplies had to be placed in the sanitary corner. Suddenly, he caught sight of a kettle on the table out of the corner of his eye. The manual's description of the hospital room only differed by the addition of a kettle. Lin Chen had to get someone to take this thing away. Lin Chen walked toward the door. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, a thought struck him about the time. He was currently a patient and could not be out in the hallway at midnight. Lin Chen looked at the time on his watch and found it was already 2:30 in the morning. Luckily, he hadn't opened the door, or he would have violated the hospital's rules. Lin Chen patted his chest as if he were relieved and returned to the bed. I was just about to break the rules, there are so many rules here. Although he couldn't leave the room, he could press the nurse call button. Let the monkey take this kettle away. Just 2 or 3 minutes after pressing the nurse's bell, a monkey walked in from the door and glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen pointed at the kettle beside him, showing a smile he thought was quite nice. Could you please take this kettle away? It's not mine. When the monkey saw the kettle in Lin Chen's hand, it slapped its head hard. Look at that, I almost forgot. This kettle was left with you, I was just about to call security. The monkey took the kettle and left the hospital room, closing the door behind him. Now, the environment inside the room was exactly as described in the rules, and he could lie quietly in bed and rest. Since it was already 2:30 in the morning, Lin Chen had no desire to disturb the monkeys in the hospital. Even though he didn't feel sleepy, he lay in bed and began to brew sleepiness. Sure enough, it didn't take long for footsteps to be heard coming from the hallway. Lin Chen looked seriously toward the hallway, took a deep breath, and tightly clutched his blanket. At first, he thought the person by the door was just passing by, but unexpectedly, they stopped right in front of Lin Chen's room. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded mechanical, its rhythm very even. Lin Chen remembered the rule of not opening the door at night, keeping his eyes fixed on the door and waiting for the person to leave. He thought the person at the door wouldn't take long to leave, but to his surprise, they knocked for a full 3 or 4 minutes, showing no sign of leaving. In an instant, Lin Chen felt he had misunderstood the rules. Today's simulation hasn't worked. I can use the simulation to see what's at the door. Out of curiosity, Lin Chen activated the simulation. Lin Chen felt his body lighten a lot, standing up from the bed and casually opening the room door. At that moment, there were some monsters with black fur at the door. When Lin Chen looked at the appearance of these people, he immediately thought of the man killed by the rabbit boss. What is going on? Who are you? The black-furred monsters looked at Lin Chen as he opened the door, and a group of them slowly approached him. Suddenly, small knives gleaming coldly appeared in their hands, stabbing towards Lin Chen's stomach one after another. Lin Chen felt a sharp pain and just fell to the ground. At that moment, the simulation ended. Lin Chen sat up straight in a panic, now knowing who was at the door. Fortunately, he hadn't opened the main door, otherwise, his life could have easily been left in their hands. Meanwhile, the people at the door continued knocking, showing no intention of leaving. Lin Chen glanced at the nurse bell beside him, hesitating whether to press it or not. In his view, as soon as he pressed the nurse bell, the monkey would come over. At that time, the monkey and the black-furred monsters would definitely run into each other. Right now, Lin Chen's only worry was whether the monkey would help the black-furred monsters open the door. If those two were in cahoots, Lin Chen could very well die at their hands. Thinking of this, he put his hand down, showing a helpless smile. It seems I really have no choice, I can only wait for them to leave. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. The black-furred monsters at the door realized Lin Chen would not open the door and left the hallway without continuing to knock. When Lin Chen heard the knocking at the door growing weaker, he sighed in relief. Looks like they really left, I'm safe now. At that moment, a sound came from the loudspeaker in the hallway, and Lin Chen quickly listened attentively to the voice from the speaker. Chapter 64 Intensive Care Unit. Please keep the ward clean, all patients. There are pills prepared for you in the drawer, and someone will check later. This announcement was repeated 3 times, ensuring everyone could hear it clearly. Lin Chen understood that this message wasn't just for him, it might also need to be heard by Zhang Xian and Lu Di. Lin Chen stood up from his bed, glanced at the floor, and found it clean as new. The monkey had just helped clean up during the day, so he could easily maintain the current state. However, there was quite a bit of dust on the manual, now there was a fair amount of dust on the table. Lin Chen picked up the manual and wiped away all the dust with a tissue, tossing it into the trash can. To ensure his safety, he walked around the room, making sure there was no garbage inside before sitting back on the bed. There are pills in the drawer? They shouldn't be the kind that kills me. He felt completely fine and had no idea if the pills could harm his body. However, the rules were laid out before him. Even if he was reluctant to take them, he had no choice but to swallow them down, fearing the monkey-like person would come in for an unsatisfactory check. He initially thought the pill package would have some label and a picture of its effects, but it turned out the pills were wrapped in a tissue. There was no introduction on the pills, making it as if he had no idea what they were. At that moment, footsteps in the hallway grew closer. Worried that someone was coming to check, Lin Chen closed his eyes and swallowed the pill. Just as he finished swallowing, a few people walked up and knocked on the door. Fearing those black-furred creatures would return, he lay comfortably back on the bed and reopened his imaginings. As his body gradually felt lighter, he walked to the door and opened the ward door. At that moment, he was ready to be torn apart by the black-furred creature. To his surprise, there was no one at the door, making Lin Chen curious enough to peek outside. He saw a monkey pushing a small cart coming over and quickly stopped Lin Chen from closing the ward door. Wait, don't close the door. I'm here to bring you food. When Lin Chen learned that the monkey was bringing him food, he subconsciously looked at his watch, a look of disbelief on his face. He never expected that mealtime in the hospital was at 3 in the morning. Since there was nothing happening at the door, Lin Chen voluntarily closed his imaginings and stood up from the bed. At this moment, the monkey at the door was becoming a bit impatient, slightly changing the rhythm of knocking. Lin Chen hurriedly opened the ward door, feeling embarrassed. I just fell asleep, sorry about that. The monkey, looking quite impatient, instructed Lin Chen several times to keep the door open. Lin Chen understood the monkey needed to push the cart inside, so he honestly stood inside the room. Before long, several monkeys entered the ward. They placed a table in front of Lin Chen, one bowl after another of exquisite dishes set before him. Lin Chen stared blankly at the food on the table, a smile appearing on his face. The food you made is really delightful. Hearing Lin Chen's compliment, the monkey finally smiled. You just eat. If you think there's not enough food here, we can go to the kitchen and bring you more. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly and began to eat to his heart's content. Perhaps because it was a hospital, the food on the table was for people to eat, and it tasted absolutely delicious. The monkey stood beside Lin Chen, watching him eat intently. Lin Chen shot them an exasperated glance. I felt a bit embarrassed to continue eating. You guys are looking at me like that, I can't eat anymore. Let's chat. When the monkey heard Lin Chen wanted to chat, one monkey came over to Lin Chen's side. When will you help the patient? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Chen looked at the monkey in front of him, vaguely remembering that he had seen him before. Since this monkey was a bit sentimental, he dared to ask his questions. Is there any chance to visit the intensive care unit? When the monkey heard that Lin Chen wanted to go to the intensive care unit, he thought carefully. The patient definitely can't go to the intensive care unit. You are sick yourself, we need to worry about you infecting others. Lin Chen shook his head in disbelief and jumped a little in front of them. You might have misunderstood. My health has recovered. I just need to stay in the hospital for 3 days for observation and then I can leave. Originally, he thought that if he proved he was not sick, he could go see them, but no one expected they still disagreed. When Lin Chen heard they disagreed with him going to the intensive care unit, he shook his head in helplessness. It seems like it's a bit troublesome for me to see them. In Lin Chen's view, Zhang Xian and Lu De were the ones who knew the truth of the whole matter. Only by meeting those two could he find out if the incident with the rooster really happened. If the rooster incident was something he imagined, he would need to consider whether his fever and fainting were caused by breaking the rules. As Lin Chen fell into deep thought, he lay in bed without making a sound for a long time. The monkey saw Lin Chen's expression and understood he wanted to go to the intensive care unit, so he thought for a moment. Other patients might not have a chance, but you might. The other monkeys saw someone say Lin Chen had a chance to go to the intensive care unit and all focused their attention on Lin Chen. He pondered for a moment and took a mask out of the drawer. Don't forget, you have another identity in our hospital. As long as Lin Chen went to the intensive care unit with another identity, who would dare to stop the doctor? Moreover, Lin Chen's medical skills were personally praised by the monkey head, only he had the right to enter the intensive care unit. When he heard the monkey's reminder, he realized this treatment was due to his good relationship with them. If he hadn't casually responded a few days ago, this monkey probably wouldn't have revealed these secrets. At that moment, one of the monkeys stood up and took the manual from the table. When he saw the manual was clean underneath, he placed it back on the table. Another monkey saw someone checking the ward's cleanliness and casually opened a drawer, discovering the medicine inside had already been taken. Lin Chen originally thought they wouldn't check him, but who knew they were just too embarrassed to check him. If he hadn't eaten the medicine according to the monkey head's rules, he would surely be violating the ward's rules. Don't think these monkey heads are very obedient now, as soon as he broke the rules, these monkeys would immediately show their claws. Chapter 65, The Monkey Head's Wish. In just a short 10 minutes, Lin Chen finished all the food in front of him. The monkey skillfully cleaned up the items on the table and placed them on their small cart. When Lin Chen saw the monkey was about to leave, he hurriedly called out to them. Will you come to the ward next? When the monkey heard Lin Chen's voice, he closed the ward door with a blank expression, showing no intention of responding. Lin Chen understood that there were rules in the corridor too, and these monkeys didn't dare to violate the rules of the corridor. Now, there is nothing in the hospital room. Lin Chen lies on the hospital bed, lost in thought for a while, and soon feels sleepy. Unconsciously, he gradually falls into a deep sleep. Originally, Lin Chen thought that deduction could only be used when awake, but who knew he could also deduce while resting? When he realized this, he pondered for a moment and decided to give it a try. The place he was in was absolutely safe, so he could use the deduction method to discover more information. After all, dying during deduction would not be harmful to himself, while the information would solidly enter his mind. In just a few minutes, his mental strength slightly recovered, and he began to deduce once again. Lin Chen felt his body become light and stood up from the hospital bed. He had just finished the meal that the monkey had brought him, and there was no sound in the corridor at all. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Lin Chen casually glanced at the other side of the bed and found that the monkey man was actually sitting there. In an instant, Lin Chen's eyes widened abruptly. He took a step back and sat on the bed. When did you come? He saw the monkey man looking coldly at Lin Chen on the hospital bed, not saying a word. Lin Chen had never seen such a monkey man before, feeling that the monkey man might be looking for trouble with him. He originally thought that the monkey man was angry, so he walked in front of the monkey man, ready to probe a bit. Anyway, his current state was one of deduction, and dying in this form wouldn't matter at all. However, as he sat in front of the monkey man's gaze remained fixed on the hospital bed. This time, Lin Chen noticed something was off and boldly waved his hand in front of him. Sure enough, the monkey man's gaze showed no change, as if he couldn't see him at all. Could it be that when someone is asleep, the people deduced are invisible to them? For the first time, Lin Chen encountered this situation during deduction, and naturally wanted to clarify it. He approached the monkey man, wanting to pat him on the shoulder. No one expected that his hand would actually pass through the monkey man's body, directly slapping the bed. When he saw the scene, he immediately understood that his shadow was just a phantom. No monkey in the hospital could see him, and his real body should still be on the hospital bed. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something and his eyes widened in shock. If the monkey man cannot see me, does that mean the monkey man is really sitting beside me? Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked again at the monkey man and found the monkey man's expression very indifferent. Just from his eyes, it was clear that the monkey man had quite a few thoughts about him. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, the generals block, and when water comes, the earth covers. Lin Chen could not stay in this state to probe, so he hurriedly lay back on the bed. The deduction ended, and Lin Chen quickly opened his eyes, only to see the monkey man sitting beside him. Lin Chen instinctively sat up from the bed, his face filled with vigilance. Why are you here? You didn't even say a word when you came over. Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, the expression on the monkey man's face changed slightly. I came a long time ago, and when I saw you sleeping, I didn't disturb you. Lin Chen pretended to be very cultured and nodded, while feeling particularly uncomfortable inside. He had just lied down and had activated the deduction. The monkey man could not have arrived during that time. Lin Chen thought for a moment and figured out that the only time the monkey man might have entered was while he was taking his medicine. During the time he took his medicine, there was a half-minute daze that felt like a blackout, where he knew nothing at all. Since nothing happened during that time, Lin Chen thought everything was normal and did not carefully check the hospital room. Unexpectedly, the monkey man actually used that time to come into the hospital room. Fortunately, he did not do anything against the rules, otherwise the monkey-headed man would likely have killed him. The monkey-headed man looked at Lin Chen sitting on the sickbed in silence, curiously glancing at him. What are you thinking? Can you tell me? Lin Chen was just contemplating the timing of the monkey-headed man's entrance. How could he have time to discuss such things with him? He shook his head repeatedly. I don't know why you're here. Can you tell me? In his view, there was no reason for the monkey-headed man to appear here without a cause. He must have urgent matters for him to assist with. The monkey-headed man heard Lin Chen's question and pondered for a moment. I hope what I'm about to say does not reach Boss Rabbit's ears. Can you manage that? Without hesitation, Lin Chen agreed. He knew that the 12 zodiac signs could possibly be his allies. As for Boss Rabbit, his mind was filled with thoughts on how to eliminate them all. When the monkey-headed man saw Lin Chen's agreement, he sighed. I have always longed for the life of human society, but I cannot leave the game room. Lin Chen was about to persuade him, but was interrupted by the monkey-headed man's gesture. You need to hear me out first. I know you want to convince me to stay here. I truly have no desire to live in the game room anymore. At that moment, sounds of movement echoed from the hallway. The monkey-headed man glanced at the doorway of the sick room, but paid it no mind. The whole hospital belonged to him, so he found it strange that anyone could be in the hallway. Lin Chen, seeing the monkey-headed man take so long to state his purpose, couldn't help but urge him. Just tell me, what do you need me to help you with? Or what can I do for you? Currently, the only thing he could do to help the monkey-headed man was to assist in treating other patients. Excluding Lin Chen, the monkey doctors in the hospital couldn't even treat a common cold, let alone other ailments. The monkey-headed man looked at Lin Chen's serious expression and finally stated his true purpose. I want to help you simply because I know you will have a chance to leave the game room in the future, and I hope you can take me with you. When Lin Chen heard that the monkey-headed man wanted him to take him away from the game room, he immediately fell into deep thought. Originally, he had a good impression of the monkey-headed man, considering him a trustworthy zodiac. However, the previous deduction troubled Lin Chen's mind. He felt the monkey-headed man was not as simple as he appeared. If the monkey-headed man turned into what was depicted in the deduction, no one would know if he might bite him to death. Chapter 66, The Current Situation. The monkey-headed man watched Lin Chen hesitate in silence and seemed a bit disappointed. You don't want to help me either? Lin Chen worried that the monkey-headed man would turn against him. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to stay in the hospital. He quickly waved his hands, wearing a signature smile. I was just startled by what you just said. I didn't expect you also wanted to leave here. To increase his credibility, the monkey-headed man hurriedly defended himself. I've been stuck in the game room and hospital for years. I'm completely fed up with this environment. I just wish someone would take me away. The game room had seen countless batches of people come and go, and only Lin Chen had survived until now. The monkey-headed man felt Lin Chen was the person with the greatest hope of leaving, so he planned to have Lin Chen take him away. After listening to him, Lin Chen felt the monkey-headed man's reasons were very adequate. However, he still kept his guard up and only superficially agreed. When the monkey-headed man heard Lin Chen was willing to take him away, he finally revealed a relaxed smile. Then I will wait for you in the office. We will leave the game room together. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. The monkey-head man faintly showed signs of wanting to leave. He had once cleaned the ward and knew there were no white coats or masks in the room. The other monkey doctors dared not take the white coats and masks from the changing room, so Lin Chen could only place his hope on the monkey-head man. Lin Chen bravely glanced at the monkey-head man, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Could you give me a set of white coats and a monkey mask? I want to go to the intensive care unit to see my friend. Now, the monkey-head man's mood was the best, and he readily agreed. This is such a small matter, just wait here for me, I'll go to the office to get it for you. As the monkey-head man left the ward, Lin Chen's smile gradually faded away. What kind of plot does the monkey-head man have? He wants me not to betray him. Will he turn around and betray me? Boss Rabbit surely had a better relationship with the 12 zodiac animals. Lin Chen had no idea what the monkey-head man's intention really was. Just then, the monkey-head man returned with a mask and white coat, placing them in the room. It's best not to go over there at night, or else. Saying this, the monkey-head man slammed the ward door shut. Lin Chen watched the monkey-head man leave, feeling speechless. Half telling me something, wanting me to take you away, that's too much. Lin Chen put on the white coat and mask, pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes, realizing that his chance to simulate had come back. Initially, he only had 3 chances to simulate, and now, after a day, he still had 2 chances left. Since the monkey-head man wouldn't speak, Lin Chen could only use his own method to test it. Lin Chen lay down on the hospital bed and restarted the simulation. He felt his body lighten again, easily opening the ward door. There was no sound in the corridor, the lights on the ceiling flickering, creating a sense of overwhelming psychological pressure. Lin Chen walked boldly down the corridor, glancing at the wards occasionally. Patients inside the wards were constantly howling, unsure if something had happened in the ward or if they were receiving help from monkey doctors. He had learned the location of the intensive care unit from the monkey's mouth before, and now he just needed to go there. Before long, Lin Chen reached the door of the intensive care unit and opened the large door with the mask. As soon as the door to the intensive care unit opened, a monkey jumped out immediately. Upon seeing a person in a monkey mask, the monkey quickly moved aside. In an instant, Lin Chen understood that this monkey was specifically left here to prevent anyone from entering the intensive care unit. He initially thought there was only one ward inside the intensive care unit, but to his surprise, there was a long corridor filled with wards. Lin Chen had no idea which ward Zhang Xian and Lu De were in and felt a bit embarrassed as he approached the monkey. Which ward are Zhang Xian and Lu De in? I'm here to give them a re-examination. The monkey took out a manual and pointed to the innermost room. Lin Chen thanked him and continued walking in the direction he pointed. He thought he could simulate all the processes at once, but as he moved forward, he unexpectedly collided with an air wall. Lin Chen touched the air wall in front of him, his face filled with shock. An air wall? I didn't expect the simulation to have distance limits. I've reached the edge. Seeing the ward right in front of him, he had no way to smoothly walk inside, feeling utterly helpless. Lin Chen exited the simulation and came back to the corridor. Just like in the previous simulation, he skillfully reached the intensive care unit and encountered the monkey at the door. As he arrived at the corridor of the intensive care unit, the door behind him was closed by the monkey, preventing anyone from entering. Lin Chen followed the monkey's reminder to the door of Zhang Xian and Lu Da's hospital room, placing his hand on the doorknob. Suddenly, a chilling sound came from inside. Lin Chen instinctively loosened his grip, his face filled with shock. What is that sound? Is there some danger inside? He took 2 steps back and activated the simulation again. In the simulated environment, he opened the hospital room door and saw Zhang Xian and Lu De lying in their beds. There was nothing around, and Lin Chen couldn't understand where the earlier sound had come from. As he approached Zhang Xian's bed, the data on the machines began to jump rapidly. Lin Chen, his face full of panic, rushed to the door and shouted loudly. Someone come quickly, we need help here. At that moment, the monkey guarding the door came over and glared at him. No shouting allowed in the ICU, and no one is permitted to enter, don't you know? Someone will come to check on the patients tomorrow morning. Lin Chen learned the ICU rules from the monkey and smiled with relief. He had initially thought that Zhang Xian and Lu Da's deaths were mere coincidences, never realizing that he was the cause of it all. Lin Chen exited the simulation again, the helpless smile on his face a sign of his resignation. Since I can't see them inside, looking at them through the glass should be fine. Soon, he made a circle and arrived at the observation window of the ICU, seeing the two of them lying inside. At that moment, the data on the machines appeared normal, and he believed it wouldn't be long before they woke up. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen finally felt at ease. Just then, Zhang Xian's fingers moved slightly, and the instruments showed that both of them had woken up. Zhang Xian looked around in confusion, noticing Lin Chen standing on the other side of the glass. Lin Chen gestured to them, signaling that they should not leave the room casually. Although he didn't know if Zhang Xian and Lude could leave the room, he believed the monkey's words couldn't be wrong. Since someone would come for rounds tomorrow morning, they had to stay in the room. Zhang Xian walked to the glass and made a gesture. Just from her gesture, it was clear that both of them were healthy. Lin Chen gave Zhang Xian a reassuring gesture, pointing towards the door. Zhang Xian understood that their hospital rooms should be different and nodded quickly. As soon as Lin Chen left, Lu Da's voice reached Zhang Xian's ears. Why are we in here? I think that guy definitely has a problem. Zhang Xian heard Lu Di blame Lin Chen again but completely ignored him. His baseless accusations had happened many times, and Zhang Xian had long since gotten used to it. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen returned to the room wearing a white lab coat and a mask. At this moment, the corridor of the hospital room was still empty. Only when he returned to the room did the corridor fill with that chilling sound of footsteps. Lin Chen lay on the bed, rubbing his aching temples. As long as I know they are safe, I can relax. No matter whether the chicken-headed person's situation was real or not, they had come out alive from there. Continuing to dwell on the chicken-headed person would do them no good, it was better to selectively forget about it. Lin Chen lay on the bed, feeling bored and tentatively activated the simulation. He knew that he had no more chances with his simulation, and so he did not worry about wasting the opportunity to deduce. Suddenly, a line of golden small letters appeared on the wall of the ward. Lin Chen sat up with a face full of surprise, walked to the wall, and found detailed information about deduction on it. Since he had obtained deduction, no one had taught him how to use it, he had explored it all by himself. Now, the rules of deduction on the wall were like a timely rain. Lin Chen carefully looked at every single word on the wall, afraid that he might miss any of it. Rules of deduction. 1. You can only deduce 3 times a day, otherwise you cannot return to your original body. 2. Activation of deduction in a sleep state cannot be seen by outsiders. 3. Consuming multiple times of mental strength to deduce allows you to see a more distant future. After the third rule, there were 2 huge words, caution. When Lin Chen saw these rules, he took a deep breath. Even without the rules of deduction, I've already figured it out pretty much. Except for the third rule which he hadn't tested, the first 2 rules were under his control. Now, Lin Chen had just woken up, which was the clearest time. Lin Chen thought for a moment, lay back on the hospital bed, and had a curious expression. How about? I see what effect the third rule has. As his voice fell, he closed his eyes, pouring all his mental strength into the deduction. In just a few seconds, Lin Chen stood up from the bed, feeling much lighter. He knew that this state meant that the deduction had started, his current death did not mean he was truly dead. Lin Chen opened the door to the corridor and arrived at the entrance, where he saw many people standing in the hall. From a distance, he saw both tiger-headed and dog-headed individuals among them. Out of curiosity, Lin Chen slowly walked over to see what was happening there. Soon, he arrived in the hall and found a monkey-headed man coldly watching the people on the ground. Lin Chen took a close look at the person kneeling on the ground, every hair on his body standing up, his eyes widening suddenly. Boss Bunny? Boss Bunny is actually kneeling in front of the monkey-headed man? What is his identity? In his understanding, Boss Bunny was the biggest boss in the chess room, everyone had to obey his orders. No one expected that Boss Bunny was kneeling in front of the monkey-headed man. Upon closer inspection, Boss Bunny's body was trembling, as if he was afraid of these people. Lin Chen glanced at the people next to Boss Bunny and found that they were all the 12 zodiac signs in the chess room. Could it be, these people are resisting Boss Bunny? Have they captured Boss Bunny? At that moment, the snake-headed man looked back and happened to make eye contact with Lin Chen. Before Lin Chen could react, the snake-headed man bit fiercely into his neck. Lin Chen could only see Boss Bunny's terrified eyes as everything in front of him faded away. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the hospital room. Lin Chen sat up straight, breathing heavily. The sense of oppression just now was too great, making him feel like he couldn't catch his breath. He had only gone to watch a show, but who would have thought that the snake-headed man would turn around and bite him, leaving him no face at all? At this moment, Lin Chen's mind was filled with the cold face of the monkey-headed man. It seems that the monkey-headed man must be hiding something. Among the 12 zodiac signs, only the monkey-headed man owned a hospital, while the others had nothing, which definitely held hidden secrets. At that moment, the monkey-headed man walked in from the doorway of the ward and glanced at Lin Chen sitting on the bed. "You didn't rest?" Lin Chen nodded slightly, wiping the sweat off his forehead. "I slept for a whole day, and now I can't sleep. I sit on the bed for a while." The monkey-headed man had no interest in what Lin Chen was doing and took a step inside, wearing a mysterious smile on his face. "I'm here to remind you, remember to tell me ahead of time when you're leaving the game room. I need to tidy up this place." Lin Chen looked at the expectant look on the monkey-headed man's face and pretended to nod in agreement. But inside, he resisted the monkey-headed man. He knew that the monkey-headed man must have some kind of conspiracy. Otherwise, Lin Chen couldn't possibly have predicted such a situation in the future, where the monkey-headed man actually pressed the rabbit boss to the ground. Today was his last day in the hospital, and the data shown on the instruments for Lu De and Zhang Xian had returned to normal, moving to the general ward. Lin Chen lay on the hospital bed, watching the monkeys come and go at the door, realizing that they would soon actively bring food to his ward. After staying in the hospital for a few days, he had basically become familiar with all the hospital procedures. If it weren't for Lin Chen's unwillingness to stay long in the game room, he believed that being in the hospital would also be a good choice. Regardless, the rabbit boss did not like the hospital and would not come here for no reason. He would not receive those difficult tasks from the rabbit boss. Unconsciously, the time had come to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Chen noticed that the monkeys had not come to deliver food and wore a puzzled expression. "Strange, why isn't there a monkey to bring me food today? Did something happen?" Chapter 68, The Drink Vending Machine. Lin Chen walked around the ward a few times, feeling that something must have happened with the monkeys. Coincidentally, he saw the scene of the monkey-headed man confronting the rabbit boss again in his mind. Lin Chen felt he must leave. With that, Lin Chen pushed open the ward door and peeked out to look down the hallway. Strange, why is there no one in the hallway today? Usually, there would be at least one monkey coming back and forth delivering things. It didn't make sense for there to be complete silence. As they say, unusual occurrences must have something strange behind them. He could not leave in such a state. He returned to the ward, got ready the white coat and monkey mask that the monkey-headed man had prepared for him, and put them on. This time, he returned to the hallway as a doctor. As soon as he stepped back into the hallway, he happened to see a monkey coming out of the bathroom. Lin Chen quickly blocked the monkey's path, fearing it would disappear from his sight. The monkey saw Lin Chen in his outfit, looking shocked. "Why are you still here? Don't you know there's a meeting?" Lin Chen learned that all the monkeys were in the meeting room, shaking his head with a helpless expression. He thought something was wrong in the hospital, who knew they had delayed because of the meeting. As a result, the time for the monkeys to deliver food naturally got pushed back. Although Lin Chen had been in the hospital twice, he was still unfamiliar with it. He walked up to the monkey and pretended not to know where to go, glancing around. "Where can I buy something to eat? I haven't eaten all day, it's a bit uncomfortable." When the monkey heard Lin Chen wanted to buy food, he pointed in the direction of the kitchen. "The kitchen is over there, but they should be in a meeting now. There's nothing in the kitchen." Lin Chen realized the kitchen hadn't started cooking yet, knowing that there was no point in going there. He gritted his teeth, holding back his inner anger, and blocked the monkey's path again. "Don't rush to leave, where else is there something to eat besides the kitchen?" He couldn't believe such a huge hospital didn't have any place to buy things. After all, even the monkeys in the hospital had to buy snacks. The monkey looked at Lin Chen, eager to buy something, and pointed down the hallway. "You walk straight down the hallway, there's a drink vending machine over there, but there's no food in it." When Lin Chen learned that the hospital had drinks for sale, his eyes suddenly widened. Since he came to the chess room, he had no idea how long it had been since he last had a drink. Now that he knew the location of the drink vending machine, he was determined to go take a look. He saw Lin Chen step aside, allowing the monkey to pass in front of him. Judging by his direction, it was very likely he was heading to the conference room. Once he opened the conference room door, Lin Chen began to act, afraid of making a mistake. Following the route the monkey had just pointed out, Lin Chen walked down the corridor. Voices of patients echoed from the hospital rooms on both sides, making the hair on his arms stand up. "I'm so hungry, why hasn't anyone brought us food? I'm going to starve to death, don't you guys provide meals here?" Hearing these voices didn't affect Lin Chen much, but some people were scratching at the big door with their nails, and the sound was extremely jarring. In less than a minute, he arrived in front of the drink vending machine. At this moment, different drinks flashed through Lin Chen's mind as he considered which one to buy. However, when he stood in front of the vending machine, he was instantly dumbfounded. The drinks he had pictured in his mind were nowhere to be found, and instead, there were cups inside. Lin Chen stood on tiptoe to look inside the cups, discovering they were filled with a thick red liquid. Upon seeing this, he was momentarily stunned. "What exactly is in here? To determine what was inside, Lin Chen pressed his face against the glass of the vending machine. He initially thought this would let him smell the contents, but to his surprise, the smell wouldn't escape at all. At that moment, a light appeared above the drink vending machine. Each cup of drink had a special explanation beneath it, causing Lin Chen to take 2 steps back. When he read the words on top, his eyes widened in shock. Rabbit blood? Are you kidding? This vending machine sells this kind of stuff? The entire chess room should belong to the rabbit boss, no one would dare to deal in rabbit parts here. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt he had stepped on something, reflexively turning back to take a look. He saw the monkey man standing behind him with a blank expression, glancing down at his feet. Lin Chen quickly took his foot off, his face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. The monkey man looked at Lin Chen, snorted coldly, and walked behind the vending machine. Lin Chen didn't dare to breathe, unsure why the monkey man was here. In his eyes, the monkey man should be leading things in the conference room, so there was no reason to wait for him here. He watched as the monkey man unplugged the vending machine, mumbling something under his breath. Drinking these unhealthy things in the hospital, I told you to eat more, but you just won't listen. Seeing the monkey man unplug the machine made Lin Chen feel embarrassed and he rubbed his stomach. I haven't eaten all day, I came here wanting to buy something, but didn't expect there to be nothing. He thought the monkey man would respond, but to his surprise, the monkey man didn't react at all. Only when the monkey man confirmed that the vending machine's light had gone out did he walk over to Lin Chen. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the hospital room? Other monkeys might not recognize Lin Chen's identity, but the monkey man could see who he was. Lin Chen pointed at his stomach, looking helpless. You guys missed mealtime and didn't deliver food, I'm really starving, so I came out to find something to eat. Upon hearing Lin Chen wanted to find something to eat, the monkey man's face filled with anger. What did you say? No food was delivered to any of the hospital rooms? Seeing his appearance, it seemed he didn't know about this matter at all. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, leading the monkey headman back to the corridor, letting him hear the screams coming from inside. In an instant, the monkey headman's anger surged, his face turning red with rage as he walked towards the meeting room. Lin Chen originally thought the monkey headman was going to cause him trouble, but now he felt that the monkey headman might be able to help him get something to eat. In just a few minutes, he came out of the meeting room with several monkeys. When the monkeys saw Lin Chen in the corridor, they quickly explained to the monkey headman. We didn't have time to cook because the meeting was too urgent, please forgive us. Before Lin Chen could say anything, the monkey headman interrupted him and pointed inside. You hurry and cook, and quickly send the food down. The monkey headman watched the monkeys go to the kitchen, sighed in relief, and approached Lin Chen. The drink vending machine has been around for many years, and the drinks inside have never been replenished with new ones. Just wait for them to send the food later. Lin Chen looked at the monkey headman guiding him away from the drink vending machine and quickly agreed. Of course, I came out just to find food. Hearing this from Lin Chen, the monkey headman waved his hand. Then you go back to the ward, don't come here again. If there is anything, find the doctor on duty. All the monkeys working in the hospital know that this drink vending machine cannot be used. Lin Chen quickly agreed and walked back to his ward. For him, returning to the ward was like escaping from death. The items in the drink vending machine are something ordinary people cannot see, and no one knows why the monkey headman has so much rabbit blood. If the rabbit boss knew about these things inside, he believed the monkey headman and the rabbit boss would fight immediately. Within just a few minutes, Lin Chen returned to the ward and found that the monkey headman and the monkeys were not following him. At once, Lin Chen felt relieved and comfortably lay on the hospital bed. As soon as he lay down, the monkey headman walked in from the doorway, looking very displeased. Lin Chen looked at the monkey headman entering the room, his face filled with fear. Is there a mistake coming to me now? The monkey headman came in front of Lin Chen and found a place to sit down. Lin Chen understood that the monkey headman must have something to ask him, and his heart immediately sank. The monkey headman looked at Lin Chen with a very indifferent expression. Did you just buy a drink from the vending machine? Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly, turning his pockets inside out. No, I haven't figured out what drinks are in the vending machine, and I haven't placed an order. Upon hearing that Lin Chen had not bought a drink, the monkey headman sighed in relief. However, he did not relax and continued to ask. I want to ask, did you see what was inside clearly? This time, the monkey headman's eyes were locked on Lin Chen's eyes, as if wanting to confirm whether he was lying. Lin Chen saw the monkey headman's gaze and understood that this question might determine his life or death. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, the monkey headman's voice came again. I remember when I saw you, you were completely leaning on it. That action was seen by the monkey headman with his own eyes, and Lin Chen had no way to deny it. Lin Chen thought for a moment and lifted his body slightly. I have myopia, the words on it are too small, I can't see clearly, so I lean closer, but I hadn't seen anything when you came. As this explanation finished, the monkey headman fell silent, as if pondering whether what Lin Chen said was true. Lin Chen looked at the monkey headman's expression, feeling very anxious inside. As long as he had even a slight doubt about him, the monkey headman might take action against him. Kill him. In just a few seconds, the monkey-headed man stood up and covered Lin Chen with a blanket. You rest here, I have a meeting to attend. Lin Chen watched the monkey-headed man leave the ward and let out a sigh of relief, his body limp on the bed. If there had been even the slightest mistake with the earlier question, his life would have been taken by the monkey-headed man. Now that the monkey-headed man had left the ward, at least he was safe for the moment. Lin Chen lay in bed, thinking, but a sense of unease began to creep in. In the simulation, the monkey-headed man had knocked down Boss Rabbit, but in reality, Rabbit's blood appeared. No matter which version it was, he couldn't understand either one. Lin Chen got up from the bed again, deep in thought. No, I can't just sit here and wait to die. Could the Zodiac be enemies with Boss Rabbit? Now, Boss Rabbit's power had suppressed them, leaving them unable to escape. Once Boss Rabbit's power was insufficient, no one knew if the Zodiac would turn on him. At this moment, the monkey-headed man walked back into the room. Lin Chen saw the monkey-headed man enter the ward again, his face full of surprise. He obediently sat on the bed. When the monkey-headed man saw that Lin Chen was lying on the bed and had eaten nothing, he sighed in relief. What's in the drink vending machine? You must have seen it, right? Lin Chen carefully considered and then mentioned the cup inside. No matter how nearsighted he was, he could still see a cup that large inside. If he said he didn't see anything in there, the monkey-headed man would definitely cause trouble for him. Upon hearing that Lin Chen had seen the cup inside, the monkey-headed man's expression gradually darkened. What color was the drink inside the cup? As long as you can answer, I'll have the monkeys bring you food. Lin Chen looked at the monkey-headed man's expression growing more menacing, and took 2 steps back. I'm not tall enough. At the time, I tried to tiptoe to see the drink, but I stepped on your foot and didn't get a chance after that. When the monkey-headed man learned that Lin Chen had only tiptoed to see the drink, he relaxed. I see, it seems I misunderstood you. I'll have the monkeys bring you food right away. They actually hid it from me. Lin Chen watched the monkey-headed man leave the ward and hurried back to the bed. About a minute later, after confirming that the monkey-headed man had left, he slowly got up from the bed. At this point, he had a plan in his mind and knew what he had to do. Lin Chen quietly cracked the ward door open, hoping to see if there were any monkeys in the corridor. He planned to follow the monkey-headed man to the meeting room and listen, hoping to catch a clue from their conversation. In just a few seconds, he was in the corridor. Since the monkeys in the kitchen were cooking, there was no sound in the corridor. Lin Chen reached the meeting room door, only to find it locked from the inside. Unable to enter normally, Lin Chen had no choice but to wait obediently at the door. He could either blend in with others to get inside or have someone open the door. At that moment, 2 monkeys in white lab coats came walking from the kitchen. 2 of the monkeys were delivering food to each room, while the others headed to the meeting room door. Lin Chen hid to the side, waiting until they all entered, then hurriedly used his foot to wedge the meeting room door open. With the door not fully closed, Lin Chen naturally could slip inside. He quickly adjusted his clothes and mask at the door, pretending to be a doctor as he entered. At this moment, all the monkeys working as doctors and nurses in the hospital were inside. Lin Chen entered without attracting any attention. He simply sat on the stool. His position was in the back, so the monkey leader might not even see him, allowing Lin Chen to not worry about being exposed. Chapter 70, Dividing into Camps. The large conference room was filled with people. Lin Chen looked at the monkeys inside and couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect there would be so many people in the hospital, I haven't seen them before. He originally thought he had seen everyone in the hospital, but he never expected there to be so many. At that moment, the monkey leader was sitting at the front with his eyes closed, not reacting at all. The monkeys around him did not urge the monkey leader, respectfully sitting in front of the table. Lin Chen knew that the monkey leader might be waiting for someone and glanced at the time on his watch. He should be waiting for the monkey who distributes the food. He guessed to himself and sat bored among the group of monkeys. Just then, the door of the conference room was opened again. Lin Chen thought a monkey had come in and didn't even turn his head. Suddenly, his peripheral vision flicked over those few people, and he found they were actually from the 12 Zodiac. Them? How did they come up? The 12 Zodiac should be in the game room, there was no reason for them to suddenly appear here. At that moment, Lin Chen remembered the scene in the simulation, where the rabbit boss was surrounded by several people from the 12 Zodiac. From the positions of those people, it was clear that the monkey leader was very likely their leader. Realizing this, Lin Chen understood. The monkey leader knew that the rabbit boss usually wouldn't come to the hospital, so he planned to manipulate things in the hospital to draw the other 12 Zodiac to come and support him. Now, with those Zodiac members sitting in the front, the monkey leader immediately started the meeting. Next, we need to hold a brief meeting, and the information here cannot be leaked by you. When the monkeys heard the monkey leader say that they could not disclose what happened here, they all replied in agreement. Lin Chen knew that all of this was being done in secret from the rabbit boss, and once the rabbit boss came here, the monkey leader would be in trouble. The monkey leader glanced at the 12 Zodiac beside him, his face cold. Why are there only a few of you? Are the other Zodiac not willing to come up and join us? The snake leader slightly nodded, his eyes making one feel very uncomfortable. When the monkey leader learned that the other Zodiac members were unwilling to come up, he walked to the front of the conference room. Now, I will talk about the division of the camps among the 12 Zodiac. You need to be careful receiving people in the future. Those who do not join them will naturally not receive treatment at the hospital. The monkey leader opened his records and glanced at the people below. The rabbit boss represents one camp, and by his side are only the tiger leader, the pig leader, and the dog leader. These few had gained a lot of benefits from the rabbit boss, so it was impossible to make them leave. Lin Chen memorized the names of these 3 people, knowing they were the rabbit boss's underlings. At this moment, he was curious about which camp the chicken leader belonged to. No matter whether the chicken leader they encountered was an illusion or not, he felt that the chicken leader's ability to keep him in the illusion was already very powerful. The monkey leader, seeing the monkeys below remember that those few were the rabbit boss's subordinates, continued talking. The chicken leader is in a camp of his own. I have tried several times to draw him in but have not succeeded. When Lin Chen learned that the chicken leader had such power, he couldn't help but admire him. No wonder the chicken leader is actually in a separate camp. When he was in the ancient-style game room, not seeing the other Zodiac should be because the chicken leader had no allies. The other 2 factions have all been introduced. The monkey leader patted himself hard. Next is us. I also represent one of the factions. The monkey looked at the 12 Zodiac animals sitting in the conference room, feeling that they might very well overthrow Boss Rabbit. The monkey leader listed all his allies and then said, "This matter is confidential, no one is allowed to leak it." When the monkeys heard the monkey leader's warning, they all agreed. Don't be fooled by the fact that the chicken leader and the monkey leader are in different camps. In truth, they both detested Boss Rabbit and wished to kill him. The monkey leader pointed at the monkeys present and smiled. Remember these 12 Zodiac animals that come to our hospital. If you meet them again, make sure to treat them. The monkeys all responded in unison, realizing these were their own people. Although Lin Chen was sitting far away, he could still hear the monkey leader's voice. At that moment, the snake leader glanced at the monkey leader. What are you doing all this for? The monkey leader smirked at the snake leader's voice. If we say something wrong, we could die at his hands. Why should we accept that? To them, Boss Rabbit's power held no significance, they barely acknowledged it in their hearts. However, Boss Rabbit exerted a tremendous pressure on them, making them dare not speak back. In just a few seconds, one monkey looked at the monkey leader. Since you are all here, do you have any plans? Boss Rabbit is not that easy to deal with. Unless Boss Rabbit came to the hospital, they felt somewhat overwhelmed about how to handle him. When the monkey leader heard the monkey ask for a plan, he smiled. I have gained Lin Chen's trust. As long as I whisper bad things about Boss Rabbit in his ear, I believe he can help me capture him. Before Lin Chen could react, the monkeys present all clapped. Only now did he realize that the monkey leader's kindness toward him had an ulterior motive. No wonder the monkey leader was willing to give him everything, his intentions were very sinister. Now that Lin Chen understood the monkey leader's goal, how could he continue to stay here? Lin Chen secretly tried to leave but, at an inopportune time, his stomach growled. Just then, no one was speaking, and Lin Chen looked around the conference room in shock. Almost all the monkeys' eyes turned to him, wondering why Lin Chen's stomach made a noise. The monkeys in the hospital had all eaten before coming here, there was no way they could be hungry. Suddenly, the monkey leader stood up, his eyes slightly narrowed. Lin Chen? I didn't expect you to follow me to the conference room. I originally wanted to use you, but now, seize him. When Lin Chen heard they wanted to capture him, he quickly pulled open the conference room door and rushed out. The monkeys at the door initially wanted to grab Lin Chen, but they realized they didn't have the ability to do so. Lin Chen just used a little strength, and the monkey's claws loosened immediately. Using this opportunity, Lin Chen hurried back into the corridor where the patient rooms were, pretending to look for someone as he opened the doors of other rooms. Chapter 71, Disguise Not Left. The patients didn't understand what was happening in the hospital and rushed out of their rooms. The monkey leader, seeing the patients running outside, feared they might take the elevator and leave. You few, go guard the elevator, and the rest bring the patients back to their rooms. The monkeys heard the monkey leader's calm instructions and quickly did what they were assigned. At this moment, Lin Chen had returned to the hospital room and taken off the mask on his face. He understood that the monkey-headed man had only seen his figure but was not completely sure. In just 10 seconds, he neatly folded the white coat and placed it on the bedside table. Then, he lay back on the bed, eyes tightly shut, as if he had never woken up. At that moment, the monkey-headed man rushed in with several monkeys through the door. When the monkey-headed man saw Lin Chen lying in bed, his face filled with surprise. Sleeping? Didn't go out just now? The monkey-headed man walked over to his bedside and looked down at the shoes beside the bed. At this time, the shoes were neatly placed on the rack, with no signs of having been worn. The monkey doctor examined the mask and white coat, also finding no signs of having been worn. As the monkey-headed man watched the monkey doctor shake his head at him, confusion arose in his heart. If the person who just entered the conference room was not Lin Chen, then he could not touch Lin Chen. No matter what, Lin Chen had a significant role in his plan, and he needed to think it through carefully. Lin Chen heard their murmurs and understood that he had to wake up. Otherwise, lying here and hearing nothing might raise their suspicions. Lin Chen opened his eyes, looking dazed as he glanced at them, as if he didn't know what had happened. How did you get in? Do you need something from me? The monkey doctor, seeing that Lin Chen had woken up, came to his side. Did you go outside just now? Lin Chen glanced at the bedside table and noticed that the white coat and mask had been disturbed and shook his head repeatedly. No, I didn't go out. Didn't you tell me to wait here for the meal? How could I leave? Before the monkey-headed man and the monkey doctor could respond, Lin Chen touched his stomach. Why hasn't your meal arrived yet? It's been a long time. When they heard that there was no food in Lin Chen's room, they exchanged glances. The kitchen already sent down all the meals, why is yours missing? At this point, the monkey-headed man stepped forward with a cold expression, seemingly no longer believing Lin Chen. If you really went outside, just tell me where you went. I won't blame you. Now, Lin Chen had already figured out who the monkey-headed man was. How could he reveal what he had heard? Lin Chen pretended to be confused, scratching his head and pointing at the pillow he had just slept on. If you don't believe me, you can feel it, the pillow and blanket are warm. How could they be warm if I had just left? The monkey doctor glanced at the monkey-headed man and saw the monkey-headed man signaling him, so he quickly approached the pillow. When he found the pillow to be warm, he understood that Lin Chen should not have left the hospital room. Soon, the monkey doctor returned to the monkey-headed man's side. It is indeed warm, looks like he really hasn't gone out. Now, the monkey-headed man confirmed that Lin Chen hadn't left the hospital room, so he changed to a different expression. Let the others not stay here, continue searching for that person. We can't let him get away. The monkey doctor nodded and left the hospital room. Watching how they looked, it seemed they wanted to find that person quickly. Lin Chen looked at the monkey doctor leaving the room and feigned ignorance as he turned to the monkey-headed man. What happened in the hospital? Do you need my help? As he spoke, he attempted to put on the monkey mask and white coat. When the monkey-headed man saw Lin Chen trying to follow them, he quickly stopped him. Now, the snake-headed man and the 12 zodiac signs had not left the hospital. If Lin Chen ran into them outside, they wouldn't be able to explain. You've been lying on the bed, did you see someone run past outside? Lin Chen heard the monkey leader ask such a question and recalled carefully. Yes, I heard someone knock on the door, it must be the monkeys bringing food. He remembered that he had sneaked into the meeting room through those food-delivering monkeys, so he thought they must still be delivering food. When the monkey leader heard the monkeys delivering food in the corridor, he walked to the door and called them in. In less than a minute, the hospital room was filled with busy monkeys from the kitchen. The monkey leader came to Lin Chen's side and pointed at these monkeys. Look, which monkey just delivered your food? Lin Chen shook his head in surprise and opened the drawer. I never received any food, I just fell asleep because I was too hungry. When I sleep, I won't feel hungry. Upon hearing Lin Chen explain that he hadn't received food, the monkeys quickly stepped forward. Impossible. We delivered to every room unless that room had no one in it. As soon as this was said, the monkey leader suddenly turned to look at Lin Chen. No one? Where were you when they delivered the food? During the meeting, the corridor was empty, and the monkey leader felt that Lin Chen had his own thoughts for coming out. Lin Chen had once seen them delivering food, how could he not know that their delivery also had flaws? Lin Chen vigorously patted his pillow, his face filled with anger. I've been lying here, why didn't you come to deliver food to me? You're saying I'm not here, what are you really hiding? The monkey leader did not answer Lin Chen's question but shifted his gaze to the other side. The monkeys, having learned that Lin Chen had been lying under the quilt, exchanged uncertain glances. I remember when we opened this door, the room seemed empty. Lin Chen would not give them a chance to argue, his face filled with coldness. Did you ever come in? I was sleeping with my head covered, you missed the time, that's all. The monkeys, hearing Lin Chen say he was covered with a quilt and sleeping, stammered for a while without making sense. Lin Chen glanced at the monkey's position and snorted coldly. You don't think I'm about to be discharged, so you treat me like this? The monkey leader sensed Lin Chen's growing anger and waved his hands repeatedly. All patients are treated equally. I've never heard of a patient missing meals just because they are about to be discharged. At this moment, the monkey leader had relaxed his guard. In his view, someone without confidence would definitely not say such things. So the monkey leader believed Lin Chen had indeed been under the quilt and had never left the hospital room. The misunderstanding about Lin Chen happened because the food-delivering monkeys didn't enter the room. Chapter 72: Discharge and Leave. The monkey leader looked at Lin Chen and found him more and more reasonable, walking over to those monkeys. You quickly bring him food, don't let him go hungry. Hearing the monkey leader's order, the monkeys hurriedly walked out to get food. As these monkeys left, Lin Chen seemed to think of something, his face filled with embarrassment. Zhang Xin and Lu Di should also be able to be discharged, right? They came out of intensive care. The monkey leader, learning that the two had left intensive care, showed a surprised expression. They actually came out? Let me give you a call to check. The monkey leader walked to the door and waved at a nearby monkey doctor. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the monkey leader returned to Lin Chen's side. Zhang Xin and Luda are in the next room, you can visit each other. Tomorrow morning, I will take you back to the game room. Lin Chen, hearing that the monkey leader was willing to let them go, eagerly agreed. Now, there was no one else in the hospital room. Lin Chen went to the next room and immediately saw Zhang Xin and Luda lying in bed. When they saw Lin Chen standing at the door, they hurried over to the entrance. How are you? We couldn't find you when we came up. Lin Chen patted his chest hard and jumped a bit in front of the two of them. This hospital is not like the ones you've seen in real life, so don't worry too much. Almost getting sent to the morgue for just a cold and fever shows how weak the doctors are here. At that moment, a noisy sound came from next door. Lin Chen understood that the monkey delivering food had arrived at his room, and he quickly returned to his room's door. At that time, the monkey was carefully looking around inside, as if trying to find where Lin Chen was hiding. Lin Chen had no time to joke with them, so he knocked on the doorframe. Don't look anymore, I'm in the neighboring ward, just bring the food to me. The monkey originally thought Lin Chen wasn't there and was about to report to the monkey leader, who knew Lin Chen would show up here, making their desire to report immediately vanish. In just a minute or two, the monkey pushed the small cart into the neighboring ward. When Luda saw the food on the cart, he couldn't help but swallow. We don't know how long we've been lying here, I just feel very hungry. Can you give us a portion? Hearing that Zhang Xin and Luda also didn't receive food, the monkey's face was full of surprise. They were originally delivering food room by room, and no one expected so many people hadn't received their meals. Seeing the monkey's expression, Lin Chen knew they hadn't brought enough food. Since that was the case, Lin Chen could make a big deal about it and patted their small cart. You all heard that, right? Not just me, even they didn't get their food. It wasn't only Lin Chen's fault, he believed these monkeys had their lazy moments too. Worried that Lin Chen would tell the monkey leader about this, the monkey quickly stood in front of Lin Chen. You must not tell anyone about this, or we'll definitely be killed by the monkey leader. Seeing the monkey's bitter expression, Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling them to bring the food quickly. As the monkey left, Luda eagerly opened the lid and found inside were foods they could eat. Zhang Xin glanced at Lin Chen, not even daring to reach out. Lin Chen understood that the two of them wanted to eat what was on the plate, so he waved his hand casually at them. Eat whatever you want, this food is all made by monkeys, so it's also something we can eat. Although the taste wasn't as perfect as expected, it was okay as long as it filled their stomachs. Before they knew it, the three finished their meal in the ward. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Xin and Ludi and found a spot to sit down. Do you two have any thoughts about leaving here? When they heard Lin Chen wanted to leave, they were filled with surprise. We came to the hospital, can we still leave? There shouldn't be a chance. In their view, having been in the intensive care unit for a while, the hospital wouldn't easily let anyone go. Hearing their somewhat dispirited tone, Lin Chen couldn't help but wave his hand to them. You can pack your things today, we can be discharged tomorrow. When Zhang Xin and Lude heard that they had the chance to be discharged, they quickly agreed. At that moment, the monkey leader arrived at Lin Chen's room door. Like the other monkeys, he was worried that Lin Chen was leaving the hospital. Seeing the increasingly complex expression on the monkey leader's face, Lin Chen walked behind him. I'm in their ward, you wouldn't suspect me wandering around in the hallway, right? Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, the monkey leader finally relaxed his tense heart. He originally thought Lin Chen had escaped, no one expected Lin Chen to still be here, not having left. When the monkey-headed man saw him behind, he took out a metal banana from his pocket and placed it in front of him. This banana is a gift for you, it might help you one day. Lin Chen looked at the banana in his hand with surprise, not understanding what use this banana could have. While he was pondering, the monkey-headed man placed a piece of paper in front of him. You've already been discharged, you can leave anytime you want, just let your monkey doctor know. Lin Chen looked at the discharge certificate in his hand and pointed to the neighboring ward. Could you please issue a discharge certificate for them? I want to take them with me. Upon hearing Lin Chen wanted to issue discharge certificates, the monkey-headed man thought for a moment. They have already come out of the ICU, then you can go. The monkey-headed man added a few words to Lin Chen's current discharge certificate, allowing Zhang Xian and Lu De to leave as well. Fearing delays, Lin Chen quickly stopped the monkey-headed man from leaving. Could you please approve our departure? We want to leave right now. Hearing that Lin Chen wanted to leave immediately, the monkey-headed man opened the ward door and looked into the hallway, but he didn't see the monkey doctor. Making a gesture towards Lin Chen, the monkey-headed man walked outside. He found nothing inside the ward and hurried over to the neighboring ward. Zhang Xian, Lu De, gather your things, we'll be discharged together soon. When they heard that Lin Chen could be discharged now, both of them responded with excitement. Lin Chen thought they both had luggage as well, but he was surprised to find that they had nothing packed. In just a few minutes, the monkey doctor came before them and led them to the elevator. The monkey-headed man had agreed to their departure, so he pressed the button for the elevator. Lin Chen stared blankly at the elevator and suddenly remembered the rules. One hand was tightly caught in it. Please take us down. The monkey doctor did not pay attention to Lin Chen's request to follow behind, he simply ignored them. Lin Chen wedged his hand in the elevator door gap, preventing it from closing. As long as the elevator didn't close, the elevator's rules could not take effect. So, they stood in a stalemate there. Lu De saw Lin Chen trapped there and felt somewhat uncomfortable. What are you doing? Aren't we leaving? Why are you stuck in the elevator door? Zhang Xian walked over to Lu Da's side upon hearing him start to complain again. Trust him, you and we are on the same side, don't meddle. Lin Chen looked at Lu De, who kept causing trouble and wished he could leave him in the hospital forever. As long as Lu De didn't leave, neither Lin Chen nor Zhang Xian would trigger the rules in the elevator. The monkey doctor grew impatient when he didn't see them leave for a long time. Are you leaving or not? The monkey-headed man asked me to take you, not to the game room. Lin Chen noticed the monkey doctor was unwilling to follow them and looked indifferent, stuck in the middle of the elevator. At that moment, an alarm rang out from the elevator. The monkey-headed man came out of the office with an impatient expression, thinking someone was playing with the elevator. When he reached the elevator, he realized Lin Chen and the others hadn't left. The monkey-headed man approached them, looking confused. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you stuck here? You don't want to leave, do you? Hearing the monkey-headed man say that, Lin Chen quickly waved his hands. He certainly didn't want to stay in the hospital, now he felt the hospital was even more dangerous than the game room downstairs. No matter what. Boss Rabbit always played on the surface, he knew exactly where he would die. In contrast, Monkey Man played dirty tricks, no one knew when he would strike. Lin Chen pointed at Dr. Monkey, a smile on his face. We want Dr. Monkey to take us to the chess room, we wonder if you are willing? When Monkey Man heard Lin Chen wanted Dr. Monkey to follow, he pondered for a moment. You just go down with them, if anything happens, come find me. Dr. Monkey was unwilling to leave with Lin Chen, but the order from Monkey Man weighed heavily on him. With no other choice, he set aside what he was holding and followed them into the elevator. As Dr. Monkey entered the elevator, Lin Chen finally gave up blocking the door. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Lin Chen saw Monkey Man's gaze grow gradually colder. It seemed that Monkey Man wasn't as gentle as he appeared, he definitely had many plans in mind. Dr. Monkey stood silently in the corner, his expression indifferent, as if he didn't even want to leave the elevator. In just a few seconds, the elevator arrived at the floor of the chess room. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Zhang Xian and Lu De, signaling for them to come out. When they saw Lin Chen's look, they understood the danger in the elevator and hurriedly stepped out. As for Lin Chen, he once again found himself stuck at the elevator entrance, glancing at Dr. Monkey. I advise you to wait for someone to accompany you upstairs, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Upon hearing Lin Chen wanted him to stay in the chess room, Dr. Monkey's face immediately darkened. I have already accompanied you to the chess room, you all can go on your own, I won't accompany you anymore. This time, Dr. Monkey forcibly kicked Lin Chen out, giving him no chance to stay in the elevator. Lin Chen sat on the ground, looking helplessly at the elevator doors closing. Good words cannot persuade a dead ghost, sigh. As his voice fell, a monkey's scream echoed from inside the elevator. In just a few seconds, the screams inside the elevator vanished, and blood began to drip down from the elevator. Before long, the drops of blood turned into a steady stream, falling directly in front of them. Lin Chen watched the blood sliding down inside. I have already tried to persuade him, you all saw it, right? Zhang Xian and Lu De exchanged glances, both frozen in fear. They had never witnessed such a direct punishment for mistakes, this was a visual feast for them. Lin Chen noticed their panic and called out to them. Try not to look at this, otherwise, you won't survive here. Zhang Xian heard Lin Chen's reminder, nodded vigorously, and turned his head away. At that moment, Lin Chen discovered the golden banana in his pocket. Monkey Man only feigned concern for him, no one knew if the golden banana was good or not. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen sat down on the ground. In just a few seconds, the deduction restarted, and his body felt lighter. Lin Chen took out the banana, studying it repeatedly, and found that it could actually reveal his identity. In certain situations, if his identity was recognized, it would be extremely troublesome. Just a moment ago, he had listened in on the meeting for so long, and Monkey Man could only tell someone somewhat resembled him due to his figure. But Monkey Man had no way to confirm that this person was Lin Chen, so he couldn't catch him. If the golden banana was on him, it would surely expose his identity, and he would be doomed. At this moment, Lin Chen heard the two beside him constantly patting him. He hurriedly withdrew from the deduction, taking a deep breath. I just spaced out, please help me up. Zhang Xian pulled Lin Chen up forcefully, a smile on her face. Let's leave here first, this bloodline is too easy to catch our attention. In her view, Lin Chen could very likely be attracted by the bloodline, causing him to sit there dazed. Lin Chen walked to the trash can and threw the banana from his pocket into it. Before long, Lin Chen brought Lu Di and Zhang Xian to their room. Since there were only two of them, Boss Rabbit had moved their room to the game room individually. This time, Zhang Xian and Lu Di did not need to take the elevator upstairs. Upon hearing they didn't need to go upstairs, both Zhang Xian and Lu Di relaxed naturally. Without Lin Chen beside them, they found it easier to let their guard down. Lin Chen took them to the new lounge and suggested they rest early. Seeing Lin Chen wanted to leave, Zhang Xian and Lu Di hurried to his side. Are you leaving now? Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly, pointing to the door. This is Boss Rabbit's territory, the monkey head man won't come here to trouble you. Just rest easy. When the two heard Lin Chen say this, they immediately felt relieved. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, two people walked in at the door, their faces full of joy. Lin Chen? You actually came back? We thought you weren't returning. Chapter 74, the situation changes drastically. Lin Chen heard the familiar tone at the door and instinctively glanced over. Tiger head man? Sheep head man? You guys are actually here. Seeing Lin Chen appear in the lounge, smiles never left their faces. At that moment, Lu Di stepped out from the lounge. They came to find us at this time, it can't be anything good, right? In Lu Da's eyes, the 12 zodiac figures were approaching them just to win their chips. Now that they no longer had any chips, they naturally felt hostile towards them. Despite Lu Di being a bit far from them, the tiger headman still heard Lu Da's voice. It seems you have a misunderstanding about us? We wonder if we can clear up the misunderstanding quickly? A mutation had occurred in the game room, the monkey headman and chicken headman had formed different factions. If Boss Rabbit drove them away, it meant pushing them to the camp of the other two. Seeing that the tiger headman was willing to lower himself to explain, Lin Chen understood that Boss Rabbit's situation was not optimistic. He glared at Lu Di and pointed inside. You just got back, you should stay here and rest for the night. Lu Di had wanted to say more, but Zhang Xian suddenly pulled her back inside. Lin Chen worried that Lu Di and Zhang Xian might accidentally say something wrong, pointing at the door. Let's talk outside, I believe you have something important to discuss with me. In the past, when they came to find someone, they would directly place a bet. This time, they didn't mention any gambling at all, which felt strange. In just a few seconds, the tiger headman and sheep headman followed Lin Chen to his room's door. Lin Chen glanced at them, a smile on his face. What do you need from me? If I can help you, I won't refuse. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to think of something and glanced over them. Have you two made up? The tiger headman once used Lin Chen to remove the horns from the sheep headman's head, almost causing his death. Lin Chen thought this incident would create a vendetta, but to everyone's surprise, they had reconciled. Hearing Lin Chen mention the past, a hint of redness flashed across the sheep headman's face. That's all in the past, let's not dwell on it too much. Let's talk about the trouble we're facing right now. The goat-headed man exchanged a look with the tiger-headed man, signaling him to explain the whole situation. The tiger-headed man was straightforward by nature. He boldly walked up to Lin Chen. Since you left the game room, Boss Rabbit has been in a terrible mood. We think it's best for you to visit Boss Rabbit's office. When Lin Chen learned that Boss Rabbit had a bit of hostility towards him, he furrowed his brow slightly. He had just come from the monkey-headed man's hospital, and now voluntarily going to Boss Rabbit was a death wish. But he couldn't refuse the request from the goat-headed man and tiger-headed man, so he had no choice but to agree. Lin Chen pointed at the room where Lu Di and Zhang Xian were, signaling to them. You two go ahead and take care of things. I'll settle them and head to Boss Rabbit's office in a bit. The goat-headed man and tiger-headed man sighed with relief when they heard Lin Chen agreed to go to Boss Rabbit's office. They went back to their respective rooms. In just a few seconds, Lin Chen arrived at the resting room where Lu Di and Zhang Xian were. His face looked extremely grim. Jiang Xin saw Lin Chen's expression from a distance and hurried over to him. What did they want with you? They're not asking you to go to your death, right? Before Lin Chen could respond, Lu Da's mocking voice came from behind. We just came down from the hospital. Do you think they will let us off? I told you we shouldn't have left the hospital. It was Lu Da who had insisted on leaving the hospital at first, and now it was Lu Da insisting that they should have stayed. Lin Chen was no longer in the mood to argue. He took a deep breath. The goat-headed man told me to visit Boss Rabbit's office when I had time. I think things are looking pretty grim in there. Now, with his deduction ability, Lin Chen knew the situation of the three factions and understood Boss Rabbit's intentions. When Jiang Xin learned that Lin Chen had to go to Boss Rabbit's office, her eyes went wide in shock. What did you say? Go to Boss Rabbit's office? Isn't that pushing you straight to your death? What do they want from you? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Xin, who was standing up for him, and sighed helplessly. I think they might be upset about what happened at the monkey-headed man's hospital, thinking we're not on the same side as them. After thinking for a moment, he still felt that he should try using his deduction ability. Lin Chen gave Jiang Xin a glance, signaling for them to rest easy. For now, nothing had happened to him, so Jiang Xin and Lu Da were not in any danger. When the two heard Lin Chen was willing to face this alone, they sighed helplessly and immediately returned to their beds. For them, they were less familiar with the rules, and following Lin Chen would only cause trouble. At this point, Lin Chen had activated his deduction ability and floated to Boss Rabbit's office. When Boss Rabbit saw Lin Chen approach, he put down the teacup in his hand. I heard you two came down from the hospital. I wonder what information you gathered up there. With the experience from last time, Lin Chen understood that Boss Rabbit despised the hospital, so it was highly likely that they couldn't talk about the hospital. Lin Chen quickly shook his head and told him he hadn't been to the hospital. Upon hearing that Lin Chen had not been to the hospital, Boss Rabbit's eyes immediately turned blood red. He opened his gaping mouth and lunged at Lin Chen. As the character in the deduction perished, Lin Chen woke up covered in sweat, breathing heavily. Boss Rabbit's expression is off this time. I can only respond with the opposite logic. At this point, Lin Chen still had 2 more chances for deduction. He didn't need to worry about his real body yet. Lin Chen once again floated into Boss Rabbit's office. Lin Chen revealed that he had discovered the monkey head man and the chicken head man forming their own power. When Boss Rabbit heard Lin Chen disclose everything he knew, he nodded in satisfaction and allowed him to leave the office. Lin Chen looked at this scene and let out a sigh of relief. It seems the situation has undergone a transformation, our response methods will also change. Now that the deduction had found the correct answer, Lin Chen naturally had no reason to waste time. He glanced at the direction of Jiang Xin and Lu Da, discovering that they had already lain down on the bed. After being in the hospital for so long, they finally felt comfortable sleeping on a soft big bed. But Lin Chen didn't have such a luxury. He helplessly arrived at the door of Boss Rabbit's office. Just in case, he looked in the direction of the phone booth, only to find that it had mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 75, Making Boss Rabbit Happy. Lin Chen looked at the inexplicably vanished phone booth, and his heart sank. Without the phone booth's help, his safety was no longer guaranteed. However, he had already arrived at the office door, and there was no reason not to go inside. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forcefully opened the office door, wearing a smile as he stepped inside. He initially thought Boss Rabbit would be busy with his own matters, but unexpectedly, Boss Rabbit was facing away from him. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Chen stood obediently in front of the desk. Boss Rabbit noticed Lin Chen had entered the office and pointed to a nearby kettle. You can pour yourself a cup of water, I won't serve you. Lin Chen dared not refuse. He hurried over to pour himself a cup of water and returned to his seat. When Boss Rabbit heard Lin Chen's footsteps returning, he slowly turned his chair around. This time, Lin Chen truly saw Boss Rabbit's face. At that moment, there was not a trace of joy on Boss Rabbit's face, only seriousness, making one feel a shiver just by looking at him. Boss Rabbit glanced at Lin Chen and casually picked up a cup from the side and took a sip. Where have you been during this time? I had people searching in the mahjong room but couldn't find you. It seemed that Boss Rabbit had some tasks he wanted to assign him. However, Lin Chen had wasted quite a bit of time in the chicken headman's mahjong room days ago. And later, he inexplicably appeared in the monkey headman's hospital, spending not a short amount of time there as well. If it weren't for Lin Chen and his friends being clever, they would have certainly died at the hands of those 2 men by now. Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Boss Rabbit placed the teacup on the table. You better tell me the truth, it won't be hard for me to investigate you. Lin Chen understood that Boss Rabbit was applying pressure and took a deep breath. A few days ago, after coming out of the mahjong room, I entered the chicken headman's room, then due to feeling unwell, I was hospitalized. Boss Rabbit listened as Lin Chen detailed the events of the past few days, sizing him up from head to toe, clearly unwilling to believe him. From the beginning, he hadn't arranged for Lin Chen to take a seat, indicating that Boss Rabbit suspected Lin Chen could be lying. Lin Chen saw the expression on Boss Rabbit's face and quickly straightened up. "Boss Rabbit, I was really anxious in the chicken head man's mahjong room. I wanted you to rescue me." Hearing this from Lin Chen, Boss Rabbit's mood lightened slightly. But he was not the type to be easily deceived. He continued to inquire. "Did you see Monkey Head Man in the hospital? Did you hear any news from his mouth?" Lin Chen knew that Boss Rabbit wanted the truth this time, so he spilled everything he had overheard upstairs. Of course, this also includes the situation with the other 12 zodiac animals in the hospital. When Boss Rabbit learned that Snakehead and the other 12 zodiac animals were at Monkey Head's hospital, he stood up with a face full of anger. "What did you say? They actually went upstairs? No wonder we haven't seen them for days." During these days, Boss Rabbit had focused all his energy on Lin Chen, overlooking the 12 zodiac animals. No one expected that the 12 zodiac animals would betray Boss Rabbit and successfully stay at Monkey Head's hospital. Lin Chen saw Boss Rabbit's furious expression and understood that now was the best time to take advantage of the situation. He quickly pledged his loyalty, revealing how he had infiltrated the conference room. When Boss Rabbit heard that Monkey Head planned to establish his own power, he slammed his hand on the table. "They actually have the audacity to do this, it's simply outrageous." The hidden boss behind the hospital was also Boss Rabbit, but he usually didn't like to frequent such places. In just a few seconds, Boss Rabbit sat down again, his complexion looking very bad. Lin Chen worried that Boss Rabbit would put all the blame on him, which would leave him with no way out. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and glanced at Boss Rabbit. "I found out other information at the hospital, I don't know if I should say it." Boss Rabbit waved his hand upon hearing Lin Chen's hints. "Just say whatever you need to say, I will discern it clearly." It was impossible for him to stay in the card room for so long without any ability. Lin Chen looked at Boss Rabbit, indicating for him to speak further. Boss Rabbit stood up and walked to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen revealed the meeting between Monkey Head and Rooster Head, which turned Boss Rabbit's face as dark as ash. Boss Rabbit glanced at the cup beside him, picked it up, and smashed it hard on the ground. "I have treated you well, haven't I? Why did each of you betray me?" In his eyes, everyone who appeared in the hospital was a betrayer. Lin Chen looked at the shattered teacup on the floor and swallowed hard. "Don't worry, Boss Rabbit. We are back now, and in the future, we will absolutely avoid the elevator." Upon hearing Lin Chen's assurance, Boss Rabbit's eyes suddenly turned red, glaring fiercely at the two of them. When Lin Chen saw the look in Boss Rabbit's eyes, he sighed helplessly. "I've shared all the information I know. If you don't believe me, it won't matter how much I say." The decision definitely had to be in Boss Rabbit's hands, otherwise, he would think Lin Chen was playing tricks. While Boss Rabbit was deep in thought, Lin Chen stepped around the desk and stood behind him. "If I were one of them, I definitely wouldn't look for opportunities to come down, but would only stay up there waiting for them to attack you." Boss Rabbit nodded slightly, feeling it was reasonable. Since Snakehead and the other 12 zodiac animals went to the hospital, they did not come back down and even went completely silent, clearly betraying him. Once Lin Chen saw Boss Rabbit's emotions had calmed down, he returned to the other side of the desk, waiting for Boss Rabbit's message. At that moment, Boss Rabbit's eyes suddenly filled with blood, his hands pressed against the desk. "You need to prove that what you just said is true, otherwise, I can't trust you." Lin Chen initially thought Boss Rabbit had already believed him. No one expected that Boss Rabbit didn't take him seriously at all. Lin Chen thought carefully and soon remembered he had something on him that could prove the existence of Rooster Head's card room. In just a few moments, Lin Chen took out a fruit, placed in front of Boss Rabbit. "It was only after eating this fruit that we recovered and ended up in the monkey-headed man's hospital." Boss Rabbit took the fruit in both hands, glanced at the writing on it, and showed disbelief on his face. "Let me smell it. If there's no flavor of the chicken-headed man on it, you're dead." Chapter 76 True Cause and Effect. Boss Rabbit held the fruit to his nose and took a deep sniff of its smell. In just a few seconds, Boss Rabbit's expression slightly changed, his eyes wide open. "This fruit not only has the scent of the chicken-headed man, but there's also the smell of rabbit?" Lin Chen looked at Boss Rabbit with apprehension, fearing that Boss Rabbit would place all the blame on him. He began to recall carefully and quickly thought of the rabbits raised in the chicken-headed man's yard. Moreover, all the attendants in the card room were rabbit waiters, so it was normal for there to be a rabbit scent. By now, he had pieced together the whole matter and naturally would not let Boss Rabbit have any doubts. Lin Chen pointed at the fruit in front of Boss Rabbit, his face looking very serious. "Boss Rabbit, the card room where the chicken-headed man is located raises a lot of rabbits, many of whom are waiter rabbits." When Boss Rabbit learned that there were waiter rabbits in the card room, he slammed the fruit down hard on the table. "Rabbit waiters? Looks like they really want to rebel." Lin Chen thought to himself that he had never seen Boss Rabbit so furious, feeling awkward and scratching his head. "Boss Rabbit, I have already told you everything I know. can I leave now? At this point, Boss Rabbit was already fuming, and to survive, Lin Chen best not stay here. Otherwise, if Boss Rabbit inadvertently struck, Lin Chen was very likely to be slapped to death. He had originally thought that Boss Rabbit would definitely agree to let him leave. After all, there weren't many people left around Boss Rabbit. However, he did not expect that there was not a single sound in the office. Lin Chen did not receive a response, so he could only obediently stand in front of the desk, like a good child. After just 10 minutes, Boss Rabbit calmed down and sat on the stool. Do you know the origin of the card room? When Lin Chen heard Boss Rabbit suddenly ask such a question, he shook his head repeatedly. He had never inquired about such information. Boss Rabbit had long known they did not understand these things inside. Now I have very few people by my side. I hope you can stay and help, so I have decided to tell you the secret. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Boss Rabbit pointed to the stool behind him, indicating for him to sit down. At that moment, Lin Chen looked helpless. He had once run through the process with reasoning and did not see the current scene at all. Now, he was unsure whether knowing these secrets would lead to his death here. He had no confidence at all. Boss Rabbit looked at Lin Chen's expression, knowing he was afraid he might act against him. Boss Rabbit walked over to Lin Chen and patted his shoulder. This time, I won't assign you any tasks. Trust me, this time, I will tell you the secret of the card room. Lin Chen helplessly agreed and sat down honestly on the stool. At this moment, Boss Rabbit had walked over to the window of the office, lost in thought. Years ago, a woman came to the card room. She was gentle, wise, and handled relationships very well. We all liked her. Lin Chen listened to the slight sadness in Boss Rabbit's tone, realizing that the person he mentioned was very likely already dead. The card room was full of rules. A slight moment of inattention could lead to death. However, Lin Chen did not guess. He believed that Boss Rabbit would surely tell the whole story honestly. There is no need for his guess. Boss Rabbit looked at Lin Chen, who had not asked him questions for a long time, and curiously walked to his side. Why don't you ask me, where is she? Now, in the chess room, there was only the newcomer Zhang Xin, and no other women had been seen at all. Lin Chen did not voice his guess but instead, in accordance with Boss Rabbit's meaning, asked back. When Boss Rabbit heard Lin Chen's inquiry, he closed his eyes. She is dead. Someone among our 12 zodiac signs betrayed her and caused her death. Saying this, Boss Rabbit slammed his hand on the desk with all his strength, seemingly hating that person very deeply. Until now, Lin Chen finally understood why Boss Rabbit despised traitors so much. If that woman was truly as good as Boss Rabbit said, the person who betrayed her must be very cold-hearted. Boss Rabbit looked at Lin Chen sitting in front of him and pulled out a chair to sit beside him. I have been trying to find a way to avenge her all these years, but I have never been able to find that traitor. It wasn't that Boss Rabbit was unwilling to take action, but he simply had no way to find evidence. Without evidence, he could not take action. Otherwise, the 12 zodiac signs would surely suspect each other and lead to their collapse. While Boss Rabbit had tried to maintain a balance in their relationships, the zodiac signs still had leaders like the monkey head and the rooster head. Lin Chen watched Boss Rabbit talk endlessly about the past, and an inexplicable figure appeared in his mind. To him, only this person could possibly manage the 12 zodiac signs so obediently. He glanced at Boss Rabbit, his face serious. If I'm not mistaken, the woman you mentioned should be Su Anren, right? As Lin Chen's words fell, Boss Rabbit stopped narrating the story, his face filled with shock. You should not have arrived at the chess room at the same time, so how do you know her? In Boss Rabbit's understanding, only those who arrived at the chess room at the same time could know each other's names. Lin Chen saw Boss Rabbit's shocked expression and understood he had to explain himself. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why he appeared in the chess room, and Boss Rabbit might very well kill him. For a person who is determined to take revenge, even the slightest possibility would be magnified infinitely. Lin Chen looked at Boss Rabbit seriously. Su Anren is my best friend. I know she died here. When Boss Rabbit learned that Lin Chen was Su Anren's friend, his wariness had dropped to the lowest point. Even if Lin Chen violated a bit of his rules, Boss Rabbit would likely not care. Boss Rabbit sighed and returned to his desk. A person cannot be brought back to life. We must find sufficient evidence to find that traitor and avenge her. Lin Chen looked at Boss Rabbit's face filled with hatred, understanding that he could sit in this position to conveniently find the evidence of the traitor. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Boss Rabbit opened his drawer. According to my investigation over the years, the monkey head is the most suspicious, but I have no evidence against him. It was precisely because the monkey head was his #1 enemy that Boss Rabbit was very wary of those who went to the hospital, fearing the monkey head would send someone to act as an insider in the chess room. Lin Chen learned that the person Boss Rabbit suspected the most was the monkey head and carefully recalled the scene in the hospital. He had stayed in the hospital for a long time. If something was wrong inside, he should have been able to discover some clues. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, looking somewhat unconfident as he gazed at Boss Rabbit.